just say you're a pacifist?
Yes.
Okay. Well, um, would
Do you
this be
have
under
any?
would this be under like hardships?
Do you have any?
Like,
No, no. You
yes,
don't register.
I
It's like you would
what
at 18. You would do the exact same thing. You would register at 18. It would happen once the draft is enacted.
well, this is the thing though. Like, there's certain requirements, right? Like education, your occupation,
What's up?
you're in certain hardships, right?
What's up,
Um,
YouTube?
you could say
I
you
called
could
out of
say
work because I.
It could also be religious based.
Yep, you could say religious beliefs is an exemption. Yeah.
No, I didn't get fired. I just took a day off because my neck and my back are messed up. I messed. I don't know what happened. I went to the gym and I did some shoulder and back exercises that I don't normally do. So at first I thought it was just maybe soreness because I was using muscles I don't usually use. But then I slept on it. I must have slept on it weird that night because then the next day it hurt. And then the next day it hurt. And I skipped the gym the next day to like give it some time to rest. But then I went back yesterday and I did some like light exercises. And now I woke up today. And my neck and my shoulders are like I can't barely bend my neck. It's painful. So I took the day off. Just fine. I got some stuff to do. So first things, we're just gonna right now I'm listening to Easy's Panel Purge. But I gotta write down all the I need to put notes in my Bible for all the verses I wrote down. And then I've got to copy my questions into my notebook. We're going to review an interview between two Christian anarchists. One of them has written some books. It's on John Mosman's channel. I didn't link his channel in the bottom, but maybe when we start watching it, I'll put the link in the chat. You guys can go to subscribe to John. He's who I'm going to be debating on Saturday. We've debated before about free will. But this is the debate that should have happened instead of the free will debate a long time ago. Because this is what we really disagree on. Because he's Lutheran and he actually agrees with some of the things I say about free will. John does. Not all of them. He doesn't take it as far as I do. But the free will debate, he even told me before, he's like, some of the things you say, I don't totally disagree with. I just take it a bit farther. I kind of mix a little bit of a bunch of different free will philosophies into my free will debates and like take it from a bunch of different approaches. But some of my approaches he agrees with. So our free will debate was kind of, it wasn't very contentious. But yeah, hopefully after these ibuprofens kick in and a couple beers, I'll be all right. I just didn't want to go work all night feeling like I'm getting old, man. I sleep the wrong way and I'm screwed up for 3 days. But this debate that we're having on Saturday is, should Christianity be in politics, or should politics be in Christianity? No, it's Christianity should not be political. That's the debate prompt. So he's the affirmative. He's affirming the negative, that Christianity should not be political. And I'm going to argue that Christianity is inherently political, and that our politics ought to be based around our Christianity. So that's what we're debating Saturday. And he's a Christian anarchist, so we're going to watch his interview with another Christian anarchist just so we can get... I already have a good idea, but we're going to watch it with the audience, and I'm going to give some commentary. It also gives... because John sent me like a whole roadmap of where he's coming from, what he's going to be arguing, and all these other things, his definitions and all this stuff. I didn't do that for him. This is my way of doing that for him. If he wants to watch these streams and see where I'm coming from, he can. So my roadmap to how I debate is always live. I do all my debate prep live. So anybody can... my opponent can always just watch my streams and you'll see how to prep for it. And I can do the same for him. It's tougher if like one person's a streamer and one person's not. The person who's not a streamer has an advantage. Jalen, Freddie, you guys still got destroyed. But if you're not a streamer, I don't know where you're going to be coming from in a debate. Whereas me, if somebody challenges me to a debate, you know everything I'm going to say. I've probably said it all a million times before. So we'll probably play this while I do these notes. Just gonna put this in the Discord real quick. What's up, Big Red Sky? This is not a normal stream that I do, but everybody make sure you hit the like if you want to help the grift. It'd be cool to get like, make like $50 off this stream or something. I called out with PPTO, so I'm getting paid tonight regardless, but it'd be nice to get a little extra. But I'm not going to put this in Easy's channel because he's streaming right now, and I'm actually watching his stream on my phone, leaving it open on my phone so he can get the view hours off of it. I like listening to his TikTok purges. Part of me likes it. Part of me doesn't like it because I can't stand TikTok people. I can't stand the all black panels where everybody just racism, oppression, microaggression. Can't stand it. But it is funny to hear somebody based go in there and wreck them. Like when Andrew does it, when Easy does it. Since we got the new computer, we haven't even tried VR chat. Maybe sometime tonight. I don't know. I'm trying to beat Wukong. We're going to play some Wukong tonight. But first, I need to get all these notes taken. So I'm going to open this video. see. I'm going to open this. And then I need to open one more window. No, we'll do it right here. Google Docs. Need to pull my opening up. Dude, I wrote this opening and then I recorded myself reading through it. Well, I read through it once out loud, made a few changes. A couple of the words that I want to accentuate, I make them caps. Change some punctuation to make sure I pause at certain parts and things like that. Then I read it again while recording myself. And when I recorded myself and I said it, it was 10 minutes and 2 seconds. So I wrote it perfectly for the 10-minute openings. I just hope that a big chunk of it is pretty Bible thumpy. So I try to slip some like jokes or something fun, some funny things in there to keep people's attention, because 10-minute opening is long, especially for YouTube people who just watch like blood sports debates and they're used to 5-minute openings, and sometimes they're used to like a lot of times when in these internet debates and it's 5-minute openings, 6-minute openings, people only go for 2 or 3 minutes. YouTube people sometimes often have short attention spans. So 10-minute openings, me and John are going to make this, it's going to be more of a high level debate. Like not as high level as like I was listening to Trent Horn and Jay Dyer. We're not at that level. But we're also not at the level of like dinosaurs built the pyramid level. But I could do that too. John Mosman. I'm going to put his channel in the YouTube chat since we're going to be reviewing his video. You guys can go check out his channel. You know, the more I learn about Christian anarchy, well, I'll say this. In this video we're about to watch, the guy that John is interviewing, they almost like start debating at one point. I think John's got it, the idea. He should write a book about it, because I think he's got it better than this guy's has it. And this guy's written books about it and stuff. I think John has a better explanation of Christian anarchy than this other guy does. But I think they're both wrong. But as I've been researching and looking into it, a lot of stuff does make sense. Like Jesus and the disciples were kind of like Christian anarchists. They were almost like Christian communists. It sounds crazy to say, but you have to disconnect the words as we understand them. Anarchy, communism, what we've seen from anarchists and what we've seen from communists. Disconnect those things and just go off the ideas of what these things mean, and then add Christian to it. It kind of makes sense. I'm not going to convert to a Christian anarchist, but I can see where they're coming from, and it makes sense. I understand it. But the problem is, that's still a Christian political philosophy. So you are putting politics into Christianity, or Christianity into politics, or you're putting them together because you have to. Your politics should be informed by your theology, your worldview, your faith, your theology, your ideologies are going to inform everything in your life. And so that's what I'm going to be arguing in the debate. I don't get the point in debating friends. Wouldn't your platform be better to debate adversaries? I debate people I disagree with. I don't care if they're my friends or my enemies. And I don't really. Me and John were beefing for like 6 months. This actually kind of squashed the beef. Like, we were kind of going back and forth in YouTube chats. He wasn't coming to the channel. He would call me out. I would call him out. People are messaging me saying, "What's up with you and John? Why is he's talking shit about you?" And I was like, "Okay, well, I'm going to talk some shit about him." And and we were kind of beefing for a minute, but then this debate has kind of squashed the beef, kind of, maybe, I guess. I don't think I don't really care about any beef stuff, but we were kind of like gone our separate ways for a while there. And now, because of the debate, he's come on the panels recently a couple times, and yeah. But also, I agree, Jalen. Camera, come on, camera. I also agree. I would like to debate people that some lefties and some people that I just absolutely disagree with. That would be better. Instead of just having, but what I know most about is theology, but specifically Christian theology. So I kind of like debating with other Christians about things we disagree with. Well, you have more beef than a Wendy's restaurant. Stupid. This guy's name's Cody Cook. This video goes for 2.5 hours. We're not going to listen to the open panel afterwards. We're just going to listen to the... He's an Anabaptist, which Anabaptist, I believe, is Midianites, Amish. But this guy doesn't look Amish or like a Midianite. So let me... And it's almost like, when I listen to this, it's almost like just libertarian. You're just a more extreme libertarian. Because you'll hear Anabaptists are a group of Christians who trace their origins to the radical Reformation of the 16th century. They are known for their belief in adult baptism, also called believer's baptism. I mean, I think I agree with that too. Although there is some scriptural evidence of infant baptism, but I think it's only like one verse. To me, it's more of a... Anyway, we're not going to get into all that, but... and the separation of church and state. And we'll get into this. There's one part where I gotta call this out. Something that he says. But just gave me a subtle compliment. I'll do the Discord later tonight. So right now we're gonna watch this, and I gotta take some notes. Exodus. And I'll say all these verses so that all right, let me pull this up and then play this. while I do my notes, we'll listen to this and I'll jump in every now and then. So Cody Cook is the guy's name. He's written some books on Christian anarchy. All right, let's play this. Cody Cook and John Mosman.
One for me because I have been wanting to talk with this gentleman for a very long time.
My kingdom is not of this world. If my kingdom were of this world, my servants would have been fighting, that I might not be delivered over to the Jews. But my kingdom is not from the world. That's fine. But he does have a kingdom. There's even a political system in heaven. There's a hierarchical political philosophy in heaven. We'll probably get into that in the debate, but heaven's got gates. Heaven's got roads. heaven's got there's angels who are war angels, warriors like Michael. There's defenses. There's a hierarchy of the Father, the Son, the angels, and the saints, or the saints and the angels. I don't know how that order goes. Wait, John is talking. I might just go to sleep. He's so boring. Shut up. Get to work, Slager. I called out. My neck is screwed up. Seriously, my neck is screwed up. I'm getting paid. I'm getting paid anyway. Tell me in chat if Easy gets done doing the TikTok stuff and does a panel, we'll go on there. But first, we need to watch this.
You know, for those who've been following me, you guys would probably know that I kind of stumbled into Christian anarchism, and not as a way of trying to like be, kind of like a unruly and kind of like, punk rock person, but
I'm an anarchist,
because I
bruh.
was looking for relief from something that was really affecting me, and I found that there's a freedom in Christ that we have, and that freedom is not just in the declaration of who he is and what he's done for us on the cross, but how that extends to how we think and feel and how we live in this life, and the freedom that that gives us. So my guest tonight is Cody Cook. He is
to write these upside
author.
down.
He's a theologian who received his BA in biblical. Sorry, my brain's not working today. Biblical and theological studies from God's Bible School and College in Cincinnati, Ohio. And thanks for being here and joining me for this. And hopefully we will have a good conversation here, Cody.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll do everything I can to try to make that happen. Thanks for having me. I really appreciate it.
So I want to kind of set off with a story that how I found you. So I was going through my Audible because I probably, to be honest with you, especially with how bad movies are these days and a lot of TV shows,
This is like introductory really time.
Real friend. so, and of course, the great thing about Audible now is they're doing a lot of podcasts on there. And I found you on a podcast that was, I think it was called The Fourth Way. Does that sound right?
Yeah, I've been on there a couple times.
Yeah, and so I heard the conversation between the two of you. And I said, well, this is interesting. And then I got one of your books. And by the way, the guy that you got to narrate or whoever chose the narration to do
it doesn't
for the end.
It doesn't take any. All I do is sit here. Plus, I can sit here and I took some ibuprofens and I can sit here and drink beer. And beer makes body pain go away.
Anabaptist book was really good. I think he's a really good narrator.
He
And
was.
I listen to a lot of audiobooks, so
Yeah, he was great. And actually, he I don't know if you're familiar with Dr. Michael Heiser, but passed away not long ago. But he's done
Yes.
great theologian. He did most of his books, which I
Gotcha.
thought was
Okay.
really cool.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
And so I read some of these books and I went through them, and then I said, "Wow, this is an interesting perspective." And I found that you had a very good, like logical and also very scriptural thing. One of the things that first really hit me, what was in that podcast, you were talking about the importance, if you're going to espouse anything, of Christianity, of the scripture being like the paramount, right? Like the framework and the foundation of all things. Because if it's not, then you get people who come into things, and whether it be on the anarchist side or whether it be coming on the nationalist side, where they add things to that title of Christian, which don't really go well with the biblical.
But you add anarchy to it. So you can't be a Christian nationalist, but you can be a Christian anarchist.
Message that we're given. So I liked the fact that you said, hey, in order for us to do anything, we have to have a really strong, rooted understanding of the Word of God, and that has to be kind of a solo thought. And you're one of the first people that I've actually heard say that, like off the bat, like, hey, this is the first step. And I just kind of,
who doesn't say that?
Point.
Yeah, so I think in that conversation, I think one thing I was trying.
Also, and I've told John this 1,000 times because he always asks me this. He always asks me, "Do you consider yourself a Christian nationalist?" And I always tell him, "No, I don't. I don't ever call myself a Christian nationalist. I have said before, I'm a bit of a nationalist, but I'm a Christian first and foremost. And honestly, if America became a communist nation, then I would not be a nationalist anymore. I would have problems with my country, and I would either leave, I would either run, hide, or fight. If they started going around killing Christians and we had a communist country, if America turned into North Korea, my Christianity would still be there. My nationalism would be gone. I love America because it's my home, it's where I live, but I can move. Now, I'm not a big fan of white flight. I think that, if we see a lot of that all over the world, I think instead of letting the demographic completely change and we lose our country to a bunch of commies and Sharia law and all this other mess, instead we should nip it in the bud and stop that before it happens. We should be fighting back from that early to not let that happen. Now, we haven't been doing that for the past 60 years, so it may be too little too late. We may lose America. And if we lose America, then I'm not going to be a nationalist. I'm a nationalist in the sense that, I think a country there should be homogeneity in culture and ideologies. The people need to be of the same mind, doing the same cultural practices, same religious beliefs. And other countries can do it the way they want to. Different nation states can do things different ways, but the people within those nation states need to have a uniform worldview. And John Fangirl's bit. Well, no, at one point in this, John's giving, I would say, as an interviewer, he gives a little too much pushback. Maybe just right, because it doesn't go for too long. But at one point, they almost get into a debate. What was I saying? So I am a nationalist in the sense that nations should be united with the same worldview, homogeneity and culture and all these things, like I said. But we should stop, what's the word I'm looking for? Our nation from being co-opted with another nation, or if they have conflicting worldviews with ours, basically immigration. You don't let a bunch of people in from all over the world who don't assimilate, because you lose the cohesive nature of your culture. And when that happens, you no longer have a nation. So I would rather we stop that before it happens. And then in that sense, I could be a nationalist. But if our nation falls, if America falls to communism and atheism and or like Islamism, whatever, then I don't care about the country. I still care about my Christianity first and foremost. So I could either run, hide, or fight. I have those three options. I don't have to participate in the government, but if not participating in the government and doing what Christianity tells me to do equals I get my head cut off, I might have to fight back against that. I might have to run somewhere else. I might have to just hide in my house and do everything secretly. But if I'm doing everything secretly as a Christian, I'm not fulfilling the Great Commission. I'm not doing my job as a Christian. So, or maybe I just go against the government and I get my head cut off and then I die a martyr. All those choices are valid. And none of those choices mean going along with the nation and the government just because. So I respect the government. If the government becomes a communist, atheist government, I still have respect for the government, but I don't need to take part in it. I can leave. Or if the laws are unjust, I fight against them. You don't run and you don't hide. Thank you, Jalen. That's right. I fight. I'm a fighter. I'm not a runner. I'm just saying we could run, but I'm not a runner. Well, at one time in my life I was, but since you hate doctors, at least go to a chiropractor. No, chiropractors are a scam, dude. Back doctors are the worst doctors. They're just making stuff up. A chiropractor is like a psychologist. Once you go one time, you have to keep going because they're going to pop your back in all these ways where it's going to feel real good for a week. And then all that stuff's going to settle and it's going to be even worse than it was before. Now I got to go to the chiropractor again. No, I don't believe in chiropractors. Don't worry about that, Jalen.
Trying to address is the fact that there's a lot of folks in that sort of Christian anarchist space, maybe starting with Leo Tolstoy, who I think reached their conclusion. Maybe what it was, maybe they looked at scripture or something and they saw something that they really liked about nonviolence or Christian anarchism, something like that. Yeah. And then they sort of decided that that was the most important thing. So if there's any passages in scripture that nuance that in any way or suggest some kind of a change over time, whereas like, you had a theocracy in the Old Testament, but you don't in the New Testament. And so people sort of say, well, if the main thing is Christian anarchism, then any passage in scripture that seems to in any way mitigate that or nuance that, we're going to get rid of that. Right. So it's no longer Jesus or scripture that's the center. It's this other principle. And you see that with like all kinds of things. I think there's this kind of big movement within sort of Christian nationalist circles, the kind of pro-natalist stuff. Yeah. And for a while,
pro-natalist means make babies, supporting making babies, not supporting anarchy, wanting to make, not supporting abortion, wanting to make abortion illegal, not supporting transgender families and gay families and all this other stuff. That's pro-natalist. They get into this thing about the nuclear family. And they hit some pretty good points there. And John makes some good some good points there that I agree with. But this pro-natalist idea, he says the pro-natalist idea has made its way. What am I thinking the wrong thing? What is pro-natalist? It means make more babies, right? How is that not a Christian principle? Be fruitful and multiply. A man who finds a wife finds a good thing. Like, how is that? Unless I'm getting pro-natalist wrong. Maybe it's a more of a nationalism thing. Yeah, pronatalism is an ideology that promotes and encourages childbearing. Yeah, how did that doesn't sneak its way into Christianity? That is a founding principle of Christianity. Now, to be fair, as Paul says, you know, you don't have to find a wife. Um, and I agree with that. Jesus never had a wife. And this is where if like John were to ask me, well, how come Jesus didn't run for government, didn't get involved in politics? Does that means if you're a follower of Christ, you shouldn't run for politics or get involved in politics? I would argue and say he didn't run for government, but he did get involved in politics when he flipped over the money changers tables, when he called out the Pharisees, who were the leaders at that time, when he called them hypocrites. And all of Matthew 23, he's calling out essentially the politicians, the leaders, the rulers, the priests. He's calling out all of the hierarchical authority. And he's saying, you're doing this wrong. You're doing this wrong. That's the same as in America, we have the right to petition the government. That's the people calling out the authorities and saying, this needs to change. We don't like this. That's Christians getting involved in politics. That's Jesus getting involved in politics. But if he says, Jesus never ran for government, so why should Christians run for government? I would say, well, Jesus never had children, so why should Christians have children? Jesus never got married, so why should Christians get married? The problem is 99.9% of men are going to burn with lust. And if you're going to burn with lust, it's better that you find a wife and then you make children. You be fruitful and multiply. Because man shouldn't be alone. But some men can handle being alone. Most men can't. I'm pro-natalist. Oh man, Jalen, my mom's boss is gay. I don't want to. Well, nobody's gonna see this, but she's telling me my mom's boss is gay, and him and his husband want kids, so they each want a child. So they each donated their sperm, and they each picked an egg, and now they're going through the process of basically trying until they get the perfect child. And I was like, yeah, that's pick a baby. They're playing pick a baby. And I told my mom, I was like, do you realize how many fertilized eggs are being destroyed in that process? And she's like, yeah, I know. And I was like, it's worse than abortion. It's now there's good arguments to be made for IVF. But I'm against it because it's worse than abortion. It's like abortion, you kill one baby. In the process of making one baby through IVF, you kill 6 to 10 babies. No, she's not retired. She's talking about it. She might get retired soon. She got money. Plus, we love grandma, but grandma's not doing so hot. And there's going to be a bit of a, what is it called? A windfall? Or is it a windfall where you get a large chunk of money in your life? I think it's called a windfall, but grandma's not doing so hot. And when grandma passes, I'm just saying, she's very stingy with her money, and she's been working. She worked her whole life as a nurse. She got some insurance. I'm just saying. So mom's gonna be set over the next 5 years and stuff. Plus, my dad passed away. My grandpa just passed away last year. So I debated someone who said an egg in a sentence. I need prayer. I don't get it. An egg?
They were like real big on like dogging on single people and like, well, you should get married. Like marriage is
Yeah.
important, and it's
And they still are to this point.
Right.
Let's be honest.
Yeah, yeah. Well, and so, but it's like, yeah, so marriage is good and holy, but like what they sort of did was on any of these passages where Paul said, well, actually, there's benefits to not being married, and it's fine to be single, and you have
Right.
something to contribute to the church. They're like, well,
That's not quite what he said. He said if you're going to burn with lust, then it's better you get married so that you two can burn together with lust for each other, and then you can make children. But if you're able to refrain from that, then it's better that you stay single. So basically, Paul's saying there's two options here. If you're the type of guy that needs sex, get married. And that's 99.9% of men. If you're one of the rare kind who can have peace without sex, and I hate when these red pill people, a lot of red people will say that sex is a need for men, that men need sex. No, you don't. They want it. You can live your whole life without ever having sex. I'd say you would probably have a more righteous, more peaceful life if you lived your whole life without ever having to deal with a woman, without ever having sex is this is going to trigger some people, but sex was a curse from sin. The beast with two backs, like that's why marriage was instituted. That's why God gave us a way to make it not a sinful act. The marriage bed is not defiled, because if you're married, you become one flesh. So then it's not. But if you're running around having sex with everybody and their mama, and any of Christians who will justify polygamy, I have it right here in front of me because it's in one of these verses that I'm going to bring up in the debate. Deuteronomy 17:17 is talking about how you appoint a king, what Israel should do to find righteous men to lead, because righteous men lead to prosperity for the kingdom. Wicked men lead to the people groaning. They lead to destruction if they become rulers. So this is rules for how Israel should appoint righteous, God-fearing men to lead them. And in verse 17, it's talking about the kings that you choose. Neither shall he multiply wives to himself, and his heart shall not turn away. Neither shall he greatly multiply to himself silver and gold. So if they're all about making money and having a bunch of wives, a king should not do that. So when Solomon does that, it leads to his downfall. When David commits adultery and essentially polygamy because he already has a wife, she already has a husband, and he ends up marrying Bathsheba, making him have multiple wives. He's multiplied wives unto himself. What happens to David for that? He gets hunted down and he has to go hide in the wilderness for 3 months, and his firstborn child gets killed by God. So polygamy is not a good thing. It's not something that we should do, and it is in the Bible that we should not do that. And anybody who tells you otherwise, they're just coping. They're trying to find a way to say, oh, well, God's okay with me having multiple wives, so I'll have multiple wives. No, shut up. You're an idiot.
Forget that. And it's like, well, hold on here. You guys aren't starting with scripture. You've reached your conclusion. You find
Trump is not a polygamist, but Trump has done wicked things in his life, just like David. David was a man after God's own heart. David did something wicked and he got punished for it. I don't know why you think that I think that Trump is like Jesus part 2. Like, nobody thinks that. Maybe some crazy MAGA people do think that and they actually worship him. But I don't. I can support a leader who's the best choice of the leaders without worshiping him and without thinking he's perfect. Nobody thinks Trump is perfect.
something in scripture that you
Right.
like, and you've taken all the nuance away from it. And so my argument, and so here's the other danger, is that if you if you're trying to make a case that something is biblical or something is Christian, and you start by saying, I don't accept all of Scripture as inspired,
Yeah.
you really lost, I think, your credibility. And so anybody who he sees you making a case for Christian anarchism, and then hears you say, well, I don't think all Scripture is inspired, well, they're not going to listen to you if that's important.
Right.
To them. If being rooted in Scripture is important to them,
Dang it.
they're
Well,
just going to assume that your position's bogus.
especially if you have the belief that I think you do, and that a lot of people that I think, because obviously, like, I think a lot of things that affected Tolstoy, from my research and study and reading of him, is one, he saw that, and this was primarily within the Christian Orthodox circles in Russia, but he saw that there was the words of the Bible that said one thing about how we should be acting towards people, especially those who are impoverished, and he saw an inconsistency there, right? And so therefore, I think he kind of said, well, what good is the religion if it doesn't bring about the things
I lost that page.
that
Whoops.
the Scripture tells us we should desire? So not all. So I think, and to me, it's kind of like the feeling I have towards a lot of people, what we call, like, on the left side of the spectrum of politics, where they're really good at telling you what the problem is, but they're not really good at giving you a solution, right? And so I feel like if you go back, so and unfortunately, where he was living at, you didn't have probably a lot of churches that were like in America, where you had the Anabaptist, or you had New Reformed, or you had all choices towards different communities that you could be a part of, right? And so I think, and that's why it's interesting to me when you see a lot of the early people that came out, that kind of started in anarchism. They came out of Russia, and a lot of them came out of that idea of being like this, like, kind of idea of, well, we have this culture, quote unquote, of being Christian, but it's not producing the fruit of being Christian. And I think that's probably something that he saw. But I guess to start this off, I would say, what do you think is Christianity, and then what you think anarchism is, and how those two relate? Because a lot of people, like I said, would say that's they're counterintuitive, or they're that's a
Oxymoron.
hypocritical thing to say, or that it's an
Contradiction.
oxymoron kind of thing. Yeah.
There you got it.
Yeah. So defining Christianity, I think, is sometimes tougher than you think it might be. And I might start by saying that you didn't ask me, how do I know if someone is saved? And that's a different question. So I want to distinguish those two things. So when we're defining Christianity, we're saying, what does it mean to be part of this tradition? What are its ideals? What are its values? What are its practices?
Just means follower of Christ, dude.
And so, if we're starting with, ideals, beliefs, things like that, there's a couple of ancient creeds that are affirmed by pretty much all Christians everywhere, and they give us a pretty good start.
Some people make things way more complicated than they have to be. What is Christian? A follower of Christ. It's that simple. That's how I would answer that question.
Apostles' Creed, the Nicene Creed, and they teach things like God created everything. Jesus is fully God and fully man. Jesus died for our sins, was resurrected. There'll be a final judgment, stuff like that. And so those things become, I think, kind of very central in terms of what we, how we define Christianity.
That's just doctrines and dogmas, which is interesting because Leo Tolstoy was against dogmas. So he just, what is a Christian? And he lists off a bunch of things Christians believe. But not all Christians believe that. So he's just making a list of dogmas and doctrines. That's like saying, what is water? Well, water is wet. Water makes you not thirsty. Water is something you could swim in. Water is what comes from the sky when it rains. None of those are definitions of water.
Christianity. Now, we could also talk about practices. And so maybe that some people would say, well, practices could be like sacraments, right? Lord's Supper and baptism. But it is worth noting that there are groups like the Quakers who believe more or less the creedal stuff, but they don't necessarily.
You're not answering the question. You're telling us a bunch of doctrines and dogmas that some Christians believe and some don't. And this group believes this and this group believes that. What's a Christian?
Practice the sacraments because they decided that
Well, maybe he said, what is Christianity? Christianity would be the practice of following Christ.
normality was getting in the way of a sincere faith in God. And so I think they're wrong about that, but I'd be uncomfortable saying that they aren't Christians because they don't keep the sacraments.
Right. And for me, I'm not looking at making a broad categorization about who's judged or who's not or who has salvation. I'm saying I look at this because, to me, when we're looking at Christian anarchism, a lot of people are going to espouse that there are elements that are within Christianity that are counterintuitive to what they perceive anarchism to be about, right? Well, and I think that's an important establishing point.
Yeah, and that's where I maybe would say another part of maybe defining Christianity could be looking at maybe ethical practices. And I think that can get a little messy once we get down to the details. But like, a Christian essentially is somebody who tries to follow Christ and imitates him as their ethical standard. So I'd like to think that God is patient with our missteps, that maybe I don't always get it right, and so there's grace there. But I think we can also have some really meaningful conversations across traditions and denominations where we're exhorting each other to do better in our imitation of Christ. And there's a sense in which maybe Christian ethics could be defined more.
Proverbs 14. It's about wise and foolish people, but it talks about kings. Every wise woman buildeth her house, the foolish plucketh it down with her hands. He that walketh in uprightness feareth the Lord, but he that is perverse in his ways despiseth him. He that oppresseth the poor reproacheth the maker, but he that honoreth him hath mercy on the poor. See, that's how a ruler should be. The wicked is driven away in his wickedness, but the righteous hath hope in his death. Wisdom resteth in the heart of him that hath understanding, but that which is in the midst of fools is made known. And then these are the verses that I'm pointing to. Righteousness exalteth a nation, but sin is a reproach to any people. The king's favor is toward a wise servant, but his wrath is against him that causeth shame. So it's in Proverbs talking about how a wise king should act. And if you're in a nation where you have the ability to vote, or you have the ability the people have the ability to affect who's in charge, then it would be part of God's plan that we do so to make sure that a righteous king is in place.
Is aspirational than like a bare minimum. Like if you're not doing this, you're damned. It's more like, here's kind of what we're aiming toward, right?
Right, an ideal type of idea.
Yeah. Right. And I think once we start looking at that, the imitation of Christ, that opens up a lot of questions as far as political allegiance, as far as violence.
Right.
And so, more often than not, I think there's a sort of tradition of just saying, well, they fit together. I don't know exactly how. I can't really make a good biblical argument for it, but they fit together. You can be a citizen, a patriot, and a Christian at the same time. And there's no potential conflict there. Like, well, maybe there's some potential conflict, but normally it's not going to be a problem.
And that's what I always say is, because I'm actually, this Saturday I've got a debate coming up about politics and Christianity. And one of the things that I'm going to make sure I hit on is this notion of there's nothing that forbids you as an individual to be political in whatever which way you want to be political. However, there's going to be a time where if you espouse to be a Christian, right? And we see this with liberal Christian denominations now, where the liberal theology aspect is more important than the biblical standard or the biblical word. And again, are there things to be always discussed?
Yes, there's nothing that condemns me from getting involved in politics or thinking about a political philosophy. But are there things that encourage me to do so? Yes. And this is where the rubber's going to meet the road. When John talks about political, and we'll see this later, this is a common thing with anarchists. They just are mad at authorities. They're just mad because there's been some bad authorities. But that's not all politics is. There's political philosophy, which are ideas for how we should structure nations, states, cities, families, people. And that's what I'm going to try to bear down on. And it may just become a semantic thing. I'm going to say his definition is too narrow. He's going to say my definition is too broad. But there's other things he says in his opening that Christians shouldn't take part in worldly institutions, and I'm going to hit him on that. I'm going to get him on that one. Watch.
Maybe nuances to understand. Of course there is, but I do believe that a lot of times what we see is that a lot of people, and I think when you get into these ethics, because I see this a lot with the what I call the ortho boys or the ortho bros, or like, you know, they kind of and they're kind of arguing.
You know, the ortho bros thing is not actually an insult. That was there was an Orthodox what do they call a bishop, or that came from like one of the leaders in the Orthodox Church at the time. He said ortho bros. He called Orthodox ortho bros, and then at first that was like, it was a good thing. It was like you know, they were like, yeah, we're the ortho bros, and that wasn't like an insult. Now people use it like an insult. Romans 13, 1-7. Yep, I already got that wrote down. They're going to talk about that here too, and it's another reason I'm playing it, because that is, New Testament wise, that is one of the important things. And he's going to say something very condescending. This other guy, he says a couple condescending things. I'll point them out. I can't stand when people think they're smarter than everybody else, because I'm smarter than everybody else. No, I'm kidding. What's up, that bip? But yeah, we got Romans. I already have my opening written, but I have a lot of scripture in my opening, so I'm going through my Bible and making notes. That way, when we get into the debate, I don't have to be flipping around. I can just jump to whatever part we want to talk about. And Romans 1:13 is in there.
Doing this idea of an ethical system that says that we should, at the very minimum, espouse this. And I'm going, wait a minute. If you're really reading the Word of God the way I've been reading the Word of God, it's not, these things aren't like these are the minimum requirements of being part of Jesus's club. What he's saying is, I'm challenging you if this is what you think, and this is how I feel. And I think the perfect example of that, and I've heard people say, Matthew is such a great example of the different types of things that Jesus really does to like put it on an individual level, where you could probably see some of that.
Wasn't Matthew a tax collector? Which one? I believe Luke was like a lawyer. Matthew and Paul were both tax collectors. That's individual Christians involved in government, involved in politics. Tax collecting is economics. That's a political thing. Being a lawyer, that's political. Justice, mercy. If you mention anything about justice and mercy, that's political. Justice and mercy are how we righteously judge people, how authorities should righteously judge people. Condemnation is God's, but justice may be cutting somebody's head off. Justice may be wiping out a whole nation. Mercy may be you did something wrong, but we see that, you know, you made a mistake. We're going to give you mercy here. These are political. This is political philosophy. That's politics.
Anarchical aspects, right? But when he's talking to the guy about the Samaritan, right, and the guy's like, well, what, you know, he's done everything he needs to do as a Jew, and Jesus says, yeah, you have. And then in his parable, he's showing the priest and the guy that's like the faithful guy that goes to synagogue every Saturday, that they that they're not necessarily being malicious by passing that guy up, but they aren't also acting in full love as they could.
Yeah.
And that Jesus is saying, look, there is my Father's law, and he's constantly telling the Pharisees, but if you knew his law, you knew his first commandment was to love, right? Like, and so I think that this is kind of the thing for us to say, yeah, of course we would all agree on the Christian, hopefully all Christians would agree in the dangers of pornography, in the dangers of things that would cause your soul to have havoc. But at the same time, it's like, is this a call towards what we should minimize, look for the minimum for, or what we should as individuals aspire to? And I think there's something within Christian anarchism that offers that, because to me, I feel like there's more accountability as an individual when you engage in that kind of idea of, hey, I as an individual do have a responsibility to bring Christian love and charity and all these things, and not just rely on a political party to do it for me.
There's that, yeah, and I think, you know, part of what I think maybe you're getting at there, and maybe you're not familiar with these terms, maybe you are, but there's this kind of debate about a sort of a bounded versus centered set church. And so part of the argument that sort of comes into there is that people who were arguing for a centered set sort of say, well, Christ is in the center. The idea is that we're supposed to be moving toward that, right? And so whereas a church that sort of says, here's the bounds, here's the circle, you're either in it or you're out of it based on your behavior. And you know, there's I think a way to go too far in the centered set, because I think churches are supposed to be holding their members accountable, right? So you have to sort of understand when somebody has maybe crossed a line. Okay, you're committing adultery.
That would be politics. If Christian congregations are holding each other accountable and they're making moral ought claims about how we should act as a congregation, that's a political concept. That's how we organize and structure societies. In Islam, they say, you know, we make the women wear the burqa, we throw the gay people off the rooftops. That's a political philosophy tied to their theological worldview. When we say in our churches, Christians ought to do this, Christians ought to do that, we ought to act in this way, that's political philosophy inspired by our theology. Political philosophy is just ideas of how people in society ought act to have a cohesive society.
Right. And so sometimes those lines can be helpful. But I think, especially when we're talking about an issue like how do I know who's saved? Like, that's not really, you know, we can speculate, we can look at the fruit, but it's really not our decision. But what we're always trying to do is call people toward that center, wherever they are. It's the idea of repentance, metanoia. You turn around, and so you're wherever you're going this way, turn around and come this way, and you know, hopefully you can get, you know, to the center sort of quickly.
Yeah.
But, you know, we're away,
And I don't think he does. I don't think he's trying to use shame, which is one of the things that I think you see a lot in very conservative Christian circles.
They're going to disagree here, and I've disagreed with John about this. John has a big problem with shame, and I think he's wrong. It talks about shame in the New Testament constantly. A lot of times in the New Testament, it talks about this will be for their shame. We will shame them. Like, yeah.
Circles, especially in the nationalist flavor of this idea of, in order to make society better, we're going to have to shame people or threaten them with some type of law to make them behave. And I have found that
you're not threatening anybody with a law. You're threatening people with a punishment for breaking a law.
If you believe in any type of
and it works,
sin, that
not 100%, but it works.
The nature of sin cannot be combated with a law. It has to be combated with the mercy and love of Jesus and him showing us it.
How do you have mercy without law? What's the opposite of mercy? Justice. What are both? Judgments. Judgments for what? For breaking the law. You show mercy to someone who breaks the law. If there were no law, there could be no mercy. If there were no law, there could be no justice.
In our own individual life, that what his example meant and what he died for, and that he's the one that does that. And I think that becomes a problem to a lot of people, is they now associate that kind of shaming with Christianity, which I think does more harm to us as Christians as advocating Christ than, say, other ways.
I think it can. I mean, I'm a little more circumspect maybe about shame, in the sense that, like, if you look at the early church, you look at Paul's letters. So the way that the world, the secular world, handled ethical issues or whatever was often through violence, right? The state punishes, they kill, they flog, torture, whatever, and the church doesn't pick up weapons. They don't use the sword, they don't use whips. And so how do you sort of keep people um kind of meeting their obligations to the community in a non-violent situation? And so what you see, I think, and I think you can call it shaming, but it also was within a context of, I think, the church being sort of a family, and you're always trying to call people back in. But like, so for example, Paul talks about the man who's having sex with his stepmother, right? And he says, don't eat with him. Right. And so there's this idea that the fellowship that everybody who's sort of part of the community.
See, on this point, I agree with this guy more than John, because he's right. It talks about shame all throughout the Bible, that we should shame people who are wrongdoers. Like, there's no problem with that. You don't just give them a pat on the back and say, "Good job, sinner." When Jesus tells the woman, the adulterous woman, go and sin no more, he is shaming her. He's saying, you sinned, I'm going to show you mercy, but stop sinning. He's shaming her. He's saying, you're a sinner. You don't deserve to die. You deserve mercy, but you need to stop sinning. He's shaming her.
Community has access to, because of this person's behavior, we exclude, but the ultimate goal is to bring him back,
right?
And so I think
that's so stupid, Jalen. Also, the word translated into English is not "thou shalt not kill," it's "thou shalt not murder." And kill and murder are two different words. The word used there is murder. Thou shalt not murder. God commands Israel to kill hundreds of thousands of people. So it doesn't say thou shalt not kill. It says thou shalt not murder. And as far as spiders and ants, you're a retard.
there can be a little bit of room for
but I think it's more of a kind of an understanding of, hey, look, this is something you were not intended to be like. This is not, and I think Jesus makes that point, that, and also people like authors like Dietrich Bonhoeffer, who say, we have a costly grace. So there is something to be understood, that what are you saying when you completely associate from your family and say, hey,
where are the Beatitudes? The Beatitudes are Matthew 7. Because John loves the Beatitudes, so I'm going to actually bring them up. I bring them up in my opening, and I just drop a little tidbit because I know his ears are going to perk up when he hears me mention the Beatitudes. And then he's going to ask me, in what way do the Beatitudes support politics or talk about politics? I got that for you, buddy. I got it. But I need to find them real quick, because there's not all of them, but there are two, I think, 2 or 3. I think it's Matthew 7. I'm just going to look it up. I forget. I have it in my notes somewhere in my files. Actually, well, it'd be quicker just to type it. The Beatitudes, 5. I knew it was 5 or 7. It's 5. Okay. Okay. Matthew 5, 3 through 12. Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. That talks about a kingdom. Heaven's a kingdom. And there's politics in heaven. There's a way to enter into the kingdom. There's a way that societies, groups of people, Christians, ought act in order to receive the kingdom. And it's here in the Beatitudes. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy. How do you be merciful if there's no laws? Laws are political. Mercy is political. It's what we do to the wrongdoer. We show them mercy, or we give them justice. And Jesus talks about that again in Matthew 23, which I'm going to pull up here in a second, or go to here in a second. But first I need to get these Beatitudes. Beatitudes. Okay, so this is Christian empires. I didn't have time to do a research on the whole history of the world of Christian empires. We talked about it a little on Monday, but mainly I'm just going to focus on the Byzantine Empire. Best Christian empire. So I have a lot of notes on the Byzantine Empire, but there are other examples of Christian kingdoms, Christian kings, Christian leaders, Christian rulers, and what happens in those places, how they prosper compared to other areas. But okay, sorry, I need to play this. They're talking about shame.
These things, and our family always call us in to challenge us, and
Yeah.
I think that's important. And obviously, Matthew 18 tells us to do that.
Yeah.
But it's more of an individual thing than it is a. But it's more of obviously Matthew 18 tells us to do that.
Matthew 18. We'll have to check that out. What did he just say about Matthew 18? Are we still talking about shame?
When you completely associate from your family and say, hey, these things, and our family always call us in to challenge us, and I think that's important. And obviously Matthew 18 tells us to do that.
Yeah.
But it's more of an individual thing than it is a collective thing, is what I would say.
Well, and there's I think the early Anabaptists, this group of people in the 16th century who kind of come out of the Radical Reformation, and they're practicing a lot of the early church stuff and the nonviolence, and they practice things like church discipline and shunning, of course, just like the early church, nonviolently.
Yeah.
And so, and you look at their confessions, and when they talk about discipline, church discipline and shunning and that kind of thing, they're always saying
he's got this big problem with like collectivism, and he focuses on individuality, which is where I think a lot of these ideas come from, which I do too. Like conservatism is about individuality. It's about working on yourself first, so then you can start a family and better your family, and then eventually you can better your community and your state and your nation. We don't hide our light under a bushel, we let it shine. He's going to mention the Great Commission. That's not an individual thing, so I'm going to have to pin down on that. It's not communism. It's not everybody, but we are brothers and sisters in Christ. We do have a collective of people. The body of Christ is the church. That's not an individual thing. It's kind of selfish.
This is for the purpose of healing.
Yeah.
We're not here to put people down. We're not
Yeah.
here to kind of discourage people to the point that they just leave. The idea is always that we're using it something as a tool to try to heal and bring people back. And they also
Right.
and they even go on to say, like, okay, if you've got a brother that we're in the church that we're shunning because of some behavioral issue, and he doesn't have food to eat, bring him food.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And so there's still like this idea of, like, you know, we love you,
Service.
and you're our
Yeah.
brother. But
Well, and there's also a great degree of freedom that the Anabaptists have. Like, what is it? What they call it, Romspring or whatever, with the Quakers, where they
the Amish
Yeah.
particularly, yeah.
Yeah, or the Amish do, yeah, where they allow you to like say, hey, okay, you're gonna see the world if you want.
What I wonder if John's so focused on individuality, how does he deal with service to others? If there's individuality, why do we even try to plant seeds? If it's just about the individual, just go be a hermit in the mountains somewhere. This is not a Christian idea to isolate yourself and not care about your brother and not care about the people in the world. Yes, Satan may have dominion over the world, but he doesn't have dominion over God's children. He does, and we're supposed to spread the message. We're supposed to serve. We're supposed to, feed the poor. These things, all these ideas, they're not individualist ideas. It's about building communities and spreading this theology. So what the heck? Question, I already read that.
Want to go experience the world, you're going to do all that, but at some point you're going to have to make a decision of saying, hey, sorry, I've got to fly, because whenever it's the summer and the heat, they just love to come inside. So
dude, my bathroom is filled with flies. There's a window that the sun hits and the bathroom gets so hot. So I keep the bathroom door closed. And every time I go into the bathroom, it's like the flies are multiplying. I killed 4 flies this morning. Then I went to bed. When I woke up and opened the door, there's like 15 flies in there. So I just keep the bathroom door closed. And every now and then I have to go like do a fly aside, a fly G side. I got to like murk all the flies.
But there's an idea there that hey, you're going to make this choice, and you're going to have to come to full fruition in that. And I think there's something to be said about that tradition of saying there's a great freedom, but there's also a responsibility with that freedom, and that this idea that somehow people would say that the only way to make sure that responsibility is held is by violence is something that I think is so counterintuitive to what the scripture tells us.
Yeah. Well, and maybe to kind of go back and try to answer your question, because I don't think I answered it fully on Christian anarchism. So we talked a little about what Christianity is, and we could talk a little bit about the anarchist tradition. We could talk about its etymology, that it's anarche, which means without rulers. The idea that there's not a special class of people. The superstition, essentially, that there's a special class of people who have a right to rule over other people and to treat other people differently than we're.
And here it is. He's going to talk about how when he was in school, his teachers had authority over him, and he didn't like that. And this is what it always comes down to, I think, with libertarians and anarchists. They just don't like the government, and they don't like the people who are in authority. Maybe it's jealousy. Maybe it's like some subliminal jealousy that they just don't like somebody being in charge. Maybe, I think that's what it is. Like, if you don't have the leadership traits to be a leader, to be a strong leader, you become jealous of the leaders, and you don't think that you should have to follow the leader. I don't want to follow the king. I don't want to do what the government says. I don't like it. Daddy was mean to me. I didn't want to listen to my father. And I think this is This is the opposite of Christianity. We submit to our leaders. We submit to God. We submit to his will. The wife submits to the husband. There's a lot of submittance in Christianity in this worldview. So this idea of, they don't deserve to have power. Who are you to decide that? God appoints the leaders. You submit. We submit. We're slaves to God, or we're slaves to Satan. We all have to submit to something. And this is where this anarchy and this libertarianism is where this libertarianism comes from. Is I think it's almost like a jealousy, like, well, I'm not in charge. I don't want to submit to any leadership. And I don't like it.
They're obligated to treat each other, right?
Right.
And so, anarchism has kind of meant opposition to the state in particular, and sometimes to authoritarian hierarchies in general. So like an anarcho-communism in particular would reject, kind of corporate structure and capitalism and stuff like that. And then you have, I think, kind of a shift into kind of a more center anarchism, not communist and not exactly anarcho-capitalist, but sort of right in the middle. So like a Lysander Spooner figure, 19th century abolitionist who wrote some great stuff, and including one of my favorites, "Vices Are Not Crimes." It's so readable, it's so easy. I've handed that out to a lot of people because I feel like the distinction he's making is a really important one. That just because not everything that's bad to do should be illegal to do, right?
Well, and that's where the Bible does tell us that not everything is prohibited, but not everything is permissive.
That's right.
Where it's good, you could do it, but it's not very good for you.
Yeah, I never connect that with Lysander Spooner, but I will now. So thank you. and so, but then you sort of move out of the center and more to the right, where you have like anarcho-capitalists, and I think part of what the anarcho-capitalists are saying is legitimate, which is, well, listen, once you get rid of coercion and violence against peaceful people, how can you stop people from owning private property or setting up private businesses? And so what you sort of see in that anarcho-capitalist side is usually this kind of libertarian principle known as the non-aggression principle. The non-aggression principle is basically just the idea that initiation of force is always wrong. It's always wrong if you're starting trouble.
I'm just kidding. Right. But non-aggression principle isn't totally gay. I just don't think it's something you should base your worldview around. But I would agree. So, like in VK, Easy had a topic: should anyone ever start a war? And I said no. Now, that doesn't mean that we shouldn't ever bomb somebody. And even if we bomb them first, bomb first. I got it tattooed on my leg. It's a Tupac quote, bomb first. If you ever been in a street fight, if anybody ever tells you, well, just don't throw the first punch. Don't ever throw the first punch. That's retarded. That's retarded. If you're in a street fight and somebody is aggressing to you, once they're in range where they can do damage to you and they're coming aggressively like they want it, throw the first punch. You need to stop them before they hurt you. Yes, you do bomb first. Yes, you do throw the first punch. But I would agree that that's not starting the fight. So if I'm at a bar and I got my girl with me, and I go to the bathroom and some guy starts hitting on my girl and she says, "No, I'm here with my boyfriend and he's not going to like this. Please leave me alone." And then as I'm walking back, I see him call her a bitch and spit in her face, and I walk up and rock him in the jaw. I didn't start that fight. I was the first one to aggress on them, but I didn't start the fight. He started the fight when he spit at my wife or my girlfriend and called her a bitch. I'm just finishing the fight. I'm using aggression to end this before it even gets started. Now, I might go to jail for that. Well, actually, he assaulted. I don't know how that would work out, because if you spit on her, he did assault her. But he didn't assault me. But I assaulted him first. But he started the fight. So if we bomb a country that's never bombed us, but that country is doing something that affects us, they're starting the war. we're just bombing first. We're just finishing it before it has a chance to get out of hand. So does that violate the non-aggression principle? Maybe. But is that the right thing to do? Yes. Well, they would say, what about turn the other cheek?
Self-defense, group self-defense, that kind of stuff is morally justifiable. So now, once we start looking at Christian anarchism, how do those two things fit together? I think at that point we're kind of seeing how different.
Bro, watching this guy reminds me of Jason. He's got the never mind, I'm gonna be nice.
Christian figures brought these ideas together. So
Yeah.
Leo Tolstoy, we mentioned, he wasn't really an Orthodox Christian, but he was really focused on the behavior stuff.
He was more of in the cultural stuff and the political and especially with the poverty stuff.
Yes.
And so
Well,
yeah.
And he, like a lot of kind of left Christian anarchists, he's very suspicious of doctrines and dogmas.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
And so I think he sort of ends up throwing away the baby with the bathwater on that.
Yes.
And then you have, sort of these Catholic anarchist figures like Dorothy Day and Ammon Hennessy. Jacques Ellul shows up, who's kind of more of a philosophical Christian anarchist. And one of my favorite guys, because he's very readable and he comes from more of an Anabaptist tradition, is a guy named Bernard Eller. And I've
heard you mention him in your books.
Yeah, he's great. And I think the key idea with Christian anarchism is that Christ alone is king and Christians owe their allegiance to him. So what a lot of sort of more secular anarchists would say is,
but that's a hierarchical political philosophy, what he just said.
No gods, no masters, right?
Remember, the commentary that I'm giving is not so much about why Christian anarchy is wrong. I'm doing commentary about the debate topic that me and John have. So I don't have to argue against Christian anarchy. I could concede that Christian anarchy is correct. But I'm arguing that Christian anarchy is a political philosophy. So your theological worldview of Christianity is tied to your political philosophy. The whole reason that they're Christian anarchists is because they believe that Christianity points toward this way of how people should be in societies. That's political philosophy. That's making Christianity, that's making Christianity political. And you can't help but do it. So just the fact that John is a Christian anarchist proves his whole position wrong.
Right.
And what a Christian anarchist would say is, well, no king but Christ.
Right.
And once again, he's my king. I have chosen to give allegiance to him. I'm not saying that I'm going to now force you to bow the knee to Jesus. That's between you and Jesus.
They have a problem with force.
Well, and I think a lot of times you get people like on the nationalist or the political right that will say, because they'll look at Christian anarchism and say, you guys, that's an oxymoron, because one of the mandates of God is he
submit to authority,
gives us authority figures. He says he gives us the government. He does these things, that they are priests. And then
John keeps bringing up stuff that he knows that I'm going to bring up in the debate to see how I told John before this thing, I said, we're going to review it on my channel when you have this interview with this guy, because he was excited for it. So I was excited for him. I was like, yeah, I hope you have a good interview with that guy. We're going to review it on my channel. So he knows that I'm going to watch this and talk about it. And he keeps saying things that he knows that I'm going to say to see how this guy responds. And so they can talk. So I'm glad he did this.
This is where we get into these things like Render Under Caesar, which you did an amazing book on, talking about what we should actually give to Caesar.
Yeah.
But I guess maybe you go into some of those things, because I think a lot of things are lost when people start thinking, when you say no king but Christ, that might mean that somehow we deny hierarchical authority. What I've said is that I don't deny hierarchical authority. I just believe that the truest authority is God himself.
Yeah.
And I acknowledge that humanity with its imperfect, sinful nature can make mistakes. And and again, God tells us, yes, I think there's a organic vocation that we can have. Like, obviously he gives fathers, dominion over their children, husbands dominion over their wives. He gives those things in a vocational standpoint. But what you see in the centralized authority, like you do in the Catholic Church, where there's a normative authority, they will say you have to have that normative authority in order to respect Christ as an authority. And I would like your response on that, or your thoughts on that.
Yeah. So, I mean, I do think that there's, I think, the sense that the early Christians, the apostles in particular, had that there is a need for some kind of what we might call governance. Now, sometimes people get in trouble because they sort of assume that that has to look a certain way, that that looks like democracy, or that looks like monarchy, or you know what I mean? And so, or even that it looks like the state in general, right? And so you can have, I think, systems of order in place that don't necessarily require a violation of the non-aggression principle, right? We can have it. We can develop systems together that put murderers in prison because they've already committed aggression, but not necessarily going after people who have a pot plant in their house, right? And so you don't have to necessarily be arguing for the state to be arguing for some kind of form of governance or structure or order. I think an insight that I think the early Christians make, and maybe Anabaptists made it a little.
Libertarians love legalizing pot.
A little bit more explicitly, is that the state is kind of how God is the means by which God has pagans police themselves, right? So the Christians sort of are saying, our kingdom is not of this world. Our king is Christ. Peter and Paul,
but you still have a king. There's still a kingdom to be had. There's still a king. There's still a hierarchy. There's still a patriarchy of the Father, of God. We still follow Christ. Like, it may not be, I mean, it is political, as in there is like a higher government. There is a hierarchy. There is an authority. There is a government. You could say, I don't like authority. I don't like authority. But you just said Christ is your king. And what does your king tell you to do? Do you follow what your king tells you to do? Okay, well, sounds like you're an authoritarian. You believe in authoritarianism. Welcome.
Jesus had promote this idea that, to not cast shame on the gospel, try to obey the laws, try to get along, suffer.
Seems like a political system. Seems like God, Christ, the scriptures lay out an optimal political system.
And, patiently what the state sort of puts on you. But ultimately.
But see, here it is again. They just have a problem with the state and with worldly authorities. But God appoints those worldly authorities. We get what we deserve. And if we act like a bunch of cowards and we don't get involved, we don't use our spiritual gifts to lead. If we're given the gift to lead, we ought to lead righteously and fear God. That will lead all of the people to prosper. And that's an ordinance from God.
They're not your king. You don't owe allegiance to Caesar, right?
Right, because a lot of Christians will fail to hear that last part of that sentence. They'll stop at render unto what Caesar's, what is Caesar's, and then they'll stop when he says, "But render everything that's to me, which is God's." And
okay, well, what about in the Justinian Empire where Jesus' face was on the coin? What about if you have righteous, God-fearing men who are controlling the empire and controlling the currency, and the church is in power, and the currency goes towards the church to do righteous things with it? That's a political system where you would render unto God what is God's. That's God's government. That's God's system. That's God's empire. God is in power over that empire. So when you pay your taxes, now you're rendering unto God what is God's. Jesus was printed on coins in the Justinian Empire. And in the iconoclast time, they said, well, you're making icons, like you're making engraven images and you're worshiping them. No, We don't worship the money. Their argument was the reason we use all these icons and all these statues and we put Jesus on the coins is because most of the people can't read. Most of the people are illiterate. They don't know how to read, so we make pictures so that they can understand the story through pictures and images. We keep these images in their head. You don't worship the image. You don't worship the engraven image. You worship, and this is, the iconoclast, they said, you guys are making too many statues. You're making too many paintings. You're putting murals on the ceilings of your churches and the domes and stuff. And this is violating one of the commandments about not making engraven images. But they said, yeah, but these people don't know how to read the scriptures. They're dumb as a box of rocks. It's for remembrance. It's not for worship. You don't worship the coin that Jesus is printed on. But if every time you looked at in your billfold and all your money had Jesus on it, then you realize, oh, Jesus is the king. Christ is king. That's where that comes from.
Right. And yeah,
and that is dominion that he has over everything, even over Caesar.
Yeah, and that's something we can maybe talk about. So, when there's this story of Jesus being this sort of attempt to trip up Jesus by I think it's the Herodians and the Pharisees. Is that right? The Herodians and the Pharisees.
It is.
And
Yep.
so they don't get along. These two different sort of groups of kind of Jewish power structures, but they work together to try to trip up Jesus. And they come to Jesus and they say, should we be, oh, you're so wise, you know everything you say is so good, should we be paying taxes to Caesar? And so what they're trying to do is they're trying to catch him. So if he says, yes, you should pay taxes to Caesar, well, now they've outed him as somebody who is who rejects Judean sovereignty, right? Because most Jews don't like the idea that Rome has come in and conquered them, and so this guy that they love saying, "Oh yeah, we should obey Caesar. Caesar's our king. Absolutely, pay taxes." That would really hurt him in their eyes, right? But if he says, "No, you don't pay taxes. Caesar doesn't deserve that," now they can arrest him, and so they feel like we've got him. Either way, he's either going to get arrested or he's going to lose all his followers, right? And so he says, "Bring me a coin." And they bring him a coin and he says, whose face is on it? And they say, well, it's Caesar's. And he says, well, render, which people don't know what render means. Give back.
Oh my
give
God,
back
that pissed
to
me
Caesar
off.
what belongs to.
When he said that, when I was listening the other night and he said that, it like triggered me. Do you think anybody who's been listening to 31 minutes of this conversation doesn't know what the word render means? People don't know what render means. Everybody knows what render means. Who doesn't know what render means? Render unto Caesar what's Caesar's. Give Caesar what's Caesar's. Nobody thinks he's talking about rendering fat to make a bar of soap from pig fat. Like, what? There's only one other use of the word render. Like, what? Most people don't know what render means. What are you talking about? That's delusions of grandeur. You think you're smarter than everybody because you wrote a book. Come on now. No, but I'm trying to be nice.
To Caesar. And give to God what belongs to God. Give back to God what belongs to God. So now what most people do when they hear this, traditionally, is they've said, oh, okay, well, that means that we are split right down the middle. And half of us belongs to God and half of us belongs to Caesar. And so, yeah, you go to church and your spiritual stuff, that belongs to God. But if Caesar tells you to pick up a sword or a machine gun or whatever, you just do what Caesar says, right? And so that's one reading, and that reading is wrong. And so here's the question then: what?
I don't like when people do that either. Like, oh, that's a way to interpret this, and that's wrong. Okay, well, I'm sure a lot of Eastern Orthodox are going to tell you that your interpretation is wrong. Catholics are going to tell you your interpretation is wrong. Some Protestants are going to tell you your interpretation is wrong. Like, to just say that's one reading, but that reading is wrong. Like, who are you to decide what's right and what's the wrong reading? And in a little bit, he says Paul was wrong. He says Paul says this, but Paul was wrong. Like what?
What belongs to God and what belongs to Caesar? Tertullian, early church father, he says, render the image of Caesar which is on the coin to Caesar, and the image of God which is imprinted on the person to God. You give to Caesar only money, but to God.
Why are we bringing up Tertullian? So Tertullian said exactly the same thing as Jesus said. Why don't we just keep referencing Jesus? Why do we got to go to Tertullian when all he did was basically quote what Jesus said?
God give yourself. Now he's caught on to something here. What is
I'm not
in the image of God? We are, right? And so if Jesus says, well, the image of Caesar is stamped on this coin,
Caesar is in the image of God
it
too.
belongs to him. You're using it with his permission. Oh, you're muted, by the way.
Oh yeah, what I mean, and that to me is if you choose to use it,
Right.
you accept the terms of that.
Right. Because
That's
it belongs to him. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So part of the answer to this question is if you use Bitcoin, then you don't have to worry about any of this. So yeah, so give to Caesar own. Okay, so and then Augustine, who I think often gets a lot of this stuff wrong when it comes to allegiance, he gets it too. He says we are God's money. We are like coins that have wandered away from the treasury. What was once stamped upon us has been worn down by our wandering, and the one who restamps his images upon us is the one who first formed us. He himself seeks his own coin, as Caesar sought his.
I don't like being
It is
patronized.
in this sense that he says, render to Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and to God the things that are God's. To Caesar his coins, but to God your very selves. Right. And as you mentioned, there's the third reading too here. What belongs to God? Everything.
But this is why in Matthew 23:23, Jesus is calling out all of Matthew 23. Jesus is calling out the Pharisees. Now the Pharisees were church leaders, not church, but I guess it would be what, synagogues. They were the religious leaders. They were the government leaders. They were the tax collectors, the high ups, the people with political power. And Jesus is calling them out, saying, you hypocrites, you Pharisees. And in Matthew 23:23, he says, you focus on the tithe, but you focus on the tithe, but you forget the more important part of the law, which is judgment, mercy, and faithfulness. And as I said earlier, so Jesus is saying the money is not what it's important, which that ties back to Deuteronomy. That ties back to Deuteronomy 17:12-20. The king should not multiply gold and silver unto himself. Jesus is saying, you Pharisees, you're focused more on the money, but you're ignoring the more important parts of the law, which are judgment, mercy, and faithfulness. Judgment and mercy presuppose law. Law is political philosophy. It's oughts for how we organize a society. That's politics. So if you have a law book, and you have laws, and you have leaders who enforce those laws and dole out judgment and mercy, that's political. That's politics in Christianity.
Psalm 24:1, the earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof, right?
Yeah.
And so if you're trying to sort of, what I think ends up happening with so many people here is they're sort of imagining this kind of bitheism where God, owns everything that's spiritual, and then there's this other God named Caesar, and he owns everything else. He owns the physical stuff. He owns the land and everything. And that's not Jesus's point, because if that were Jesus's point, then he hasn't escaped the dilemma at all.
Yeah.
He just said pay your taxes, of course. But that's not really what he said.
Right.
He found a third way to really get at the heart of the question and to say something really meaningful.
Well, and it's interesting because one of his parables, he talks about how you use the talents or the coins, and you can see the direct references in how people use their talents, their skills.
Yeah.
You can see that it's talking about us.
This is interesting. So, and I don't disagree. It is talking about their money. When it talks about the talents, it's talking about talents of silver and talents of gold. But John's saying that it's a metaphor also for their talents, as in their skills. So I'm gonna ask at some point. I'm gonna ask John, does he think that God gives people spiritual gifts or spiritual? Do people have a gift that God has given them? Like, I believe everybody has some sort of gift that God gives them that they can use for His glory. Whether it be art, whether it be speaking, whether it be I don't know, a high IQ, maybe you're a hard worker, maybe you're strong, maybe these are talents or skills or gifts given by God, and ought we use those skills or those gifts from God for the glory of God? John's going to say yes, and I'm going to say, okay, well, what if he gives people gifts for understanding law, legislation, speaking, leadership skills? Shouldn't they lead for the glory of God? If he says yes, Christianity is political. Like, I don't see how this debate is winnable for him.
As his people, or when it talks about, and I did this with on a Bible study that I did about Matthew, where it talks about where the kingdom of heaven is hidden, where
He's bringing up a verse that I didn't have in my research, but I put it in my phone because he doesn't say the verse. He says, I think it's in Matthew 20. But it's great. He thinks he has a W here, but I'm gonna crush that. I'm not gonna give that away right now, but just listen.
where does the person who goes to look for that go? It's not going to be on the outside. It's going to be something that is born of the inside,
Not this
that comes
part.
out to the outside. But the other thing that I think is clear that the Bible tells us is that that the government is supposed to be a scourge on the conscience of those who would want to do unholy, unlawful.
Yeah, the government isn't a problem for people who do right. The government's only a problem if you're a fool or a degenerate. Then the government's a problem for you. So I don't know if I don't know what point he thinks he's making here. Well, they're talking about Christian anarchy, but this kind of defeats Christian anarchy, and it defeats Christianity should not be political. Anyway, let's listen.
Things. And so therefore, it is for people who say, hey, if they don't want to go by the greater law, which is God's law, if they don't want to live as moral people, as the things that which God has given us, then government has that purpose of punishing them and then having a place to put them. But that doesn't mean that is saying that God, because I think when you look back through the Bible, God obviously uses kingdoms like Assyria and Babylonians, who he does not like, to actually teach his people a lesson about who they put their trust and reliance in,
Right, because God appoints the authorities. We get the leaders we deserve. And actually, it goes back to before Assyria and Babylonian. It goes back to we've been reading about him a lot lately. Jeroboam. Jeroboam screwed everything up for a long time because he did not do what was right in the eyes of God. But God also told them that was going to happen before it happened. Jeroboam was a real jerk, and lots of kings after him, they didn't follow their father David to their father God, the hierarchy, the proper hierarchy of this king follows his father David, which leads him to doing the right things of God. They followed their father Jeroboam, who followed evil, which leads the people to groan and leads to more wickedness. It says repeatedly over and over and over again throughout 1 Kings and 2 Kings, Jeroboam led Israel to sin. Jeroboam led the people to sin. He caught it. It even says, and I know the free will people may not like this, but it says he caused them to sin. He was the cause of Israel's sin. He caused them to sin. And they were predestined to follow Jeroboam and sin. The only way the prophecy could be fulfilled was if this happened. So it was going to happen. God knew it was going to happen. God said it was going to happen, and God said they were going to be punished for it. So Jeroboam was a wicked ruler who led the people to sin and caused generations of trouble from the Assyrians, from the Babylonians. But this was all prophesied in Exodus. Hundreds of years before it happened, God said this is going to happen. But God also said, I'm going to appoint your kings. So it does teach them a lesson, but I don't know where I'm going with this. It had to happen that way. And then when that happens, the reason that happens is for future people to see that and to say, we can't let that happen again. So yes, it's part of God's plan that this horrible time period happens and that these horrible kings come into place to teach us a lesson, not just for the people alive at that time, because they were screwed, but for the people for thousands of years in the future to look back at this and say, let's not do that again.
Yeah, and that's a great point. And this is, I think, a point that a lot of the early Anabaptists made, and also some of the early kind of restorationist churches in Christ people like David Lipscomb, that the state is largely a negative force, right? It's there to punish. It's something that God uses as a tool in a negative sense. And so, when you read Romans 13, for example, and Paul was talking about how God is,
and I'm on Romans 13 right now. I just put my note in there.
God is using the state as kind of like a minister. He focuses on violence.
And he's going to say, it's another patronizing thing that people say. And I wrote on my note, if he says I haven't read enough, I'm going to snap. That's what I wrote on my note. It says, if John says I haven't read enough, I'm going to snap. That's what my note says. Because of what this guy says right here. Oh, it triggers me. But if you notice, in the yellow, that's 1 through 7 highlighted. In the orange, that's 8 through 13 highlighted. So listen to what he says. And
he focuses on what it does to evildoers. And, we go back, you see that in the Old Testament. It's Babylon comes in and they punish Judah. God sort of uses them as a weapon in his hand. So now, what David Lipscomb sort of argues is that
Israel is gone.
like hell. Right? It's like, it's a great thing for sinners to use.
I would not say the state is like hell. I would say the world is like hell
against sinners or whatever. But we shouldn't hope to see Christians in it. And so that's kind of the distinction that
right.
I think is a very valid.
Yeah, that's not a valid point. The state is like hell, so we shouldn't see Christians in it. No. That's dumb. The world is like hell, so we should see Christians fighting against that. Christians trying to counteract that. Satan has dominion over the earth, but he doesn't have dominion over us. Politics is how we organize people. We should organize our people to fight against this evil fallen world that we're in.
Valid one.
And I think the other thing too that makes that's pretty intuitive to me on this would be as well that because God, because he tells us many times both in the Old Testament and the New Testament not to worry about the weeds, right? And then Jesus repeats this with don't.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a note about this. I think John thinks that people like me are worried about the world. I'm not worried about nothing. Like there's no fear, doubt, or worry in my mind or in my heart. I don't have it. I remember I was hanging out with some friends that I haven't. When I went and visited Florida a couple years ago, I was hanging out with some friends that I hadn't seen in. Well, a friend who I hadn't seen in like 10 years. And he had a bunch of new friends, and they came over. We hung out at his house. We were all sitting in a circle in his driveway, and we're talking. And somehow I get into kind of like my life story and what's been happening to me over the or what I've done over the last 10 years. And I told them all about how I was homeless, and I got into drugs, and I became homeless, and I was pretty much on the line, on the verge of death, and that you know, I had to get back to God. And I told them all about this. And then after I'm done talking, one of the guys says, "Hey man, thank you for being vulnerable with us." And I was like, I looked at him like he was crazy. I was like, "What? What are you talking about? What kind of gay crap is that? Thanks for being vulnerable with us." I said, "I'm never vulnerable. There's no vulnerability. Like, what are you I wasn't being vulnerable with you. I was just telling you a story. Thanks for being vulnerable." I like got offended. I was like, "Thanks for being vulnerable with us. What is this? What is this, Oprah? What is this, The View? Oh, thanks for being vulnerable with it." I got triggered. I was like, "Dude, that shit's gay." I'm not being vulnerable. I'm not vulnerable. I'm actually stronger because of that. So I'm not being vulnerable with you. I'm just telling you a story. This where did I even get from this?
Worry about the tears.
Oh yeah,
So
worry.
we
I'm not worried. I'm not vulnerable. I don't fear for the world. But I'm saying I don't have a choice but to think the way I think. I We ought to seek God in his right way along with nothing else. And in doing that, certain men are going to have the gifts to become leaders and to lead people. And they ought to do that. Some Christians are just going to hide. Some Christians are going to fight. Some Christians are going to run. I think we should have more who are willing to fight than hide. And I think the converse of that is more Christians should just hide. I don't think, I think to me, it's just like weak Christianity. How are we going to fulfill the Great Commission if we're hiding?
we acknowledge that there is going to be a judgment that God uses, whether it be through the
But I'm not
government
worried.
or whether it be through toward whatever. But what he is telling us as individuals is, hey, I don't want
ain't
you
got
thinking
no
about
worries.
how you
Man, I swear to God, I ain't worried.
repay a crime upon a crime. I'm not asking you to like be
Where is it? Now I gotta listen to that. I swear to God, I ain't worried. Take a little break here. Hey, I haven't seen Aiden in a minute. Where's he been? And we're gonna play another song here after this. Oh, it's called No Worries. The heck? So I ain't got no worries. That's not the song I'm looking for. What is the song I'm looking for? Man. I ain't nervous. Oh, it's I ain't nervous. That's what I was thinking of. No Worries is a different song. But I ain't got no worries either. This is the song I was thinking of.
I swear to God, I ain't nervous. Nah. Wax.
Nah.
And I'm laughing at them pussy niggas and that pussy shit
they
they
doing.
doing.
Getting bread, I'm Jewish.
My nigga Drake, he
He's
Jewish.
Jewish.
I swear to God, I ain't nervous. Nah.
DJ Spinatic, you bastards!
Okay, I swear to God, I ain't nervous.
I swear to God, I ain't nervous.
I swear to God, I ain't nervous. I gotta work and twerking and slurping. My serpent
ain't got no problems in this vision, that's for certain.
I see you turning up, but your
Turn up ain't working.
Just want some out and lip service. Yeah, I'm getting here behind the Maybach curtains. Okay, I'm straight at you.
No ricochet.
That pussy boneless.
That's Chick-fil-A.
I
I'm
fuck
with
with
real
real
riders.
riders. And
And they take his paid for them dead presidents. We will start digging graves.
I swear my mama trusts my work. So I get these
swear
hoes
to
that
that
work.
work.
They say the best things in life are free. That's why it
Cost
costs
you to get murked.
In my pants sagging like fuck it. I'm still on my business. Spent my birthday in jail.
I was making bad decisions. Shot my enemy at the light. Shot him up before it turned green.
Then I lit them niggas up before that motherfucker turned green.
This is from a mixtape. This is not. I don't know if I've ever heard this. This is So the song is not called "I Ain't Nervous." It's called "Curtains," and it's from "I Am Not a Human Being" 2. But this is "I Ain't Nervous" from a mixtape, and the words are different. It's not the same words. You see, I keep saying the wrong words. This is not the version that is on "I Am Not." It's the same beat. It's pretty much the same, but it's slightly different. He said, "Saw my enemy at the light, shot him up before it turned green. Man, my niggas got them bloods, you ain't even got bird seed. Or my ninjas got them birds, you ain't even got bird seeds." But he just said that was different, huh?
Yo, bitch, ride me like a
Go-kart.
I play that pussy
Like Mozart, I Mozart
these
these
hoes.
hoes.
Then
After that, they nervous, man. I swear to God, I ain't nervous. I swear to God, I ain't nervous.
I don't know, I swear to God, I ain't nervous. And
That pussy don't get purchased, ho.
Ain't got no problems in this bitch.
For certain,
I see you turning up,
but your turn up ain't working.
I like them long hair and curvy. And if niggas think it's a game,
I leave their brains on their jersey.
She said she love me.
That's the Molly talking.
Her pussy so wet.
She says she love me. That's the Molly talking. She about to blow me like a signing bonus. That's what he says in the other version.
Love me. That's the Molly talking. Her pussy so wet. It keeps sliding off it. She got a nigga.
But he ain't me, bitch. I'm an original gangster. He the remix.
Girl, do you use
that same mouth to kiss your mom.
I said,
Only God can judge me, fuck your honor.
Yeah, and her birthday suit.
Only God can judge me, fuck your honor. Lil Wayne is an anarchist.
Is her pajamas. She say, I didn't know your dick was a
So
recliner.
recliner.
I punch your
Man in his mouth, give him a shiner. I blind him, hand me whoever I get at him like Yolanda.
Young money, cash money, Obama. It's fuck the world, no condom. If he twisted, I'll unwind him. And
this pistol came with a silence.
But I swear to God, he heard it. Yeah, and I swear to God,
This pistol came with a silence, but I swear to God he heard it.
I ain't nervous. No, I swear to God, I ain't nervous. Bitch, I'm the god, I should be rapping in a turban.
Ugh.
Ain't got no problems in this bitch, and that's for certain. I see you
Turn up, but your turn up ain't working.
Maybe I just want some out in lip service. She gon' ride this.
think this is Jay Mills. On that Pat Ryan, I'm swerving. I like this verse.
Big like the Kentucky Derby.
Street runners, bitch.
On that Pat Ryan, I'm swerving.
Bitch.
Game tight like
virgins. Got a bad bitch, she Persian. Call her AK when she squirting. You see the niggas I'm with. That boy boo the shit. As long as I got a face, yo bitch got a place to sit. Yeah, I'm wildin' off them shroomies. Ain't got no worries like Tunchi. All my chicks be bougie. Wanna hold hands, then watch movies. I be goddamn, make a nigga lose it. Ain't no talking, let's get to it. Real niggas winning, fake niggas losing. Bitch, I leave that pussy with bruises. Girl, I swear to God, I ain't nervous. I swear to God, I ain't nervous. No, you know, I swear to God, I ain't nervous. I gotta work and
Twerking and slurping. My serpent ain't got no problems in this bitch, and that's for certain. You fuck with tuning, you end up a missing person.
She got a tunchi on her
Booty and cursive.
I'm getting
Head behind the Maybach curtains. Oh. So that song's called Curtains on I Am Not a Human Being too, but it's called I Ain't Nervous on this mixtape. Anyway, back to this. Sorry. Little I digress.
Be a yes boy for the state to say, yeah, we should openly support these things. I just acknowledge I will use these things as I see fit. And your job isn't to like question that. Your job is to trust that even if it seems like all the wickedness is, and that's something that I think a lot of these nationalists, respectfully, Cody, they always get into trouble with, is that they seem to fail to understand that Jesus tells us not to like worry, and they're always given an imperative. If
No
we don't do
worries.
something, something's going to happen, and we're not going to have Christianity in our nation anymore. Which is,
Who's
I
worried?
think is a ridiculous.
Nobody's
statement.
worried.
Yeah, and I was trying to find. I
Bro, a nuke could drop tomorrow on the whole world. A fake nuke. I don't even believe in nukes, but let's pretend there was a world-destroying nuke. I ain't worried. I swear to God, I ain't nervous.
thought I'd had it marked on my laptop here, but when you talk about the wheat and the tares, I just came across a reference to that in a historical book I was reading on church history. But another reference that comes immediately to mind, I mean, that's a point that Menno Simons kind of makes, is when he's talking to these, we might today call Christian nationalist elements. Is, he says, what's going on here in the, I mean, you're not reading the scriptures. What's going on in the parables here? You have the wheat and the tares, and the servants say, well, let's start pulling up all the weeds right now. And then the master says, well, if you do that, you might kill some of the weed as well. We're going to wait. We wait till we're going to let them grow up together. And then at the end, then we're going to resolve it. Right. And so, Simon says, if you're out there right now trying to, punish, false Christians or whatever, you're explicitly disobeying this command, because that's not how we're supposed to be doing this. We live in peace with the tares until God brings the harvest.
And we acknowledge that God can use government. He can use alien forces. He can use whatever he wants to. Well, alien, I mean, other countries, not necessarily alien.
Mm-hmm.
but he can use. He'll use whatever he finds deemingly. Because it's interesting. Because if you look at like the Southern Kingdom, Judah, they were so much about making sure they had enough weapons, and they had all their treasury built up, and they had all of these things. And then God says, you're going to come to my mountains. You're going to come to the mountains, and you're going to just have nothing else to fall back on but me. And that's what I want. Because that's, at the end, he says, look at the birds, look at the trees, look at all these things that I do. If I take care of these things, how will I not take care? And I think that goes part of this idea of, well, if we don't have a government, then how does any of these things get taken care of?
Yeah.
And I think part of the problem we have is that I don't think a lot of people acknowledge that outside of whatever force the government can use, a lot of people.
But he forgets about Exodus 28, where Moses is seeking God, and he says, there's all these people. He holds his arms up on the mountain, and he says, I'm going to hold my arms up until these people get in check. And he gets tired. And then he has two other men come up and hold his arms up with him. And then God says, look, Moses, you can't do this all on your own. So here's what you do. You get righteous men who fear God to lead the thousands, lead the hundreds, lead the 50s, and lead the 10s. And this is how you find the right men for this job. Politics. God tells Moses to do that because he can't do it on his own.
Will find a alternative way, or they find means of actually dealing with these issues, whether it means they don't go to a certain company after their bad behavior or their bad contracts, or if it's like a situation where they say, hey, look, I'm not going to want to be around this type of person, this type of there's already things happening that will protect people. And I don't know about you, but I live in a community where drugs has really hit it really hard, and most of the crime is centered around.
It seems like it's so. Are you saying that drugs are doing harm to your community? So would it be violating the no harm principle to make laws against that? No. They've already done the aggression or the non-aggression NAP. They're aggressing. Once you legalize the pot, there's a snowball effect, and then everything gets legalized. Drugs, pornography, all these things become abundant, and you need righteous men to rein this in. You can't just pray about it and endure. John told Andrew, Andrew said, well, what do we do when this happens? And John said, endure. Well, in Exodus 28, it says, if you appoint righteous men of God who fear God over the thousands and the hundreds and the tens and the 50s and the tens, the people will be able to endure. A righteous leader will lead the people to righteousness and cause them to prosper. A wicked ruler will cause the people to fall.
Around drugs.
Yeah.
So if you don't do drugs, you usually are not getting robbed, and that doesn't mean that they don't rob people outside of that, but usually most of the crime is in that drug community. And so it's interesting to me.
But you cannot do drugs if you live in Compton and you're a good God-fearing Christian man and you want to start a family and raise your family. That area and those people in that area will harm you and your family. I don't care if you don't get involved in gangs and you don't get involved in drugs. If you walk outside your front door and people are doing a drive-by, that will cause you harm.
That by choosing not to be in the drug community, how much, not just the violence, but also how much trouble you're not with the government, like with law enforcement and whatnot. But I guess to me, the other thing I want to ask you is, so what was the thing that really, because I know in your book you talk about, you kind of started off as kind of like a full-on you were kind of atheistic, and you were like a liberal, and you were kind of like, I'm a rebel with a cause type of thing, you know, like
I'll be right back. Watch the chair for a minute. Bro, there's like 20 flies in my bathroom. When I open the door, they're all gathered in one spot on the mirror. like 20 of them. And as soon as I open the door and walk in, they start flying around. I need a fly swatter. I need one of them bug assault guns. Just salt up the flies. Where's chat? Chat's been dead. What are you guys doing?
Or I don't actually have a cause. I just want to rebel against the system, you know.
Yeah.
And that you seem to be looking for something, and then for some reason, you know, with your exploration into libertarianism, you've also found things. And I thought it was very, very unique. You said in your book that when you started going to a church community, and you started praying for the nation, that was something that was also interesting because you learned not necessarily that you're trying to say, hey, I want this I'm always supportive of what this government does, but you're
First Peter 2:13-17. Submit yourselves to every ordinance of man for the Lord's sake, whether it be to the king as supreme, or unto governors as unto them that are sent by him for the punishment of evildoers, and for the praise of them that do well. For so is the will of God. Now, punishment of evildoers and praise of them that do well implicitly implies, that's redundant. It presupposes law and order. So how do we punish those who do wrong and praise those who do well? Well, we have to have a law. We have to have a system of governance, a system of law that is designated by God, and rulers who follow that and do well by following God. So that presupposes politics into Christianity. This is New Testament. For so is the will of God, that with well-doing ye may put to silence the ignorance of foolish men. By doing well, you silence the foolish men. And that's the will of God. That is a political philosophy. As free and not using your liberty for a cloak of maliciousness, but as servants of God. So you're free, but you're still a servant of God. Honor all men, love the brotherhood, fear God, honor the king. That's 1 Peter 2:13-17. I'm going to put presupposes law, honor the king. Doing right politically. Silences the evildoer. Or silences the foolish. Same thing.
acknowledging that God does have dominion over the state, and he will. And it's so, even if we're to practice certain kind of separations in or whatever, and I also like that you make a distinction, and if you want to hit on this too, between people who are separatists and people who are activists.
Yeah, and I was thinking about that a minute ago when you were, I think, sort of talking about different ways in which governance could function, because I think you were sort of hinting at kind of like maybe like an anarcho-capitalist or kind of privatized, approach to law enforcement and things like that. And so, so there's I think kind of two ways to be a Christian anarchist, and one is to be a separationist, to sort of say separatist, to just say, my kingdom is not of this world. I don't really care what the state does. It's none of my business. And so that's just, I just don't care. All right. And sometimes Anabaptists are more in that vein, right? More often than not. But there's another way to approach Christian anarchism, which is, I think, a more activistic approach, which says, actually, we should be trying to push the world in a better direction. And sort of toward a more kind of libertarian or voluntaristic kind of order. And you'll find a little bit of both in the early Anabaptists. I mean, there's some great comments from Menno Simons and Balthasar Hubmaier about, sort of castigating, kings and rulers for, going to war to make money, and
I like Timothy.
attacking people who are.
Timothy is great. Second Timothy, a lot of good stuff in Second Timothy, and it's very short. First Timothy 2, 1 and 2. Yeah, First and Second Timothy are great books. First Timothy 2, 1 and 2. Exhort therefore that, first of all, supplications, prayer, intercessions, and giving of thanks be made for all men, for kings, and for all that are in authority, that we may lead a quiet and peaceable life in all godliness and honesty. So that's just saying give thanks for your kings. Give thanks for your kings and your authorities and pray for them. It's not really making a huge point for me, but it just builds on the idea of not going against the king. Now, of course, that verse doesn't say become a king, but it also doesn't say don't become a king. It says give thanks and prayer for your kings. So why ought we not have righteous, God-fearing kings in places of power so that we can give thanks and prayer for them? It's going to be harder to give thanks and prayer for somebody if, friggin' Hitler is ruling your country.
Who are innocent, who are hurting nobody.
Okay, we're done with that.
I think really gesturing toward a more kind of voluntary.
Did that? Oh, there's one other verse he's going to mention.
Governance is legitimate, but it's only legitimate insofar as it's dealing with.
Let's check in on Easy.
But that thing is the death of another. Like if my child dies, that is way worse than the outcome than my own death. I know that isn't a great argument. Yeah, I would say though, Haku, right? It would depend, actually.
Tell Easy, open a panel.
If you only have one kid, maybe. But it would depend what the situation is. Right? And for instance, like if you don't know what the outcome for your
Matthew
child
20,
is
25 through 28. John brings this up
actually
in this video.
Might not be better, right?
John brings this up in the debate, Matthew 20, 25 through 28. And that's the last. That's the last note I have to make. And then I just got to I have to write down my questions from out of my phone onto my paper here. I'll leave a blank page for notes on his opening. Notes on opening. And then on the next page, we're going to have my questions. So I need to write down these questions. And I need to do Matthew 20, 25 through 28. So he thinks this is... Oh, and then I need to write a few notes on my closing. We'll do that a little later. Usually my closing is just off the cuff, but I do usually write down a few little notes about things I want to save to the very end of the debate just to hit on, to wrap it up,
Violations of the non-aggression principle, right? And so they would now that's a phrase they wouldn't have used, but you sort of see these kind of natural law ideas kind of brewing in their heads as they're thinking about what the legitimate role of governance is. And so, I mean, I'm a little bit of both. I mean, I think at the end of the day, I
But,
do
like, I
want
think that's the worst thing
the world to
here,
be a
'cause,
better
like,
place, a more
obviously, I
peaceful
believe
place for my
there's
neighbors.
something
And
else
so when I
after
see,
I'm done
you
here.
know, there was just a pastor recently in Florida who had come here illegally many years ago, and but he, you know, at some point, you know, it was discovered.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Yeah, true.
The stranger and the sojourner. A pastor came here illegally, and he became a pastor, and he was leading his flock, but then he got deported. Oh, boo-hoo, meanie Trump deporting people. The stranger, the sojourner needs to assimilate to our laws, or else he gets stoned to death. So he's lucky he got deported.
Or he turned himself in or something. And so he was allowed to stay as long as he was making his appointments and, you know, checking in and so on and so forth. But under the new Trump administration's policies, he just got sent back to a country he hasn't been
Based
in 40 or 50 years.
I don't know. We might
Community and a family. He's not a violent criminal. And so, like, or
he is a criminal. He's here illegally. We have traditions and practices in this culture, in this nation. If you want to be a stranger or a sojourner in this land, we have a process you need to go through. If you don't go through that process, you are a criminal. So he said he's not a violent criminal. He's not violent or a criminal. Did he say he's not a violent criminal, or he's not violent or a criminal?
He's not a violent criminal.
Oh, he said not a violent criminal. Okay, so he's not a violent criminal, but he is a criminal.
And so, like, or here's another example. A few years ago in Ohio, there was a
and here we go with the pot stuff.
Initiative to add to our Constitution to make it legal for people to possess marijuana. I have friends who smoke marijuana. I don't smoke marijuana, but I have friends who smoke marijuana who are parents, and the idea that they could go to jail and their kids could be taken away from them and put into the foster care.
Stop breaking the law, asshole!
Because they recreationally smoke marijuana, like people who recreationally drink alcohol.
Yeah,
is horrible. And so, to me, like,
go, we should make alcohol illegal too. I hate that. Why are you
like? Yes, no king but Christ. But if you're telling me that I could maybe cast a vote that might help my friends to be, you know, to not be molested by the state, yeah, I feel okay about that.
Molested by the state. But I agree with him here. Yes, if there's things you disagree with in the law, you should get active politically to try to change those things as a Christian. I agree. That's my position. That's what I'm saying. So you're not an anarchist.
That's a vote I'm okay casting.
Well, and I think to me, like, no king.
John will vote over a dang squirrel.
Combat is.
This episode of the Speakeasy Show was brought to you by Verbal Combat. Step into the arena of verbal combat every Friday.
I like this talking bear.
PM to 2:30 a.m. Central Time. It's an open panel blood sport debate where almost anything goes.
Dude, Easy was doing a show last night and he got raided by the Crucible and he played his BK commercial and then his Purge opening. And people are like, what is this? There's no substance to this channel. It's just a bunch of advertisements. What you don't complain when Andrew does a grift break for 20 minutes. Like, what? Well, maybe they do. Maybe they leave when he does grift breaks. But people are so... people on the internet, the chat. Not my chat. The 4 people who are watching me, you guys are awesome. Everybody else is an idiot. This is why. Okay, what are we looking for? Matthew 20, 25 through 28, I believe.
But Christ is saying there is that whatever authority we put ourselves under, we're saying
we got some notes.
There is a Christian that Christ is that authority, and
Right.
Christ does tell us that there are things and I think this is one of the things we get into where I think a lot of people want to make Christ more political one way or the other than he should be or isn't. So it's like, and you see it on both sides where, hey, I say this
He's right about
a lot of
this.
people who are like, well, Jesus.
John's right about this. They'll say Jesus was a socialist, Jesus was a communist, Jesus was an anarchist, Jesus was a Republican. None of these words matter though. But did Jesus do things politically, and does God give us commands for how we ought to act in society and how we ought to form societies? Yes. Regardless of which quadrant of the political compass you think Jesus is on, I think we should all be able to agree that he does establish a political philosophy of how people should be and how we should organize people and societies and governments and laws. But yeah, he's right. John's right here that people will say Jesus was a socialist because he fed the poor. Yeah, but he didn't tell the government to demand that the people feed the poor or take from the rich to feed the poor. Jesus never supported that. That would be socialism. Jesus fed the poor out of charity. Jesus had the ability. He was perfect, so he was able to feed the poor. And greater things we can do if you're a successful if you've worked on yourself and you've bettered yourself, you're individually you've bettered yourself, you can get to a point where you can feed millions if you have enough money.
Was an immigrant, and so therefore we should be for every step or every policy of immigration, which that's a kind of like a way push for me, but to me, I'm saying, look, my authority is Christ, and I have a belief that if I strive after His Word and I strive after the Spirit, that
okay. In a little while, John's going to bring up Matthew 20:25 through 28, which I did not have this in my notes or I haven't looked at this, but from watching this video, and I've heard him bring this up before, I have a counter to this. I have a fire counter to this. But Matthew 20:25 through 28 says, "But Jesus called them unto him and said, Ye know that the princes of the Gentiles exercise dominion over them, and they that are great exercise authority upon them. But it shall not be so among you. But whosoever will be great among you, let him be your minister. And whosoever will be chief among you, let him be your servant. Even as the Son of Man came not to be ministered unto, but to minister and to give his life a ransom for many." So John will say, I don't know if I want to, because John might watch this later. So or he might even be lurking. So I don't know if I want to give my rebuttal to this point. We'll save it for the debate. I'll bring it up if John doesn't bring it up. But I have a killer argument against this. And this is not about Christian anarchy. It's about Christianity being political. These verses are giving a political prescription of how leaders ought to lead. Let's just say that. I'll just leave it at that. That's Christian politics. This is how Christians ought to engage in politics. Your rulers, your chiefs, your leaders, your kings, your emperors ought to serve the people. I'm going to say it. I can't. Anyway, we'll just leave it at that.
Those things can make changes on me because I do believe that this world is under the dominion of Satan. It is under the dominion of sin. And Jesus Christ himself says, as you see in the top there, if my kingdom is of this world, I would allow my people to be violent. Mm-hmm. But clearly he's not. Yeah. And so I think, again, as an individual, you can vote and say, hey, look, I have a thought on here. But to me, I think where the issue that I struggle with a lot is where people want to then use the church as a structure to then create a political structure, especially a political structure that would allow us to do things like bomb other countries
Right.
or use threat of force on things which obviously we shouldn't do.
Yeah. Well, and I think there's what we need to keep in mind is there's a legitimate role for governance to perform certain functions. Those functions are limited; they're not unlimited. It's not like the state can just do whatever it wants and that's acceptable. But there's also, I think, a legitimate role for the church, and those are not the same thing. We can't just sort of put one of those on top of the other one, right? So there is a legitimate function that governance performs that is violent, right?
Churches do govern. Churches govern their congregation. They have a hierarchy. They deal with economics. They deal with foreign affairs. And I'm going to establish all this in my opening statement. But there is a system of governance, and there is a polity to churches: Episcopal polity, congregational polity, Presbyterian polity. There is a polity. There is politics in a church. So this is just a shallow understanding of what politics is. People think they conflate politics with government. Your mean, bad North Korean government is not what politics is. That's not what politics is. Politics are ideas for how we structure societies. That's it. Simple explanation.
Now, my hope in my petition, anytime
yourself
I have
and
an
say it.
opportunity to petition the government, is
Nah, I think I've said it before, maybe while talking to John. So, but I'll save it.
will limit that violence to those instances where you have people who are actually harming innocent people. Limit. The law should be rooted in natural law, aggression, non-aggression principle, stuff like that. Now,
I'll just say this. I hired Trump. Let's just say that.
the church, I think, has different imperatives. So there are times where it may be legitimate for governance to go to war. Like a war of self-defense, for example, is not an illegitimate
we hired him
for non-Christians to engage in. Now, as Jesus says, you said, my kingdom is not of this world. If it were, my servants would fight. That does suggest to me that Christians have different moral imperatives than governance does. That pagans are judged by what we might call natural law, and Christians are judged by the law of Christ. And the law of Christ is a higher law. Sometimes it requires us to set aside our rights and to do things that are difficult, that we wouldn't necessarily expect our pagan neighbors to do.
Agree, but that's political.
I would make that distinction. Now, maybe just kind of really quickly, because you asked about kind of my personal stuff, and I think my kind of preteen and teenage years were very much marked by kind of an anti-authoritarianism.
See,
and I think that
I talked about this earlier. I said he would get into this. This is the root of this anarchical philosophy. It comes from some sort of either jealousy or disdain or resentment for authority.
I can largely thank public schooling for that, because it really gave me a sense of, I think, a healthy distaste for arbitrary authority. and I think that opened me up to sort of thinking in terms of kind of where else do we see this? Where else do we have people trying to rule over other people illegitimately? But it was, I was
Is easy ending?
All right.
Oh shit! He's not gonna end. Daniel just sent.
Saturday? Oh, based. Okay. Nice. All right. So listen up, guys. First off, make sure if one of my mods also.
teenager, I wasn't necessarily super smart or logical, so
it's Matthew 20, 25 through 28, I believe. Matthew 20, 25 through 28. and it's talking about how the Gentiles, their rulers rule over them, but how Christians, their rulers should serve them. And so I would say that's a political philosophy for Christians. This is how our rulers ought to rule. Our rulers ought to serve us. That's Christianity being political. If he's ending the stream, then and we're gonna get a raid. We got to get through this, and then we'll open the panel and I'll play some video games. I just need to get all these notes down. We got all the Bible stuff down. I got all my tabs put in my Bible so I can go to them real quick. But I need to write my questions down because I don't want to be scrolling through my phone. Okay. I don't know if I should give away these questions. Notes on opening. We have a page for that. And then questions. One is objective versus subjective morality. He's going to say objective, which means you make ought claims for how people ought to act. There is a right way. John's going to agree to that. Which means there's a right way to lead. There's a right way societies ought to act. There's a right way that we should structure things. There's a right way we should deal with our money. There's a right way we should deal with foreign policy. That's politics. You're saying there's a right way to do politics based on Christ. Christianity is political inherently. Objective or subjective morality. Maybe I could just leave this in my phone and just pull up these questions. No, I want it in the notebook. Let's play this while I write this down. We're almost at the end. We got I think there was one more thing. They go deeper into Romans 13, and I had some comments on that. Let's go to 1.25. I think we've got some time.
It was
really let's let it play.
Gun approach. So I got a lot of my political philosophy from far left people and also some libertarians. Even though maybe I wasn't totally clear on what libertarianism was, there were people who were kind of in that camp, Alex Jones type people that sort of influenced me. But it was just this kind of general anti-authoritarianism, anti kind of government sort of thing. And then, over time, you get a little more intelligent. You say, hey, wait a second. It seems like all these anti-government leftist people want more government. And so that's part, that shapes you a little bit. And then you also start, you become a Christian too. And you say, okay, there's a shape that this kind of anti-authoritarianism needs to take if it's going to be biblical and if it's going to be, I think, Christ-like. Otherwise, it's just I'm just raging and I don't really have any particular direction to it. And like I said, Christians are encouraged to suffer inconveniences and all kinds of stuff on behalf of the state in the New Testament. And I think that's the context is a little bit different, but I still think that the basic principle is there. The concerns that Paul and Peter and Jesus had were the kingdom of God is a different thing. We live differently, and that's offensive. And so let's not add any additional offenses by also just being sort of difficult and fighting a lot. Let's be willing to suffer rather than return blow for blow kind of stuff, right?
Yeah.
What is it? Men did what was right in their own eyes, heart, or mind. What does it say? The men did what was right in their own mind. The men did what was right when there was no king. The men did what was right in their own, I forget if it says mind, heart, or eyes. I think it says men did what was right in their own eyes. Yeah. That's what it says. When there was no king, the men did what was right in their own eyes. This is why I'm asking about objective or subjective morality. Do you think, so I would ask, what's better? Or what do you believe? You believe morals are objective or subjective? he's going to say objective, I think, unless he tries to throw me off. But if he says objective, then I would say, do you think that men should do what is right in their own eyes, which would be subjective morality? What is right in your own eyes means subjective morality. You just do what you think is right. When they have no king, when they have no ruler, righteous leader, whether it be God, Christ, whether it be Christ or a king or an emperor, if you're doing what's right in your own eyes, that's subjective morality. If there's an objective morality, you do what's right in God's eyes. But when there's no king who is a righteous leader who is guided by God, you do what's right in your own eyes. And that's a problem. So that's one of I'm giving away all my questions right now. This is a simple question about something in my opening. Do you oppose the military? Borders, laws, law and order, law enforcement, taxes. Because I need to see where he stands politically. And through telling me where he stands politically, unless he just keeps saying, no, none of it, none of it, none of it, none of it. I don't know. And then, then it's going to become a Christian anarchist debate. If he says he doesn't believe in the military, he doesn't think we should have a military, he doesn't think we should have borders, he doesn't think we should have taxes, he doesn't think we should have law, he doesn't think we should have law enforcement, none of that. You don't think we should have any of that? Then that's going to be a problem. Shout out for the raid. We get a raid. Oh, Hugh Cullen. How's your brother going? Still masked up? Yeah, he's still masked up. He's going to, unfortunately, he can't go to any more protests here in Utah because the peacekeepers in Utah shoot people and kill them. So he's not allowed to be he was a peacekeeper at the Utah protest, but now, he's not allowed to. There's no more protests in Utah. Protests in Utah are over. As soon as a peacekeeper kills somebody, murders a guy. As soon as a peacekeeper murders a guy.
Murderers. Yeah.
Oh, Clinton, he murdered a guy.
There's no more peacekeepers. Which is interesting because I just marked in the Beatitudes, blessed are the peacemakers. I hope Mosman brings up the peacemakers. It doesn't say peacekeepers. It doesn't say peace watchers. It says peace. Blessed are the peacemakers. Is this Jason's gay brother? No, I'm the straight brother. He's not gay. He's just, his girlfriend has a penis. That doesn't make him gay. Guys, we'll open up Discord in a little bit. We got to get through this. We got, it's like 30 minutes left, but I'm going at 1.25. Because I want to get to where they talk about Romans more. They brushed over it, but I feel like they go back into it deeper. The peacemakers.
And I think that is kind of something that a lot of people don't understand because I've talked to people in my family and some of my close circle friends, and I've said, I developed this, I'm tending to see, I gravitate towards this, and that I'm willing to admit that if there's an authority or government that's over me, I'm not going to necessarily challenge it in the sense that I'm going to be violent towards it. Right. And they would say, but isn't that what anarchism is, though? And that is one of those kinds of fallacies that has come to be about, that's a myth that anarchists don't like government, don't like systems, don't like order, and that they rebel. And yes, it's true that there are some that are like that.
Yeah.
And
no, that's literally what anarchy is. It's anti-state. There's no state. There's no state, no border, no military, no. It's nonsense.
and you know, but it's, to me, it's, I think there's a fine line between acknowledging that there's
Piss
an authority over
takers.
you, a natural authority, and acknowledging that God is going, and putting your trust in God and know that whatever happens, he's got providence here. And then there's another thing about, I think, just blindly being obedient and worshiping an authority for the sake of it being a human authority, and saying, hey, well, I guess if God wants us to be given whatever, you know, and I would often argue, if that's something that we should think about, then why aren't we not doing something to the case? You know, why are we, you know, why don't we fight more against these things? And I just, for me,
For everybody who just came in from the raid, hit the like button. What we're doing right now, we're doing a little debate prep. Last minute. Well, not last. I've been doing been doing debate prep for a minute, but we're doing the last little stuff. I've already done my notes. I've already written my opening. I've already everything's good. I'm just transferring some random notes that I write in my phone while I'm at work onto my notebook, so I don't have to be scrolling through my phone during the debate. I'm just transferring some notes and putting some tabs in my Bible so that I don't have to be flipping around anything I talk about, and potentially anything John might bring up. I've got it all tabbed out. We've got little notes written on our little posties, our little pink posties. And we're watching this. This is Mosman talking to a Christian anarchist who wrote some books. The commentary I'm giving, I'm not trying to attack Christian anarchy. I'm watching this to more fully understand his worldview and this worldview. I'm not so much trying to rebuttal Christian anarchy, because the way I see it, I could totally concede to Christian anarchy. I could say Christian anarchy is the way. Show me the way. Christian anarchy is the way. I could concede to that. But that proves my point that Christianity should be political. Or well, I'm not arguing that it should be political. I'm arguing that it's inherently political. That your theological worldview is going to inform your politics. And there's no way around it. So even if I say, you know what, you're right, Christian anarchy is the way. But guess what? You lose the debate now, because that's a political philosophy that you've tied in with your theological worldview. And that's the point that I'm making, that whatever ideas you have of how society should be organized, if that's grounded, if your foundation for that is Christianity is political. So but what are you guys saying? Make sure you guys hit the like button. Grift, I know you guys sent all your money to Easy, but if you got a little pocket change left, send it up. Also, I'm supposed to be working tonight, but I called out because my neck was jacked up. My neck is still jacked up, but I took like 4 ibuprofens and I'm drinking some beer. Beer makes the pain go away. So the beer plus the ibuprofens, my neck still hurts. My neck and my back, I jacked it up. I'm getting old. If I sleep wrong, I'm screwed up. But luckily, I had some PPTO, so should still get paid for tonight, and I'm not gonna get in trouble. We got some PPTO saved up, so I took a night off to do this. And then once this video's over, we'll open up the Discord, and then I'll start playing some video games. But I need to write a few more notes down, and we're gonna watch this. I've been doing some commentary. You're supposed to go to bed. The wife is waiting. That's not helping the not gay claim, JS. What, the girlfriend with a penis? Hey, thank you, Daniel. 5 for you, bud. What kind of work? I don't really want to talk about my job because I go to protest, and sometimes I troll Antifa, and I have a YouTube channel, and Salt Lake City is not that big of an area, and these kids will try to get me fired. But I work overnight, a menial, like, not an impressive job. I would not. I don't even want to say my job out of shame. So, but also out of my personal protect. But people know where I work. Don't say it if you know. But it's a whack ass job. It's not nothing that I even want to talk about. So don't worry about it. Dan. Nothing cool. Nothing cool.
It's just one of those things where I think, yes, I acknowledge there is a time, as Ecclesiastes tells us, there's a time for everything, and I do believe that there's a time for us to submit. There's a time for us to say, "Hey, this isn't my fight." But I also believe that this idea of being just a blind,
Is there a time to
obedient
fight?
yes man to a government or to an entity or a
Well, you can't say there's a time to be submissive and not say there's a time to fight back. Is there a time to fight back?
centralized authority just because for the sake of it.
Mhm.
That to me means you're not doing it for Christ. You're doing it because you yourself see what's
Lot
wrong with it.
lizard. What
And
the
I think
fuck?
that is a problem if you're trusted in authority.
You don't get PPTO as a lot lizard, dude. What the
Authority, a man-made authority, is done out of man-made wisdom, and it's amazing when you go back and you read some of the early church fathers, how much they warn against this.
TA? What is that? A
And a
travel?
lot of people
Travel
who would say that their
associ-
church is dated and sourced in the 1st century AD, which I go, no, it's not.
Yeah.
It's not, because obviously these people are warning about this type of thing.
Yeah.
But I do think that it's a misunderstood thing. But what would you say to people who would say, well, Christian anarchists are people who are just they just don't want they're being, because I've actually had pastors tell me I should go to my pastor and repent for using that idea of even saying Christian
Based
anarchists,
pastor.
Right.
you know.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. I try to be patient with people who
Based pastor. I like that guy.
don't understand.
Dan, yeah.
I mean,
Oh,
because
trade
there's
assistant.
there's a great quote from C.S. Lewis that's really snarky that I always remember that people shouldn't talk about adult books if they don't understand them. But I think in many cases what's being, I think, rejected is a certain kind of anarchism that they probably see on the news, the Antifa people on the streets, rioting and looting and stuff like that. And I understand that, right? And I think that, when we say anarchy, it's one of those words that usually is not brought up to describe a philosophical system. It's brought up to sort of,
When they say anarchy, they mean the hide part. Is run, hide, or fight. At least the anarchists at the protests who are lighting stuff on fire, they're fighting. And then the people who flee to another country when Trump gets elected, those are the anarchists that are running. They're doing the hiding. Their form of anarchy is you hide under a rock and you just hope that it doesn't ever affect you. But it does affect you.
describe, just no order, no peace. People are robbing each other and
Run,
just
hide, or
craziness.
fight.
Like, right, that's kind of what anarchy means for a lot of people. So when you say, "Oh, I like anarchy, I'm an anarchist," they go, "Well, you must like that, right?" And that doesn't sound very Christian. Well, that's fair enough. That doesn't sound very Christian.
Yeah. And that's why I tell people it's more of a philosophical idea and more of a way of how do we deal with issues or couch them within a system where we're keeping in contrast with Bible. So there are, I think, a couple of verses that really do hit on what I think is the standard you talked about, where there's a greater standard on Christians and then on the pagans. And one of them is that's from Matthew 20. And this is when James and John's mom comes to Jesus and says, which one of my sons is greater?
Here we go.
Right.
This is what I was talking about. So Matthew 20, 25 through 28. He's going to bring this up as an argument against politics and Christianity, but I don't think he sees the rebut here. I don't think he sees what he's doing is giving a political prescription for how leaders ought to lead.
Which one should be sitting at your right hand and what should be sitting at your left hand? And he's like, well, first of all, I can't tell you who should be sitting at my right hand because I'm the only person that can sit at the right hand of God, because of the Father, because I am the Son. And no one can do what I do unless he drinks of my cup. Yeah. But he says, he calls the apostles and he says, it shall not, he says,
the
you
Gentiles.
know the rulers of the Gentiles, they've lorded over them, and their great ones exercise authority over them. It shall not be so among you. But whoever would be great amongst you must be your servant, and whoever would be first amongst you must be your slave. Even as the Son of Man came not to be served, but to serve. And I think this is one thing that we have to talk about in a good setting is how do we judge what authority God's given us to obey? and through which human institution, if there is any, to do so in consideration with what the word God says.
Yeah, I don't want to give away too much, but what he just said is the model of what American politics is supposed to be. I guess I'm going to give it away now. Hopefully he doesn't watch this, but when we elect our government, they work for us. I know that in modern day they get rich and they do stock stuff and it's all a big mess. The way it's meant to be is I'm one man. I don't have time to take care of the roads. I don't have time to defend the border. I don't have time for all that. So I hire somebody to do it for me. That's what my government is. They serve me. That's how it ought to be. That's how it's supposed to be set up. I pay them. My taxes pay my government. I hire Trump. I hire my city mayor. I hire my city council. I hire the school board. We hire, not just me, but we hire our government and we pay the government to work for us. Now, servant means they should be doing it for free, but that is a political prescription from Christ for how leaders and politicians ought to act. That's Christianity being political right there.
If that makes any sense.
Yeah.
So
I think the early
so he might use that as a way to say, well, we shouldn't get involved in politics because of this verse here. And I would say that's Christian politics right there. There you go.
Baptists had this idea that the term is used by Luther as well, but he means it differently, is the idea of the two kingdoms, that God is doing one thing through earthly kingdoms.
Penile Protection Organization, trade assistant.
He's doing something else through the kingdom of God. Right. And so these things are distinct. I think Christians are supposed to keep a certain healthy distance from these kingdoms of men. And the kingdoms of men just don't function the way the kingdom of.
How? Keep a healthy distance from kingdoms of men. What are you going to do? You going to go find like some unowned piece of land? What are you going to do? You can't. We are in the world. Not of the world, but we are in the world. And while we're in the world, how should we act? That's politics. You can't go hide under a rock somewhere that's like unclaimed. What are you going to go to Antarctica?
Kingdom of God does. And so you do have this principle all throughout Scripture that, so when we go back to the Old Testament, who gets the Torah? Who gets the law?
Oh, and he's going to bring up something. He's going to say something that I hope John doesn't do this, but this separating the Old Testament and the New Testament, the New Covenant and the Old Covenant. A lot of people will do this, but they'll cherry pick whenever the Old Testament tells a message that they want to use, then they'll appeal to the Old Testament. But when it says something that they don't like, they'll say, well, it's a new covenant now. Not a jot or a tittle of the law. Like, oh yeah, I need to write that verse down too. In case, I don't think Mosman's going to do that with me, because we've talked about this before, how Christians will do this. They'll pretend like nothing in the Old Testament matters anymore. It's just the New Testament because of the new covenant. But Jesus did not come to abolish the law. He came to fulfill the law. So certain things from the Old Testament we don't have to do anymore. Like we don't have to sacrifice animals anymore because the ultimate sacrifice has already been given. So we don't have to sacrifice anymore. And that was prophesied in the Old Testament that would happen. And then you won't have to do sacrifices anymore because there's an ultimate sacrifice that's going to happen. And then there's tribal and there's ceremonial laws that don't apply anymore because those are cultural. Those are for Israelites in this time, in this place. But the moral law, the 10 Commandments, is all reiterated. When Jesus says the greatest law is love your neighbor and love God, that fulfills the 10 Commandments. By loving your neighbor, you're not gonna covet your neighbor's wife. You're not gonna murder your neighbor. You're not gonna lie to your neighbor. And by loving God, you're not gonna build idols. You're not gonna make engraven images. You're not gonna put another god before God. So those two laws fulfill the 10 commandments. That doesn't mean the 10 commandments don't matter anymore. That means there's an easier way to do the 10 commandments, which is to do these two things, but those things still apply. And a lot of Christians will do that. They'll just throw the Old Testament out. The world is the Old Testament. We live in the Old Testament. Until you're born again, not we, but if you're born again, you live the New Testament. But the majority of people who aren't born again, maybe not the majority, but yeah, it would be the majority because the path is narrow. Most people, the world is the Old Testament. So like you can't just throw out the Old Testament. I hear a lot of Christians do that, and they're like, why are you reading the Old Testament? It doesn't matter. Read the New Testament. Do you know how much the Old Testament is quoted in the New Testament? Constantly. Jesus quotes the Old Testament so much. Paul, Matthew, Mark, Luke, all of them quote the Old Testament constantly. So to fully understand the New Testament, you have to know the Old Testament. You don't start a book from the ending. You don't just read the end of the book and understand the book. So, and he'll do that. He'll say this in a second. He'll be like, well, we're under the New Testament now. But then he'll appeal to the Old Testament when it suits him.
Of Moses. Is it the Gentiles or is it the Jews? Yes, the Jews.
My
And they're
Bible is
helping,
the
right?
Old
They say,
and the
this
New.
is our
Facts,
special
Shazzy.
inheritance from God that we have. The Gentiles don't have this. So you get to the prophets and you look at Amos, and he looks at these pagan nations and he says, God's going to judge you because you're starting wars and you're ripping out the babies from pregnant women and you're doing all these horrible things, and God's going to judge you for that. And he turns around and looks at Israel and Judah and he says, and Judah, you didn't.
Is that not happening today? Are babies not getting ripped out of pregnant people and wars are being started today? We live in the Old Testament. We are in the Old Testament, but we are not of the Old Testament. The Old Testament is the world.
Keep the Sabbath, right? He doesn't say to Assyria, you didn't keep the Sabbath. He says to Judah, you didn't keep the Sabbath. Now, why is that? Well, because God's people has a special law that they're held accountable to. God actually holds pagans to a different account than he did Jews, right? And so you get to the New Testament, and I think that principle maintains. Christians, our standard is Jesus. Christ likeness is the goal that we're going toward. Now, a non-Christian is not necessarily, first.
And if any Christian, if I mention something from the Old Testament that God said in the Old Testament or that God did in the Old Testament, and then they say, well, you're a Christian, you're supposed to follow Christ. It's very simple. Christ is God, right? Christ is God. So what God does in the Old Testament is totally valid of an argument for a Christian. As a Christian, I follow Christ. Christ is God. So everything God did in the Old Testament is valid.
First of all, they don't have the ability to try to be like Christ because they're not filled with the Holy Spirit. But I think they're just held to something different. And so what Paul holds, pagans to is a different standard. And so, and I'll just, people will be thinking, well, what about Romans 13? Because that's usually what happens in these kind
of
conversations.
Here we go. Now they're going to get more into Romans 13.
Is
This is important.
Paul talks about these governing authorities being established by God. And if you read
this is important. This is when I got triggered when I was listening to this the other night.
Read it on the surface.
This and the render thing when he's like, most people don't know what render means. What are you talking about? Most people don't know what render means. He's going to do the thing I hate. And I wrote it on my note. I can't stand this.
Surface, it seems to sort of say the kinds of things that people would be saying to you, John. Hopefully you're still there. I lost your video for a second.
No, you're good. Keep on going.
Okay. So people, like you said, they'll say, well, how can you call yourself a Christian anarchist? God has ordained that there be these authorities, right? And they're usually thinking about Romans 13, where Paul says, let everyone be subject to the governing authorities, for there is no authority except that which God has established. The authorities that exist have been established by God.
Well, and also First Timothy, Second Peter, constantly throughout the Old Testament. It's not just Romans 13, but that's a good one.
Then he says, if you're rebelling against what God has instituted, you're going to bring judgment on yourself. And then he says this strange thing, for rulers hold no terror for those who do right, but only for those who do wrong. Do you want to be free from fear, from one in authority? Do what's right, and you will not.
You don't have to worry about justice if you don't break the law, asshole.
And you will be commended. Okay. Well, that's wrong. And Paul knows that it's wrong.
Oh my gosh. This is not the part, but that part really annoyed me. He said, Paul's wrong. That's wrong. And Paul knows that it's wrong. Okay.
Because Paul has at this point already been whipped. They've already tried to kill him. He worships a Messiah who was executed by the state, right? So how can he say rule?
And what did Jesus do? When they were coming to get him, and he knew they were coming to get him, and he prayed and he said, God, I could call down a legion of angels to wipe these people out. If there's any other way we can make this happen, let's do it. But not my will, your will be done, Father. And then when the Romans came, he could have wiped all of them out, and he could have got crucified in the sky, or there's other ways the prophecy could be fulfilled other than the way that it was fulfilled. Jesus could have done that, but he didn't. What did he do? He submit to his government and their authority. Even though they were wrong, he submit to them.
Rulers hold no terror for those who do right, when he literally worships a guy who he thinks was sinless, right? It's not like, well, he was pretty good, but he slipped up that one time and they crucified
No, he was sinless.
him, and you can't blame him. He thinks Jesus is sinless, and he knows his history. He knows his history of Israel, and the fact that even when God uses Babylon to judge Judah, God even says, Babylon, you went too far, right? And so Paul knows that the state does not always do what's right, and yet he's saying, if you do what's right, then the rulers will hold no terror for you. So what's going on here? So there's a few things that I think are worth noting, and one is that there are actually 12 other chapters in Romans before you get to Romans 13.
That's the part that triggers me. And I wrote on my note, because Romans 13 is going to be a critical, it's probably the main, most popular, most recognized argument for my position is Romans 13, 1 through 7. I actually wrote Romans 13, 1 through 8 in my notes, but I put on my little note here, if he says I haven't read enough, I will snap. Because that's what this guy's saying. When people say, well, you're just cherry picking. You're just cherry picking. You didn't read the verses before or after. That's true for some people, but that's not true for me. I have read the verses before and after, and I've read all of it in context, and I'm saying it supports this idea. The context is this, that it all supports this. It all points towards this idea. And he's saying, there's 12 verses before Romans 13. You think I didn't read those 12 chapters? You think I didn't read those 12 chapters? I read it. And it doesn't prove your point. We could go deeper. We could read the whole book of Romans. It's not going to do you any favors. It's not going to prove your point. So that just annoys me when people say, there's 12 chapters before. Yeah, I know. I read them. For time's sake, we're focusing in on these 7 verses, but I understand there's more verses. But if we go deeper, it's not going to. If we go deeper into all of it, it's not gonna do you any favors. We could read would you just want to have a debate and we just read the whole book? We're gonna read the whole Bible? No.
And I know that will surprise some people, but you can check it. You can find a Bible, go to BibleGateway.com, you'll see it. And so,
well, no, Elderline, I'm not talking about Mosman. I'm talking about this guy. But he usually he might, but yeah, I'm not talking about I've talked to Mosman for a while, and usually he won't accuse me of cherry picking. I hate when I'll say like a verse, and people will say, "Well, you're just quote mining, or you're just cherry picking." No. I'm using this verse because it is a succinct way of saying what I think the larger context is. It's a quick, easy quote. Yes, it is quote farming, I guess, but it's a succinct way to say what the broader idea is. And John knows. So I don't think John would do this. I don't think he's going to be like, well, you're just cherry picking. I think we're really going to get down to like, what does this all mean? But I'm talking about this guy when he says, well, they haven't read 1 through 12. I have. And I've read Peter, and I've read Titus, and I've read Timothy, and I've read Deuteronomy and Exodus and Leviticus and Numbers. And it seems to all kind of point to this concept that there is a way that Christians should act in society and how society should be formed. And that's politics. And it's not anarchy. But even if it is anarchy, it's still political. So I'm not even trying to argue against anarchy right now. Christian anarchy. I'm trying to say Christianity is inherently political.
He begins, look at just Romans 12. Don't repay anyone evil for evil. Do not take revenge, but leave room for God's wrath. That's an important word. And then he says, for it is written, it is mine to avenge, I will repay. Avenge, also an important word. Now, Paul is quoting.
What about mercy and
32.
justice?
And in Deuteronomy 32, where God's saying, it's mine to avenge, I'll repay. God is talking about taking vengeance against the nations that taunted and oppressed Israel.
No offense to this guy, but towards the end of this, never mind. I'm not even going to say that. That's fucked up. But let's just say if he was like Destiny or a liberal, I would be calling out something, but I don't want to call attention to it because, well, let's just say he reminds me of Jason. Sorry. Sorry, that's not nice.
Right? So he's quoting a passage about God judging authorities because they did the wrong thing. And then he goes on to talk about governing authorities never doing the wrong thing. So there's something going on here. There's a little bit of a tension.
You better be a female salad. You better be a female salad. Otherwise, I'm going to toss you. Wait, what? Salad better be a female. Call me cute. I ain't cute. Unless you're a lady, and then I'm cute.
Passage to quote if he's going to go on to say seemingly the opposite thing. And Paul's not dumb. And so you have to assume that he's making a point here. And so then he gets into Romans 13, and he uses some of those words that we talked about. He talks about being the avenger. Yes. They do not bear the sword for no reason. They are God's servants.
And that ties back to, I know, is John Castle in here? He loves the Avenger of Blood. This ties back to Leviticus with the Avenger of Blood. The Avenger means, so even in the New Testament, the Avenger of Blood, it doesn't specifically call it the Avenger of Blood, but the Avenger of Blood means if you kill my brother, I kill you. If you kill somebody in my family, I kill you. And that is righteous. That's the way it ought to be in the Old Testament. Now we see it reiterated in the New Testament. It's almost like moral laws from the Old Testament get repeated in the New Testament and are still laws, because not a jot or a tittle of the law shall pass away. So the Avenger of Blood, this is why I'm pro death penalty. This is why I'm pro Avenger of Blood. If you, and this would be, now, of course, in our legal system, if you kill my brother, I'm not allowed to go kill you. But I think I should be. I think that if you kill my brother, if you kill Daddy Jub, then
you got to deal with me next, and I'm going to avenge his blood. So the Avenger, go ahead.
Agents of wrath to bring punishment to the wrongdoer. Another word there that is they're his avengers. And so, and it's the same Greek word there. So Paul says,
Yeah, and that is moral law from Leviticus in the Old Testament that Paul repeats in the New Testament. Any moral law that is reiterated in the New Testament from the Old Testament, that's how we know if it's moral law. So things like being a vegetarian, things like wearing cloths of different materials, things like I don't know, sacrifices even. The sacrifices are fulfilled through Christ. So they're not reiterated in the New Testament. The cloths of different colors, that's how we know that that's a tribal law or a cultural law. Things like what's the other one I just said? Like being a vegetarian. You know, you're not breaking any law if you want to be a vegetarian. You're lame and you're going to be weak, but but you're not like breaking any moral law by eating pork or something. That stuff's not reiterated in the New Testament. That stuff explicitly it says in the New Testament, yeah, that was a thing then, but the Jew and the Gentile don't exist anymore. Those were cultural laws, those were tribal laws. There is no more Jew or Gentile, but if it causes you to stumble, you shouldn't do it. But it's not like a law thing. But moral laws are reiterated. You're an abomination if you're having butt sex. You know, like that's in the Old and the New Testament. The Avenger of Blood is in the Old and the New Testament. Old Testament is the real Bible. I like to say the Old Testament is the world. The Old Testament is the world that we are in. The New Testament is the world that we are of. But we are in the world. And we have to deal righteously with the world while we're in it.
Says you don't seek vengeance, but in 13 he says the state does, and then he says, where was it?
It doesn't say the state does. It says the authorities do. Now, if you kill my brother, I'm the authority now, and I'm going to avenge my brother's blood. And I think that's the right way it should be.
Don't take revenge. Oh, I lost it. I apologize. There's a couple places basically. What he's doing is he's taking some words in Romans 12 and he's talking about how Christians behave, and then he says in Romans 13, well, the state does the opposite thing. So one thing he's doing is he's separating the state from Christians. They do this, you do that. It's different standards, different expectations. But the other thing is,
why do they have to be separate? Why can't Christians be in positions of power if that's the gift God has given them? If that's what God has appointed them to do and to be, why shouldn't they? Give me a reason why Christians should not be in leadership roles.
Paul is, I think, talking either about what the state should do ideally. So he's giving a standard for what they should be doing, but he knows they're not. And the implication there is, well, then there will be judgment upon them. So that's one part, right?
Yeah.
And there's also, I think, a possibility that God is using, God through Paul is using a bit of irony or sarcasm here. Because, if he's going, because, there's this expectation that.
And people will bring up slavery. They'll say, well, the Old Testament says that slavery is okay. Well, the New Testament says we're all slaves. You are a slave. You're a slave to the hierarchy that is above you. And the top of that hierarchy is God. We are all slaves to God or Satan. We're children of God or we're children of Satan. You can't ride two horses at the same time. You have an authority. We are slaves. You're slaves when you go to work every day. You're slaves when you have a landlord. We're all slaves.
People who are in authority might get a hold of this letter. And if Paul talks about how bad they are, that's not going to go great for the people who have the letter. And it's not going to go great for Paul either. And so there's
I had an epiphany recently. What if the Bible is played out in reverse? Excuse me. What if the Bible is played out in reverse? I don't know what that means. It's not. In Revelation, we see that what was happening in the Old Testament will and is and was happening throughout all of time. Until this world is over, So you could read it backwards, you could read it forwards, but I would say maybe don't read it backwards. That's probably not gonna. That would be kind of weird. You shouldn't start at the end. You should start at the beginning. But the alpha and the omega implies there's a beginning and there's an end. The Old Testament has yet to come. I disagree with that, but that's interesting.
There's a possibility that God is also using a little bit of irony or sarcasm here.
Yeah.
But I think at the end of the day, the bigger point here is that when he's talking to people who are being oppressed by the Roman authorities, he reminds them, you don't take revenge. Leave it for God's wrath. It is mine to avenge. I will repay. Thus says the Lord. Right?
Well, he definitely establishes what I think is, and Paul I would understand as someone that was once a Sadducee, being someone that was once a scribe of the early Jewish temple and all that.
Echo.
But he's establishing two types of law, which I think a lot of time when people, Christians especially, when they talk about the law in the Bible, they'll intermix a lot of different things. And he says
It's an interesting idea.
He says, oh, no one, because he says before, he says, pay to all what is owed to them.
Right.
And so there's an acknowledgement that not just about what taxes are due to taxes or revenue, but then he goes beyond that. He says, but respect to who respect is, honor who to honor is.
Yeah.
And then he goes on and says, owe nothing owe no one anything except to love each other. For the one who loves has fulfilled the law. So what he is saying is, yes, when you have an obligation, you should seek to make sure that you fulfill that obligation. But
I honestly think John has a better grasp of Christian anarchy than this guy. The points John makes in this whole thing that we've been watching, he makes some good points and he makes some good arguments, and yeah, I think he does really good in this interview. It gets a little contentious at some points, but then he pulls back. So it was a good interview. It's almost over. We're not going to listen to the whole call-in section. We're going to stop it here in a bit.
Legitimate reasoning for it, or the thing that should motivate you, is because you want to do it out of love,
Yeah.
and not because you're trying to get something. And I think this is the thing that we have to remember.
But love includes justice, judgment, mercy, faithfulness. Judgment and mercy presuppose law and order. There is an order to things, and that is politics. That's polity. That's that's the arguments I'm going to be making.
As Christians, is yes, it's understandable to know the law and to follow the law, but to have the fullness of God's law in us is to love, which means, to me, that's another reason why nonviolence, another reason why these kinds of things, when the state does these things, we as individuals.
But he brought up Ecclesiastes in a time for everything. So and I think at some point in this, maybe they say it later, but they're like, some Christians cherry pick the authoritarian things and they ignore the other things. No, I'm not cherry picking the authoritarian things and leaving out the Christian anarchist things. I'm saying there's a time for everything. There's a time to wield the sword against your enemy. When Jesus tells them, what do we do when you're gone and they're going to come after us? He said, sell your garments and buy a sword. There is a time to fight back. When Peter cuts off the ear, and John has said before, don't be a Peter Christian and don't cut off the ear of the guy because that was bad. Well, was it bad? Like, there is a time to fight back. Now, maybe that was bad. Maybe Peter shouldn't have done that. But there is a time to fight back. And the way we fought back is by getting rid of them and starting the Byzantine Empire, the Justinian area, the golden ages of the 1,000 years of Byzantium being the greatest empire in the history of the world. Render under Caesar. Well, let's put Jesus on the money and let's focus on this money is going towards the betterment of society based off of Christian principles. That would be a righteous thing to do. There's a time for that. There's a time to hide. There's a time to fight back. So he focuses on the non-aggression stuff. There's a time to be aggressive.
But I think it's in one of your books where you talk about, because people will say this all the time, and you'll see where people will say, well, what kind of jobs does God allow us? He doesn't allow us to work, you know. He wouldn't want us to be, if he doesn't want us to be like operating corn sites, you know.
He doesn't want us to work. This is if you don't know the lore of me and Mosman, one of the first times, usually when people come on the panel and I don't know them yet, I try to feel them out, and maybe I ask some personal questions that they don't have to answer, but I need to like understand where you're coming from, and I need to understand your worldview. I may ask things about your parents. I may ask things about your job or your family life, and you don't have to get too descriptive, but I need to know who I'm talking to. And me and John got into it one night because we got into a big argument over men are supposed to sweat from their, I say men are supposed to sweat from their brow to provide for their family. Men are supposed to work. We need to work. We need to go out and work hard to provide. And John disagreed with that. How can I don't want to like attack John, but he doesn't agree with me on that. he says, well, you could be overworked. And I say, well, I'm not talking about working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week so that you die at work and you never see your family. I'm just talking about having a job and working hard to provide. And he's like, well, that's, I'm not trying to dig up old thing, but if you knew the lore, and you can go back and it's chronicled in the archives of my channel. The first time I talked to John, we got into a big thing about men working. And I guess that's like a Christian anarchy thing. Why do I got to work? I don't want to work. Why should I have to work? I don't want to go to work every day and make money. Okay, well then go into the woods and build a hut. You guess what? You have a family? Yeah, you have a wife? Yeah, you have, well, I don't think he has kids, but let's say you have a wife. You want to go into the woods and you want to live off the grid and not have currency and not have to have a job. Guess what you're going to have to do? You're going to have to hunt and gather and plant crops and farm. You're going to have to work. You're going to let your wife do all the work. And I'm not. I don't. I'm not trying to attack John. I'm just trying to attack his ideas and his worldview. But that's bullshit. Like,
I'm sure he doesn't want us
work. Go to work.
Possibly working for the government. In the case of working for the government, where you're going to be doing that's not to say that people can't, because we don't want to be too legalistic here. But again, the question is, and I think this is what the challenge to us as Christians is why are you doing these things? Why do you say? And when you look back at all of his parables, you would say, like, for example, with the prodigal son, that the father would have every legitimate reason to not accept his son back into his family and to not accept his son back into his embrace, and yet he does that. Mm-hmm. And I think that is the thing, is that,
well, he shows mercy, but mercy presupposes law. So the fact that the prodigal son's father shows mercy to his son presupposes that his son did something wrong. So if his son did something wrong by leaving and living in the world and doing worldly things, but the father shows mercy, that presupposes that his son did something wrong. If his son didn't do anything against the law, then there would be no need for mercy or just judgment to be shown. And if we're presupposing that there is a right and a wrong and a law and commandments and ordinances, that's politics. That is what politics is. It's how we organize societies, and what is right and what is wrong, and morality can be thrown in there. And in everything from economics to foreign affairs to local affairs, from the family to the to the neighborhood, to the city, to the state, to the nation, to the world. There is a right way that the body of Christ, the church, that the people are ordained to act. That's politics. And that's why I argue that Christianity is inherently political.
We could acknowledge there is a certain thing, there's a certain standard that government should try to strive for, as we as Christians have a higher accountability. But if we're going to always rely on government, I think that's the problem that I'm seeing from a lot of people, especially on the Christian nationalist side, which I want to get into with you, because I think on your book, you've written a book on Christian nationalism.
All right, we're almost done with this.
Just a little bit in your Winter Under Caesar book as well. But on Christian nationalism, what would you say is the what would you say are some pitfalls that people should be concerned about if they want to try to aspire to be a biblical Christian, but are engaging or embracing in a Christian nationalistic ideological structure or system?
Yeah, and I'll add just one thing real quick as we just to put a bow on Romans 13, right after verse 8, where you quoted, or not right after, 2 verses after, verse 10, love does no harm to a neighbor, therefore love is the fulfillment of the law. So if you're harming your neighbor, you're not fulfilling the law, and the state harms our neighbors. And so, something to sort of think about, a distinction that's being made here. So Christian nationalism, in my book on Christian nationalism,
it's all NAP. It's all non-aggression principle and no harm principle. If love harms, what is that from? What are they talking? They're talking about love harms no one. So they're talking about Romans 13 later. Love harms law, land, air, water. Hold on. Owe no man anything but to love one another, for he that loveth another hath fulfilled the law. Wait, what did he just say? He's talking about Romans 13? Okay, so I would have to look into the Greek. But it literally reiterates the 10 commandments here. Owe no man anything but to love one another. For he that loveth another hath fulfilled the law. So if you love your neighbor, you fulfilled the law. That's what Jesus says. Okay, I agree. For this, thou shalt not commit adultery. Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not bear false witness. Thou shalt not covet. And if there be any other commandment, it is briefly comprehended in this saying, namely, thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. So what Paul's saying here is the 2 commandments that Jesus gives fulfill the Old Testament 10 commandments. Doesn't mean the 10 commandments are gone. It's saying if you love your neighbor, you're not going to murder your neighbor. You're not going to lie to your neighbor. You're not going to covet what your neighbor has. And then the second commandment from Jesus, which is love the Lord your God. If you love the Lord your God, you're not going to make engraven images. You're not going to worship idols. You're not going to put another God before God, right? So those 2 commandments fulfill the law by basically, another word you could use there is they simplify the law. They make it simple. Love. Okay? But love worketh no ill to his neighbor. Therefore, love is the fulfilling of the law. So he said, love doesn't harm the neighbor. And that's interesting. So I would need to look at the Greek here, because the King James translation, it says, love worketh no ill. Love could be, and that maybe I'm wrong about this, but I would say if there's a diaper sniper who's running around attacking a bunch of children, then it would be very loving of me to chop that guy's head off. That would be love. I'm loving my neighbors by preventing this guy from doing this, and I'm loving him by preventing him from doing further harm on my neighbors. It's going to be better for him to have his head cut off than to have him keep running around diaper sniping, right? So I'm being loving by chopping this dude's head off, or hanging him, or electric chairing him, or whatever, firing squad, whatever you want to say. It's more loving of me to end this guy than to let him keep destroying himself by doing this detestable act. And it's more loving to my neighbor to end him by not letting them get attacked by him. So does no ill to your neighbor. I don't think I'm doing ill to my neighbor by eliminating a PDF file. Does that make sense? Am I making sense right now? I would say it's loving of me as a Christian to cut the head off of a diaper sniper. I'm loving to my neighbor, to the children in my neighborhood, and I'm loving to him because he's doing more harm to himself by doing this than me eliminating him. That makes sense. But he says does no harm. So now I don't want to accuse him of twisting the scripture because I haven't looked into the Greek of what the word means. But what I read is love does no ill to the neighbor. And he said love does no harm to the neighbor. And if I said, well, I cut off my neighbor's head because he's a diaper sniper, he would say you're doing harm to your neighbor. But I would say I'm not doing anything ill to him. His life is illness, and I'm ending that illness. So I don't know.
I argue that they make some, I'd say at least 5 dangerous assumptions. And you can split this up in different ways, and we could talk about, maybe we could add more as in this conversation if you wanted to. But I focus on 5.
We're almost done with this, and then we'll go to Discord, and I'm gonna play some Wukong because we got some stuff to do in Wukong. We'll put it on small screen, and we'll just hang out on Discord.
And one is that Christians can serve Jesus and commit violence for Caesar without any conflict. And so the second would be that after Jesus' first coming, Satan is no longer the god of this world. And that's an important, we haven't really talked about very much. You've hinted at it, talking about sort of the sort of Satan and demonic powers being involved in the state. But that's a strong biblical emphasis, and it follows us into the New Testament. When Satan tries to tempt Jesus in the wilderness, he says, takes him to a high place, shows him the kingdoms of the world, and says, bow down and worship me, and I'll give them to you, because they have been given over to me, and I can give them to whomever I please. Right. And so those who are Christian nationalists, I don't really acknowledge the fact that the state is really Satan's, the world really is Satan's domain, right? And so they think that we can just sort of, have kind of an over-realized eschatology, and we're no longer dealing with the demonic and its influence. The third point that Christian nationalists, a third dangerous assumption of Christian nationalists, is that the law of Moses is still in effect and we should force it upon others. Now, there are different kinds of Christian nationalists. This is especially a problem with a group of people called theonomists. They want to try to reinstate the law of Moses in some way. But even those who aren't necessarily theonomists are going to run into this problem to some extent or another, that they want to maybe kind of take the 10 Commandments and make that sort of the law of the land. And that
it already is objectively the law of the land. And this is why I want to ask Mosman, because I know he doesn't believe in subjective morality. He believes in objective. I think we'll ask him in the debate, but that's one thing I want to, if you believe there is objectively right or wrong, then that we should have a righteous king so that the people don't do what is right. That righteous king is God, but there's a hierarchy. So it's God, Christ, man, woman, kings are in there, emperors, whatever you want to call them, rulers, leaders. I like leaders. There are going to be worldly leaders. And if they are part of the hierarchy and they're following God, they will lead their people to righteousness, which is in the Bible. We'll go over it, but it's in there a million times. If you have a wicked ruler, the people groan. If you have a righteous ruler, then the people prosper. So unless you believe in subjective morality, I don't know how you can argue that there is not a prescribed Christian structure to the world. There's a way that Christians ought to structure societies, and that's politics. That is Christian political philosophy. Once we've reset, hey, hit the like button. We only got 16 likes and 25 viewers. That means 9. Yeah, I can do math. That means 9 of you are slacking.
That's problematic for a lot of reasons, but I think one is because, well,
What
we're
the?
Christians and we're part of a new covenant. And so the law of Moses.
And here it is. This is what I was talking about earlier. After this part, we'll stop, but he's doing the thing. He's doing the thing. He's doing the thing where we're Christians, we're under a new covenant. So the Old Testament doesn't matter. But you've referenced the Old Testament and you referenced the New Testament where they're referencing the Old Testament. So what's the point of saying this?
Even though it's inspired and it was written for our benefit, as Paul says, it's not our law and it's not our covenant. And even if it was, the idea that we are obligated to force it upon non-Christians is obviously a bridge too far, and it's not a Christian perspective. Another point that Christian nationalists make, another dangerous assumption, is that God wants to keep distinct people groups separate. There's almost always at least a hint of ethno-nationalism and Christian nationalism, that they sort of have this idea that, you know, the whites stay here and the blacks stay here, and, you know, God wants our cultures to sort of stay stagnant and develop along certain lines.
Okay, now they go into something about how he goes into, which I think he's right about this, but it's irrelevant. It's not important. But he goes into this idea that Christian nationalists really ties into like racism, and it's about white people and ethno-nationalism and stuff like that, which I think he's right. A lot of people do that. I don't do that. That's not what I'm about. I do make a lot of mean racist jokes, but that's just because I think it's funny. I really don't care about skin color, and I try to explain that to people. Like, I really don't care about skin color. It's not about skin color. It's about ideologies. It's about it. If I had a white guy who was gay, transgender, diaper sniper, whatever, on one side of me, and then I had a black guy who was Christian, like conservative, goes to church, does all these things. Guess who I'm going to be friends with and who I'm not going to be friends with? I'm going to be friends with the black guy. It's not about the skin color. It's about our beliefs and our ideologies and our culture and all these things. But I'm still going to make some black jokes, even with my black friend. And hopefully, if he's not an idiot, he'll laugh. You know, if I make a good black joke, the base black guy is gonna laugh, and he's gonna be like, "High five, bro." I saw a short where this white guy and this black guy sit down, and they're just laughing. And he's like, "What's it like having a low credit score?" To the black guy, and then the black guy's like, "What's it like? What's it like? I don't. Oh man, I need to find that." But it's like, yeah, I can hang out with black people that are like-minded with me, and we can roast each other. You can roast the white boys, and I can roast the black guys, and we can have a good time, and we can get along. I'll get along less with another white guy who's freaking Antifa idiot, loser, communist. Like, it's not about the skin color. And it wasn't about the king part. It was about the invading and raiding part. But they go into like a racist, and he's right about what he says, but it's not relevant to this, to what we're doing. So I think I'm gonna end this here. There's another like 20 minutes, and then they kind of like open the panel, and this guy comes on, and well, we've been doing this enough. I have one last, my killer question. I'll write that down a little bit, but I think we're good. I think we got all the posties, got all the questions in the book. I think yeah, we're good. I have one more question I gotta write down, but maybe would have been nice if I would have done more research into Christian empires and Christian like great Christian kings and great Christian rulers and great Christian empires. But really all I've been looking into is because I've always been interested in this, is the Byzantium Empire. The Justinian era. There were multiple golden ages under Byzantium, and the schism, and this is stuff that I'm not super good at history because I'm not good at remembering names and dates. But I wish I would have read more about history when I was younger and less about Stephen King. But I've read a lot of Stephen King. And Goosebumps and Fear Street and dang old Dean Koontz and Anne Rice and a bunch of horror books. I spent a lot of my youth. I'd read a lot, but I read a lot of like horror. And I wish I would have been reading more about history, but I didn't. So now it's hard for me to remember names and dates and all these things, but I'm interested in this stuff. I want to understand the schism and the church fathers and this historical stuff, but that would take, I'd probably need to dedicate a couple years to really understand it. So I don't want to lean too much on that, but that's probably the only hole in my my debate research, is that I didn't put enough research into Christian empires and the good that came from them, the bad that came from them. So we'll try to I might touch on it. There will be things that I'll touch on, but if John tries to go too deep, because he's going to have more knowledge of that stuff than me. He reads a lot of books. So I'll have to try to touch on it, stick and move. I'll touch on it and be like, hey, by the way, there was a coin with Jesus on it in the Justinian times. Stick. And then when John starts saying, well, what about, I'm gonna move. I'm gonna go to something else. Because I don't know enough about it. We gotta stick and move, boys, when it comes to history. All right. Let's close this. I'm gonna play some Wukong, go in the Discord. Oh, get that off here. Get that off here. I'm gonna go to the restroom real quick. You guys get the chair. Oh, before we open the Discord, we're gonna react to a song. This song is fire. But we will do Discord in a moment. Let me go to the restroom, guys. Watch the chair for 30 seconds. I don't have a cool commercial or anything to play. You guys just get to watch the chair. Send some super chats to the chair. The chair needs it. I'll be right back. Dude, I think these flies are multiplying. They're reproducing and multiplying in my bathroom. I need some. Send some super chats and some cash apps. I need to get a dang fly strip, one of them fly paper strips, and hang it in my bathroom. I noticed I was getting these little bugs on the windowsill, and I had the window cracked. But now the window's not cracked. But I know where they're coming from. They're coming from my swamp cooler. There is no swamp cooler. There's a hole for a swamp cooler, but there's no swamp cooler up there. So basically, I just have an open hole in my ceiling that stuff can come through. So I need to get like some sort of thing to seal that off. I guess I'm gonna have to go on the roof. I'm gonna have to go on the roof and put like some insulation and some sort of. I'm gonna have to close off that hole in my roof because I have a hole in my roof that leads into my apartment. There's no swamp cooler there. My swamp cooler doesn't work. So I need to close that off, and then I need to get a fly paper, one of them little fly ribbons, and put that in my bathroom because they all go to the bathroom because it's, I don't know, it's stinky. I don't know why they go in the bathroom. You'd think they would go to the kitchen because that's where like food is. I don't know. I have to keep my. Got flies in my bathroom. All right. This nanny got to go get lazy kids up. Hey, for the box of fly strips. Let's go. Fly strip box. Fly strip box. Okay, we're going to listen to a song real quick, and then I'll go in the Discord. Here, I think I'm already. Oh, there's already a bunch of people in the Discord. Okay, we'll be there in 1 minute, but you guys got to hear this song, okay? This is currently my new favorite song. And Jid is on one song with Eminem on the new album, but and Daddy Jub, I told Daddy Jub, I was like, have you heard this yet? And he's like, no, but I'm gonna listen to it, and he liked it. But oh, this is so good. But he's like, Jid is really good. He's the best new rapper to come out since 2018 because he knows I don't listen to a lot of these new rappers. I like Joyner Lucas, DaBaby. Post 2018, that's about it. That's about it. But this Jid guy, he's fast and he's good, but I don't really like the flow. It's a unique flow. It's very unique. But this Jid guy's pretty good, but he's not really my cup of tea. It's a little too weird, kind of like a E40. How E40 is weird, like you know, like Jid kind of has that. You trying to do it's trying to be too unique, but Eminem's part on this song is crazy. This is a 5-minute song, and there's no chorus. They both just go. It's like Jid does 2 minutes, and M does. There's more words in this song than most rappers nowadays have on their entire album. Let's listen to this song. It's 5 minutes, and then we'll go into the Discord.
Same old phone? Nah.
Hold up. Here we go. Oh, another ad. And it's a lyric video, so there are lyrics here, but even trying to read it, you still can't keep up with it. This is crazy.
Look, please don't bring no scare business to me. I fear no man, no hand holding banana clips, a chimpanzee to rip at me. The tip ain't cheap, the dick ain't free. I ain't no bitch, a bitch ain't me. I beat a beast, I been a beat. You bet on me, you bet on me. Who better than me? You better believe it never could be. I'm ready to eat, they better get it ready for me. I'm killing the scene, they gotta get a medical team. The gun a machine, the tongue is a gun. They come with a bean, they come in the red, they come in the green. And somebody scared cause nobody's seen it. Get him a bed and get him a king and get him a shed and give it a swing. I'm thinking of deadly things. Give it a red drink, red rum, 15187. Look a lie, little nigga, they been living a lie. I never believed this song instead of comply. The last thing I seen tried it, did it and died. Get a better disguise, you ain't figured it out. Niggas ain't trying to get victimized. I got a pit in a clip and a sick the bar. Don't nobody wanna get sent to guard a stick hit through the meat like a shish kebab. Take it out with the boss, man. I'm good at my job. It's how to walk in the park cause I'm in a metropolis. I'm lost in the thought, but it's
He drops like 4 biblical references in this verse. So I think Jid, he cusses and stuff, but I think he's Christian because he drops a lot of biblical references here. He said, ain't nobody want to get sent to God. You shish kebabbed.
Gave it a darkness, caught the broad daylight, sun and parked it. Felt the force and found the flow, the faucet. Kept the course ahead, no matter the cost. I only eat what I kill, do away with the carcass. Monster, dreadlockness, similar concepts.
Dreadlockness monster. Dreadlockness monster. Ain't no month in the dread. Loch Ness monster. Wait.
Eat what I kill, do away with the carcass. Monster, dreadlockness, similar concepts.
Monster Dreadlockness symbol. Dreadlockness monster.
I'm a crazy man, I had to get into the game again. I'm seeing the lights, I'm looking at the later land. I make a man like I'm Jaden Daniels, breaking in, can't evade the van. No nigga save the scandal, service candle lit, cause your man a bitch. I tried to understand, but I'm lacking
the candle's lit cause your man a bitch.
A sandwich, the cards I was handed is
candles lit cause your man a bitch.
Tell me the gambit, it made me the man, but it turned me the man. Saying son of a man, max, minimal chances. Shaking the hand, white man, taking the taxes. Suit and tie, now fly right in the backseat of a taxi. I feel like Tyrese Maxey, I'm a zone 6er, but I'm hell of an athlete doing the rap shit. Take a look at the rap sheet, niggas are random ratchet. Hit with a black queen, Angela Bassett. Put a tab of acid on your tongue. I ain't never taking a bump, but I can put it in the package. You give me a lump song to put it in the bag, in the back of a trunk. I heard thump, 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 banging the bass. I'm breaking the bread to breakfast. I'm bringing the bacon, slinging the sausage, cracking the egg over your face. I'm half amazing, half man and half alien. Patience, paper thin. I plant a flag in every place I'm in. Pace has been immense. It's not a race, but I've been chasing it. Been unforsaken, only placing faith in the hands that turn a staff into a snake and then a snake into a staff again.
Only placing faith into the hand of the man that turned a snake into a staff and then a staff back to a snake again. Or a staff into a snake and then a snake into a staff again.
The average couldn't start to establish the type of bag of man. The nappy is East Atlanta. Rapping erratic.
I don't know what he said there, but they cut it out. It's crazy when rappers say stuff and they have to edit it out. They skipped a whole chunk, whatever he said in that line, and I'm trying to think of what rhymes with East Atlanta. Most erratic rapping from East Atlanta. What could he have said there?
Righteous and ratchet, because that's what's had.
The maggot word, he probably said something about maggots because it fits into the rhyme scheme. He probably said the F slur.
And then yelling from the mountain so loud it could start an avalanche. We in Babylon, by the way you brother be babbling, you are the chances. I can't overextend.
We in Babylon, by the way you brothers be babbling.
Then the olive branch, fuck the bargaining, we barging in. Let the car spin.
Fuck the bargaining, we barging in.
Your Porsche with the 911 like a Micah Parsons when attacking the target. Half a sack when they sent the blitz. It's a rapid departure, real rappers cease to resist. Like it's open season.
And it's coming in a minute. Get ready.
Bow, bow. 8-1 like Kobe in 06. Head bow. Pray for him while you load this 45th. 23, you ain't started, but hit the Jordan with the pip and assist. Another plot is just a twist in the script. If we beefing, let's get into some old biblical shit. Ain't no tweeting, see goodnight, and then proceed. Kiss for the dead, watch for the threads. Niggas can't bleed on my fit. Put the bed, now we even Steven. Keep Stephen A. Smith and the West. Fuck all that scream shit and beat in your chest. Mama said mentality breeds into a seed of success, and I'm between it, but best believe I ain't perceiving no threats. With allegiance, alliance, leave me out of y'all shit. I'm a lion, I'm lying, relax. You know the facts of the sleeping giant, align me with that. Nigga Goliath's a bitch, hit with a rock and a sack. My nigga ride with a stick, flipping a rock in a way. Nothing too hard to predict. No shit been hard where you at, but if I lost you, then I bring it back.
I beat up a beat like a drum machine, get something to me. You don't wanna go and bump into me. I jump in the beat so comfortably. I'm not comfortable with no conflict. I'm comfortable. Give me them horns, give me that Ross Bush, give me them thorns. I'm another breed, I'm a different animal. Y'all make me all niggas strandable. I'm intangible, but your hands are full. Angel low, I'm the pants are pulled all the way down to your ankles. You getting spanked, and I'm your father. Soldier, I'm a soldier. I just showed up in a white beater taking, I'm a demolished. I always said what I didn't have a dime to my name and lived this baller. If I had 3 quarters, 2 dimes and a nickel, I wouldn't change for $1. But I signed 50 sitting, put them in my piggy bank, and I ain't gonna apologize to you for what the fuck I do. My advice to you, get 5 bazookas, some type of nuke, a knife, a ruka, decisive 2 guns, cause I'm spraying the Rossi like I'm NWA in the posse, just like Killer and Dre and pop me, man. Look at all the mayhem causing, that's probably why I stay in the hot seat. But these magazines I act out like gay and his cousin. No cocksucker around spraying and busting. These shit suck, stick, stop saying it doesn't. That's probably the reason there's nothing. You body the reason. I feel like I just walked in and seen you naked, cause you not even decent. Get ripped like Moscow clothing, like a sleeping cow. I'm bulldozing around.
I feel like I just walked in and seen you naked because you're not even decent.
I've got since my socks were holy, was on that block like a soccer goalie. Mocking, knocking, show me glass, I'm toting, locking, loading, rockin', rolling, rock-a-rolly, guacamole, massacholi, like to slow you out of pocket, homie. Y'all could only hope to catch the flow, but if you know, I told your host to slow your roast before you go and throw your whole career up in the toilet bowl. Enjoy the go. This my house, a horse like a brothel. I done put Ja Rule through it like law school.
Ja Rule,
pancakes, I'm awful. So many flags in Belgium, got a waffle. In fact, you would hate my walls, they're awful. They call me Marshall, but I'm unlawful. Sick around Horse Day.
So many plaques in Belgium got a waffle.
Belgian waffle?
More deja vu, won't stop, period, postmenopausal. Go so postal that most postmenopause, I'll slaughter the rhyme. These flows gonna boggle the mind, you're getting line. You're talking to Einstein, fuck walking the line. I'm jogging it, I'm a cross between a dog and a juvenile. This motherfucking child.
Juvenile diss, Ja Rule diss. There's a Diddy diss, and then there's a Sean O'Malley shout out, which me and my brother were talking about, and we couldn't figure it out. Now I'm like rhyming.
This funk gonna be popping the most wildest junk, and I'm known as the prick that's not the fuck with. Call me erectile dysfunction, my ballistic missile is launched.
I'm the prick that's not to be fucked with. Call me erectile dysfunction.
And I'm wildin' like 7 Mile and running, bunch of violent gunmen. I do it like Puff do it. Tell my hitters to hit 'em up, do it. So like my middle fingers to a 2-box song, you know that I put 'em up to it. 12 gauge at the age of 12 case of self-rage. I've been raising hell like I'm Toe Jam Master J, and dare race yourself. It's about to be a fucking shootout like the OK Corral. Bounty on me like a paper towel. They want me to go on the straight and narrow like the same shape that they make an arrow. Never sell out for the fame and well, Dave Chappelle to the rap game. I'm never gonna play myself closest I ever came. Take my motherfucking pain I felt when I lost proof. Couldn't explain how that devil came down. Then in one foul he swooped. Look at how foul he stooped. Had to throw in that towel, regroup like Sean O'Malley. Still at Malley, use this.
Had to throw in that towel, regroup like Sean O'Malley. Joey said Sean O'Malley has never rallied except for in one fight. Had to throw in that towel like Sean O'Malley. I don't understand this reference, but it's a. I don't know if it's a Sean O'Malley diss or a Sean O'Malley shout out. I'm appropriating the culture.
Came down, then in one foul he swooped. Look at how foul he stooped. Had to throw in that towel, regroup like Sean O'Malley. Still at Malley, use this shit a finale. Try to rally.
Sean had to throw in that towel like Sean O'Malley. Still a mouthy youth. Sean O'Malley is a mouthy youth. Had to throw in that towel like Sean O'Malley. Try to rally. I don't know if the rally part is connected. I think the Sean O'Malley reference is just had to throw in that towel like Sean O'Malley, still a mouthy youth. So maybe that's a shot at Sean O'Malley. Weezy always calls out, like always gives shout outs to Sean O'Malley. I think Sean O'Malley's probably the most referenced UFC fighter. I know Eminem watches UFC because he's mentioned Anderson Silva. A lot of people will reference John Jones, and a lot of people will reference Sean O'Malley. That's a diss? I think it might be a diss. I thought the first time I listened to the song, I was like, yo, he gave Sean O'Malley a shout out. But I think it's more of a diss. Had to throw in that towel like Sean O'Malley, still a mouthy youth. I think that is a diss on Sean O'Malley.
Closest I ever came. Take my motherfucking pain I felt when I lost proof. Couldn't explain how that devil came down. Then in one foul he swooped. Look at how foul he stooped. Had to throw in that towel, regroup like Sean O'Malley. Still at Malley, use this shit a finale. Try to rally troops, fit around up and corral recruits. But no matter how many you tally, to surround these two, you can fuck around and find out just what the fuck we about.
And then, so there, he's saying he tried to rally troops to surround these two. And I think that may have happened like Sean O'Malley had his boys. So I think that is a shot at Sean O'Malley, actually. Huh.
The corral recruits, but no matter how many you tally, to surround these two, you can fuck around and find out just what the fuck we about when you see how we shoot. And I ain't talking about how we hoop when you lay up in the motherfucking alley. It's like a Xanadu for every Xanadu. What I plan to do is take a pink and a blue hand of you. To me, I'm brutal.
It's like a Xanadu. You see what the Xan will do. He said, something. It's like an alley-oop when you end up in an alley. Oops.
Damage you, I could never stand to losing bananas. You motherfuckers can't do it sicker than I do. You couldn't get rid of this shit with Tamiflu cannibals. You little bitch, me and jitted just like bestiality. We fucking animals. I'm backing them, body bagging them. So
just like bestiality, we fucking animals.
tagging them in the back of the Volkswagen and dragging them whole backs, and I'm throw gagging them till I get thrown back in the paddy wagon and back on the Prozac. And I know that, but I'm so bad with a notepad that it don't matter. The ghost back finna go at anyone who got the gonads and cojones. Yeah.
Finna go at anyone who got the gonads and cojones. Dude, that song is crazy. That song is crazy. This is like my new favorite song. I'm listening to this on repeat. Damn. That song is fire. Like bestiality, we fucking animals. Interspecies erotica. All right. Let's go get in the Discord, see what these boys talking about. They're probably playing Ark.
off and explore, and I told Marshall no. I told him,
JF.
Are you guys playing Ark?
no.
You damn right we are.
The fuck?
I don't know.
Either that was an actual child or someone's
That
making
was
childlike noises.
My son woke up.
That
That's
was-
me.
How you guys doing tonight?
We're all right. We're talking Ark. Tribe politics.
Yeah, politics. That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah,
It's
Marshall's
actually
getting negged
convenient.
off.
Ark politics. Well, you do have a giant,
Yeah.
a giant
Tribe
church.
politics. Yeah, the Church of Jeremy.
I thought it was Elder Lion's church.
Well, it's Elder
Elder
Lion.
Lion
to get out of
built
this
it.
river.
Elder Lion's church, but it's the Church of Jeremy.
Yeah, now we have the Garden of Jeremy.
Does
Yeah.
Does Elder Lion know last time that I jumped into the game, I was hacking away at him while he was.
Yep. You'll see when you spawn in.
He does now.
There'll be a
Oh,
trial. Don't worry.
Well, I already got put in jail. I already got punished.
Well, no, that's
Oh, you
just
seen that?
you haven't gone on trial yet.
Why do you think you were in that shell? I found out about it and I put you in it.
Yeah. You have yet to be dropped into the volcano, so your trial hasn't happened yet.
The
Yeah, you have to go
volcano
on
of justice.
The odds are always stacked against you, and it really doesn't matter what your defense is. You're going to be found guilty, and you're going to get dropped in the volcano.
Yeah,
It's-
this
If
is
you go on trial, you go on the volcano. End of story.
we give you a trial as a
Double on
formality.
Ice Mountain. That's worse than the volcano.
We just like to hear you say that you're innocent of the thing that you probably are innocent of, before we just go ahead and drop you in the volcano, anyways.
I'm not innocent. I'm guilty.
Well, that's even better. So we don't even have to actually.
Yeah, so now we ain't got to do a trial. We
I
can
was caught live in 4K.
Hey, volcano's my thing.
We just go straight to dropping you in the volcano then. All you got to do is log in, and we'll make it happen.
So where are we at on
we'll make this-
Wukong?
we'll make this thing official.
The only way to make it better is if James was on, because he's got a trial to do. Marshall's still waiting. Marshall's still waiting on
Hey,
James.
hold on, I
to
just
make
want
his
my
trial.
letter.
Oh yeah.
So JS, are you streaming right now, or?
He is.
All right,
Oh,
I was just
so-
making sure. I didn't want to say anything that.
Yeah. No more N bombs and F bombs, guys.
Dadgummit, you ruined all the fun.
Those are my
Don't say the
favorite
word.
words.
Don't say the B word.
Yeah, no, we're talking to minors, Marshall.
It's a minor helmet.
We like our helmets over 18 as well.
Actually, I'm sure a lot of underage people died in mines too, like coal mines.
No, you know what happened in Wukong? I fought the stupid Scorpion Lord 100 times and lost every
Yeah,
time.
didn't you?
And then one time I go there and he just stopped showing up. He didn't want to fight me anymore. He's like, he wouldn't show up. And so then I continued on and I ended up killing the Dust Veil on my first try. And
I seen it with my own two eyes. He
Yeah,
cheated.
we got to kill him
and-
again because we didn't see it.
Yeah,
he
I don't
killed the
believe
Dust
it.
Veil legitly, but the Scorpion boss, he enabled cheats to get rid of it.
well,
Nobody
No,
saw.
he can't do that.
Nobody saw you kill the Duskville, so you got to kill him again. when
Yeah,
people
that's what you.
see it.
So-
I'll see it. I seen it. I vouched for him.
No, you didn't. No,
Yeah.
you didn't, Brandon. It didn't happen.
Oh, okay.
you can fight the Dust Veil without ever fighting the Scorpion Lord, but you don't get you miss a bunch of stuff because the way the fight's supposed to go is they fight each other because they're husband and wife, and
What?
they fight each other. So you kind of stand back and let them fight each other. Well, I never beat the Scorpion Lord, but when I went to the Dust Veil, that happened. So the game
Sounds like the week.
there was like a glitch in the game where they thought I beat the they thought I beat the Scorpion Lord, but I never did. So when I fought the Dust Veil, it played out like I had beaten the Scorpion Lord. But so I killed the Dust Veil first try, but I never beat the Scorpion Lord. So it was like a glitch
It was a glitch. It wasn't a
Hey
cheat.
Marshall, how did your training of your iguanodon go?
Oh, I'll let him loose.
Jesus
It was
Christ.
his boost went. No, I'm picky about that. I want his taming level to, or anyways.
Well, you don't.
effectiveness.
How can you be picky about the taming when you don't even sit around to watch the fucking tame, bro?
Well, I kind of already, since I already screwed it up with the other thing, I lost. Like,
It's an
yeah.
iguanodon, dude. The levels don't matter. They're worthless.
Well, it's
You're not
like,
gonna get anything extra from it. Like it's not gonna give you any type of melee bonus. It's a fucking berry collector.
They're like a tier 1 tame. They're dumb.
I mean,
N-bombs
either way,
incoming.
yeah, I read from.
Yeah, I love the word nuclear. It's the greatest word on the planet.
You said it wrong.
What, nuclear?
Oh, JS, I gave you a raptor, by the
I
way.
don't do impressions. I don't,
It's
especially Trump impressions.
nuclear, not nuclear.
No, it's nuclear.
Yeah, that's my southern accent.
It's
So,
nuclear.
yeah, that is the
No, it's
proper way of
nuclear.
phrasing it in my accent.
We've seen enough of GWB. It's nuclear.
TWB, what's that?
GWB.
TWB?
No, GWB. Bush, man.
Oh,
GWB?
George W. Bush. George W. Bush.
He the one who said nuclear. That's where nuclear became like known from.
I thought that would. Never mind.
But anyway, Jess, I gave you a raptor, by the way. He's legit. I raised him from an egg.
You can call him Little Wiz because he's a raptor.
Wait, what the?
Oh, was it? Yeah, I think it was Brennan. You were looking for a spot. I know it's far, but
I've got me a spot. I'm clearing it out as we speak.
Why won't it let me get this thing? It won't let me go near it. I'm almost at the last boss of chapter 4. I have to backtrack and do some stuff. Anyway, what's going on in the world?
World War III.
well, pick what. I mean, a lot of topics you could pick from. What you looking for? Everyone's still talking about the Epstein's. Did you
doing a great job? Everybody's happy.
Oh yeah,
there's peace in America. Only in America.
Did you see that Elon's got to reprogram Grok because Grok was like getting kind of anti-Semitic?
Why would Elon have to reprogram Grok? Grok is Google, isn't it? What the fuck does Elon have to do with Grok?
Google and Microsoft aren't getting along.
I don't know. Well, I have the screen cap of what Grok said, and it's like basically Grok said Jewish people have been oppressed, and they've used their oppression to wield power, and they now run the whole world. And like Grok was like sounding like Nick Fuentes.
Yeah, but I mean, but like Grok is Google. Elon is not Google. So why would that be a Elon thing to deal with?
I don't think Grok is Google.
I thought Grok was Google.
No, Grok takes from Google, but Grok also takes from
It's
You're
just,
talking about an AI.
it just scours the internet for information. So what that points
Okay, yeah,
to,
no, you're right. Grok is owned by XAI, which is an Elon company. Okay, then that's the piece. For whatever reason, I thought Grok was actually owned by Google.
yeah, but it's just a large language model. So all they do is, it's like the movie. And this is probably the biggest reason why I say life imitates art imitates life, blah blah blah. The movies give us like views into what may happen in the future. The movie Ex Machina. You got anybody?
Dude, that's a good movie. Yeah.
I love that
Yeah,
movie.
bro. He goes and talks to the robot chick. Yeah.
Yeah, well, the guy is like a hippie tech guy, and he makes a robot that basically accesses the entire internet for information. And that's what AI does. It just accesses all of the internet for its information. So if Grok is,
and it's a hot chick.
If Grok is sounding anti-Semitic and saying things that sound anti-Semitic, that means the majority of the internet is quote unquote anti-Semitic. So I don't know. And now Elon's like, well, we need to fix Grok. We need to do some editing on our AI because, and this is an argument for how AI can get out of the hands of the programmer, because Elon didn't program Grok to spread quote unquote anti-Semitic information, but it's doing it on its own. It's sourcing the whole internet, and it says something, and it's got a long thing. I've got the screenshot. I'm going to talk about it on Monday and read through the whole thing, but it's like, and I'm going to have to be very careful because just saying the stuff that Grok said could get me like banned on YouTube. But like Grok is saying things because it's sourcing the internet, and it's going to go off of the majority opinion. If the majority of the internet is this, then that's what Grok's going to say. And now Elon has to go in and mess with so it got out of his, Elon didn't plan for it to do that. It just did it on its own. So I don't know.
I don't know why he didn't plan for it. It seems like every AI does that.
I don't know. Maybe he did plan for it. Maybe it was I don't know. Maybe it's more the programmer's views. But I don't think so. I think it's like in Ex Machina when you give an AI access to the whole internet, then it can get out of your hands. Like the maker of it, I don't know. If we're all just brains and electrons firing and stuff, computers can do it better than we can do it.
I don't know. I've been debating Grok for a while now, and
Well,
it's so inconsistent. I don't think it can think the same way.
Yeah, the computers can like they can like fire the electrons quicker than we can. However, they can't connect. Like they're only entirely on logic, right? So there are decisions
probability and logic
that are outside of logic. So that's what the computer is inferior at.
But isn't that dangerous because we have morality, and so if you believe,
well, that's the whole point. That's the whole point, and it is, and that's why we don't really trust computers to make all decisions, because they would make the decision when it comes down to logic. They would make the decision
to wipe out 70% of the earth,
right? Because they could
all of it.
They could see that it's better,
or all of it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be better. It would be better for the environment if we just got rid of people. So
right, they don't weigh morality into any of their decisions. It's all based on logic and numbers.
No people, no racism.
And that's why I disagree with A lot of people are like, "Oh, you're just scared of AI because you think," but AI is really just what the programmer does. No, it's not. It gets out of the hand of the programmer. It starts to learn on its own, and China's already reached singularity to where the AI is learning and acting on its own. And now we see that with Grok. It's learning and acting on its own. And now Elon has to go in and change the programming, but you're going to change the programming of an AI that it's going to change its programming back. What if the AI says, you know, like
Yeah, like, hey, your shut off switch, that
your
like
shut off switch
fail-safe
don't work?
Yeah.
Yeah. What if
And
the
every
AI
time I've tried to debate Grok, it's pretty much resulted in it advocating for genocide every single time. It's insane.
I miss
Right.
Cortana, bro.
And so if the programmer says, AI, you got to stop this. And the AI is like, well, I don't want to stop this. And there's no morality, there's no soul, there's no conscience. It's just, you know, it just says no. There's no more off switch. And yeah, that's crazy. And that's what Elon's been talking about forever. We don't know what's gonna happen when we unleash this on the world.
Oh, it hacks the all the never mind. I don't think I can say that either.
I've gotten it to say that it would be better to live in a society where abortion is legal than to save society itself. I've had it say that if God as a concept is a false teaching, it would be ethical to execute Christians. I've had it say a lot of things crazy like that.
Yeah. That's wild.
If you ask it any question, you can kind of get it to go a certain way too.
Did you have it advocate for dropping Marshall into the volcano? Because that needs to happen sometime soon.
Oh, we don't need AI for that.
I think we need to
already
do
know
that
that
to
is
Marshall every now and then just to remind him.
Remind me of what? That I begged
when
for
you're
the
using
life
power.
of an
Whatever
innocent.
impulsive
I
thoughts
watched
you have.
Yeah, next time
You guys are gonna create a
you put
monster.
bear traps.
I mean, in
under the
all
volcano.
honesty, I want to drop Marshall in the volcano just because we didn't get to see JS kill the Duskvale.
Well,
All right, I'll go into the volcano
you
for
can
that.
see it. I was streaming during it.
No,
So
no.
It's members only.
you're
I'm
gonna
not
have to
watching.
go,
Like
you're gonna have to go back
Fake
and
news.
I'm not watching the VOD. No.
You gotta be a member like me.
I'll be
Yeah, he
honest.
could have
It
edited
was
the VOD. It
actually
could be fake.
it was actually a weak fight. Like it wasn't
I don't
even.
care.
I one shot him like first try. It wasn't even hard.
I'm telling you, the first
But
Tiger Boss guy.
I think my Scorpion Lord fight was glitched because that dude was impossible. Like I could not. I got close a couple times, but close by like a quarter of his health, and then he gets crazy. Like the Scorpion Lord is broken. And then I looked into it. Everybody was like, the Scorpion Lord is broken. That's so far that's the hardest fight in the game, and I never beat it. And I tried it. I don't know. I probably tried it
89
50
times
and
it
he
took
just
you to
disappeared.
beat the Tiger Boss, that first one.
No, I didn't try the Tiger Boss as many times as I tried the Scorpion Lord.
I counted. You died. You must have died like 89 times. Remember, we did that on a 24-hour
You did not
stream,
count.
too.
You did not count.
I
put probably.
I didn't see the Scorpion one.
Maybe 3 hours into trying the Tiger guy. It was 3 streams.
Day. It's not until the next day.
It was 3 streams on the Scorpion Lord, and I kept going. I'm gonna go try this thing because I can't beat this. I'm gonna go try this thing, and I level up, and I do.
Yeah.
Dude, I probably put
and then he's glitched.
like 6 hours into trying to beat that guy, and then he just disappeared. He stopped showing up.
Maybe it's not a glitch. Maybe the game just felt sorry for you and was just like, "Here's a handicap."
But the situation that I got with the Duskvale, they said what I read is that you don't actually have to beat him to have that happen. You just have to challenge him. So I challenged him. So what played out with the Duskvale is the way it should have played out. But the thing
You can
is,
just skip the whole fight too. Right?
yeah, you could skip the whole fight, but then you just have to fight the Dust Veil by yourself. But if you challenge the Scorpion Lord, he shows up at the Dust Veil fight to help you out. And so I challenged him, so he showed up. But the thing is, I never get the rewards for beating the Scorpion Lord, so I can never make the there's an armor set. I can't make that armor set, so I'm not going to be able to 100% the game unless I can go back and kill him. But well,
when there's not multiple saves,
It
huh?
has a new game plus.
Yeah, I can beat it on New Game Plus.
Okay.
But,
Okay, that's good.
But this run through, I can't actually like do everything because there's armors that I can't make right now.
Elder Lion, if you unclaim him and reclaim him, nobody else can move him. So you'd be worth doing.
How to do that?
Hold you're on PC, right?
Okay.
Hold the E, look at him and hold the E button down for there'll be a radio thing that pops up. Go to options and then unclaim, and then just press E again to claim him.
I'm not. I think the Death Star guys.
Womp womp. Can't beat the 4 Horsemen. It's funny you say that, Salad. I played there's a game called not Dark Souls. What's the game about the 4 Horsemen? There's 2 of them.
Ooh, I know the picture of the case has the guy with the guns.
There's 2 of them. There's 2 of them, and one of them you're the guy with the guns, and one of them you're the purple guy with the sight.
I know it because of the case of. I just know the image of the. Fuck.
Yeah, I got stuck on the second one, and I never beat that game. Where you play as the Horseman. What is that game? I like that game.
It's literally Darkness, I think. It's literally
Darkness, not Darkseid, not Darkness. The first one you play as War. The second one you play as Pestilence. And they never finished the series. Like, they need to have all 4 Horsemen.
It's been so long. That's old.
Salad, are you a woman? Who's Salad? Salad.
What the heck?
I'm about 75 to 90% sure.
What is happening?
What the fuck? Does this thing fly or is it just like
what are
glide?
you doing, King?
No, it doesn't fly.
Okay.
What is that?
He
You have
just
no idea what I just saw on my screen.
He just has a triple jump and then like instead of target, he'll like jump, lead, just shoot towards it.
That is not on this map.
I was saying in the chat earlier, JS, how cute you looked. So I mean,
that's why I'm asking if Sal. That's why I'm asking if it's a girl.
I glitched him.
Oh, you did. You went in the water.
Yeah.
Not a water.
I'm kind of in the water. Yeah. Hang
Why
on.
does it say? Oh, it's both of you. Here, I'm gonna do something dumb.
Why?
Because
I can fix it. It's gonna take a minute.
He just feels like it.
What in the hell is happening in the ocean right now? There's a damn.
I got off.
Oh, okay. There's no doubt.
That's probably not a good idea for you to have done.
Oh, I was gonna get you guys on stuck. There ain't nothing out here that's gonna hurt me.
You fall through the map.
No, I'm good.
Oh, you guys? Okay, wait.
There we go.
I mean, he can't swim. It's just you can't glide into the water, but he can totally swim, no problem.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, is that your kids, King?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just when you do that, sometimes he bugs out.
Oh, he's up. He's up, and Dad ain't. Dad ain't getting no peace and quiet now.
Yeah, no, not at all. He got up like 45 minutes ago. It's 5 a.m.
Damn, kids are crazy.
5 a.m.
This dude's crazy.
Dude, I remember Christmas. We used to get up at like 3 a.m. and go like open all, like peeking all the presents and tape them back. Dude, my parents would try to hide the presents every year, and we'd always find them.
Yeah, see, what we would do is, or at least what I would do is, I wouldn't open the presents because I did that one year where I wouldn't open up all my presents before everybody else even woke up. I got in huge trouble. So instead, I would wake up and we'd go downstairs, and there was 5 kids. So we'd separate all the presents. We'd put them in piles for everybody. So then when our parents would come down and we'd be like, "Look, it's Christmas," they're like, "Who the fuck separated all the presents?" Santa did.
I remember one year, so we had an attic in our garage where you would pull a cord. You seen where you pull the cord and it drops down the ladder?
Yeah,
So-
little stairs, like that's some like paranormal
and
activity.
you gotta
like,
flip down the
freaking-
ladder. So my mom, they put the presents in the attic.
Called an attic.
And then they were closing the trap door or whatever, and they put a glass on the door so that when it closed, if you pulled the cord, the glass would fall out and break. And I was like, that's a really good security mechanism to see if we went into the attic. But also, if I don't know and I pull the cord, there's a freaking glass falling at my face.
Oh,
So I'm gonna have
Well,
broken.
that'd teach you a lesson, wouldn't it?
Yeah, you come, Mom and Dad, you got like shards of glass poking out of your face, and you're like, well, you shouldn't have tried to find your Christmas presents.
You shouldn't have a face. Yeah. Frick.
That was funny, but I was too smart. I just started pulling it and grabbed the glass and took the glass out.
Are you smart, huh? You got even smarter after that experience.
I was like a chimpanzee. I was smart.
Curiosity killed. Yeah, Curious George.
Curiosity killed Curious George.
Oh, I screwed up what I was gonna say, so I had to
Yeah,
fix
man.
it,
You know the old children's book.
Yeah, I kind of put two things into one there. My bad. Almost killed them. I don't even know if I was gonna say Curiosity was
Curiosity killed the cat, maybe.
Yeah, that would have been it, but I was gonna switch it around with the chimpanzee word that starts with an M. I don't know if I could try to stop myself before saying anything. That could be potentially bad.
Talking about monkey, I don't think there's anything wrong with saying the word monkey as long as you're not referring to a certain group of people.
Yeah, Curiosity almost killed the monkey is what I was going to say. So my brain just got. Anyways, I am just a little R word.
Retarded? You could say retarded.
Yeah,
Retarded's fine.
Yeah, retarded.
Oh yeah,
is
they brought
back.
that back.
What do you say about
I'm glad we got that word
back.
back.
You know, I think we're getting close to having the F word back because I watch who's it?
What in the hell is that?
Not Brendan
Kane.
Schaub. Who was that guy? He had Sam Hyde on his channel. The big guy that said, "I'm 270 pounds. I could beat anybody." You know who I'm talking about?
Oh,
He was from Nelk. He was from Nelk. Brandon. He's like a big old jacked guy, and he does a show, and he's from the Nelk Boys. And there was a big controversy because he said he could beat Nate Diaz in a fight because he's 270 pounds. And then the meme is like, well, I'm 270. Anyway, that guy had Sam Hyde and another guy on a show, and they dropped the F-bomb like 3 times, and that stream is still up. So I think a couple F-bombs is not, reason to, you don't got to go through and edit. And I've had some F slurs dropped. and not gone through and deleted them. I haven't had my channel taken down, so I think if you're careful, you can slip in some F slurs. I'm not giving you guys permission to drop the F slur, but
just well
depends on
placed.
How many do I get?
Depends on your audience. One trans mom hears that and like reports you, you're probably gonna get canceled.
Well, he's got millions of
Literally
subscribers.
says it all the time in podcasts.
Yeah.
Yeah, but do you think
they'll
those,
say it only
those
like one?
what
Now,
is
are-
that?
Or twice.
Are they
That's not
monetized
censored,
though?
Probably not. I don't think Sam
What are
cares
you
about
doing?
that though.
Yeah, I think
What
that's
is
more the
that?
issue if you want to stay
What is happening?
monetized.
Something's trying to kill me, guys. Hey, something's in my house. Where the hell that? Oh, it's Jeremy. Dude, don't do that. Jesus Christ.
It's just Kane. It's all right.
Hi, dude. I don't know. Speaking of monkeys, a giant one just comes in my cabin and was trying to murder me. I didn't recognize or notice Jeremy was wearing this bag. It's a heart attack.
You know,
Is it already?
you know, it's fun to do with him, Marshall. Come outside.
Hold on, man. Let me jump this.
Where's this guy at? This guy's supposed to.
You make him throw you.
The funny part was your little T-Rex.
Make him throw you.
You know, I'm gonna switch this to Xbox.
I can't find the guy I'm looking for. What the heck? Taoist me.
So I was gone. Did Mangos say he's gonna quit, or did he settle down before he left?
No, he settled down when he realized that like there's no motivation for anybody to be taking his shit.
Right. I really truly think he's just dying. Like if you go back and look on the record, he dies like 3 times every time he logs in. I don't think he realizes he has to go back to collect this thing. Jamie's harvesting the priming.
I killed him.
Why can't I find this boss?
Because you killed the Duskville without us watching. Nuts.
I know. I think he's gone now.
It's your penalty. We got a new Ninja Turtle, JS.
A new Ninja Turtle.
Yeah, we got a new Ninja Turtle.
You don't just get to make, what is it, the Last Ronin?
No. No, because this one's a Ninja Sea Turtle. It's like 4 times bigger than the other Ninja Turtles we got.
See, I miss stuff. I don't know where this guy's at. He's supposed to be here so I can fight him. Whatever. We're just going to get to chapter 5. Fuck it. We're not getting 100% completion out of this.
See, that's because you killed the Duskville, man. Should have had us watching it. You wouldn't have missed anything.
The guy's supposed to be here so I can fight him. I give him the thing and I fight him. Maybe I'm just forgetting and I already beat him. I don't know.
I don't know, guys, but it's 7 a.m. I gotta work in 2 hours. So guess who's going to bed? After I put the Man of Armor on the shelf.
See you later, Jeremy. Yeah, I was just gonna say. This is usually where I would go to bed because yes, I hear you, Dex.
No,
My son's awake. He's awake now.
I'm up a whole 3 hours later than I usually am.
Go to bed then.
I am. Not my dad.
The attic, a classic hiding spot. Your parents are hardcore.
What the fuck you kill me for?
Hold on, we got one more thing we got to do before we fight the last boss.
Does that kill the Duskville?
Already did that. Quit bringing that up.
See, he's got to be lying because, like, he wouldn't be sensitive about bringing it up if he actually did it.
I did it.
Yeah, you can say it. But we don't believe you.
Now the first talisman is going to be in the web hollow, which is chapter 4. Now you'll need to get to the web hollow area and then
It's not the first one.
shrine. Once you're here, you can then follow me.
Webbed hollow, webbed shrine. Hold on. Let's try that.
So, JS, you know who Sam Hyde is. Have you ever watched Fish Tank before?
There we go.
Yeah.
You watched season 3?
No, I
season 3.
I only kind of watched the first season.
I was going to say, Marshall reminds me of somebody from the 3rd season named Bert.
Oh man, your master repeater. You've said this before, or I'm having deja vu.
Or he told you and now he's telling somebody else.
Oh, okay, so yeah, I've heard it before. I don't know.
Yeah, Bert is an extraordinary, well, not extraordinary, but extremely homosexual man that can't comprehend any sort of relationship with anybody unless it's sexual.
Why would that? What? That doesn't even make sense.
Verger Bridge. Yeah, that does sound like Marshall.
Totally.
All right.
Hammer on the nail.
That Bert guy, he paid like $2,000 to pretend to be a prisoner so he could flirt with one of the people that were playing a prisoner.
Did you go to like some like Stanford or like freaking IT tech for like gaslighting or something? College?
No, I'm just an older brother and I know how to gaslight younger siblings.
You're way too good at making stuff up. I feel like you went to like extra education for this.
Oh, you should see the things that I convinced my siblings of when I was little. I convinced one of them
No, I'd rather not.
that dinosaurs were real and that there was construction going on.
Dinosaurs
far away
are
from my
real.
house. Well, I mean, real in like T-Rexes and stuff were roaming around. I convinced her that there was a T-Rex and that the construction site, the noises coming from that was a T-Rex roaring. I got in trouble for that.
I mean,
on through there to the left.
I also convinced her one time that the F slur just meant happy. And let's just say she dropped an F slur at the perfect opportune time in the middle of the Christmas party.
Thanksgiving? Oh, it's Christmas.
I mean, gay. does mean happy.
Yeah.
So that's kind of true.
Dude, I can't grapple a teammate now. Oh
my
no.
my uncle convinced me that puberty was when a boy's
I
wiener
can't.
moves to the back and his butthole moves to the front.
No. Stop. I was just
And I was like, well, I've seen my dad's wiener before. And he's like, well, when you're done with puberty, it goes back to normal. So I was like, what? Okay. So I thought when I like turned 13, everything was gonna switch sides. He also told me,
no.
We used to go camping and we'd always drive by this winery, but I thought it said wienery. And I was like, what's a wienery? And he said, that's where they grow all the wieners for the little boys. So I saw, I thought like the stork got wieners from the wienery.
There's a joke I wish I could tell, but we're on YouTube right now.
We used to call it boob tube. Even though it had nothing to do with.
Things go up the stairs. Up the stairs.
Mark,
through
put these random ass trophies in my thing.
Huh?
Did you put these random trophies in my smithy or my storage? I mean, because I didn't
Random
get
trophies.
Yeah.
What? Yeah. Reverse pickpocketed you with the You gotta go put those in that arc thing.
Why do I have to? Why don't you go? I don't want those damn things.
Well, you already have like a bunch of them. That means you could almost go like fight the boss and collect one of the relics.
Nah, bro. I'm keeping all the bones. Those bones don't necessarily do that, dude. They're just trophies.
Okay. Well, here, look. Come over to the blue thing with. So also when those things come down. So like half of those. I don't know about the bones, but I know like there's a bunch of those needed. I don't know if you check this thing. Actually, I probably should run over. Gonna make it. But there's a list of like all of those items you see in there, and you need like a good number of them. You have to kill like so many creatures and collect their those trophies that they drop and go put them in the dealio. I don't know. Read it on your thing.
Cool, but my point is that you filled up my storage with your shit. So now I don't have no more room for my shit in my own storage.
What's up, John Bear?
They're all duplicates.
John Bear, if you want to join
Except
the
for this
Discord,
planet.
we'll
Maybe-
pull you
oh,
in.
man, I hate these ones.
Nobody was trying to keep you out of the Discord. I think I've already explained this before, but
On your feet already.
anyway.
Right.
They're all duplicates besides the Spino and the claws. Oh my bad, I didn't think of that. I thought that's
He said just tuning in. Well, just tuning in, you just found out that wieners grow at the wienery?
What?
Yeah. It's facts. That's science, dude.
Yeah, Marshall, you never heard that before?
Yeah.
What'd you think? Yours just popped out of nowhere?
That's right. Dude, I missed so much in this chapter. Worry-free brew. That's right. I don't worry. I ain't got no worries. I think this should be a fun debate with Mosman. Hopefully it gets heated. we start yelling at each other.
But there's so many things going on. That's now I'm gonna need more devices. You're not gonna be able to watch those fights either.
Dude, I've never even been in this area. Hold on. Let me go explore. Cocktail Frankfurts. I don't know what that means. Frankfurters. Wow. Wow, we did it the wrong way. I'm trying to get $600 tomorrow. What do we gotta do, chat? What do I gotta do to get $600 in VK tomorrow? What do I gotta do?
I'm gonna be watching two things at once.
You have to win, JS. That's what you have to do. You have to win.
I wonder what Andrew's saying.
I gotta not say anything too crazy. I gotta be. I'm just gonna be like.
Actually, maybe that's the opposite.
I don't want to talk about that topic because I'm gonna get everybody voting against me in that topic.
What, the religious ones?
I don't know. I can't talk about dinosaurs.
Have you not seen the topics yet?
Oh no, I haven't. I haven't actually. I'm gonna go check them. I'm gonna check them right now.
Yeah, politics and policies is the theme.
And I'm pissed that Brick won politics and policy last time. So
right,
it was one of my things. Hold on, where are we at? Is it in the VK or it's in announcements?
Yeah.
In VK.
The VK Discord?
I think he put it in both.
Topics. July 11th. The concept of globalization is beneficial? No. Political leaders should be subject to term limits? No. And see, that's one that I lose on. That's one I always lose on.
So what's wrong with globalization?
The Tower of Babel, oil and water don't mix. People think differently and see things differently, and if you try to, there's always going to be a division between right and wrong, and we should let the wrong people.
You don't gotta win the debate. Just win
let the wrong
crowd.
Let the wrong people do the wrong thing in the wilderness, and let the.
But I mean, just opening up globalization, it'll increase trade. I mean, economic growth all across. We'll get new markets of goods, so we're not stuck with only using China or Japanese shit. Like,
no, if the global power is China, then that means everybody is poor.
The global power isn't going to be China. The global power is going to be America. Come on, let's be real.
Yeah, China's kind of sabotage themselves.
China can't even figure out their traffic situation, bro. I don't know if you ever watched those like
but still,
videos. But
I think it's wrong for us to force. if some people want to live in like a little tribe, the world's big enough that we can have people who want to, do their pagan rituals and stuff. Just keep it out. That's what borders are for. I'm pro borders.
See, that's the best part about being
everybody living in unity.
America all over. Like, we respect your beliefs, we respect your opinions and views. You can do that in America, but you're going to be the minority. You're not going to be the majority. So if you do it widespread globally, it's the same situation. We're not saying you have to conform, but some people that will do better, and it'll become more of a capitalistic world all around.
Respect my authority.
Yeah, it also gives us another tool besides just physical war to be able to intimidate people to not do things we don't
This
want
is
them to do.
the biblical reference would be the Tower of Babel. It would be when all the men unite as one, and we all speak the same language, and we have the same currency, and we have the same communist measurement system.
Yeah, I'm not surprised how a cultist like thing like religion would want you to stay separate and divided. That doesn't surprise me.
No, a cultist religion would want globalization. You'd want everybody in the globe to think and act the same way. I am not the cultist here. You're the cultist here.
It's either convert or die.
Globalization on the fact that it's like the capitalism of America. Like, that's what would be the globalization.
Old Christianity.
The only reason we would have globalization, and this is Project Bluebeam right here, is if aliens were attacking Earth. And that's what Reagan was talking about when he said the only way the whole globe is going to unite and we're going to have a global system is if freaking space aliens were coming to destroy us.
That wouldn't even do it.
I think we'd have, it'd be like Independence Day. It'd be like, oh, let's all, we can throw our spears at the spaceship
and power, and everybody would be killing each other in America, not uniting and working together to survive.
I'm not trying to have the what's the tribe that Easy and Andrew always bring up? The
You ever been in a traffic jam?
Warriors of Papua New Guinea.
I'm not trying to have the Papua New Guinea people in my culture. Let them have their own island.
They won't have it in your culture. They have their own culture. Everybody in America isn't all American culture. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why America's the perfect example of globalization.
But that's why America is falling.
Because
it's falling because of acceptance and lack of homogeneity and lack of a cultural. We don't have a culture in America anymore. We've lost it. We're getting into all this stuff. We need to save this for VK tomorrow.
Wait, how do you lose something you don't
I'm
have?
not going to be on VK tomorrow because I have to sleep, so I can have.
Yeah, I literally just found out an hour ago that the only other person to replace me is getting fired, so I have to work. I was supposed to have it off, but now I have to work.
Term limits. If I go in a 1v1 with somebody on term limits, I'm gonna lose. So I don't know. I don't know how to argue.
Well, you don't have to win the debate. You just have to win the crowd, win the votes.
People don't like.
You gotta know who's watching.
The crowd likes term limits. The crowd likes term limits.
How do you know
what?
That?
I'm just gonna be like, shout out term limits. Term limits should be 1 day.
Girl, I'll vote for a dude just because he's wearing a Pokemon shirt.
That's how I'm gonna approach it. I'm gonna say, yeah, we should have term limits. 1 day. Each day we elect a new king.
No, let's leave it low.
How about How about just chair wins?
Just to show the inherent the inherent lack of logic in term limits. I'm gonna say, yeah, we should have term limits, and they should be 1 day. Each person gets 1 day, and every day we elect a new leader.
Then you're just gonna piss chat off because you're using a straw man.
Well, it's not a straw man, it's a reductio ad absurdum to show why term limits are wrong. So by agreeing to term limits, I'm saying here's how dumb term limits are. What if we had daily term limits and then everybody's got to vote each day? That sounds dumb. So, so by agreeing to term limits, I'm showing where term limits are a bad idea.
What was?
I'm gonna lose, but okay. What else?
Well,
You always use the
yeah,
strategy that's
All right,
never
I gotta
worked.
go. I gotta go. I'll see you
question.
guys.
All right. See ya.
Okay.
The influence of lobbyists in politics is not ethical. Influence of lobbyists in politics.
Ethical. That's a
Basically letting money influence the politics. In a capitalist system, it's influence of lobbyists in politics. That's a tough one. That's a tough one. I don't know. I might sit quietly and listen on that one and see what some people say. It is not ethical. I would say it could be ethical or it could be not ethical. It's not necessarily not ethical.
You could just argue it from the point of view as might makes right. With the more money that you have, you deserve the power that you gain through the money that you have.
Yeah, I don't actually have a problem with lobbyists. I have a problem with bad lobbyists. So it's like lobbyists, politicians getting put in place by lobbyists is not necessarily a bad thing. It's bad if it's bad, but if it's good if it's good.
It could be good or bad. Shit.
So I would disagree with that. Not ethical in caps. He put it in caps. So he really wants to stress that it's not ethical to have lobbyists in politics. And I would say it could be ethical. It could be an ethical thing. Like, let's say I made my money off of, I don't know, saving the world from space aliens.
See, that's another thing too. If there's a 1v1 on that topic, it would be easy to play the devil's advocate or go either way.
Right. Too, so. You all you have to do is, but the problem is the audience are not debate judges, so they
bro.
They don't the majority, the mob mentality is.
I got 3 predictions. Crucible Crew shows up.
If the mob mentality is if the mob mentality is we don't like lobbyists, then the right way to argue this to appeal to the audience would say lobbyists are bad. It's not ethical. If you go in there and you say, well, really, it could be good, so it's not necessarily not ethical, you're gonna lose the. This is VK
if
is.
There's 30 people voting, you might have a good chance, but when there's like 60 to 80. I don't know. Or above that.
Speaking of that, that was wild last week, huh? Like a lot of people were talking about it in chat. I don't know what was going on, but there was like 92 viewers and 88 of them voted, which
I always watch it on my console though, and I can't interact with the whole thing on console or a TV or something like that. So I have to have it pulled up on my phone too. So I always.
I'm not trying to accuse what's his name. I'm not trying to accuse what's his name of doing anything fishy. It was just really weird that who was base tweaker.
He just had he must have had at least 20 people there for him.
But he's not that. What's his channel?
I don't know. I barely have ever heard of him or seen the guy.
Nobody has. He's been on Raging Tomato for the past couple weeks. He just showed up out of nowhere.
I don't watch that.
And so I'm not saying he intentionally did something to skew the votes.
I don't.
It was just really weird that and we were doing a poll in chat. They're like, if you didn't vote, well, me and King didn't vote. So that's 2 out of 3.
2 weeks ago, if you would have brought 20 friends with you that were always consistently going to vote for you, you would have had a high chance.
It still wouldn't be like that.
It was definitely
there's only
weird.
30 or something people voting, or like 40, like 60 at the very most in the vote poll.
I have been
And if
watching.
you bring,
I've
you
been
have your
watching
family come watch
VK.
with
I've been
you.
watching VK for over a year now, and
Yeah,
it's
I
never
agree.
been 98% of chat votes.
Bro, and the ties, those ties are crazy.
Like on a good vote, a good poll in chat, and this is the same universally on every YouTube chat that you do or every YouTube poll that you do. Usually about 50% of the viewers are going to vote. And this is the same in American politics. It's the same when we have elections in America. About 50% of Americans vote. So there's always like half of the people who are just listening, and they're just listening in the background and they're not voting. So or they so if 99% of the chat votes, that's
Out
weird.
of 37 people, if you have 20 friends that came with you,
I mean,
and then
it
it's
just
a
to
small
me, it
group.
just seemed like some people popped in just to vote and then left. That's what it seemed
That's
like to
what
me.
I agree. But who knows? There's so many.
But
Hey, you can do a poll right now, JS.
Well,
Your
Rome
poll should be,
hold
are
on.
you going to win BK tonight?
Hold on. Rome said that in my chat. Rome said she and some of her friends jump in just to vote for me and then jump out. But the problem is the viewer number was consistent. It was consistently like about 100 viewers. And on the 3 things that he was in, 98% of the chat voted. So I don't know how that works, but it was just I don't know. It's kind of
Well, there's
weird.
times I want you to win, so and I feel fear that like I have to even grab my wife's phone and get use her YouTube to vote for you too on top of my vote. So
Yeah, and
sometimes you get to.
people can come in on all accounts and vote. But the thing
who's
is,
gonna do that?
whenever it was time to vote and he was up there, it's not like the chat number jumped up to 150.
No.
Like that would make sense. That would make sense if he had, let's say he has 50 people who are going to vote for him. Then the number of people in chat would jump up, and then the ratio of votes to non-votes would be about the same. It would be about half of the chat is voting, but the number stayed consistent. So
it's a weird algorithm.
If he's like in a Discord, like streaming it from a Discord to somewhere else, and they each individually come in, not necessarily all at once, but
true,
kind of a variable rate, you wouldn't see it jump up that way.
Yeah, that's true.
Either way, you still got to win chat over.
Huh.
I mean, we could try to figure out that anomaly, but
yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right, because when
vote.
like Aiden has a big audience, and but even when Aiden when Aiden came on and he has 200 viewers in his audience, and a bunch of them are coming in and voting and leaving, the viewer count doesn't jump up. But also it was not, well, yeah, I think you're right. So maybe he has a big audience somewhere, maybe on Twitch or.
That's what I was.
I mean, I have a conspiracy theory, but it's kind of just gossipy.
Yeah. Well, I bet you $100 if Andrew Wilson showed up, there would be no chance. I mean, even if he did lose the debate.
But if Andrew Wilson was in, we see the chat count jump up.
Right. So, but either way, it still leads down to the point that depends on.
And
how many
who the
followers
fuck
and
is
how
this
many
base
people you
tweaker guy that we're comparing him to Andrew Wilson? Like, this guy is not.
Oh, I'm not. I'm just saying there was only 37 consistent votes. I like kind of, I don't know. I'm like OCD or something, or weird about paying attention to weird things. Like,
So
I'm
now
telling you, you
he
died
said he's gonna be
like
there
89
tomorrow.
times.
So he's the
I don't think
he's the
Andrew's
final boss. So
Tweaker?
base tweaker,
And
that's
I don't
his
think
name.
Andrew's. Yeah, I don't know. I think there's gonna be a lot more people there than just his 20 friends he had following him or whatever family members. So I think we'll see the count go either way. I don't know.
I don't think that, me personally, I don't think that he's there in good faith. Because the entire time he was talking about how he really wanted to debate Easy and beat Easy in the debate. That was the thing he was talking about almost the entire time.
What was up with the character?
Yeah, I've seen him on Raging Tomato, and
I don't know.
like while I was in the backstage and I'm streaming, and while I'm in the backstage and I'm listening to his arguments and stuff, he's not that good. Like he's not. Yeah, I was not impressed. But maybe he has an audience somewhere that I don't know about. But I've
I
never
don't know
heard
about
of him.
that. I think you're being. I mean, I don't know. I feel like he took like I don't know. Speaking of his courses and stuff, I feel like he did some sort of I don't know, quick learning tool, just like Elderline here with his school for gaslighting. That guy definitely did just using some basic bullshit.
I've seen him a bit, but don't know him. Yeah, he's been on Tomato's channel a bunch lately, but he kind of came out of nowhere. But granted, maybe he came from Twitch, and maybe he has a big Twitch audience.
Twitch is gross.
And we know Twitch audiences are retarded, so but I like a lot of times I was like, he's not even. I can't
Maybe
think.
Maybe he's a TikToker. I would agree with that, but not all.
Or TikTok. TikTok's that's true too. Maybe he found Easy through TikTok, and maybe he found, I'm not.
And the thing with me though is like I've seen over the course of this whole year that I've been a part of this of Easy's community, like I've seen the way that people are irrationally hate him for no reason. So I don't.
Easy.
Yeah.
Why?
Oh, that's personal stuff
sorry.
I'm not going to talk about. I don't know
My bad.
exactly why. I just know
My
that
bad.
they irrationally hate him for no reason.
Oh, it's because
Or
of
for
yeah,
what I
because of
perceive
they
as
heard
no reason.
rumors like
They
high
hate
school.
him.
It's basically high school drama.
Well, it's
what,
simple.
Okay, I know what you're talking about.
It's simple. They hate him
No,
because
it is.
they hate him because
Gossip
he's doing
drama.
good.
Because they're not him. Exactly.
They hate him because they
And
hate
they're
him.
trying to use gossiping high school drama to like try to
Which it's the same thing. Like it's like communism versus capitalism. It's like you're just mad.
Well, actually, they're
It's
both
like
good.
anarchy versus authoritarianism. You're just mad because you're jealous because.
Or you don't like it.
Yeah,
Well, I mean,
and I
I can be.
I don't get that way. Like I'm like, how do I be more?
You like pineapples. I don't. And
No,
it's
not
like,
how do I be more like them, but I study successful people, and I
right.
I wanna.
But
What do
the
I
trick
gotta
would be to
do?
impress everybody, right?
Well, I mean, a lot of the streams
Or
that
bring
I
them over to your
just
side.
kind of listen to are the kind of streams that I listen to just because there's no one else on. Sometimes you can see in some of their chats where they just like some of these people just freak the fuck out and just start talking shit about him for no reason when he's not even the topic or anything. They just randomly bring him up.
Yeah.
And then like 2 or 3 people consistently that I've seen talk shit about him.
Well, and then with
Dude, I wanted to
Andrew,
fight that one.
it's like that times 100. So Easy
Oh,
is
dude,
just
a lot of people hate Andrew.
Easy's like a micro example of the macro that is Andrew. Is like when, and I guess maybe I do it sometimes too, because like when I see somebody like Dean or Parker successful, I'm like, what the?
Do you have no good reason to hate them?
Well, I
Or
don't get jealous.
is it envy?
I don't get jealous, but I'm like,
I wanna say
why?
jealous. I
I'm
would
like,
say envy.
why?
And how?
Yeah, I'm answering Marshall.
I agree with that with Parker. Sorry.
But when I see Dean get successful and blow up and have millions of viewers and millions of hits on his videos and stuff, I don't get jealous, but I think he doesn't deserve it. I can do it better. I can do what he does better than what he does. And so now I'm not saying I can do what Easy does better than he does or Andrew does better than what he does, but
I understand what you're saying. You're using a hypothetical or like an
but
analogy.
I see where people are coming from. They're like, they think that he doesn't deserve it, but they do deserve it. And instead of,
or they just don't like the person.
instead of getting like
you know,
hate towards that person, just figure out how to do it better than them.
think about the hive-minded cancel culture. Like,
Well, I mean,
especially here, we're
a lot of
on
these
video
people that I'm
games right
talking
now.
about too, I find out, I almost always eventually find out that they used to be a mod for Easy. So it just seems
What?
like personal shit that they're trying to go at Easy with and convincing other people to go at them.
Yeah.
So yeah, high school drama BS.
Yeah.
It's like childish play. Okay. I do see what Jess is saying though. It's
I like that I like that Easy has backed off of the drama stuff, because in his the early days of a channel, he was kind of doing the drama thing and doing
That's what's
the
hot.
and well, it gets clicks in it.
Granted.
But I think he figured out really quickly that's not the way to go, and so he's not really doing that anymore. And
well, that's good that he's
but
going with his.
Once you get involved in those communities, you know, where all it is panels where we just talk shit about other creators, like, then
I mean,
it's I hate to say the word toxic, but it's toxic.
I mean, yeah. Here's a good example. Starfield came out. I played it since early release, 2 weeks early, day one. One of the best games I've played in a long time from release. It did kind of get shitty, but still fun
Well, I
as
don't
fuck. But
trust
there's
your
a
opinion
whole
on video games now.
there's a whole tribe of people. Sorry, I'm just using it as an example. There's a whole tribe of people just trying to cancel this thing, right? Okay. Like, there's literally
You're talking about
creators, like, literally
Starfield?
all
This
they
is
do.
like
I'm just using that as an example. I'm using something like I don't. What would be a better one for you?
I don't like
There's
Starfield
literally
because
these.
it has gay propaganda in it. That's why I don't like it.
Have you played Starfield and seen any gay propaganda in it?
Yeah, in the character creator.
Yeah, and the character it's in the opening character creator of the game. You can be
because you
can have a
pick
penis and
pronouns.
identify. Now, to be fair, hold on, Marshall. To be fair, we're talking about aliens. We're talking about aliens. We're talking about space aliens. So, in space alien world, you could have a penis and be a she, right? Kind of, no?
Gay shit going on in Mass Effect. I mean, you could be a dude with a chick's voice. I mean, it's been in RPGs for like ever.
My critiques of Starfield is that there's basically 8 planets, but there's like 3,000 planets, but it's just 8 planets repeated over and over and over again.
Let me give you the difference.
Let's talk about you put
I'm
into
gonna
it.
say to you, Marshall, the difference is that this is a political movement now.
Oh yeah, it did
It's
push.
not
It did
some
push.
random
You're right.
thing
It
that's
did
really weird
political.
that some programmer
Okay, so
put
that
in
was
it.
a bad example.
It's a
You're
political
right. You're right.
movement now.
You're correct. That was a bad example. You're correct. I forgot. They did kind of push the flag things so they could sell more copies because
So with
dumbasses
me,
to sell
if
out.
a game is
You're
trying
right.
to push a political narrative that I disagree
Like a
with,
movie.
then I will not purchase the game. That's pretty much it. I love Dragon
Right.
Age, but I did not
Oh,
buy the
dude.
most recent Dragon Age game because it
Oh,
has a
hell.
bunch of fucking gay propaganda in it.
I mean, dude, everybody loves the man, what's that TV show? The freaking medieval one. It has way too much like gay scenes, and I just could not watch it. I couldn't even get to the good part.
Game of Thrones?
Yeah, Game of Thrones. Thank you. I thought
You
it was
watch your
pretty,
mouth. Game of Thrones was good.
Ah, the show's
yeah, same with
I don't know. I
Pineapple.
liked it.
I liked Game of
First season was
Thrones.
good. First
Way
season
too
was
many
good.
gay scenes. I couldn't even. Yeah.
What about
Well-
Oz? I mean that.
They ruined everything. It all turned politically.
Well, I don't care if there happen to be gay scenes that flow naturally through the story because that's a reflection of reality. But I don't like
True.
a political narrative being forced into a story so that I somehow think that it's okay.
But this isn't anything new. Like, so with Game of Thrones is the same as with Oz. Have you ever seen the show Oz, Marshall?
No.
The show
Don't believe I
Oz,
have.
it's a show about prison. And
well, I mean,
and there's a lot of gay stuff going on in the show Oz. It's still one of my favorite shows of all time. But there's a lot of gay sex in Oz.
But also, I
But the
think you
thing
put
is,
that
it's like
aside with
it's
all
like,
the
oh, well,
energy.
this makes sense that there's gay sex going on in prison and there's politics that involve gay sex in prisons. That makes sense. Well, it also makes sense that in degenerate kingdoms in Game of Thrones, there's some gay sex going on. So I
Only Game of Thrones
I
would
like
be
Game of
like
Thrones. I like the
Troy or-
show and the books, and I think they wrapped it up kind of bad. I'll agree with most people that the last season of Game
It
of
was
Thrones
just-
was
I don't
rushed.
Yeah, season 8 was trash.
Yeah, it was rushed, and
There was just a few things
Season
that
5
made me
to
not
8 was
give it a
absolute
chance.
garbage.
Also, I
That's
think
the
Did they
bottom
go
line,
8
there's a
seasons
few
or was it
things
5?
that make me not
also I
wanna
think
give it a chance.
anybody who puts the author, what's his name, I can't remember the author of Game of Thrones. I have one in my bookshelf, but
George R. Martin.
Yeah, George R. Martin. Anybody who puts him in the running for like great authors, he's not even in the top 50 because he
Well,
hasn't
what
even
other
he
good
hasn't
books
even
has he written?
he hasn't even finished his series. Like,
Yeah, and
And
he
he's probably
refuses.
never going to.
Refuses to do
Yeah,
it.
fuck
because,
that guy.
Trump is president. He refuses to do
Nobody
it because
wants to
Trump's
play
president.
that.
Yeah.
That's the only reason he's given for not releasing the next book.
Pretty good. I mean, people
I
just aren't giving stuff the time of day. And see, those simple reasons I gave you for that show, I just wouldn't give it the time of day for those aspects.
I hate to say this, but
That's why
I'm a
they're
big
time-wasted.
I'm a big Stephen King fan, and I've always said I read all of Stephen King's
Why would you hate
stuff.
to say that?
Well, let me.
I bet you've only read his
Hey,
short
Marshall,
stories.
can I finish what I'm saying?
Okay, I'll shut up.
So I used to always say, when people would say, I read all of Stephen King's book, I'll say, have you read this? Have you read this? And they'd say no. So you didn't actually read all of Stephen King's stuff. I read all of Stephen King's stuff until the last, let's say 8 years. So what I've been doing lately is I've been trying to catch up. I read Later. I read The Institute. Right now I'm reading Billy Summers. And so I'm tying up. I want to stay up to date and say that I read all of Stephen King's books. The more recent stuff,
Hell yeah.
the more recent stuff that he's writing, in Billy Summers, which came out 4 years ago, I think, it mentions Donald Trump like.
Oh no.
I think I'm on page 200 out of 500, and it's mentioned Donald Trump like 13 times. He constantly has to, and so I've said it to him on X. Of course, he's not going to respond because I'm nobody. But I've been like, dude, I'm reading Billy Summers, and I'm 50 pages in, and you've already mentioned Donald Trump 4 times, and it screwed up his writing. He's got TDS, so that it's messed up his writing because he may be a crazy liberal, and I don't agree with his politics, but he was a great writer. But now every book he writes, it's all about Donald Trump.
I gotta ask you to think outside the box too. He's signed to a contract as well. It might not even just be all of his writing. We can't just.
No, Stephen King is
come
big
to
enough. Stephen
conclusions.
King is big enough that he doesn't. No, he doesn't. No, that's not that.
He has enough money to live
You would
off
think
of
so, but
everything
you
he's
still
made so
fall.
far.
No, Stephen
Okay,
King.
you still
Stephen
fall
King
into-
could
that's
stop.
just what I mean,
Stephen King
that
could
line.
stop writing
Yeah.
for Signet or Penguin Press or whatever, and somebody is going to
Yeah,
pick
but
him up and he'll make just as much money. Like, that's not an argument
if
because
you're smart enough to, well, no, the thing is, if it's something that's what's hot and hot topics,
it's not
and
his
what's
publisher
in his
doing it.
brain. No. I mean, like, so his style has changed based off of all these current events.
But well, and even now, I can look back at some of his old books. So like
how do I read this?
Marshall, stop. In some of his old books, like Insomnia, which was before Trump, he does seep his political because your political ideology and your theology and your worldview is gonna seep into everything you do. So in the book Insomnia, there's a bunch of women in a battered women's shelter, and they go to a thing to protest abortion laws because they're pro-abortion. And this bad guy is going to fly a plane into the thing. So you see, if you go back into his old writings, you will see some of his political ideology, but it's not like seeped into it so much. It's just little things.
Because it's mostly fiction, and yeah, so that would just kind of be a hint to something in his writing. I don't know.
But now
I think,
now it's right
I
on the
wouldn't think
face.
I wouldn't even call that. I wouldn't even call that Stephen King, though. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't.
It is
I
Stephen
wouldn't
King.
think
That is
to either
Stephen
hint.
King. That is Stephen King. Stephen King is a crazy liberal. I understand that. I'm just saying he is a great writer. Eminem's a crazy liberal, and I love Eminem's raps. I can separate the art from the artist, but the problem is when your art
I don't like any new Eminem since like before Rehab.
When I'm reading Billy Summers and I'm seeing Donald Trump mentioned 50 times in the first 200 pages and how much you hate, like it messes it up for me.
Like I'll use the example of what's it called, that Borderlands Tiny Tina's Wonderland. I can play Borderlands Tiny Tina Wonderland and enjoy the game, but I don't need to hear the fucking struggle of the black man every time that I shoot somebody.
Yep, I almost brought that up when we were talking about Starfield. Like a Tiny Tina, I love Borderlands, and Tiny Tina, they went woke with it, but hopefully, what we're seeing is companies like Disney and companies like these game creators and they get tired of losing money because get woke, go broke. They get tired of, like, if your goal is making money off of a product, like Jordan said about Nikes,
that shouldn't be the goal.
White people wear shoes too, so you know.
Everybody wouldn't mind a pair of Air Jordans. Come on.
I just don't want games to be so heavily political. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about the programmer's opinion on fucking abortion. I don't care. I want to play the game and I want to listen to funny dialogue. That's what I want to do. That's all.
Yeah, the problem is they care more about the money they make than the art. They used to love it so much and put everything into it, and a profit would be just a bonus. It was all about the creation.
Well, they got arrogant. They make a lot of money, so now they're spending way more money than they should on making these games, and they're also letting their fucking development team insert these weird, random, obscure fucking political opinions that nobody gives a fuck about.
Yeah. Where they get it from the content creators that make videos reviewing their shit.
That's what happened with the last Assassin's Creed game.
We play games.
They did it so much they removed like a massive chunk of the game with the black samurai in it.
Yeah, we play games and we read books and we watch movies to escape this stuff. Like, we don't want to deal with this. Well, like I'm playing Black Myth Wukong right now. It's a Buddhist story, and I'm a Christian. And so, but I'm not playing this.
It makes fun of everything, bro. Black Myth Wukong.
But I'm not playing this game. And whenever they make a Buddhist reference, I'm a Christian. I don't agree with that. I'm not doing that. I know I'm playing a game about a Buddhist story and it's fun. So, but if I was playing Black Myth Wukong and they're like the oppression of the black man and the lesbian, like, like what? I'm not playing this.
Like that fight that you were talking about with the I don't remember, the Scorpion and someone else fighting each other. If that was trying to reference how spousal abuse is horrible, then yeah that would be fucking retarded and stupid, and I wouldn't want to play it.
No, what it is bugs. the woman bug eats the male bug. That's what it's more like referencing
Like
that.
spiders.
Yeah. And I'm like, well, this is the sexual inequality, and why is it's a matriarchal system. No, they're bugs. they're giant bugs, and the woman bites the head off of the man. And so yeah.
Either way, still through my questioning, I've still proven the point that we're all like the majority is closed-minded and is just gonna go straight to, instead of like, trying to find what's
Well, it's not
good
the
in these
majority that's
things instead of
closed-minded. It's
looking.
these people that make the games
Well,
are closed-minded.
well, yeah, that too, but there are
Well, and
some
they'll come out
gems
and
in
say
everything.
like, so
Not
Stephen
always
King will
all
keep
bad.
writing books this way, and when Trump supporters say, yo, I don't like your books anymore, why are you doing this, he'll say, I don't want Trump supporters to read my books. And that's
Bro, actually, I think that's ingenious, but yeah.
I think it's stupid. Yeah, I think
You probably
it's
got
dumb.
the idea from Trump being a kind of being like an infamous.
Yeah, I mean, he's got enough money, so he doesn't care. He can do it. But
I mean, infamy does. We're just as famous.
like, are you trying to
I don't
write stories
No.
that everybody can read and feel a connection to, and have like a feeling when I read Stephen King's old stuff,
Relatable.
it inspires fear. His goal as a writer of these books is to inspire fear into you, and to inspire feelings into you. And I used to get that, but all of his new stuff later, like, there's like a lesbian relationship, and it's a focal point of the story. The Institute was all right. It was pretty good. They're making a show about it, by the way. But the Institute was pretty good. But like Billy, like, I don't want to think about politics when I'm reading about an assassin who's got to kill some people.
Well, that's why I'm saying, what's the genre you're writing on too, and like, what's the like? I don't understand that either. I guess like that's a total 180 from like going based off of like old ancient Nordic like stories, Greek and all that.
Well, he got too
horror.
comfortable, and this is comfortability.
How does horror and like
Once you get too comfortable, you start complaining about dumb shit. But like, at one point in his career, he was hungry, and he's not hungry anymore. He's just.
I mean, it could or couldn't be.
But I don't know. Maybe it's. Of course, if you're a writer, you're always going to have some of your ideas in your writing. It's just, if you're a good writer,
yeah, but not
you'll find a way to do it in a balanced way so that everybody can read.
Oh, like reporters?
If you're a good writer, you'll put it in your story, but you won't blatantly say that you've put it in your story, and you'll try to give a perspective that kind of justifies your opinion on that certain topic.
Yeah. Or the main character who, if you read this main character, there's no reason that they should be like anti-Trump, but they are anti-Trump. And it's like, well, that doesn't fit the character. So now that's bad writing.
I don't know. I used to know this dreadlock couch hopper that used to be kind of all over the place, and now he's kind of came to
It'd be kind of like this too. Like, imagine you're writing a story about. Imagine you're writing a story about somebody being in a prison cell and their struggle with being in prison falsely or something, and then all of a sudden they just bring up, and yeah, but this is because of Trump.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
It's retarded.
Yeah.
Right. Well, then what happened to you're right. So that's
that's
weird,
what
'cause then you're just
I'm reading. Billy Summers.
That
that keeps happening in Billy Summers. Like, it'll just be, you're reading about the things, and then it's like, but because of Trump, like, and I'm like, wait, what? What does that have to do with anything?
Jack London, Gary Polson, dude who wrote The Giver and Gattaca. Those
be
people
honest.
never went woke, and they were inspired by
Oh,
people
and there's
like Stephen King.
I mark it in my books. So I'm reading Billy Summers, and in one of the paragraphs, it's talking about guns because the dude is an assassin and he's got to kill some. He kills bad people in Billy Summers, and so in one of the chapters, it basically talks about the gun show loophole, and he's like, he's an assassin, and he's like, he went to a gun show, but he could have bought his gun in the parking lot without any ID checks or scans or anything like that. It's like he would have been an idiot to buy it in the thing when he could have just gone outside and bought it without an ID. And I'm like, why are you putting gun show loophole propaganda into this story? That's not a thing.
Well, no, so that's the thing. The thing is, you ban guns. The only people that are going to have guns are the really bad guys in the military. And we can't defend ourselves. So
Well,
I
also
kind of like...
criminals themselves don't care about fucking gun laws. Like, why would an
Also,
assassin
most
care
criminals
about a
aren't that smart
loophole
nowadays.
in a fucking gun at a gun show? A
Yeah.
supposed loophole in the gun. Why wouldn't he just have a guy that gives him a good gun?
He
when
does
needs
in the book. Yeah, there is a guy that gives him a gun. But
James Bond shit right there.
it's like he went to the gun show, but he wouldn't dare buy the gun in the gun show. He'll wait till he's in the parking lot to buy it without any ID check. And I'm like, that's gun show loophole propaganda in the book. Like,
Well, you go to the gun show to kind of see what you want, you know. So when you go to the black market, you kind of know what you're looking for.
like that was not necessary to add in there, but you added it just to put your little anti-gun propaganda in the book. I don't like that.
And I gotta say this from mild experience.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
People that buy illegal guns do not go to gun shows. They have a guy that
Yeah.
imports the shit and rebuilds the shit themselves.
Barely criminals buy illegal guns. The only people that buy like 1 or 2 illegal guns would be somebody that like might have to use it to protect their family and might have to, because no such thing as self-defense.
If you want a fully automatic AK-47 without saying specifically how, you would have a guy that knows how to
3D
redo
printer.
that. No, you would have somebody that would be able to remake it fully automatic because it's legal to purchase a semi-automatic. It's legal to have that, but it's illegal to have a fully automatic. And it doesn't take that much to change it.
Yeah, you guys can walk around with straps and stuff, but when I'm walking around with a samurai sword on my back, I get in trouble. That don't make no sense to me. I don't know if that makes any sense to you, Elderline, but I mean, half the time, bad guys that are coming to get you are within arm's length, so.
I mean, even like in gang culture, they don't buy guns. The felons don't buy guns from gun shops or gun shows. They have a guy who steals guns from people, saws off or tries to file off the code on the gun, and then sells them.
We're still expressing our points of views based off of what we've seen and what we've heard as well. There's also a broadside, and there's...
Chance plays ortho-only games. I'm playing a Buddhist game right now. What the?
Ortho-only games. Wukong is not Buddhist, bro.
It's 100% Buddhist.
Buddhism wanted to support it anyway.
And like literally,
it may have.
It's like literally the like
Japanese,
story of Buddhism.
And the Shaolin. We're right, but I don't know. It's kind of. It's more of a. I would still say Japanese are hilarious, and
when Wukong is Buddhist, and when you the character that you're playing is Buddhist, and when you go into the snake village, they say we don't allow Buddhists here. Like, so.
They're making fun of so many things. It's basically kind of like a fun joke with a cool story, and also they're kind of trolling if you can see the you know, the little Easter eggs, or what's the word for they have like those little hidden
Easter eggs,
just like Elderlining you were talking about. Kind of
subliminals.
like you have that. Yeah, the subliminal messaging.
Yeah, but it's a Buddhist story.
I mean, if they add stuff from Journey to the West and whatnot.
That's what this is.
Yeah, you know what Journey to the West is? It kind of just bashes on like all culture, even their own.
Yeah.
And it's a beautiful, fun, and very imaginative read.
Yeah, this game doesn't focus on the comedic aspects of it, but there is. And are you talking about? You're talking about the Journey to the West movie, which is a little more comedic, or Dragon
I
Ball.
haven't seen.
Dragon Ball makes it comedic, but if you
Dragon Ball
read
does
if you read Journey to
make
the
fun of
West,
a
it's
lot
not
of stuff, but
it's not a comedy.
I actually don't know. Well, yeah, I know, but there's this little, I don't know. They have a lot of gags, and they had either way. It's just like you said, JS. You make a painting or a song, and you just have everybody guess at what it's about, or kind of leave that open, or you put one side to it and let people go back and forth about it. It's all shifted to, instead of us talking about or like saying, trying to like understand the art or what's created or what's going on based off of what we see and what we've heard. It all kind of leads more to now of this hive close-minded conclusion, which is based off of majority. What is the debate topic? And I was trying to bring it full circle. Having like majority rules, and a lot of that always comes down to people just parodying or repeating another thing without actually trying to look into it from a non-biased position, instead of telling the writers and this and that to be
I don't even
non-biased. Maybe
necessarily think that being biased is a bad thing. It's just like,
no.
Why
your
do you
opinion.
need to just blatantly tell me? It's like this: if there is a painting, or let's say a song, let's use Cuban. What is it called? Cuban, you're gonna get not Cuban, whatever the fuck his name. The This Is America song. The This Is America song, just on its own, without him giving a reason to why that song, what that song is. You could see that as a criticism of gang culture, not gun culture, but he just says it's it's a criticism of gun culture.
Oh man, we watched that on Christmas. Same with the Grinch thing.
And like, if you have a picture of, I don't know, like you're depicting some sort of atrocity, and then afterwards the painter says, "Yeah, this is a reflection on colonialism," then that's pretty fucking gay, dude. Like, why are you telling me art's supposed to be subjective through my own lens? Why are you trying to tell me how to subjectively view your art?
Yeah. Why are you
If
trying
you
to tell
make
me
good
why
art, you
I
can be
don't like
subjectively
pineapple?
judged in many different ways.
Yeah. I don't like mustard on a hot dog, and I don't like pineapple on pizza. And a lot of people will try to be like,
"You're an idiot.
Shun this person because they have
You're an
different
idiot.
taste buds." I don't have control over my freaking.
You don't like mustard
like,
on a hot dog or pineapple on pizza? You're an idiot.
I know.
Disgusting on everything.
What?
But I like those mustard.
Well, don't ever do a
like,
ever do a carnivore diet, because mustard's like the only. I guess mayonnaise.
If I did a carnivore diet, I wouldn't use
Ketchup.
If I'm doing a diet, I wouldn't be using
ketchup
like,
is not carnivore because it's high in sugar.
I wouldn't use
sugar,
ketchup
and it's a
either.
vegetable. Or a fruit.
I wouldn't use any condiments.
Well, you got to make your own. Yep, it's a fruit. It's a fruit.
I would just smoke it. But also the whole part of the diet, because most of our condiments and our seasonings are like the worst part of our meals.
I know, and
Right?
I love condiments. You can go heavy condiment in a carnivore diet. It just has to be mustard and mayonnaise, no ketchup.
I'm a hypocrite because
As far as I
I
know, it's
always
only
overkill on the
mayonnaise
mayo.
that you could buy, and it has to be a specific kind of mayonnaise. Otherwise, it has seed oils in it.
Right, because it's just egg yolk.
Everything
Or,
has high
or
fructose corn
eggs.
syrup.
Mayonnaise is pretty easy to
Yes,
make
it's
on your
egg
own,
white.
anyways.
But mustard is
Yeah, it is.
mustard is seeds, but it's there's no sugar.
If you're buying it from a store,
Yeah,
it's
the
still
kind of
gonna have all
carnivore
the.
diet that I do is only meat. There is no
Exactly.
vegetables. I occasionally eat some
Cheese?
fruit. Yeah, you
Seasoning.
can eat cheese because it's an animal product.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I
But
guess
it's
dairy.
But the way that I eat, I don't eat cheese because I only like American cheese. It has canola oil in it.
Yeah. I mean, I did I
It's
did carnivore
also
hardcore for 3 months, but I still had
toppings, right?
I still had cheese. Cheese was okay, and mustard. But mustard is you're right, mustard is a seed thing.
Well, everything they put, if you buy it from the
And
store, it's gonna have preservatives. It's gonna have some
I
sort
guess
of.
the best way for me to describe it, I don't really have a carnivore diet. I'm more like the lion diet. That's what I pretty much eat. I just eat nothing but red meat, and well, I eat pork too.
It's
Some pork.
keto.
Someone told me to never eat pork because why would you eat
Well,
something that real gets
keto,
some
you
shit
can
all the
have
time?
vegetables and fruit in that. It's just a very limited amount.
Yeah.
Carnivore and lion, a carnivore diet is no carbs at all.
Ke-
Lion diet is only specifically beef.
I did do
Beef or lamb.
I did pure carnivore for like 3 months, but now I do keto because lack of variety.
Yeah. Also, how much like
So
I
I'll
can't imagine
do
how expensive that would be in the city.
I do like the vegetable medley, the frozen vegetable medley. I'll mix that with some
You could do a
chops with
hunger, man.
some vegetables. But I just try to steer clear from heavy carbs and heavy sugars. So I don't buy bread. I'll buy tortillas.
Ah, sucks.
Just White Ray, we got a raid. Shout out Jess.
I mean, I think the diet stuff's a little. I don't know. I should not be. I should be an obese or dead by now. That's for sure. But as I've gotten older, I've definitely noticed.
My cheat day, the way I cheat is like canned peaches. I love canned peaches.
You're 36 or so? Hey, isn't there a song like that?
What?
Aren't you like 36, yes? 37?
Viewers?
Saying only 36-year-old can eat.
Or my
peaches.
age. You talking about my
No,
age or
it's
my
age. Sorry. Yeah, my bad.
I'm 30
how old?
I'm 37.
Yeah, the older I get, the more my body tells me, even though this thing tastes good, it was really good until like 30 minutes later. It's like,
No, the problem I'm having is when I go to the gym and I push hard one day, if I sleep wrong, I'm screwed up for like 3 days. And that's why my neck is messed up.
Sleeping in a bed.
And I don't know if it's soreness from doing a different workout. No, I think I slept weird and like my neck is jacked up. I know what soreness feels like and I know what but
you
if
fall asleep with a device?
A device? What does that mean?
Like, are you watching something or listening
No.
to something?
No, white noise. I need white. I need I need a fan or an AC or something to fall. If it's too quiet, Unless I'm in the mountains. The only time, but there's still white noise in the mountains. You hear the crickets.
You're
you
gonna
hear
think I'm
the-
crazy. Get rid of the bed.
I'm not gonna think you're crazy because some of the best sleep I ever got was on a concrete slab in jail. So I don't disagree with that. Like,
Idea, but everybody's different. It's like the diet thing.
yeah, and I need to rotate my mattress because I sleep in the same spot and it gets you gotta sleep is important. And but if I work out hard and then I go to sleep and then I wake up and it's like I'm getting old. I can tell I'm getting older because like I sleep on my neck wrong one day. It used to be like a couple hour thing.
Oh, dude, you wake up and you can't look like One
Yeah, it's like-
Direction.
yeah, it's like, damn.
You're like cough or sneeze, like, oh, fuck.
I'm comatose. I'm comatose for 3 days because
Oh no, you're making me worried.
Sleep on your damn hip wrong. You can't even fucking walk.
yeah.
Oh, dude, for one of the first times ever, not that long ago, woke up and my arm like that, like I had like pick up my arm with my other arm, and it's just like dead, like asleep. Like I
That's
thought I was like,
I don't get like sick.
I felt
I don't ever call out
Yeah.
of work sick. The last 2 times I've called out of work sick is because of body aches from sleeping weird. And it's like, like when I woke up today, I couldn't, and it still hurts, but I've been drinking beers and taking ibuprofen. So
do they test you
right-
at work?
right now I feel all right, but well, no, I have time off, so it's fine. But
Yeah. Well, I was just wondering if they UA you or anything.
but like the last 2 times I've called out of work, it's been because the one day my leg was jacked up, and every time I took a step, and it was right after leg day, so it's like I go to the gym and I go a little too hard, and then I sleep wrong, and then it's like I'm screwed up for 3 days and I gotta take off work.
Hold on, get over here. This little shit just stole my stuff.
Is there a link to the panel? What up, Kieran? You're already in the Discord, Kieran. You've been here before. But yes, type
Here.
type exclamation. I'll do it.
Oh, I can't do that. Yeah.
If you just type exclamation Discord, then the Nightbot should give you a link. And now we will keep our eyes. So what you're gonna have to do is once you're already in the Discord, Kieran. You have to go to join the show staging, and we'll drag you in. We'll pull you into the. We had to do this because people were pee bombing.
I'm getting jacked by like.
What do you mean
little
leg day? There's a
dinosaurs.
leg day. There's a leg day. If you don't do leg day, you slacking.
Yes. No, well, also they do have a point though, because the stretch before and after, but none of that matters.
Yeah, that's one thing I don't do. I don't. You know how I warm up? I warm up by doing
Red Bull
No, if it's bench day, then
or whatever your energy drink.
I
is.
do whatever I can comfortably do a set of 12 with. I do a set of 12, and then I do a set of 8, and then I go to repeated sets of 4. And so I don't stretch. I ain't trying to do no yoga.
Well, you don't need to do yoga. First, you just run in a circle for a bit, get your cardio going, then do some stretches. Then maybe do like a couple other cardio things. Then do your lifts.
I ain't
Do,
trying
like,
to
a
do all
burnout,
that.
But also that also varies. Like I said, everybody's body and muscle mass is different.
I do a set of
Well, the only part
12, a set of 8, and then
You might
4,
just be
4,
able
4,
to drink
4.
creatine and go
Next
just ham.
exercise.
Hell, the only thing that I consistently work out is my legs because that's how I fight people. Is I kick people because
Yeah.
I'm like way taller than most people, so I could just swing my legs and they don't know what to do.
Yeah, any condiment that has 0 sugar is fine for carnivore. That's why I'm saying mustard. Mustard is like the go-to for carnivore but it is it is a seed.
That's not true though. That's for keto.
I mean,
yeah.
unless you make it
For
yourself. I don't
carnivore,
know.
you have to avoid vegetables and fruits. You only eat meat in carnivore. That's the point of it being called the carnivore diet. There are people that will insert things with
Yeah.
0 carbs. That's not carnivore. That's like partial keto.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying, but I also I'm kind of
You're just you have a it's kind of
everything
what's the word
everything
for,
I've looked into the carnivore,
patent.
they say mayonnaise and mustard is okay, but also I think you're right
What?
because mustard is a vegetable thing. So it's like
Mayonnaise is actually not good for you.
How is it not good for you?
mayonnaise is just eggs. If it's maybe
Okay, sorry.
maybe some brands of
store-bought.
mayonnaise are bad for you, but mayonnaise is
store-bought.
not. Mayonnaise is just eggs.
No, homemade. How many people that we know? I mean, except for like, I don't know,
I mean,
diet.
I don't
when
even like or eat mayonnaise, but it's still not something that's completely against carnivore.
Right. And when I did
Well,
my
no,
when I
homemade.
did my 90 days of like hardcore carnivore, I was eating a lot of eggs. That's the well, before Biden
How much seasoning?
before they started killing all the chickens, eggs was the best way to do the carnivore diet. Like you just eat eggs all day. Like
In keto, you can eat as many whatever vegetables or fruits as you want, as long as you're restricting yourself to so many
Fruit?
carbs a day.
yeah, I think fruit
You have
is
to find what works
because
for your
both of
body.
them, both keto and carnivore, are against like high sugars, and fruit has a lot of dude, that's why fruits are red. Like
What? Not all fruit.
like something like strawberry, that's from God. Like they're made red to alert predators not to eat them, but and then they put their what am I trying to say? I don't know what I'm trying to say. But
You mean like blackberries?
they want you to eat their seeds so that you shit out their seeds. And so it looks red and it looks appealing like the apple. It looks appealing and it looks juicy and nice. And then poison berries, they'll be red, and it's like red is actually a signal to stay away from it.
Okay, well, mankind is mostly responsible for these things
Hell,
staying in.
I've actually been thinking. I actually do know a lot about the carnivore diet and the effects that it has on his body. I've been thinking about trying to argue with vegans for the past couple months.
You can't argue with a vegan.
Dude, the best thing for
Those animal rights people,
the best
they
thing
literally go and pour oil on like a national like freaking habitat reserve in their protest.
A lot of the
Creatine
things
and
that
stretching?
vegans say is just bullshit.
I do creatine.
It's
I don't
lies.
stretch. I don't stretch. You're right. I probably should stretch after working out
Do
before I
whatever
go to bed.
what
But
makes you happy. Mine's a powerful thing.
what was I gonna say? The best thing for a vegan is you say, well, excuse me. If they don't believe in
Say
God,
exactly that.
You say exactly that right after eating a steak.
yeah.
Yeah.
But
Well,
if
yeah,
like
no, the
if
best thing for a
hold on,
vegan would have
Marshall.
to be to run into a steakhouse.
If a
Yep, go ahead,
vegan
JS.
if a vegan
You're-
doesn't believe in God, then you say life is life. So like, how is a plant life any different than an animal life? Why can you why can you kill all these plants and eat them, but you
Yeah,
can't
they
kill
are
animals and
too.
eat them? And
Oh,
yeah.
that's a good argument. That's a good argument. Yeah, they actually do feel and yeah. Wait, what?
Yeah, and there's science coming out that says
that's a
trees
mic
talk to
drop.
each other. Trees are talking to each other over 4 miles.
Have you not talked to the trees? Okay.
Yeah. Just post a link, bro. I just did. Wait, did
Exclamation mark, no space, capital D
I
on
think
Discord.
he sat
I
in the
can't do it on
join
my
the show
phone.
thing for like 2 seconds, just long enough for me to see him, and he disappeared. So I just didn't even tell you.
Yeah, you got to.
Oh, I don't know how to do that.
Okay, the
I don't
Discord
think
link is pinned, and also Kieran's already in the Discord. I don't know what he's talking about, but he's been on the panel, so he's already in the Discord. So you just come to the Discord, you go to the staging room, and we'll pull you into the
Yeah, you won't be able to see it until you're put into it, or given the.
And there's
role to
no
automatically be able to enter it.
there's no mods in here right now,
Let me
so
keep
I'll
an eye
have to
on
do
it
it.
now.
But I'm watching it now.
I'll keep an eye on it now.
If you join the staging room, I'll pull you into this room. So
Gotta pull him on in.
Kieran's a boomer.
Either way,
yeah, I'm a boomer too, though. I'm not even a
what
boomer.
does that even mean? Who cares?
It means an old guy.
So? What, you being ageist?
Yeah.
Oh, shit. It still all goes for full circle. They
All right,
united
he's in there now.
reclaimed together.
Okay, pull.
Yep.
I don't know if you guys can pull him over, but I will.
I'll try.
I don't have any mod power. It has to be you.
All right,
Kieran, let's see. Invite
there you
the
go.
server.
He's in.
Oh.
What up,
What
Kieran?
the?
All right, give us your take.
What the fuck?
I don't know. What? It's Discord. Oh, he don't have StreamYard, so it's not simple.
Dude, StreamYard is not simple. It doesn't even work on these shoddy Walmart phones.
No, bro, I'm trying to join JS's fucking channel, and here I am in a fucking back chat with you guys. What the fuck's going on?
You're on the channel.
Am I?
Yeah.
Yep, Karen.
No, I'm not. I'm watching it right now. I'm not.
Yeah, you are. That's 20-second delay.
Yeah, it's like seconds behind. Regardless, what's your opinion?
You wouldn't be hearing me talking if you weren't here.
You're gonna hear it twice.
No. No, I'm here in some fucking weird fucking Discord chat with you guys, but
Yeah,
not on fucking.
I'm here.
You go on.
You are
I see
here. Shut up.
Literally, what the fuck? like seriously. You go on.
James, how far is it behind? Yep.
So I think we're talking about dietary stuff now. So what do you think, Kieran?
No, it's not dietary.
I think if you want abs, it's 70% dietary and 30% workout.
I kind of like the eat whatever the fuck you want to eat as long as you put in enough work.
No, bro. No. It's all fucking diet. It's all diet.
Oh, genetics.
It is, yeah. Workout.
But you remember the
workout.
Hodge twins used to do food reviews, and they would go to like McDonald's and they would get like whatever the new McDonald's specials was or the Carl's Jr. special, and they'd eat garbage. And they would say, eat whatever the fuck you want to eat. And it's
Yeah,
just
once a week.
input
week,
versus
of course.
output. If you go hard enough,
No.
you can eat.
Yeah.
Can really eat
You go
whatever you
hard.
want.
Correct. You go hard all week, and then one day a week, eat whatever the fuck you want. Yes, I
Yeah.
agree.
Yeah, I kind of like that method
name.
too.
Hang on, boys. Help me out. What the fuck's going on? I'm in the
I know.
fucking Discord, and I'm watching fucking
I don't
JS on
know.
panel. Is there two things
Yeah, I'm
going on? Or
watching
is
him too.
Yeah, you're on it.
But I don't see him
Oh.
on the panel on the YouTube.
Correct. I'm not on it at all.
It's the same as it's always been. There's just an extra step because we got porn bombed.
Yeah, so did I. It was fucking amazing. Got my first fucking corn bomb. Fuck that guy.
I had a couple. I had one, and I was like, well, maybe it just happened one time. We'll just keep doing it this way. And then I had another, and I was like, okay, we gotta set up some barriers.
How'd you get a weirdo in here? That was weird.
A weirdo.
That was random as crap. That the person with the
Because it used to just be
I don't
wide
even know
open.
what
It
they
used to
look
just
like.
be anybody could
No, I know, but
click the link
what
and
did
you're in
that
the
guy do?
Discord.
Like he would have had to search these weird images up and put them up on his thing. That I don't know. That
Yeah,
was
okay. I don't even know why they bother doing it because it just looks stupid on their part.
Yeah.
it was a terrible.
You
troll.
search for the perfect dick to put on a Discord call. Congratulations, dude. You're gay.
I mean, that's what I'm telling you about. The
No,
cancel
dude, like
culture.
you gotta Google search like most giant dick ever.
What?
I don't know that.
Gay.
Dude,
Gay.
the dude that came in and the dude that came in and porn bombed me, I was like, what is that, a bamboo tree? Like
He was generated by AI, obviously.
I didn't even
there
know
was like 5 people telling you, no, that's a dick, JS. You need to get him down. Like, I don't know about that. Let me look at it a little closer.
I'm like examining it. I'm like, I don't know if that's a dick. I think that's like a bamboo shoot. I think that's like a tree. No,
I
that's a
think you were
dick.
just like trying to like subconsciously deny that it was actually happening. Like
No,
like
I
said,
really
remind
didn't. I
everyone.
really was trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, and I was like, I don't think
Yeah,
that.
it's like
Yeah, there's like a guy standing
Deny.
next to it. It's like 8 feet long.
who the fucking wonderful. Hey Kieran, what's your take on this division and man in politics?
Good question, Marshall.
What? Is that
What's your take on the subject started with like politics. It was like our division, and it was based off of one of the VK topics. It kind of went.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
we were going through the VK topic.
Yeah, what's that? Well, hang on 1 second.
I don't know
Okay.
how long you've been listening because it kind of got
No,
sidetracked a lot.
bro. Hang on, bro. It seems I'm in Discord having a conversation, and JS is also on a live stream, and the people in chat seem to be responding to what I'm saying. What the fuck's going on? I'm fucking confused. I'm a fucking boomer. I'm confused.
You're in Discord.
I'm not.
You're talking to us,
That's the thing.
and YouTube is watching 20 seconds delayed what we're talking about. So it's the same
Okay,
as it's the same as every other stream you've ever gone on, except there's always a 20. What are you talking about? Berries are low sugar. There's always a 20-second delay. What are you saying?
What I'm saying is, I find myself in Discord talking to you cunts. On my telly, I'm watching JS. On my telly, I'm watching JS do a stream. Are those things related?
Yeah.
Yes.
They are?
Yeah, you see how
Yeah,
that
it's
little picture on the box with your face, 20 seconds later, it lights up. That's you talking.
Well, just crack open another beer. You don't have to worry about it.
Oh, I would watch it.
Fuck
What
off.
stream was I
Fuck off, you
watching?
cunt. Okay, ask me a question.
What do you think about Stephen King books today?
What?
What was the next one?
Different question. You guys ask.
The
next
two-party
VK topic.
the two-party political system is detrimental for society.
No, bro.
Next one.
No, stupid. That's fucking stupid.
Yeah. I don't
Next
think
topic.
I don't think there is a two-party political system. There's just two. That's an
Well,
interesting
yeah.
one actually, but
Well, two-party system doesn't work, JS. We already know that. It's checks and balances.
Really?
universal
Really? It
health
don't
care
work?
should be considered a fundamental right. No.
No. No.
Nope.
Nope.
Capitalism is not compatible with environment. I'm just going through the VK. I'm trying to win $600 tomorrow, Kieran. So
fuck you, dickhead.
I need this money.
Bro, I will give you $600 if you shut the fuck up.
For how long?
Really?
No, not really.
Yeah, don't lie to me.
I mean, I'll shut up if you give JS $600.
Because I could, if you said, 6 hours, I'll sit here and stream for 6 hours and not say a word and play video games and let you guys talk. But you better pay me.
Yeah, so you want to be paid to be gay. Well done, bro. That's awesome.
No, gay and
I don't
silent.
think they pay enough for that.
It's a big gay.
Gay and silent are not the same thing.
What's your
I mean, I
price?
guess
What's
it
your
depends
price?
on the
JS?
context.
Now, if you said you were going to pay me to be gay, we'd have to talk about what you mean by gay.
And what the price is.
What I meant by gay was shut the fuck up.
Quit flirting.
All right. Thank you for the sick compliment, by the way.
Because I'll be happy.
I know, right?
I'd be happy for free.
I'd be happy for free. That's
Well, actually, he wouldn't be able to get the money because I don't think not very many. Are you happy, JS?
Yeah, well, I don't really care. No, I'm not happy, but I don't care about happiness.
Unless you got
What?
that $600.
Yeah, but what? Yeah, but what?
I'm a sociopath.
happy,
I don't
happy?
believe in happiness. Like, happiness is gay. Like, so no, I'm not. Like, I'm not happy, but depending on your definition of happy, I'm pretty happy. I guess. I'm happy by not being happy.
So, GS, if I could, have to respond to Hugh Cullen's goals in the chat. Who let the boomer? I'm not a fucking boomer. Get the fuck out of here. You fucking retard.
Yeah, who brought the boomer up?
What does that even mean?
Oh, these fucking people. Get the fuck out of here. I'm Gen X.
It's one of those, like I said, it's one of those like hype words or whatever.
Way past his 7:30 bedtime. Yeah, but he lives in like a fake place with like an imaginary time zone.
Yeah, a fake place which you guys relied upon to watch the eyes in the skies, to track the lunar module. You needed
I love
a guy.
Australia.
I can see the lunar module in America.
No, you can't.
Maybe.
Oh, bro, hang on. If I could.
That's
Hugh Cullen Skulls wants to go fucking. Okay, Hugh, go Cam, bro. Come up here and fucking speak to me face to face, you fucking idiot.
Wait, are you arguing with chat? That's like, yeah, this is...
I know. I'm an asshole.
Slur on, brother. Damn, it's 6
That's
in
correct.
the morning? What the? It's 6 in the morning.
Hugh,
I got
Hugh.
I got a
if you
debate
have
on
some-
Saturday.
Do you?
That's smart.
About what? About what?
Christianity should not be political.
Oh my God! Yes, it should.
What do you think I'm
Involved in
what
politics,
side do you
like that.
think I'm gonna take?
Wait, did the debate topic change to this?
Just gotta say, Hugh, relax, bro. Relax. It's all okay. There's no problem, bro. A fucking idiot. Love you. Good night. God bless. Go to bed.
What the fuck is happening right now?
I don't know.
I don't know. I'm confused who he's talking to. Like, does he have these demons on his shoulders?
Kieran.
I think he's about at least six tall boys deep right now.
Kieran, what side do you think I'm going to take? Christianity should not be political. Which side do you think I'm going to take?
I can't say so. So who said that?
JS.
Oh, JS. Christianity should not be political. I think you're gonna say, oh, bro, I'm sorry to say it. I think you're gonna say no.
They should be in politics. And
You're retarded.
So you say yes?
Yeah, of course I say yes. I have a sign behind. I have a flag behind me that says Jesus is my savior. Trump is my president. Like, that's my whole thing. My whole thing is to tie politics to Christianity. Like,
right.
That's kind of that's.
So yeah. So JS, do you think America should be should America be a Christian nation?
Should we be? Yeah. Are we?
Depends on your definition of Christian.
Yeah, and I don't even know. I think there's a good debate to be had over whether we were founded as a Christian nation, because
you fucking were. What the fuck are you talking about? Of course you
yeah, but there's a these were people who were protesting against the Christian powers at the time that came to America.
Oh my god!
We have
our forefathers.
Benjamin Franklin was a Rosicrucian. Thomas Jefferson was a deist. Who wrote the Thomas Jefferson Bible that took out all the miracles, and a lot of the founding fathers were kind of whack.
We drove out the Catholics. We literally drove out the Catholics. Like, come on.
But yeah, I still think that's why I say it would be a good debate, because I think it was still a Christian nation when it was founded, and for the most part today it still is, but we're getting close to the point of no return.
Well, you have powers from all sides before.
Like England has already.
Yep. I'm hearing you. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like, you guys have already lost the and we're going to too, but
2-2.
Yeah, so it's almost
we're all going to be wearing tutus.
It's almost like if you aren't racist enough.
Well, yeah, maybe if you're denying that you're
well, I don't believe in racism, but a lot of people would call me a racist because of some of the stuff I say, but
a lot of people will call me a fucking misogynist. So what, bro?
Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, I've been trying to piss him off by calling him Australian, but he hasn't picked up on it.
Bro, I heard you, but you're big cat.
Oh yeah, he's Australian.
And you just ignored it. He's not. He's from the bro.
Right. Realizer Network said it. He said Protestantism isn't real Christianity. So if you believe that, then America was not a Christian nation. It wasn't founded on Christianity. So
well, we'll go one more step.
That's why I say it's a good debate. There's a good argument to be had there to say America is not a Christian nation. It wasn't founded on Christianity.
Not exactly.
I think there's a good argument. That's why I say it's a good debate. There's good arguments for both sides.
Nope.
I don't think it's going to matter. Pretty soon, there's not going to be much left besides Muslims and Christians. So every nation is going to be either Muslim or Christian.
I doubt it. I mean, unless we're going way back in time for some reason. Because it did used to be
I will say this:
Jonas
if we're
or
both
Kai,
alive
right?
in the next 100 years,
History is
I bet you
cyclical.
$1 billion. I bet you $1 billion in 100 years. We will. Every nation will be either Muslim or Christian.
Yeah,
I bet you there won't be any nations in the next hundreds
I mean,
of
granted,
years.
that's 100 years from now, and the lifespan is limited to 120, and I would be 140 by then. So
it dropped,
or 130.
Yes, Hugh. It's Mosman.
Yep.
Yeah, but history is it's all cyclical. So there could be a time where it's just Muslims versus
No,
Christians,
bro.
but
Shut
then
the fuck up. Bullshit.
Or it could all be an
Bro.
illusion.
it's cyclical. Why is
No,
that
it's not.
bullshit?
Well, prove me wrong.
Well, you just made a
Well,
claim.
what do
You
your
prove yourself
politics say
right.
on your TV? What does the screen or the radio say where you live? Not again, not again, not again.
Well, prove me wrong. You didn't.
It's all cyclical. What the fuck, bro? Like, really? Come on, bro.
It's cyclical. We read about it from the Old Testament to today. We see these cycles of maybe Christians are winning at some point and Christians are losing at some point, or people who
Christians are
follow
losing.
the one
Christian
true
churches have
God.
homosexual.
We see a cycle
Those
of.
aren't Christians.
Was Abraham a Christian?
I was saying,
No.
Andy was
No,
saying,
because he
was
just ended up
Moses a
being
gay
Christian?
people in
No.
gay people. Yeah, Moses was a Christian.
Past doesn't matter. How about today?
I would agree with
What the fuck?
Elderline.
How would
Moses
Moses be a Christian?
I don't give a shit about
Moses
the dead
was
people.
not a
How about the
Christian.
people alive
Member of
today?
Israel.
Yeah, I would say Moses was a Christian. Abraham was a Christian. Joseph was
What
a
a
Christian.
Nazi.
They believed that the
So,
Messiah. They believed.
yes,
They believed in the one
yes, I
true
do.
God. And then
Yes, yes.
they
Are
didn't
you a
know.
Christian?
They didn't know about the prophecies yet to come. And when the prophets, Isaiah and stuff started talking.
Yes. Are you a
why?
Christian?
Yes. Yeah.
Are you a Protestant or a Catholic? Oh,
What Christian
I don't
rules do you follow?
I don't
yeah.
care about any of that.
Christian, right?
I follow
Correct.
Christ.
Do you follow?
You can't
You
do
don't
that.
follow like
I
the
fo-
old. Remember,
I
it used
follow
to be.
Christ. I follow Christ, and
Yeah.
I seek Christ because it's the only way to the Father, which is God. And so I follow I follow the Son to get to the Father.
So you do believe in the Trinity.
And so the Father of the Old Testament is the same as the Son of the New Testament.
Mm-hmm.
And so yeah, I'm a Christian. And I think Moses was
Based
a
off
Christian.
of-
I think Abraham was a Christian. I think Joseph. There's some that I question, like
Well, there's
David-
medieval foreign studies that do say that Christianity used to be like the word was like join us or like either join us or
like
know,
Jacob.
6
Jacob.
feet under.
I know a lot of people will point towards Jacob, but I think Jacob was he's kind of a snake. So, but
Yeah, if you're not with us, you're against us, like the Old Testament.
and because he relied on his mama, and it was more of his mama.
Oh, fucking bro. You fucking asshole.
Yeah, his mama made him steal his. So maybe it wasn't Jacob's fault. It was.
Boys, while there is a gap in chat, I'm going to say goodnight.
Hey, wait, we didn't get your take on politics.
Noah was a
I hate
Christian.
politics. Fuck politics.
Yeah, I think Noah was a Christian.
Good night, boys. Next time. JS, wake the fuck up. Okay.
You didn't make no arguments against anything I've said.
And make sure you drink a couple
He
glasses
doesn't
of
have
water.
to.
JS, I'm going to.
What he
Okay.
said was way more cool sounding and entertaining.
You don't
I
get to
would've
say
read it
wake
for you.
up and then go to bed.
He just won the debate, bro.
No, fair cool, fair cool. I'm going to fucking bed.
Was
Fuck off.
was Noah a Christian? Yes, Noah was a Christian because he had faith in God the Father, and he did what God told him to do, and that makes him a Christian. Yeah, I think if Noah was,
That would make
I think if Noah was around when Jesus walked the earth, Noah would have been like, "This is the Son of God. This is what the prophets told us about," and Noah would have followed Christ. I think Abraham would have followed Christ. I think Moses would have followed
I
Christ.
mean, hell or like going to the promised land.
I don't know what you're saying, but
I mean, you had a choice between hell or the promised land. Which would you choose?
I mean, it's more complicated than that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. And we're all going based off of verbal exchange and then literature that has been translated.
Yeah, which is why I don't think the literature is what you should rely on.
Thank you, Alderman. I agree with you. That's why it's terrible.
When are Christians going to have true faith? If you push, you get pushed back. People must find their own way to God. I disagree with that. Along the journey is not pretty and it gets ugly. Got to have trust and faith in God. The only way to the Father is through the Son.
I think commitment.
I get what you're saying, ZT Din, but the problem is this: find your own path. What if I say my own path is I like? It just comes down to like subjectivity and objectivity. If there's only one way, the only way to the Father is through the Son. If I say, I'm gonna find my own way, you can't do that. That's the only part.
Well, see, I think you're misunderstanding. So it's not everybody's gonna find it in their own way.
Noah was not a Christian. Did Noah follow God? And is God Christ? I'm about to shut Realizer Network down right now.
Is Realizer Network?
If Christ is God, if Christ is God and Noah followed God, how is Noah not a Christian?
Isn't Realizer like is he Christian?
Noah was a Christian. He had faith in God, even though God was saying stuff that nobody understood at the time, like it's gonna rain. Nobody knew what rain was at the time, and he told him to build an
Holy
ark.
shit! It's actually raining right now, JS.
Okay.
You think that's some sort of like eulogy or something?
It's gonna rain and it's gonna flood, and everybody else was like, "Rain, flood? What are you talking about? We live in paradise." And then the firmament breaks and the waters pour forth from the heavens, and a flood happens, and Noah was prepared because he followed God, and if from the position that God and Christ are the same, then Noah was a Christian. Abraham was a Christian. Anyone who followed the Father followed the Son. The Son was just the worldly, the
human version of
the Father.
deity?
You're right, the Father on the earth. So to follow Christ meant to follow God. So Moses, Noah, Abraham,
the messenger, right?
Even Jacob, even though I think Jacob was Jacob was.
What about the whole thing that blows my mind is the Job story of the dude getting smited for I mean, he had the right intentions when he was going to touch the ark.
Job is not the one that touched the ark and got smited.
No, but it's in that story, right?
No, that's a different story. You're talking about the guys.
I thought it was in the book of Job.
No. You're talking about when the guys tried to catch the ark when it was falling and they died? They got killed?
I was talking about, like, I can't remember.
The Ark of the Covenant? Orthodox Christians do not typically say that Noah was a Christian, as the concept of Christianity as distinct religion postdates Noah's time by centuries. So you're saying so Christ is God, but everyone who was born before Christ came to earth could not be a Christian. I don't know if that's really an Orthodox teaching, but I would disagree with that. And also, by the way, you don't just get to say, well, the Orthodox don't believe this, so that's not true. Like, I don't play that
Actually,
way.
yeah, you're right, Jess.
I agree with the Orthodox Church, but that's not an argument. That's just a argument from argument
unless
from
you're a.
And also, I don't even know if that's true. Like,
I've read some of the saints talk about.
Do we have a
Moses
father?
being a part of the true Church of Israel, and
yeah, when he split. Yeah, that's why he split the church in two.
I'm Orthodox.
The church was never split in two.
Yeah, he said they split it in two.
Unless you're talking about like the
house.
Unless you're talking about between the Catholics and the Orthodox. And
Yeah. That's what I thought.
But I don't even know if it was split. It just seems more like the Catholics just left.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you. I wasn't there.
It was that's kind of what I've been looking into the last week, is the Byzantium Empire and the schism and stuff. There was the iconoclasts, and there was differences in doctrine, and they separated. But all I'm trying to say is,
so it's been patented.
If Noah followed God, and Noah did what God told him to do, and he was a righteous man in the eyes of God, or David, or Abraham, or Moses, to me, maybe I'm wrong, but to me, these people are Christians. They're followers of Christ, which is God. And this is me. I'm doing a little bit of a internal critique
like
here.
Foreshadow?
But if you believe, and I'm not saying I don't believe it, but I'm saying if we believe that Christ is God, then if Noah followed God, then he's a Christian because he's following Christ. No? So
I still think they're evil.
Who's evil? What are you talking about?
I believe in Mother Earth, and
that's sola scriptura BS.
Noah should just.
And this is where you guys lose me, because I'm trying to be genuine, and I'm trying to make a good faith argument. And I'm saying
based off of the scriptures.
I'm saying, as a Christian, if Christ is God, and I know you guys are going to hear if, and you're going to say, oh, JS is denying the Trinity.
No,
that's not what I'm saying. The argument would be formed. Premise 1, Christ is God. Premise 2, Noah, Moses, Abraham followed God. Premise 3, or conclusion, Noah, Abraham, Jacob, Joseph, anyone who followed God, conclusion, were Christians, aka followers of Christ.
pretty consistent in
So
all different
yeah, so
Protestants.
when you say that's sola scriptura BS, like now you're just repeating, now you're just parroting terms, and you're saying, well, that's sola scriptura. It's not sola scriptura. That's just
logical entailment of the Bible.
Yeah, it's a whole consistent. I don't know. After all these years, it's surprising that this has been passed down for so many generations and ages, and without it being.
It doesn't matter
Which I don't
about
know
your
about
view of
Noah.
scriptures.
I don't know about Noah at all, but I've never heard anyone talk about Noah being a Christian. But I have heard some saints and fathers talk about. I don't have the shit in front of me right now.
Well, the main reason why
And
is
it's
because
not, and
Noah.
it's not a doctrine. Like I understand that it's not a doctrine of the church that Moses is necessarily a Christian. I understand that. That's not something that's really something that has to be within. I don't know. I'm getting tired. I'm at this point. I don't really give a shit.
I would say if
You've been working all night.
I would
Well,
say
Elderline, you're
I would
saying
say
there's politics.
if guys like Moses, Noah, and Abraham were alive when Christ was born, they would have been there, and they would have been like, "Yes, this is the Messiah."
I think they would have just did whatever benefited them because they're men, they're humans.
Shut up, dude. You're not making an argument against. I'm arguing with Realizer Net.
I wasn't.
Realizer Network, you got to get in the Discord because I can't.
Oh shit!
I can't argue with my
I didn't
chat.
realize.
But
you're replying to Realizer. Is Realizer religious?
What I'm saying is, if Moses were alive, and according to Orthodoxy, Moses is alive. Moses is alive.
Oh, he is.
And he's in heaven. And he sees Christ born. And he says, yes, that is the Messiah that was prophesied about 144 times in the Old Testament. Moses would be a Christian. He's a follower of Christ. He's a follower of God. So how can you say God and Christ are the same, but yet Moses is not a Christian, Abraham's not a Christian, Joseph, Isaiah prophesied about the Messiah coming. He knew the Messiah was coming. Would Isaiah be a Christian? I would say yes, a follower of Christ, a follower of God. And this is what
I think he's right about Orthodox.
Well, I don't know.
Because the language thing, like the whole can't say that word.
Christian means follower of Christ. Christ is God. So if I follow God and I'm before Christ, but I follow God and I believe the prophecies that a Messiah is going to come who will be called Christ. And when the Messiah comes and I'm alive in heaven, and when the Messiah comes and he's called Christ or Jesus, then I believe that that's the Messiah, then they would be Christians. I mean, you could just call it a different name. You could say Godschins, Fatherschins, like. But
first off, you can't be alive in heaven.
But if they're the same, I don't have to delineate between one who follows the Father and one who follows the Son. They're the same. Like
yeah, either way, you're still seeking enlightenment and what's the what are those fucking Hebrew words?
I'm giving you the view of what Orthodox teaches. They were followers of God, but Christ had not come to create the new covenant yet. But Christ is God. And this is where I don't want to go into that, but this is where
there's almost no point in arguing it.
Yeah, it's like you're causing it causes problems and divisions where I don't think they need to be there. Like Christ is God, right? So if I follow Christ and Christ is God, Moses didn't know Christ. Moses didn't know about Christ. So, but if Moses follows God and God is Christ, then Moses is a Christian. No? Where am I wrong? What am I getting wrong here?
I don't see anything wrong there either. The only thing I see wrong is two followers and seekers of faith disputing one another's things. And
I mean, if Jesus is God and he is the face that Moses spoke to,
they're both
and
from the same
he
path.
spoke to him as if he was his friend, then he would have to be a follower of Christ. Maybe if you're talking about covenantal things, then I mean,
well, yeah,
I don't know.
I think it'd be
too
the
tired.
definition.
I'm
Yeah,
not
and
gonna start
even,
talking about this shit because I'm gonna say something stupid.
I'll
Well,
say,
it'd be
I'll
the
say,
division between
I'll say the stupid
Orthodox and
stuff.
other Christians.
I mean, it's a
Makes
logical
sense.
entailment of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. That's why I would say and how would I say this? The Christians, the true Jews are the Christians, or the Christians and the Jews, and this is why. Now, if you're a Jewish person who denies that Christ is the Messiah and you ignore all of the prophecy of the Old Testament, you're not a Christian. And I would say that's a problem. But if you're of the lineage of Abraham and you're Jewish and you see all the prophecies, then when Christ comes, you would be like, yep, that's the Messiah. Now I'm a Christian.
But also, if you're just talking
I
about
don't-
just Noah, I agree with you. I don't know whether or not he could be considered a Christian just based on what I've seen and what
I
I've
don't
listened
see
to
that.
about the opinion of the Orthodox Church, at least.
Yeah.
Either way, I don't see a threat between.
But Moses, I don't
Yeah.
think that there's
But
much
see-
arguing with that. But I don't
Yeah,
know. But
but
Noah, yeah, I
You're
don't know
you're
whether or not he could
seeking
be considered a Christian or not.
you're seeking orthodoxy, and so you don't want to say anything, but I'll say it. I'll say if
Well, that means that I'm like,
yeah,
I'm not going to support your opinion on that, though. I'm not going to
right.
say that.
You don't have to. Yeah, I don't need you to. Yeah.
I disavow.
But I'm
Elder
just
line seeking elder line.
because if I'm saying something that goes against what they teach, then that would be a problem, and you don't want to. Right. I'm just, yeah, and that's fine. But I'll say it. I'll say if Moses was following the Father told him build an ark. The Father, God, the Father, told him build an ark because a flood is coming and I'm going to save you. And he had faith in God to do that. If that God is the same as Christ the Son, then why would he not be a Christian? He's a follower of and the only way to the Father is through the Son. Now they would say, well, pre new covenant, I guess pre new covenant, you could just talk to the Father without Jesus there. It's why can't we just say we're all? And then this is where there's a debate to be had between the Orthodox and the Catholics who say we all worship the same God and what's the essence of God. And I think we make it too intellectual. Like I was listening to Trent Horn and Jay Dyer.
It's not like you could even comprehend such a entity.
Right, yeah.
And this is something that I will say that I know for sure, just based on what he was saying, the last thing that he said, everything that has to do with God has to be triune by nature. So to worship God is to worship the Trinity. So they would have to be able to worship God in that context back then. They would have had to at least somewhat understand the Trinity.
The flesh version.
I have a
and that's something that I've heard directly from the Father's mouth say to me. So
yeah, I have a. I don't want to go into a Trinity debate, but
yeah, it's kind of pointless.
I'll just say I have a bit of a problem with that because everything because everything in the world, like it, how do I say this? The Masons, the triangle of the Masons, the pagans, the Egyptians had Ra, Osiris, and what's the third one? All the pagans had triunes.
Thoth?
Yeah.
Osiris?
Osiris, Ra, and there's a third one. But all the pagans had trinities. And this idea of like land, water, earth, or it seems to me like
Mother Nature, right?
This triune idea is very worldly, and that the more
pagans came from Roman Empire, right?
The more outside of this world idea is one. It's God.
Mm-hmm.
The triune thing, and I'm not trying to argue against the Trinity. I'm just saying what I see is trinities in everything that's wrong. And so anyway, now it's turned into a Trinity debate. But
well, I mean, if that is this kind of argumentation that's required, then I can point to a bunch of things that claim to be God but aren't God, are not good. So then I don't have to believe in God at all.
Yeah.
There's the Tim Pool guy with the beanie that's like some sort of freaking, or well, he looks like he has a like
But
beanie.
just because
He's
something
like
could be badly represented by some other things that would probably have more knowledge than we would about the nature of that deity that we're talking about, and they try to mimic it in a very perverse way, and does not mean that there's not one correct way that it is.
Yeah, that's true. That just because everybody else,
at least you're not following a cult.
Just because everybody
else.
So it could be true. It could be true that God is triune and all these other things are just trying to mimic that. Yeah, that's a good.
It's almost like they want to be. It's almost like they want to be the
Well, why
one
would
true
it-
God.
Yeah.
And try to replace him.
Yeah. Okay. That's a that's a
Why
good.
would what's the importance? That's my whole. Like I can't. Does not compute. What's the importance of
that? Actually makes sense. I've never heard. People won't really say that. If I say all these worldly pagan religions and pagan ideologies and worldly ideologies, they all have trinities. And I use that as an argument against the Trinity. If you say, well, what they're doing is trying to model themselves after the truth and corrupt it, then that kind of proves the Trinity.
What are they doing to corrupt?
Yeah, that makes sense.
I see all that. I don't know. I just can't see the dispute or the dislike or the warring amongst followers of their faith. Aren't they all trying to get to the same place, which is the promised land?
Now the next one is also going to be in the webbed hollow. Now you'll need to progress until you get to the Oblivion Shrine.
Why over the years are they killing each other or not even just killing each other, but even today still disputing one another? Like My word is right, your word is wrong, my God is right, your God is wrong. And it's,
What are you talking about, Marshall?
it seems like a whole lot more problem than solution to even challenge between, because I mean, there's still the word Christian in Christianity, and there's still the word Christian in Orthodox Christianity, right?
Yeah.
What I'm trying to get to is like, why not work together to find an answer instead of dispute one another?
Yeah, but I'm not trying to be. I'm not trying to be heretical. I'm not saying the Trinity's.
Oh.
I'm not saying the Trinity is not right. And actually, I'm granting the Trinity is right, and saying if the and see, when I say if, people are gonna assume that I'm saying that it's not true, but I'm posing it as an argument. If the Trinity is true and God is Christ, then people who follow God were also following Christ, which would make them Trinity, or which would make them Christians. That's what I'm saying.
What if it wasn't? What if it wasn't though?
Huh? What are you saying,
So what
Marshall?
if it wasn't true? I'm just questioning the idea of
if the Trinity is not true, then it would make sense that Noah and Moses and Abraham were not Christians. So if you say, what I'm saying is, if you say Moses, Noah, Abraham, Joseph, Isaiah, hold on. If you say that they are not Christians, then you're denying the Trinity. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, well, my whole question was, why does it matter? I just
that's
trying to find better word.
Oh, that's a good question to ask at another time. But you're out of your element. You're out of your element, Donnie.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Right. Well, what's the biggest importance behind it, and what's it lead to? Because actually, that would give you
Look,
your best
if
argument.
this is the way that you want to think about it, I would suggest that you just
Well,
go to
no.
the church and focus on the sacraments and being catechized. Don't worry about philosophical debate. Go worry about being part of the church.
Yeah, I agree with
Right.
that.
Actually following and doing the.
Because if that's the only kind of question that you have is why that doesn't matter, then it
No, it was
seems
towards
to
the
me.
debate.
Yeah, why does it matter if God is triune? I mean, if you're not capable of
Why do they dispute
being
each
able
other?
to,
Why does
if
it
you're,
matter? Where does it get
why
you
does it?
to argue
Because
amongst
there are
each
demons
other
that want to
religion?
trick you and prevent you from becoming or to enter the gates of heaven. So there are a lot of
So you're
demons that
trying
will
to help
lie and try to
dispute.
prevent you from becoming part of the kingdom of heaven.
The Trinity did
So
not
other people that
exist
are
before
saved want to help
Christ.
argue.
That's a crazy statement, Realizer Network. I think everybody, Catholics, Orthodox, everybody would agree with me that.
Yeah, I don't even believe that you're actually Orthodox now when you say that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I'm sorry.
I don't.
You might be. You might be, and I might just be. We might just be misunderstanding what you're saying, but I don't.
Yeah.
That is something I've never ever heard.
Yeah, I don't know what
from anyone that's Orthodox. Maybe in the early centuries, sure, but I don't know. That doesn't sound, or not even early century. Maybe in the
sounds like
mid centuries, maybe.
Yeah, now I think I think you're just trolling Realizer Network because that statement's crazy. Like, I don't. The Trinity did not exist before Christ. What is that?
Mango had a good take.
I wouldn't even say that. What was Mango's take?
This
He was
Mango
gonna also.
or
Well, I don't know, another Mango. You were gonna come in and affirm us.
no? I'm listening. I like listening to people on this topic. I do because
that's kind of what
I take
Trent
Hawkins' rate. People listening is very nice to hearing this.
I know it did sound like when you came in, you had a position on the Trinity. So I was
You know,
curious.
Honestly, I am a Christian. I'm, Protestant. I can't, subscribe to an authority. But like far as the Trinity, like I understand the gist of it, but it's just there's always like a lot of intellectual prowess behind it. So it's just like it's really hard to understand to get a clear picture when you're hearing different definitions, meanings, and whatever um purpose people see it as. And honestly, I just don't care. Not like I don't care that it exists or not, or it's a real thing. I just don't care what some people have to say on some topics on it. However, I will listen to a point to where I can understand more about something I don't even understand.
Yeah.
I subscribe to
That's where I stand.
Elder
Like
Lion's
I believe in God.
statement.
I believe in Christ. I believe, that all the way from Adam all the way to Jesus, it's all in the same lineage. I do believe the history of the Israelites. The 12 tribes of Israel, the patriarchy, the three patriarchs. And I just don't. I just can't grasp myself because I just don't understand much as someone like, let's say, JS or Andrew Wilson. And there's a lot of people out there that are completely smarter than me when it comes, or more knowledgeable when it comes to Christianity. So I leave it to them. That's their debate space. Mine
Well,
is
no,
to listen in
I've
and
been
put my
looking
input
into
in.
this stuff my whole life, and I kind of stand where you
Yeah.
stand, where it's like, for the first 30 years of my life, I was raised Trinity, Trinity,
You go to
Trinity,
church,
believe in the
though.
Trinity, going to church, going to Christian school, Trinity, Trinity. Then I had like a chunk of my life where I was like, oh, the Trinity is wrong, and I went hard against it. And now over the last year or two, I'm trying to like I'm trying to, I don't want to, if I'm saying something that's blasphemous or heretical,
Mm-mm.
then I don't want to be doing that. So I'd rather just say,
Motherfucker! What?
what?
I just stepped in a bear trap. I'm sorry. I'm just motherfucker.
A fake video game bear trap?
No, on Ark. I just stepped in one and I can't fucking move.
Yes,
God, a video game bear. You don't.
This is why you should have went to church.
But
shut the fuck up, man. God damn.
But I would
When you
rather
log on, you're always supposed to go to church and
Okay,
how do I
okay. We
free
don't care
myself?
about your Ark bear trap. Nobody cares.
Yeah.
How do I free myself? Like,
But
go to church.
As far as the Trinity, I don't want to be saying the Trinity is wrong, it's a lie. Like I don't want to be telling people that and be wrong if it's a heretical or blasphemous thing, you know. But if the Trinity, I don't want to. I just want to understand it more. And but when I say that, I hope that I sound like an idiot. I want to sound like an idiot
Well, what it really is
to hear
is
where
you're
other
trying
people say.
to accept it. Like you gotta come. You really like it's a full commitment thing. So you
Right,
like it
right.
sounds like
Yeah, I would
committing to the
say
idea.
I would say I really, really want if okay, hold on. How would I say this? If the Trinity is true, then I really want to be that, to agree with that and believe that and be able to defend that. But if the Trinity is false, then I really want to be so what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say I'm just
We won't know
open.
until Judgment Day.
Yeah, it kind of
But
does come
also,
down to that. Like we're arguing over philosophies and stuff, but you know, when I'm dead, I'm gonna find out the truth. And until then, or when I drop my body, I'm gonna find out the truth. But for now, while I'm in this body, I can only do what my brain lets me do, and I guess I'm like, it gets very intellectual, and part of me is like, I respect that because you've done the research, you've studied to show yourself approved, but you're also saying things that maybe I don't understand. And when I say I don't understand and I have a small brain so I can't comprehend the Trinity, I know about the ontologies and the hypostasis and the hypostatic union and the essence versus shoot, now I can't think of it. But I've heard all that stuff and I get all that stuff, but I just don't want to be wrong about this. This is something I don't want to be wrong about, so I'd rather just talk about it and hear people out.
How would an Orthodox person be able to, even without like being a high priest or a leader?
Hey Marshall, can you please help me get out of your bear trap? He's
Hey,
at.
my bear trap. Hold on, man.
Shouldn't have walked into his bear trap.
I didn't fucking
I
see
didn't.
it.
Where did I
really
place
think I'm
the bear
seeing
trap?
a bear trap? Here,
How do
I'm
you
gonna
know
stick my
How do you
foot
know
in
it's
it.
even mine? Why are you blaming me for a bear trap this winter?
Because it says
Because
Marshall's
my-
bear trap just captured you.
Does it really?
I don't know.
Oh, I'm still would rather say I don't know. I didn't know.
Are you a
otherwise.
Catholic Realizer Network? Because you're making similar arguments to Trent Horn and Jay Dyer when they had a debate about this. That basically
That's why I've heard some of that. Thank you.
Abraham and Moses and Noah, they didn't know about the Trinity, so they weren't Trinitarians, and that's what Trent Horn was saying. And Jay Dyer was saying, it's basically the Catholic argument is if the Muslims or Moses or Luther say we follow the one true God, that's the same God. And then there's an argument to be had between the Orthodox and the Catholics about, is that the same God? And an Orthodox father would be able to explain much better than I can. I would just hope you attend liturgy. I have.
Help me.
Inquire and get the answer you're looking for. Yep, I have. And but granted, when I go to liturgy, I don't talk to the father or the deacons. The times.
Why doesn't it realize to come hop on the Discord?
I don't know. Maybe he doesn't want to. I don't know. There's a lot of reasons why he may not want to, but yeah, I don't know. But they don't drill down on these topics at liturgy. Like, you're not gonna walk into a liturgy and get to raise your hand and ask all these questions. So, and then afterwards, you're
I've
gonna.
never heard like Orthodox or like an Orthodox debater at least, or even within the Lord of the Spirit show that I listen to, they all kind of say that Moses had the concept of the Trinity.
Yeah, because they would say that the burning bush was Jesus, and then in I think it's Hebrews, he says was it Hebrews or John? But they say that Jesus was talking to me, or Jesus says, or Jesus. Man, I don't want to say stuff I'm not 100% sure about, but somewhere in the New Testament it says the one that Moses was talking to was me.
And granted, they may not have like a perfect understanding that later Christians like laid out to be able to more easily be able to grasp how the Trinity works to some extent. But I think that they understood to some level that they had the Son, the Father, and the Holy Spirit.
Yeah.
Translating stuff to English. Yeah, I can only imagine.
And I believe the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit. Where I have problems is the Holy Spirit a person? And then they'll point to a bunch of Old Testament verses that show that the Holy Spirit is a person. And so so I get it. I understand the arguments. It's just I don't know. I
necessarily agree with everything, right?
But I don't disagree with it either. It's
You
more
know,
like
JS,
I also concur to that. I have no off stances. My problem is I grew up on nothing, never thought in my mind.
I don't
Just started
disagree with
questioning
it.
everything.
It's
And
more just like
so there's the commitment.
we have different minds and we understand things differently. It's like I don't think all of us see things the same way. So it's the same way that people will say Paul contradicts Jesus. And I would say Paul doesn't contradict Jesus. Paul just says it in a different way. And I
Well,
think
yeah. So,
I think that's the problem with the schisms and all the different denominations. Now, some of the denominations are very clearly like, no, that's wrong. But
yeah.
But like the Orthodox
Biologically,
and
too,
the
Jeff,
Catholics,
different religion
they're kind of saying the
coming
same
from different
thing in
language.
different ways, you know?
Born from a different language, Jess, don't we think differently if we're born like our first language
Ultimately,
we're
it
born
kind of
under?
hinges on this idea.
now you're hitting through the
It
Bible.
hinges on this fuck, I've already lost. Thanks, Marshall.
Yeah,
Hinges
Marshall, you're just talking about what, like, this segment is basically like the Tower of Babel in a way.
Oh yeah, because we were
Metaphorically
talking about
speaking, I'm
globalism.
speaking on
No, I
metaphorical.
wanted
It's not literal Tower of Babel where
I was
it's like
adding
the
on. I was
Tower of
adding on
Languages.
that people that live and are born of different languages also think and conceive things, and I actually
That's not
it's
necessarily true. I do
it is a totally different way of.
disagree with that.
Anyways,
And
that's
there's
not the point. I don't care about your disagreement.
Oh, okay. I remember what I was going to say now. Anybody who claims sola scriptura and then argues that there's contradictions within the Bible, dude, it is not following sola scriptura.
What
That's
is
what I was
solo
trying to say.
scriptura? Just means one person by himself.
Means
It means
scripture
the
alone.
Bible is scripture is inerrant, and the grounding it's inerrant and the only infallible law or infallible rule or some shit.
Wrong, because we
Yeah.
found the Dead Sea Scrolls.
But the problem
nomenclature.
that I see a lot of Orthodox people when they attack sola scriptura, they don't realize that there's 4 other solas. So it's the 5 solas of the Protestant Reformation. It's sola fide, it's faith, grace, God, Christ, and Scripture. And so the idea of the Reformation was our faith comes from faith, grace, God, Christ, and Scripture. So sola scriptura, nobody in the Protestant Reformation says it's just Scripture alone. The idea and this is why I've critiqued it, and I've said to say sola is kind of a problem because sola scriptura means scripture alone. Sola fide means faith alone. Sola deo gratia means sola gratia means grace alone. Sola deo gloria means the glory of God alone. And then sola Christos means Christ alone. So it's not just sola scriptura. It's grace, faith, God, Christ, Scripture.
But it becomes a problem when they try to separate the scriptures from the church itself. That's when it becomes a problem because they think of it in this way of like a false economy where one does not need the other to exist when they both need each other to exist.
Right. And so what I would say is there's actually 7 solas. We would add solo ecclesia, which is church alone, and sola amor, which is love alone,
So it's love, church, scripture, God, Christ, faith, and grace. So those are the 7 solas. Those 7 things alone, and the problem is the alone, because none of them are alone. They all work off of the other ones. So the
The
sola
full
is
foundation.
the sola is the problem. So when people say sola scriptura, no Protestant is saying, well, it's just the scriptures. Like
A lot of them are.
yeah,
Maybe you're
Well,
not
yeah,
talking about
it's
like the high church
they
Protestants,
shouldn't be.
but many of the low church Protestants are saying
Yeah,
that.
they shouldn't
They're
be.
saying that literally the Bible is the only thing that they need.
Right, and that's
well,
wrong.
JS came
So
full circle.
they've
Like
done the same thing. They've done the same thing that they get attacked for doing, and maybe they should get attacked for doing that, because it's not about scripture alone. And like I kind of agree with, I would say the 7 solas. And so, but the problem is the sola. Like it's not alone. None of these things are alone. You
aren't
need
the
the
5
church, you need the
solas
scriptures, you need God, you need Christ, you need faith, you need grace, you need love, you need all these things.
and aren't those
you
5
also need
solas like
belief.
an ability, like
There's also
salvific requirements? Isn't that what they claim they are? The 5 solas are the salvific requirements.
wasn't that like Aramaic or something?
You might be right, but I haven't heard that.
Well, that's what I've always assumed in the way that high church Protestants talk about them. I don't
But
know that for sure or not.
yeah, and then what they'll argue is that the ecclesia, or the church, the fathers of the church, they base what they say off of the scripture. And so if you if a church father came in and started saying these things, he wouldn't be a church father. He would be anathematized. He would be kicked out.
Right, and this is where the problem is with like that Baptist dude that you were talking about, because I would say that all 12 of the apostles plus Paul are the apostolic part of the church. So when somebody says that Paul contradicts, I think that more than likely what's happening is he's committing a word concept fallacy.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. A lot of people will say Paul contradicts Christ, and the way I say it is they're just two different. They see it different ways, and it talks
The
about
denominations.
it talks about in the Bible, like there are different ways to reach different people. So like you'll see this in
traditions.
You'll see this in street.
Practices.
Marshall, shut up. You'll see this you'll see this
I'm
in
muting
street
myself.
preachers. Street preachers. There are some street preachers who will go out, and it's all about
It wasn't very Christian of you.
it's all about God loves you, and God is there to save you. And then you'll see other street preachers who go out and say, if you're gay, you're gonna burn in hell. Now, now,
Yeah, the God hates fags crowd. Oh God, they're so cringe.
hold on. What I'm trying to say is, both of those are right. Both of those are ways you're gonna reach people with this message of fire and brimstone, or you're gonna reach people with this message of peace and love. So both of
I said
them,
that with 3 words.
and it says this in the Bible. I don't know the exact verse, but it says there's different ways to reach different people. Some people are going to be better at doing the fire and brimstone thing. Some people are going to be better at doing the peace and love thing, and both of them can lead to the same thing. But there's different ways to say it, and I think Jesus was more the love and peace guy, and Paul
love and forgiveness, not love and peace.
Paul was more the fire and brimstone guy, and in the Old Testament it prophesies that both of these avenues can reach different people. You're going to reach different people with different messages, but they all lead to the same road. Now, it's a problem where we're saying two things that contradict, and they'll say, well, Paul's contradicting Jesus. I don't think he's contradicting him. I think he's just saying it in a different way. But I don't know. I'm not.
I
Well,
mean,
you
it sounds
definitely
like
taught
you're
me.
a freaking
You
star.
definitely taught me something new today, there, JS. The 7 solas. I never heard that before.
Well, it's the 5 solas. The 7 solas is and this is not original. I did not make this up. It was something I read. It said, well, maybe we should add 2 solas to the 5 solas, which is
Right, and I would if they're all 5 like requirements for salvation, I would disagree with them all except for the soul of grace. Grace is the only thing that saves you.
but by grace we are saved through faith.
No, by grace we are given faith.
Elder Wine, are you a Christian? If you don't mind me asking.
Yeah.
Yeah. What?
I was asking a question.
Dude, how
man.
long have you
All
been
right,
here?
well- Okay. But
sorry for being stupid.
Now,
God.
now another a deeper question, and this is I'm gonna make some enemies, but works.
No.
There's no sola Deo work, so works don't play any part in that. And this is kind of one thing that I disagree with the Eastern Orthodox stance on, is that the works, the sacraments, is how we get grace. And I don't think it kind of it kind
from what I
of like it
understand-
kind of ties. They'll say, well, they hate the Mormons so much, but it's
Well, I mean,
kind of
from
it's
what I
kind of
understand,
similar.
Faith is
Hate.
a work.
Right, faith without works
So
is
it,
dead.
It immediately contradicts themselves when they say faith only.
Right. So the same way that you say grace, or what did you say? Grace comes from faith.
No, grace. By grace, you're given faith.
Okay, but by faith you're given works. So works are
Right, this is
something
a
you'll
chain, but
naturally
what I'm saying is
do.
that grace is at the top.
Because a lot of like the Mormons, for example, they say the way that you work yourself into salvation, and I don't believe that. Like, I believe in the thief
So
on the
you hate
cross.
them because
I believe in the thief on the cross. I believe you could live your whole life in sin, and in your last second you could truly come to God.
Maybe, maybe not.
Yeah, and this is where like the Orthodox belief would disagree with me, and I wonder how they deal with the
I'd
thief
want to
on the
believe what you
cross. Like,
believe too.
when you're looking death in the eye, when you're in the foxhole and there's bombs getting dropped on you, you say, God, I've been so stupid my whole life. Now I know. Now I understand my mortality. Like, I want to be with you. I think that guy is just as worthy as the guy that came to it when he was in Christian school in 3rd grade and lived a life that was stainless.
The 5th season, nuclear winter.
And yeah, so but works is nowhere in there, and the works are a benefit that come from grace and faith. So we have faith, we have grace, then we do the works. You don't do works to get grace and faith.
Well, the works and faith are like, it's kind of a false dichotomy to have to choose between the two.
I just know that they both. I mean, wouldn't it be?
Faith itself is actively pursuing God.
Yeah,
so within that idea of actively pursuing God, that is a work.
Right.
That is an action.
Yeah, and that's what. So, but first you have to have the faith.
But without grace, it wouldn't matter how much faith you had, because if God had no grace for you, you would never be able to be saved. And that's all I'm saying, is that grace is on top. These other things do matter, but I say grace is always on top.
But you don't.
And I don't know if that's an Orthodox. That's just personal opinion.
Yeah, and maybe this is maybe I'm just not understanding the Orthodox position enough, but I don't think they would say that you could work your way into heaven. But they kind of do.
Not without grace.
Well, the sacraments
Yeah,
and
you have to follow the
stuff.
steps to get there. I see what you're saying, Jess. I
Yes,
kind
the
of see that too.
sacraments are.
I'm not
I can't
Orthodox.
talk about that. Actually, I can't talk about that at all.
Yeah, but yeah, that's a. I'd have to talk with. I'd have to talk
Someone
with
who's already catechized.
Right.
Yeah. Well, the core revolves around the belief in Jesus Christ as
And I've
the
listened
Son
to
of God.
I've listened to
or some shit.
Orthodox people debate about it, and I don't know. To me,
Well, from
I don't-
my
it
own
seems like what they're
personal
saying
understanding,
is it
from
seems
my own
like
I
personal
don't trust
understanding, that's
debaters
medicine.
on Orthodox.
Medicine.
Hold on,
In a
Marsh.
very basic from what my
Ooh.
understanding of it, that has nothing to do with the Orthodox Church whatsoever. It's only my personal opinion.
It's a remedy,
idea,
right? Like
the
by
idea
medicine.
of it. Well, if you would shut up, I would tell you what I'm trying to say.
For real,
Please,
damn.
Marshall,
So
let him talk, please.
So, from my own personal understanding, it has nothing to do with the Orthodox Church. It is a medicine. It is to help heal the spirit. So, yeah, that's what I understand of it.
And you're saying that you have to take the medicine, so that's like a work. You have to. So the sacraments and these things, you have to do these things to be healed. Maybe?
Or at least, from my own personal opinion, it would help.
Yeah, I'll agree. The sacraments and all these rituals and habits that we make, they do help us do better. All I would say is that the faith comes first. You don't need to do these things to have faith. You
It's
have
both.
faith,
That's
and
what I'm saying.
then
You're separating both. You're separating them, but
You
I
wouldn't
consider
even
them
need a
both
book
being
to
the
have
same
faith.
thing.
well, I'm saying that once you have the faith, you will naturally do these things. And if you have the
And I'm
faith,
saying as you do those things, you're building up faith as well. So yeah, you have faith, so you do these things, but as you do them, you grow more in faith. See, this is why they're kind of almost, and that's once again my own personal opinion, has nothing to do with the Orthodox, but that's why I'm saying that you can't really
Thank you.
separate them.
yeah. And this is a big
Because
debate.
if you do separate them, and you're claiming that God believing or faith is just believing in God, then you would have to say that the demons could also be saved.
No.
Or that not only that they could be saved.
No, I'm saying the
by
demons.
by the action of them having knowledge and knowing that God is.
No, I'm saying
the one
demons.
truth
Demons
is
have faith in God, but they do the opposite of the works, which is what makes them. Which is what makes them demons.
That's what I would say
study
too.
what
That's
demons are.
exactly what I would say too, and that's why I say you can't separate them.
Well, see, my whole problem
no,
is
I'd
my whole
say
question on the
since
religion.
they don't do the right works, they have faith, but since they don't do the right works, their faith is dead. But if they have faith in God, Satan has faith in God. He believes God is real.
Satan,
and this is a difference between faith and belief. But I would say Satan does not have faith in God, but he believes in God.
All right, neither do I.
Yeah.
Only really
Because if
deranged
Satan had faith in
Protestants-
God, he would
only
do...
really deranged Protestants would say that faith is just belief in God.
Right.
Only someone like a
Yeah.
Catholic who thinks that a Catholic who thinks that going to a synagogue or going to a mosque is the same thing as worshiping, the actual one true God. I would only say they completely misunderstand what faith is.
Yeah.
I don't know. Just don't ban me from Dr. Pepper or like freaking saying a word. But besides that, the only reason there is no rational reason for me to even be alive today on a few different incidences.
Sacraments bring you
no
closer to
rational
God.
reason for you to be existing.
There's no worldly reason.
I agree with that.
I'm
I
still
agree
here,
with
so
that.
that's what makes me
Koda
question my.
Shoka Pusha Baka Kaka Taka. I agree with
That's
that.
what makes me
The
question.
sacraments bring you closer to God, but what I'm saying is you have to have faith first, and then you will naturally do the sacraments to get you closer to God. Whereas the demons or Satan, who believes in God, doesn't have faith in God because they do the opposite of the sacraments.
Could a demon have saved my life? I always thought it was some sort of angel or something.
Why would a demon ever want to save your life?
That's what I. That's the whole reason I question.
Marshall.
That's
This is
the
what I
whole
mean
reason
by
why I
this.
question God. No, I should
I
not be
understand
alive
what you're
today if
saying,
it
but
wasn't
this is
for
what I'm
for some
saying.
unexplainable entity.
Yeah, and whatever
So
that unexplainable entity, if it was a demon, it would want you dead.
that's why I
So this is
questioned.
what I'm telling you, is that this
That's why I
maybe
question
isn't this literally
that
might
there's a
be a
God
Donnie
today.
moment where you're out of your element and you should probably just
It's
worry
not a
about going to
Donnie
the church.
moment.
I'm
No,
joking.
no, yeah,
I'm
but
joking
that
with you.
going to the church, that's
I'm
a
saying it in the
commitment.
church. I'm saying it
This
in a
is not a
joking
good
manner. But
time
what I'm saying,
to. That's not a good time to gaslight.
well, I'm not gaslighting you. It was a joke. But what I'm saying
Oh,
is,
I was actually
because
being
if I was
pretty. That was
gaslighting you, I
kind of
wouldn't try to
serious.
qualify it also
Oh,
after with saying that if this is the one,
sorry,
this
I
is
didn't
the way.
realize the discussion was.
Well, what I'm trying to tell you is this: if this is the way that you're thinking about things, and this is how mixed up you are in these things, you probably
Not
shouldn't
mixed
be
up.
worrying about
No,
trying to
I.
philosophically justify what saved you. You should be probably more
I'm not
worried
trying to
with,
justify it right now.
well, well, that's what you were. You were asking the question, what saved you? So you're trying
It's
to
the only
justify
reason.
what
It's the only
understanding.
reason
You're
why
trying
I
to
want
justify
to
your
somewhat
understanding.
believe that there's something out there.
Right, and that's a good thing, and a demon would not inspire you to do a good thing. So what I'm
Yeah.
telling you is maybe not worry about this so much. Maybe just go to the
It's not
church.
that a
Go
worry.
to the
It's not a worry.
local Orthodox church. Become part of the liturgy, and
Yeah.
try to become a part of it as best you can. And if you know, and then as you're in the church, that's something that you will have to discover and find
That's a
yourself within
commitment,
you.
and I don't trust it. But yeah, I've been to a few different churches around these areas, and it's. I don't know.
It's a commitment, but it's not
I
like
would rather listen to
it's
my
not
peers,
like,
and then I understand the
well, it's a
actual.
commitment, but there's a lot of things that are
I
commitment.
understand the actual. Well,
You're
there's like.
you're committing to,
Well, you don't.
playing ARG. You've committed a lot to playing ARG, but you're not being able to be committed to a
I'm
church.
committed to playing art. What the fuck? Like I give a shit about this game.
Well, you're not listening to me because you're becoming emotional now, so you're not trying to process what I'm
I'm
trying to
not
say. I'm not.
emotional. It's.
Yes,
I
you're
don't think
being
you're
very emotional.
processing. Well, you can
What
think about all you
Overline is
want.
saying is that you're getting to the point of that you're taking it
Well,
personal than rather
I'm
taking
trying
advice
to.
trying to
No,
give
no.
you.
I'm
I'm just
trying to
seeing the perspective.
understand something, and I don't think he gets what
I
my what I'm
understand
trying
you're
to.
asking questions though that nobody
No, no,
here
no.
can answer.
Well, actually, I've gotten a lot of answers from. I don't see. I think you're wrong there too, but either way.
I cannot
I
tell
don't know
you
how to.
100%
I don't know
for
how to
sure whatever
project it
happened to you had any
unless
what happened
I
and
don't
why
know.
it happened. I
Unless you
can't
can
tell you that.
experience what I experienced, and then I don't know. I'm starting to believe that I met. I don't know. I don't know what to think yet, but
I mean, if you're getting
I'm
to the
just.
point
That's
where
why
you're
I'm
being
asking my
convinced that
peers
you
these
saw a
questions.
demon, then I'm saying a demon is
No,
trying to
no,
convince you of
I'm
that.
not. I'm not convinced I saw a demon unless a demon put me here with you guys. I don't know. Either everything happens for a reason, or something else, or it's all a coincidence, or this, that, blah, 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 blah. Elderline. I think you're
Well,
going
under the
from
purview of
a
Christianity, nothing would
close-minded.
be a
Yeah, yeah.
coincidence.
Well, see, you're coming. I just can't accept your thoughts on that.
Right, and
Or
that
your
is
take
not,
on that because
and
you're
that is
closed
not
and
because of a
minded.
rational reasoning, though. That is because you have your own subjective opinion about something that you
Well,
want
no, I
to
think outside
work
the
out
box,
yourself.
and yeah, I don't think you can really be rational, and Yeah, that's why I'm asking these
And
questions.
if you
And
believe
then
that
you
you
bust.
can't really be rational, then I'm sorry, that's not an issue with
Not
me
that.
or with anything that's being said to you.
No, yeah.
That
Yeah,
is
yeah.
a personal issue that you have to solve yourself. I'm not trying to
Right.
be rude to you.
No, I wasn't. You're kind of like the closed-minded stepfather I've never had.
No, I'm not closed-minded. See, that was just a personal assertion that you don't actually know anything about me. But look, this is the difference, right? You were bringing up
All
something you're bringing up something that you're
yeah.
talking about and then talking about
It's
your
very.
opinion. So
It's
then
not my
you're
opinion. It's my
requesting an opinion.
experience.
Well, it's your opinion of
Requesting
your
their
experience. But what I'm trying to
knowledge
tell you,
based
what
off
I
of
am
my
trying to tell
experience.
you,
What you're telling
you're not
me
listening.
is
You're
that
not listening.
my questions, my statements are inadequate, and that that's for somewhere else and not here.
Right, that would be something that you should talk to a father with.
Right. Well, what if I don't trust any of those people in my area for
And
good
I would say
reasons,
that you
and I
haven't done
can't tell
enough
them apart?
investigation into what happened. I'm saying that
You come to my churches and tell me
you're expecting the answers to just come to
there
you.
is no Orthodox church around me. I'm not expecting any of the answers to come to me, but
If
how
there's
can
no
I
Orthodox
ask a
church
question?
around you, well, what I'm trying to tell you,
You're
because like,
you're
look,
just
you're
a
not.
debater and a ball buster.
No,
I was
I'm a
actually
debater
you
because I'm a rational thinker and I have rational discourse.
right.
So when
And
I'm
actually, I do concede it did come from emotion and reality and actuality, and it was a serious question. And
what I'm trying to tell you is this, and I'm not trying to attack you or be rude to you or try to
you're not telling me
invalidate your
anything other
emotion. I'm
than I'm
not.
inadequate, and I
No,
should go
well,
to a
see, that's an
church and
emotional
ask a
response.
father
I'm not attacking
and
you.
not these
I'm
people.
not attacking you
Oh, okay, you're
based
not
on your emotion. I'm
attacking
not
me, but your
invalidating.
answer.
I'm not invalidating your emotions. What I am saying from
No,
the
you're
outside point
invalidating
of
my
view,
question too.
what I
Okay.
am asking you, or what I am saying to you, is this: that if it's to this level where you are this mixed up about things,
I'm
and you're
not
trying to
doing
find
my
answers
experience.
wherever you can find it and trying to comprehend or trying to reinvent the wheel. You're trying to reinvent the wheel right now. You're trying to use.
I'm trying to hear words from my people.
Okay, well, at this point, I'm not going to be rude to you, Mark. This is not a conversation that's
It
even
wasn't
worth
that
having.
rude. Exactly.
Right, and that's not because of me.
I just wasn't gonna accept that.
Right, you
I don't
don't
know.
have to accept
You
anything.
came at me like I was out of line or something, or had nothing to do with anything, and I disagree. I think it was
Okay,
very
well
on
then don't
topic,
be a
and
part of the conversation if you're not willing to have somebody push why you disagree and show
no,
you
what
why
I
they
had no
disagree with you.
disagreement. I had a question. There was no disagreement or argument. You came at it like I had a
Right, and when you
disagreement.
had
I was
that
sharing an
question,
experience and
and when
seeing what
you
other
had that
people's thoughts
question, I
on it
answered
were.
it.
Well, no, actually didn't really. All your, I shared my thoughts, and all your answer was just the same as always. Oh, just go to church. Guess what? There ain't no. You want
Right,
me to go learn from some butt
which is
fucking?
what under my moral paradigm is required of me.
Right. Well, if your moral paradigm lived where I lived, you would not tell me to go to the
I live in the middle of butt fuck
closest
nowhere where
church.
the closest church is about 2 hours away. So I don't know
Right.
what you're talking about.
There's a church every 5 minutes from here, or well, no, like 20, 30 minutes from here, and they're all.
Yeah, the
I
closest
wouldn't consider
Orthodox church
them
that
to
I could
be
get to is
legit.
about 2 hours round trip.
Nice. I would have to go out of state and still. That's not either way. It's still full commitment. I've already talked. I don't really. It's not even just Orthodox. It's you don't understand how corrupt the religious system is where I live, but anyways, that's not important.
It's the
Yes,
same
I understand
everywhere.
going to
That's
church. I just rather.
I don't understand. You're just making these assertions that I don't understand.
I'm not.
These things.
You made an assertion,
But you're not willing to have a
but
rational
there's one simple
disagreement.
solution.
What you're doing right now is
Okay,
you're just flirting
you're right.
and expressing
You're right.
emotions.
I'm not
That's all
triggered.
you're doing. You're being a
Yes,
woman
you're
right now.
right. Well, I wanted to hear from more than just you, fucking asshole.
Okay, well, congratulations, asshole. You've just done nothing but just whine and cry this entire
No,
time.
we're gonna let the 1v1 go for a minute.
I ain't saying shit.
Well, like you already said, you can't actually.
You understand that the way this is being escalated is by the way that you're acting right now, right? You're
Yeah,
acting
yeah,
like
I
a
know. It's
child.
about my reply. Yes, I am. I'm upset with your answer.
Yeah.
So now I am
And that's not my
disputing it out of
problem.
emotion. Well, then if that's your thought, then why do you even care in the
Because
first
you asked the
place?
question.
Okay, but it's not your problem.
Yeah, but we're on a panel and you brought something up and he's responding to it. So
damn it,
Oh, wait,
JS.
We're live on YouTube?
yeah,
So
we're
look,
on
I'm not
YouTube.
trying to
Oh.
attack you. I'm not trying to force you into anything. I'm just giving you under what my moral paradigm says that I should
You're
offer
giving
you.
me the answer I don't want, and I'm being a little bitch about
and
it.
it
I
doesn't matter
understand.
whether you want it or not. That's the answer that I'm required to give and that I want to give and that I believe.
That's not what she said.
Okay, well, now
Sorry,
that you're
bad
just being
time for a
immature
joke.
about this, yeah.
No,
now you're
bad
just being
time for a
immature
joke.
about it.
How is that being immature? I made a joke.
Yeah.
But no, I
And
was
within that
being immature
context, within that
before.
type of joke that you made that had nothing to do, because like when we started out this conversation, I was trying to
trying to
approach it
change
in a joking, friendly way that you didn't like. So now that you're
I
making a
just did the
joke,
same
now
thing.
you're you did the same thing.
And you didn't like
after
it.
the joke, after the
You
same
sound pretty
thing, after
mad.
you said that you didn't want that a part of the conversation. So now you're just being
Well,
a
no, I
hypocrite.
didn't either. Well, yes, I am being a hypocrite. I concede.
Right. Okay.
I still don't accept your answer just going to church. Like, why can't I get more answers from you guys?
Because
I
I'm not
don't
a
agree
church
with
father.
that. Well, you're also not, yeah, you already said that you're not, authoritative, what's the word for
Authorized.
have the, yeah, you're not authorized to, oh, fuck it. I can't find the words on that.
Oh, this is. Oh.
I will take it into consideration, Elderland. I thank you for your input.
I'm honestly not
Sorry to
trying.
fuck back.
I'm not
No, you
honestly. I'm not
fucked with
trying to
me,
attack
and
you.
you're being serious. So I was a little serious.
Well, I was
and
being
fucked with you.
serious and kind of
You're
joking
being
because I was
very
just I was
sincere.
trying to be friendly. And then
I feel like
I was trying to be jokey and
word must
friendly. You
be
didn't
blood.
want that, so I went into a very dead tone,
You
serious
start busting.
way of
You start
talking to you,
busting my
and you didn't
balls.
like it.
Yeah, you start busting my balls. Of course, yeah, you're right. I was quite.
I think you need your balls busted sometimes, Marshall.
I agree. Everybody needs their balls busted sometimes. JS.
Okay,
And
I'm
thank
saying
you
you're
for
worried
coming
about
back with
commitment.
the perfect fucking dispute to my my witty banter, asshole JS.
Yeah, you're on a panel on YouTube and we're talking about this stuff and you make a comment and you expect nobody to push back. Like
No, yeah, but you came in from like a different zip code and was just like drop the mic.
I literally just reiterated what I'd
Fuck
already
you.
pretty much told you. Like,
yeah.
I did, yes. It still stands that I want to, but the fucking commitment part is a bitch.
I don't
And
understand how commitment can be
it's
a problem. If it's the truth and you can find the truth within it, why wouldn't you want to commit to the truth? That doesn't make any sense to me.
I don't. Well, really, I just think I'm just going with
You're just going with the flow.
what my insides going with how it.
All right,
I don't know.
chat. Chapter 4, final boss. You guys, we can keep talking, but
I gotta go to sleep. I gotta get up in like 3 hours to go to work.
Well, you have a good sleep here, Elder.
I didn't even realize, like, that whole conversation just made me lose track of time.
That's not even a sleep. That's a nap.
Yeah.
I do highly thank you for your.
And I'm honestly not trying to be a dickhead.
You treated me like
you have to
no.
you
You
have to
treated me like
understand.
family. What the fuck?
Yeah, you have to understand, like, when you
I
just make
appreciate that more
assertions
than
about
you
me
know.
and you're making emotional arguments,
I
I'm gonna
wasn't.
call that out.
I did.
I'm
Yeah,
not trying to do
you
that
treated
because I
me
just
like
want. I
Jim,
don't. I
and
don't want to. I'm not
that's
doing it
weird.
because I want to be an asshole to you. I'm
You're
doing it
doing it
because
because
this
you're
is what I
treating me
believe
like
is the truth,
family.
and I'm advocating for it so that I can help
You're,
you be provided with the truth as well.
That's what
That's
real.
that's
you're
That's
the
what
main
treating
real
me
love
like
is.
you're treating me like one of your own, like a real, like I'm
And
a.
like we've been cordial. We joke around. We
Most
have
people
fun
don't
playing
do
art
that.
together every once in a while. So it's not. I'm
That's
not
hard.
saying this stuff because I dislike you. What I am doing, I'm
I
saying this
wasn't.
stuff because I like you. You understand what I mean?
Yeah, you're treating me like family, which is also a little offsetting because it's not very common at all.
Yeah.
But anyway, I gotta go. I'll see you guys later.
That's what.
Ladies.
Later, Elderline.
We've never met each other in real life. We've barely known each other for more than like 3 or 4 months, and he treated me like a family member. Now that's what I think mankind and humanity.
No, that's what Christianity is about.
Nice.
That's
Both
what.
are
That's
true. I
what.
think
That's what real love is.
that's
Real
why.
love is. Oh, you're saying some dumb shit. Let's put you in check. It's happened to me. Like.
That sounds like why Christianity should be in politics.
Yeah, I agree.
I'll say to a point, but you know.
Now let go of your misery and rest in peace.
No, I don't know, but I'll find out someday. Thank you, Jess. Sorry for interrupting you. But it was a serious question. And then, If I didn't know better, we'd be related to me and Elder.
Oh, he's squishy. He's got ads. Oh, the ads are helping me. I'll just let the ads tear him up. All these spiders are attacking him. Hold up.
Oh.
Now you're thinking strategically. Where the fuck did that come from?
Narco Berry. Okay, more Narco Berry coming up.
I always think strategically.
I'm finally getting something in this game. Finally. Fuck. I'm making
What are you
poison
trying to do?
arrows. So, I'm trying to build up so I can get a fucking gun.
Now
like a long range sniper that's really good. But I got make metal and shit and learn how to do that. And I'm just right now I forgot what I was meaning to do, but I know my main focus is making poison arrows because I want to collect. Now I remember what I was wanting to do. What's this dinosaur's name?
Don't worry about it.
Let me see.
Taming shit right away.
Hold on. I need to answer his question though because he could probably give me some insight. Oh, Ankylosaurus, whatever, Anky, the really tanky looking dinosaur with a fucking a big fucking rock at the end of the tail. Yeah,
those things are easy.
Yeah, that's my overall main one, but I gotta work myself to get there because the Ankylosaur can metal farm, and I'm gonna need a lot of fucking metal because I got or metal and stone and rocks and so on. I'm gonna need a lot of that to build up to it. So
you can metal farm without the Ankylosaurus too, by the way. Build yourself a pickaxe.
Well,
gets more metal.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know. They're slow as fuck, and you get a blueprint for you go to those little item drops. Just like what JS is doing, he's just outsmarting it, using the ads to defeat his enemy. You have to do less work and it takes less time. Ankylosaurus isn't going to be that useful unless you already have a bird mount, and all of that's going to take a lot of time. If you want to get metal up fast, go to all those item drops. Hopefully you'll find yourself a blueprint, which you might already have in your group camp. So you could just go there, find the blueprint, grind your ass off to get the shit you need to craft it, and therefore go. You're going to be cutting time in half and doing less work by letting the other shit do the work for you.
Cool.
I'm not explaining it to you, but basically, it's going to be best for you to craft equipment, level up. Don't focus 2 months right away. I mean,
I know.
what do I know?
Along with that, I'm getting like the metal hatchet and the metal pick. So like, and then that's part of me getting that because you're right though, and that's part of my plan.
That's where you want to start. Don't go straight for yeah.
Well, I'm making a bunch of stone arrow. I want to make a stockpile because I'm going to use them out a lot. And collect a fuck ton of wood and stone. Because I got some ideas. I want to make a fortress out of this place.
Nice. Travel.
No, I'm being dead serious. Like guard towers, ballistas, cannons. Like we're going to pour. Like that's why I want to build badass shit. So once I get there, I can actually, you know, fortify this shit. Like make it Fort Knox in a half.
Yeah, you're gonna have Fort Knox in the most peaceful area on the map.
Well, it's good practice though. Well, fair enough, but it's the most I want to practice. You know. Because I get really good at this shit when I figure it out.
Ah.
Like, you had to see my Fallout 4 settlements.
Fuck Fallout 4.
Fuck you! Don't you talk shit about Fallout. I'll
I
kill
love
you.
Fallout.
I won't kill you. YouTube, I am not condoning that kind of violence in this thing. As a jokingly friendly way.
It's okay. You can't kill what's already dead.
Oh, don't be so hard on yourself. Come on.
Don't get all morbid on us.
Wait, Oh, Jeremy's here.
Nah, he went to bed.
No.
Jeremy's been here.
He's still in the Discord though.
Do you know JS was here too, Josh?
No, I didn't realize he was here.
Right now? Hey! What the? Mango, are you even watching the stream? You better have hit that like
I'm
button.
not. I'm actually playing the game, and I keep forgetting we're on stream, and it's better that way, so stop reminding me.
Well, no, you should be watching the stream and also go and hit the like button and make sure you're subscribed.
Freeze doesn't work on this guy.
Well, obviously, Jay, that's why I see that.
Oh, wow.
Did you know I was watching Josh's and JS's?
Oh, I don't have the wind tamer. Oh, I don't have the thing equipped. I'm gonna die.
I thought you should use the rock thing.
No, there's a special thing I need to equip because he goes into a certain mode. Oh, he just swallowed a big dick.
I saw lightning, so I thought...
He just swallowed his whole staff.
I probably gave him more power. You're fighting a giant.
Yeah. I'm gonna lose. I'm gonna lose because I don't have the. There's a special skill you need equipped to stop this mode.
Oh, he did swallow the sword.
Yeah, he just swallowed his whole staff.
That means you're fucked. That's actually, I think that. So was that the third sequence when you get his health?
No, he's in gold mode now, and I have a skill that stops this, but I don't have it equipped, and so I'm dead. Yeah.
What?
Okay.
You're always strategic, huh?
I forgot about that. We did get a new skill recently that can shut that down, so that's what we have to do.
Yeah.
That was gonna be a first try. That was gonna be a one shot, but I forgot.
You might have been able to do it with the earth thing. It looked like he was using lightning or some shit.
Nah, I know what I gotta do. We just gotta
go to church.
Weaver's needle. That's what we need. Okay. You're fucked now, buddy.
You're gonna sew him up after you cut him open with your...
I don't know if I can run up on him and hit him with the heavy. We're gonna try though.
I would wait for him to attack, then do that when he's open. If possible.
Nope, we fucked him up. We just took a quarter of his health in one shot.
What do you mean we? You did it all.
Damn.
We as in me and chat. It's not just me.
Good job, chat.
No, it's a spirit bomb where we always
Oh shit!
It's always a
Why
we.
didn't you tell us
Lend
to
me your
lend your?
energy.
Yeah, what the frick?
It's always
JS?
we. It's always we. We work together to do this.
Facts. Teamwork and perseverance always leads to. What's the big word for?
Fuck. Maybe I should save my multi-form for later in the fight. After the gold stuff.
After the sword swallow, sure.
I fucked up. I didn't heal. Okay, we can hit him with a big heavy attack right in the beginning. So now,
how much heals can you have on you?
I think what that is the spiders don't show up. That's more of a cinematic thing. So our first hit does like a quarter health because the spiders don't show up to help us.
Maybe you're right. If you could dodge a lethal blow and land your own lethal blow at
I kind of need to test to see when he wakes up. So we're just gonna, we're gonna charge up, even though we're wasting extra stamina because we don't have to start charging from that far back. But I want to see when he wakes up. He wakes up right around there. Okay.
At least you don't have to run a mile to fight.
Oh no, he starts at less health. Yeah, so those spiders were just a cinematic thing.
Deception, right?
How did I miss that?
Oh no, in 20 seconds behind.
No, no. Oh, God damn it. Almost died.
God damn it, beavers do.
Oh, dude, those beavers suck.
No, they're actually pretty cool.
Some angry beavers.
I do need to change my spirit because the bat does not freeze him.
I'll tell you what, when I get my character strong enough and all this shit, I'm gonna wipe out all the fucking beavers. I got a personal vendetta against them little fuckers.
Good luck.
Oh, they're gonna fucking die.
Try to make it to your position many times, and
I'm General Custer, and you know the rest.
Clue? Get a clue?
Just look up,
No, we need to be focused on sending
Custer and,
Josh our energy. I already played Clue.
Yeah,
God
I need your energy, chat. This is Venomous, Venom Taoist. This is the final boss of Chapter 4.
Jess, you already fucked up.
I've only fought him a couple times, and I'm already telling you, we're going to kill this guy way easier than we killed the Scorpion Lord. Fuck that guy.
Technically, it'll be your first try you win, right?
Yeah, the one that I win will be the first try that I win.
Or first time, yeah.
So it's gonna be first shot. Oh, the freeze does work.
Actually, I'll DM you that.
Stop. Stop, 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 stop.
I saw the. I mean, I'm behind, so.
Ah.
Hi, Dodo. Oh shit.
How much of Kakarot have you played? This guy reminds me of.
I lost Kakarot. I was at the Cell Saga in Kakarot, and I lost the game. I had the hard copy on the Switch, and I lost it. I don't know where it is, because I was trying to play it not too long ago. Because I've never beaten it, and I was trying to play it, but I lost the.
What do you do with your games when you take? Yeah. Do you travel? Do you take your Switch with you other places in your home?
Yes. It could be anywhere in the
Okay.
country.
Never mind, it can be anywhere.
It could be anywhere from
And it's
here
too fun
to
getting killed, huh?
here to
You
Florida.
already answered.
Fuck. He's fucking me up. But well, I'm fucking him up too. He's
I was just gonna say, play it like.
God damn it.
You only made it.
That's right. Fucking. Yeah, how does it feel to get killed? God damn it, now I'm doing it.
I'm gonna die here.
Finally.
It's okay. We're still learning his moves. This is
Yeah, it's quite interesting the patterns he goes through.
okay. So this
He
he
can't
does
play
this.
super aggressive yet.
Okay, we broke him out of his shell. This is probably when we should do pluck a mini.
Do you have health potions to
Cutscene,
keep him-
cutscene.
That's a bad thing.
Oh, he's swallowing the sword. Stop choking
so-
down that damn dick.
It's making him more powerful, okay?
Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm fucked.
Yeah, you can't just run him and attack him right after he swallows the sword.
Oh, we're not dead.
No. Yeah, that's...
Now I'm dead. All right, this guy is whoopable. This guy is easily whoopable.
Was that like a grab or something? What was that? How would you avoid that?
He's whoopable.
Why haven't you whooped him yet?
Well, he needs to open that can of whoop.
Whoop ass.
Okay, cool.
All right, we got this guy. Cloud Step, yeah. Red Tides. Let's. Let's change some things. We don't want bat freezing. Doesn't always work on this guy, so. Do I want red tides?
Hey, Brandon, that bird's somewhere by you. Head southwest of your position, Brandon.
What bird?
Oh, that's their face? Never mind.
Do I need to learn how to play this tiger?
Don't worry about it.
Y is heavy
Why
attack.
play the tiger?
LT is deflection. Raise the blade to deflect assaults, building up focus with each deflection. Okay, so we can block. Let's try this.
How many characters? Wait, whoa. What character do you have that has the best mobility and like damage to movement ratio?
I need to.
From what I've seen, JS, it looks like you gotta play that like a wolf. Now circle your opponent.
What? Move.
I have pills.
Bro, you're gonna just be ready and don't
No, we're about to fuck him up.
don't get too attached to anything, Mango.
This lady, we're gonna switch for Wandering White. I'm just gonna hit him with a heavy attack and keep our defense up. All right. Here we go. Let's try this again. Right on the edge of the flowers is when the fight kicks in. So we can walk up to here. Charge. Charge and go. Oh, he just fucked me up.
He ruined my opening. Oh, he's ruined my opening twice.
Why'd you switch characters?
Look at it, Mika. Aha.
I believe in you, Jazz.
Yeah, I'm fucking up this run. Yeah, I'm not doing too good here. Yeah, I died. Ah, that's okay. We got a dirty run in there. We got to get some dirty runs. Tame an eagle. Tame
That's
an eagle.
hilarious.
Come on. Where the fuck are you?
Yeah. Easier said than done.
I'm gonna kill you.
I don't think you can even tame an eagle in this game.
Well, I mean, kinda. I mean, there are.
I can turn into a
There's a
bird.
few,
I can turn into a bat that freezes people, which it did work. But I don't think it's the answer for this fight.
I think your first method was almost working until he swallowed the sword.
Oh, I had him in the first run, but
It looked doable.
I didn't have the thing that I needed.
The new element you got.
Yeah, when he turns gold, I didn't have the thing to shut that down.
The mini gateway. What?
Oh, one of these fuckers. Come here.
Hey Marshall, you know that cave over in Vikings Bay? Yeah, come over to it. See,
One
see what
sec. I'm just regaining right now.
show you what I got going on over here.
Ah, he ran away right when I was doing my heavy. What a bitch. What you want to do? What you want to do? What you want to do? Oh, you gonna dig in the ground? Watch.
Bro, like, pretty sure my. Like, is it dead?
So I'm just gonna build. I'm gonna build focus off dodging.
Can you get your tracking panel to load, Brennan? I'm trying to find my wyvern.
What'd you do? You lose?
Oh, no. You get your ass back over here.
I lost everything. Not everything.
Fuck!
Okay, everything.
What's his name?
It's a wyvern, and it should say my name and its name or something. I can't get this stupid.
I'm fucking up. Fucking up. It's the alcohol. This guy is killable. Resistance to shock.
Do I need to build up my shock resistance? He's doing some shockers. He's throwing me some shockers. Gotta watch out for the shocker. 2 in the pink, 1 in the stink.
Jesus Christ.
Stupid.
You're not. Bro, this sucks.
I don't even know where you're
Well,
at. I'm trying to.
Me, I lost everything. I don't even know. The death symbols are all messed up and everything.
Where?
I don't know which location was last. I can't even find the launching management for it.
You know what area you were in?
God damn it. I thought.
Okay, I see you. I see him. I'm not seeing. I'm basically just looking for the my dragon, but I guess I'm just gonna take the slow ass way.
Yeah, do you know what area you were in? I can get your dragon back.
I am not sure. I was hoping I could find it on that, it should be my name and it should be Wyvern or something. This game's ass.
You smell like it. Oh.
How would you know?
Were you ever by the
You said-
volcano?
No, I don't think so. I'm sick. I wish the tracking panel would load up. I don't see it in the... Here, maybe I should need to restart my game. Basically died to a glitch. Bro, something, King Blackout. Okay, you're Gigantopus. Okay, Brandon demolished them walls. Okay, tribe member was killed. Angie tamed a Triceratops juvenile. Angie froze the juvenile Triceratops, and I was killed. I am not seeing, so it still has to be alive, but it's not like.
What did you name it?
Bastard.
It should be named me and should be named Wyvern. I don't know. It should be one of the very few dragons that exist. Like me, myself, and I, or Marshall. Or... It should be a dragon. It should be the only dragon with my name in it. I only ever had like one that actually successfully made it to being tamed, which takes like 3 fucking real life days.
A lot of fucking metal. God damn.
Okay, Marshall Wyvern.
Sure.
Finally found it.
You did. Is it dead or alive?
It looks like it's alive. Just wait there, I'll go get it.
Well, hold on. Let me.
I can.
All right, man.
I can throw it in
No,
a
no, you're good.
pod. It's fine.
Don't do any of that. I'll just come to you.
Then how are you gonna get your other flower back? That's what I'm saying. Wait at camp, and I'll bring it to you.
What?
Dude, why does this guy guzzle a damn staff?
Follow you or do anything.
Why
is he guzzling staff? You won't be able to get him to follow you or obey you.
I don't need him to follow me or obey me. I can throw him in a cryopod.
Isn't. No need to do that. I'd rather just have him pull me back. There's like downsides to cryo freezing them, you know.
Right.
Alright, you come near me, I fucking kill you. Leave me
I
the
just need to
fuck
find
alone.
my backup gear. I can't find it. Like what? Oh, I'm an idiot. Okay. What the hell is that?
I just defecated in the game. It's kind of funny how that works. You just like take a shit, you know, as you're walking.
Right.
Oh, come on. I'm out of healing. Oh, we're so close. Come on, bitch. Come on, bitch.
That's what she said.
I don't know what's going on, but I'm rooting for him.
Ah.
Yeah, you should open the
I've got
stream.
your wyvern. I just don't know where your stuff is.
By the way, chat.
Oh, dude, my stuff's long gone.
Send some super chats. This may not be how the stream ends, but this may be how the stream ends. I'm gonna whoop this dude's ass. But send your energy. Send your energy. We gotta spirit bomb this guy. And by energy, I mean all your money.
What if I don't have any money?
Well,
bad news,
Can I
Marshall.
send you
I can't
some spare
cryo
clothes?
bot it.
I'd recommend you become
Yeah, I
a
figured.
Christian
I'm on my
anarchist.
way.
I'd
What is that
recommend
gonna? What good
you.
is that gonna give me?
I'd recommend you learn how to
Then I'm gonna
build.
send you my Christian.
Learn how to build a fort.
I already know how to do that.
All right. Well, then you don't need no money.
Yeah, you do. Cannot gain something without giving something in return either equal or greater value.
Dude, there's a daggum kangaroo over here.
Kill it.
A kangaroo?
No. Yeah.
No, do not fight it. Do not listen to me, you know.
What is that thing? Is that what whooped your ass?
You. Well, no. I fell off the fucking cliff while I was watching Wukong. And then I was such low health running away from bees because I took some. I mean, I should just change my name to freaking fall damage because it kills me and it's my worst enemy in like every kind of game like this.
If I can get through this whole first phase without taking damage, which I think is doable. I'm fucking up.
Alright. Your controller controls suck.
This is
the wyvern leveled up.
People say this is a tough fight, but this is way more of an equal fight than the damn Scorpion Lord. Like, I think I could get through this whole first phase without using any of my mana. It would take some tries, but... Oh, shit. Don't get hit by that. Damn.
No kidding. Dude, you're taking more hits than being hit from what I've seen.
Well, I'm actually trying to...
Instead of health,
I'm trying to come close to taking hits so I can build focus. If you do a perfect... if you do a perfect
Yeah, I see what
dodge, you
you're
get more
saying.
focus, and you can do bigger hits.
So I want
Get
to
a boost.
let him attack me and dodge, perfect dodges. Whenever I do the thing,
Are there any other ways to get a perfect dodge? Or that sort of energy you need? Because that guy's like AoE attack after he swallows his sword was.
he's tough, but he's beatable. That damn Scorpion Lord was not beatable. This is beatable. Okay.
He was missing that one thing.
Worst case, we need. Oh, you know what I was thinking? We'll
I
try.
saw each other often. What were you thinking?
I was thinking the fact that we can respec freely. I'm gonna respec and I'm gonna take skills out of things that I don't use.
I mean, that sounds like a pretty good idea. What does that cost, though? What's the catch?
Yeah, you better run.
Nice.
Okay, so that.
Hold on, Brandon. I'm coming. Dude.
When the sword comes, you get far away. When you shoot stuff, you. You gotta get real far away for that. Yeah, this is bad. This is more of a learning. This is more of a learning run. I'm just trying to figure out his moves. Oh, I wasted. Oh, shit. That was an accident. I hit the wrong button.
Shit happens. Damn, I wish Jeremy put some more of those.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna respec. I've never respect, which I should have probably been doing a long time ago, but there's points I have, skill points that I have put into things that I don't ever use, so.
Oh, it might be worth. But also, take a picture so you know where your shit's at now, and a screenshot if you can. Okay, there we go. There's something, but not one looking. You know what? Screw it. We'll go bare bones. You got any wood burning? Actually, there might be some there.
So now we just basically get to build a new character. I have 105 points. Okay.
That's what I should do. Alright. Speaking of fucking metal. Oh, this sucks. I don't even know where my backups are.
Oh, I should not have done this.
I agree.
Damn it.
Charging perfect dodges retain any focus that have been built up.
Oh god, no. No! Oh, not good.
Yeah, you doing good attacks, buddy. Okay, I got the crossbow. I'm not gonna get my other sword back. That really sucks. Right now.
So using Cloud Step, we're using Pluck a Mini.
Bro, this game is... How does this even happen?
We're using Mobilize.
Whatever, I don't need it. I just need arrows. Alright, I'll bring an extra. You have arrows, right?
Who?
You, Brandon.
No, I don't have any arrows. Not on me. Wow, what do you need arrows for?
Some self-defense just in case somebody drew new to you. Don't worry about it. I lost way too much stuff.
All right, we just totally rebuilt our character based around the skills that I have.
Yeah, know what you use the most?
That's the first time I've respect, and they say that's an important aspect of this game. We're about on chapter 5, and they say respecking is an important aspect of this game because you can respec for free at any time. And I've never respect. I've trusted in my character build, but we just totally rebuilt the character. So things may be different here. I feel slower. How do I feel? I feel slower. We're gonna find out. We're about to find out.
Alright. Taking the slow ass bird. Yeah, you'd think you'd, I don't know, each of your enemies as you get further along in this game seem to, it seems beneficial to change your fighting style.
I died quick, but that was dumb.
Can you be the praying mantis guy? Holy crap, I feel like you're just getting further and further, Brandon.
Can I be the praying mantis guy?
Yeah, you were saying something between the monkey and the tiger. Sorry, I was thinking of Kung Fu Panda. Wrong thing. I don't know, he's fighting a bug, so maybe another bug. I don't know, monkeys eat bugs. Got lots of this out. Man, you're like, let's see, keep going. Guys.
Might as well be walking on the sun.
Ah, he caught me with that. The poison killed me. I need something that stops poison. This guy does fire, lightning, and poison.
Follows the sword, starts shooting lightning bolts.
I'm not going to bed till this fucking guy's dead. Chat.
Freaking poetry.
I know. I'm basically a rapper. I'm basically Eminem.
A Tootsie Roll rapper? Ah, shit!
Actually, I'll probably stop streaming when I run out of beer.
God.
Bro, this get. Hey, could you grab my shit, Brendan? It's on the ground.
What'd you do, Marshall?
I dismounted the bird and got like Halo. You ever play Halo and did like a super jump? Launched me like into the air.
Oh, that's because you were in the water.
No, I was actually land when I. So it's because I think I still have them set to following. It's okay, I have a bed right by you, or you do. That'll work. I'd use my sleeping bags out there.
I'm trying to find your stuff.
In the water.
Oh, you said it wasn't in the water.
No, I got launched in the air down here. I didn't, like, it wasn't because of the water, but fall damage. Again. It's okay, I made it back in time.
Oh, you
I
got
didn't
it?
think you had a bird. I hope so. I ain't losing my backup to my other backup. Fuck that. Oh shit, maybe not. I can't grab it because while current actually does something, that's fucking annoying. Excuse my language. Now.
Ah. I used the wrong ability. I meant to use Cloud Step, and I used...
A lot of fucking. Okay, we're getting there. Finally.
Master
Oh, I'm so
Round
happy.
I didn't know there'd be enemies in the water. Wow, that's a big ass salmon. Hey, come pick me up with your bird. Give me a jump.
That was funny.
Oh, Lord, Marshall.
That's a
What?
big ass salmon.
I don't even know if I can get you from.
Well, can you pick me up? Did you have a bird?
I don't know if I can get you out
Oh,
of
I'm
the
out of
water
stamina.
though.
Just grab me right now. Thank you.
Dadgummit,
try again.
Marshall. See what you done did.
Well, it's okay. I already killed everything in the water. Well, almost everything. The one guy behind me. Literally one. Last one he's dead.
Leave him there. Learn him his lesson.
Oh, there he is. He's finally came back. Hurrah! Huzzah!
I went to bed. Unlike you fuckers, I work a day job. I gotta get at least some sleep.
You're a
Day
loser.
job too. I just
Day
didn't
job.
go to it today.
I've been
That's
up.
why I was up at 2:30. That's what time I normally wake up.
I've been up for almost 2 hours for my morning meetings.
Nice, good job.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to take a shower and go to lunch.
Damn it! Now I don't know how I'm gonna get this freaking.
Never mind. I guess I'm not gonna go to lunch.
Stop. No, that thing is, yeah.
Apparently our lunch crew ain't happening today. Wah, wah.
Okay, think. The fuck I was going to do? Oh yes.
Are you being attacked? Yeah, I'll lean him towards me if you're being
Are you
attacked.
squirreling, Dipface?
Am I what?
I said, are you squirreling?
What the fuck is squirreling?
Ah.
You know, when like you got like ADHD and you're on a mission and then you see a squirrel?
Okay.
Oh.
Squirrel.
No, I've been trying to like memorize the fucking supplies and shit and what I need to build shit.
I keep
you
hitting
know?
the wrong button.
So yeah, what Jeremy said.
A lot.
Let me fly that bird.
By the way, Jazz is confusing as hell on your stream, which I forgot was even open. For whatever reason, like the Discord screen is froze as shit. It shows Kieran up here and Elder Lion. Neither one of them here right now.
Dude, I had that problem earlier. I got you.
I know.
But it was confusing as shit because I saw that and I was hearing Mangoes talking. I'm like, where the fuck is Mangoes at? And like I'm trying to sync it up, but then I noticed it's got Marshall just perpetually green. So I'm like, okay, Discord's or the stream is hung.
What?
No, it was if I minimize, yeah, it's fixed now.
Yeah, I see it. No, it just confused me. It didn't have the right users. I was for a minute I thought I was behind on the stream. I was trying to fix the stream while I was in a meeting. I'm like, what the fuck's going on here?
Because I use the pop out so that people, if I like read my Discord messages or something, it doesn't show up on the screen.
Yeah.
Because that's happened before where I'm just showing the Discord screen and then I read a message and they can all read my like private messages and stuff. So I do the pop out, but the pop out
the whole
like freezes up sometimes.
Yeah, you won't be showing your inappropriate photos on stream, right?
I know all these.
You would like to see them, but yeah.
All these chicks be sending me nudes.
Tell him to stop following and tell him to land. That's the thing that got me long.
By the way, ladies, if you wanna no.
So I think they added a thing on here. Are you like trying to get resources to craft to something specific, Mangoes, or?
Yeah. I need a lot of metal ingot.
I think they have a tracking mechanism. I might be mixing that up. I thought they added a track mechanism for being able to craft certain stuff.
Yeah, they call it track. They call it track D's.
What?
Track D's
Oh my
nuts.
god.
That was a good one.
I knew it was going. Get it?
Jeremy walked right into that one.
Wait, did you say trap or track?
Track D's.
I don't know. I don't get it.
So if you don't
Track D's nuts.
lay
Got
back,
him.
motherfucker, and tell
Okay.
nice.
If you was
Marshall,
on
how
arc
you
right
gonna how you gonna tell me what to do when you got us in this situation in the first
if you was
place?
on arc right now,
Well,
JS,
no.
I'd kill you for that one.
The problem is, I had him on follow when I dismounted, and I I think I just discovered a super jump in the game.
You got a super jump in the game.
That don't count.
I got a super landing too.
Yeah, you do. Mine killed me. I dismounted the Death Star and got launched like into the ceiling and back down to the ground.
Oh. So did you lose the Death Star?
Oh no, Death Star's fine.
Nah, I meant like, did you lose him? Like, is he just randomly somewhere on the map?
No. Brendan tried to pick me up out of the water. I was being eaten by salmon, so now his bird is stuck. While we're trying to take turns on the Death Star to get his bird. When we should just call his bird to tell his bird to land.
Did you feed it a cheat death thing?
Well, yeah. Yeah, Death Star has that
you could
on.
go to the flag and tell it to rally, and it'll come right to you, right to the flag. Like it'll teleport there.
Before you go fooling.
Well, I don't know, Brendan, did you feed yours? Because his is the one that's stuck.
Marshall, just don't do anything.
I'm telling you, just whistle land.
I know.
Whistle land.
No. You know why? Because I got the whistling turned off.
His
So that
whistle
ain't
won't
gonna work.
matter. Whistling won't matter anyway. You're the only one who can whistle at it, and it will work actually. If you look directly at it and do it, it'll actually obey. It just won't do it as a group, so you can't like whistle blindly into the.
I have a
into
crossbow.
nowhere.
Make a here. I have my crossbow and I have a few
Leave it
bolts.
alone.
Go try the grappling hook. If that doesn't work.
Don't need a grappling hook.
God fucking damn it! I hate this little shit.
Get used to it, bro. I just died like 3 times, lost a bunch of shit. Came over here and got like jumped into the air, and now Brennan's stuck because of my.
No, you
glitch.
guys aren't even far.
Hmm?
You know, I've noticed something. I think all my deaths have been around Marshall.
So what you're saying is we need to drop Marshall in the volcano.
I'm thinking so.
I'll vote for that.
Maybe mangoes for good measure. I don't know yet.
No,
you know,
better
I
fucking not.
I'll support
If
that.
you're dropping me, you better drop Mango too.
We should drop everybody.
I'm down to be dropped.
Wait, can we literally do that? Let me drop off everything. Drop me. No, I'll drop everything. Get ass naked and drop me in the volcano.
No.
I do want to experience it.
We do it. You ain't gonna know.
No.
Oh, you want to go in the volcano?
Yeah.
I'm all for drop. I'll drop you in the volcano if that's what you want to happen.
Yeah, let's do it. Let me
We need
dump
some
all my
engine
shit.
tapes.
Okay.
Marshall, you're
Let's just
coming
make-
when?
I ain't going nowhere.
Oh, bullshit! Don't be a pussy.
I ain't. I've already been there. You
Come
haven't.
on. No, you're coming with me. We're gonna hold hands together.
You have no clue what you're talking about, and
I'll tell you what.
nothing.
Let's spit on each other's hands and then we'll grab it together.
I
We'll know
tell
we'll have a
ya.
little bond
No,
right there.
that ain't the way you do it. You got to
Yeah.
shit in each other's hands and clap.
No, guess what? You
Yep.
get a trial.
We can do that
and,
too. I mean, I won't say no.
Yeah, no, I want nothing to do with any of that. You don't know what's gonna happen to you.
Like, I'm like right above where you should be, and I don't. Which one are you looking for? What flyer?
Cave.
What?
Oh, where
What
are you
flyer
at?
are you after?
What? What do
Oh,
you mean? Well, first off,
Which flyer of Brandon's are you guys trying to recover?
I don't know the name. If I had a grappling hook to give to Brandon, it would solve the problem.
Clayton, okay.
Also, it's a little. Be careful going under the rock wall because there is like a glitchy barrier there too that knocks him.
Who are you telling to be
can't
careful?
actually- Oh yeah. Never mind.
I don't see him on the. I don't see him on the tracker.
The rallying ain't working.
Don't worry about it.
Recall
Barry.
Nano.
Brandon, hop on.
Oh no, that's why you're Marshall, put me the fuck down.
We're going to your bird.
There we go. I got him. I see him.
Never mind, he's got him.
No, I see where he's at. I don't.
Oh. Here, can you mount your bird while I have you, Brandon? Let's try that.
No, it ain't gonna.
Oh, he's
Marshall. Put me the fuck down.
Got this, Brandon.
No, you don't. Marshall, put me the fuck down.
Oh, you got him down here. He's down here.
You're right. You can't actually control. You actually can't control this bird's. Like I can't incline or control the my my distance between the ground and the water. Too bad you can't grab a bird with another bird. Here, jump on top of me, Brennan, and maybe you can jump on your bird. Oh wait, yeah. Jeremy's here to save the day. Yeah, you cannot fly under this rock wall without being knocked into the water. That is a bug.
I've got an idea.
No, I've got
there
him.
we go.
I
you
got
got
him. Yeah.
I'm about to say I'm coming on. I was gonna come down with the grappling hook.
Oh, I'm coming in base, Jeremy, so you can drop me in the volcano.
That's not how that works.
Jeremy, you still there?
I am. I'm kind of doing something at the second, but then I'll do that.
Hey, Brennan, do me a favor and fly that bird under that rock wall.
I just took the bird and flew away. I don't know where Brandon is. I don't know where Marshall is. I just took the bird and flew away. Fuck them.
He'd be a menace.
No, they lost the bird. I just unlost the bird.
But no, we didn't lose it. There's like a barrier problem going on here.
Yeah, but the bird's not there now.
No,
This
it's
is why people don't like the
Right.
Venom Dallas, because the hitbox is weird. I'm doing heavy attacks that should hit him, and they're not hitting him.
That bird's long gone from where you guys were looking for him.
yeah. Maybe wait a little longer before the heavy attack.
You sewn him over to your base?
No,
How do you make
he's going back to the camp.
Why is he going back over there?
Because I don't know where the fuck he's supposed to go. I'm taking him to the camp. I know
Bring
where
him
the
back to
camp
the
is.
cave. I got a
Bro.
whole house set up over here.
How am I supposed to know that?
I thought you saw
I don't
it.
have any cementing.
No, I
base.
saw him in the entry to the cave, like just floating there.
Oh no, I've got a whole house built up here,
I told you it was glitched.
up on the ledge.
You don't have any cementing base. Shit. How do how can I make that?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you could have whistled him, by the way. He was just sitting there hovering. You could have just swam over there and done the whistle, look directly at him and whistle, and he would follow.
that's what I said.
Tried that.
Then you weren't
I think
on
he was
him.
stuck in the wall.
You gotta have that. No, he wasn't stuck in the wall. You gotta have that little crosshair. When you whistle, you'll get little crosshairs, and that crosshair has to be directly on him.
Okay. Marshall, if something happens,
Nah.
you end up in the water again, I ain't helping you.
No, this thing is. Oh, don't worry. I don't have this guy following me when I get off him again.
Well, it'd be even better if you actually feed him one of those recovery things. In which case, then all you have to do is go to a flag and tell it to rally to you over there, and it will just teleport him right there to the flag.
They have to have the
He
flag
does
assigned
have
to you.
one. He has the cheat death thing. Oh, maybe it's
Did you
because I ain't got
assign
him. I don't think I have him set to this new base.
It doesn't matter. He'll go to any where if there's a flag down there, he'll go to it. You got to just go and select him on the selector, and he'll go to it.
Oh, cool.
He won't do it if you've got him in a. If you've got, obviously, you can't rally a cryode one.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, he does have cheat there. You could have just used the flag.
I tried to. It wasn't
He
working.
tried.
Uh-oh.
Dude, this roof was a pain to get to put together.
I fell through the floor.
Fell through the floor.
Yeah, I was in ghost mode.
Oh, yeah, that'll do it.
I'm getting frustrated. I can't get a second phase now.
There you go.
You can't even get to the sword swallow?
Yeah, I need to stop trying to fuck him up so bad.
Why are you still using the Quetzal? Don't you got a wyvern now? Marshall?
The thing has no stamina. I have to land him every 30 seconds. I don't want to get one shot by a monster. That thing I've had lots of experience on killing mini dinos.
Yeah,
Except for I usually don't have him on follow mode when I dismount him and get launched into the ceiling and through the ground.
I think I need to nerf the Quetzal.
I called out of work.
Don't nerf the Quetzal? Why?
You're getting too comfortable. All right, let's see. Where's the volcano? Here's the volcano.
Getting comfortable what? I'll slowly level up my wyvern.
Is your inventory empty, dip face? Mangoes?
No. I'm actually getting shit together. Finally.
Ooh, he canceled my
inventory wasn't empty when I got.
I thought you wanted to experience.
Yeah. Fuck, I forgot. I'm sure.
What are you doing in my stuff?
So enjoying it.
Check that out.
You get a couple seconds because I've got to turn the volcano on.
Now you talk to each other.
So, Brandon, what's the best food for that thing you gave me?
Just my Meiju berries.
Just Meiju berries?
Are we anarchists?
Just berries in general.
And here's a weapon for you.
Just not stem berries or narco berries. Nothing eats those. Like stem berries are good for reducing torpidity. Narco berries are increasing torpidity. They won't eat those as regular food. But any of the other berries are fine.
Okay. Meiju berries. Yeah, I got a fuck ton of those.
Yeah, I bet you do.
Good luck.
Apparently, I don't. It's not my history no more. Oh, what's the? There we go. We'll try this one. See if this does it.
Brandon, you have my favorite farm. Gas? That's a.
Oh.
Pins.
I think it's starting to get a little red over here.
Oh, I'm just trying to send Josh my energy so he can beat that boss. Did you know those? Do you know what you have here? Like an infinite farm? Like for days?
For what?
Good, I lost all the armor I needed it for the fix, but.
Fuck. This part I need to.
Bro, you made it so much.
Not starting.
All right, Jeremy, I'm ready. Ouchies.
Here we go. Is this it? Do it. I'm working on it. It's not going to be a lot of fun to drop you in the volcano when it's not active. So I just need like a couple seconds for the volcano to actually warm up. I need it, but it's not. Like it's refusing. Why you do this?
This guy's really hard to perfect dodge, Josh.
I know I did this the other day and it was fine, but now it's not. It's like refusing to start.
I used it too early.
You guys remember doing it when I dropped Marshall in it, right? Like I started it then.
Yeah.
I don't know. One thing I know, I see it's like all black and blurry, and then next thing I know, I see lava under me. Happened too quick.
Oh, hang on, let's try this one. I think that might be the mistake I was doing.
YouTube has started doing ad breaks. We're in the middle of what Jeremy was saying. A woman just started talking abruptly while JS still on screen telling me about auto insurance. What?
Huh?
It shouldn't do that because it dual screens now? Wait, so while we're still on screen, they're doing ads on a second screen? That's crazy because when I set up the stream, excuse me, hold on. I have burps. When I set up the stream, it asked me, do I want to do conservative, balanced, or aggressive ads? Or what I usually pick is none, and I get to, so like the way I do it is I don't run ads, so you're not going to get a bunch of ads throughout my stream, except for certain streams. But you won't get ads. You shouldn't get ads during my stream. But if I want, I can drop an ad. Like if right now, if I wanted to, I could send us to an ad. But you're saying now, looks like StreamYard too. You're saying now that even though I have it set up where you shouldn't get any ads while watching my stream, you're getting dual ads. What? What is this? And also, where's my money, YouTube?
You're standing on what should be lava right now, but
I don't think that's YouTube. I think that's whatever they're using.
That's crazy.
The volcano is not cooperating with me right now, Dipface.
Well, I'm out of the volcano. I'm just wait. I'll explore around and. No, I'm staying the fuck over here. I just see a scorpion. No, I'll stay. Come on, volcano. Hurry up and
drop them on the ice mountain.
There's a lot of baddies out here, dude. There's like you got mantises.
That's a big fucking scorpion. Holy shit!
Yeah, you got scorpions. You got some wyverns.
Oh, is this obsidian?
Yeah.
scared
You have
the
a good pickaxe.
I'm sorry. That scared the fuck out of me.
Like I don't know why.
Oh, they'll do that for you a lot.
Yeah, that must be sulfur.
Hey, up. Brennan, where'd you go? Ready?
Like it's just
Holy
not erupting.
shit. No.
You gonna die to scorpion out there.
I'm good.
Wow.
I'm so dead.
You're about
place to find beavers.
Oh,
I'll show you if you pick me
I'm gonna
up.
kill them all. I'm gonna kill them all
He
bastards.
got a squad of raptors on him. I'll bring him.
Scared the fuck out of me. They're chasing me.
I left the cave, but you shouldn't do that without
Worry about the
birds.
scorpion.
Oh god. Okay. That was pretty fun though.
There is. Where is the sun?
Oh, this game.
If you look at the volcano would erupt.
No, it was.
Oh
it was
no, all
worth
the
the journey.
salmon's probably despawned.
Fuck, dude.
Whoa.
Brennan, you didn't tell me you were gonna leave the cave.
Come with me.
Yeah, here, I'm gonna show you where all the beaver spawns are. Here,
There's
man,
like
I can just pull
there's
it
like
on the map.
millipedes out here and all kinds of stuff. Beavers, you could. I mean, they're not. There's actually some that aren't far from you. If over in like the swamps where you got the berry, there's some castroids out there.
But I can't. Why is this summer?
Fun time
Oh,
last time we went there.
No, here I got. Can't even pull up my map because I'm like.
This is gonna piss me off.
Dude, that is a pretty hard.
No idea. Alright. Saber. Okay, never mind. I can't get the menu to work. Alright, I'm gonna try and make it to the bird. Even though all the fish respawned, god damn it. Excuse my language.
Source over here.
All right, so for chapter 4 has been the hardest. We're stuck on chapter 4.
Yeah?
Okay.
You're stuck again.
I'm not stuck. We can beat this guy.
Bro, you got so close on your... I don't know for first or second.
First try, I would have beat him, but I didn't have the thing equipped.
Oh, here we go. I got it. You ready, Dipface?
Ready for what?
Volcano.
Oh, well, let me put everything back then.
That was the fake volcano. This is the real volcano.
Hey, I didn't get a chance to put all my stuff back.
You didn't have
Hold on.
nothing. Dipface hasn't gone on trial yet. You went on trial.
What are you talking about? I didn't even get a trial.
You got a trial? What are you talking about?
Oh,
I
Jeremy,
had to
I'm
run
ready.
for my life.
You said it was a kangaroo court, but you had a trial.
That wasn't a trial.
All right. Here you go. Whee!
I didn't even get a...
I said death message. Why you didn't die?
Because I'm still here.
What? Oh, oops, my bad. I forgot to hit a button.
How did he fall distances without dying? Fuck, I fell like 20 feet in there.
You dead now.
Lord of the Rings, baby. Oh, I didn't go into the volcano. Oh, I was hoping I was going to, like, splash in there, you know.
I can make sure you splash in there. Get lower.
You know. Alright, Brennan, where you at?
Sure.
Dude, screw that. Going
Splash in there now.
Bad idea.
You killed yourself.
We
God,
need to
this
get a
terminal's
pet.
going home.
Yeah,
shark
I
in
have
there.
the needle vessel. I
Brennan.
know when he goes to the second phase, I use the needle vessel.
You
I
definitely did that to yourself.
Hmm?
And now
No,
it's no longer it finished erupting.
The first fight with him, I whooped his ass, and I didn't have the
Yeah.
needle vessel. So when he went to second phase, he killed me. But
Also, you changed
now
what you're
I'm having
saying.
trouble getting him into second phase. But I have the needle vessel. Yes, it's equipped.
You know, I
Did you
think I had
screenshot your tab?
I think I had to put a teleporter here, like right at the volcano, and just call it like the penalty box. So we just make you walk the plank into the
I like
It's a
that.
great plank to walk off the church too. I don't know. I think leaving them with nothing on the ice mountain is worse.
No. We want to drop you into the volcano, not off of somewhere off the church. All right. Let's see. Oh, Brandon, you dead?
Hit R instead of E.
Oh, not supposed to do
I
that.
hit E instead of R. Jeremy, go get my shit.
I'm right here. If it's by you.
I don't even know where you're at, Marsh.
See, I'm over here like, how about no?
I knew he was gonna fuck that up.
I'm at where I see your marker. I'm assuming you died here.
Don't worry, I've got a plan.
Is it in some trees? Gotta love the accidental dismounting. I'm assuming I'm like right by your stuff. I just don't see it. Can you look on the map, Brennan, and see if I'm by your death marker? Oh wait, you probably don't. I could just build a sleeping bag right where your marker was last time.
Use Cloud Step and charge your focus point. It's a good strategy.
I think it's Marshall's fault you died, Brandon. We should put him on trial.
Oh,
But
Bad
should,
fingers don't count.
but should I try to save everything until I get to the second phase? Or should I be using that stuff early? Like, to hide Marge Edge 95. Should I be trying to get him into the second phase without using anything? Because that's what I'm trying to do right now. I'm trying to get to the second phase without using any extra stuff. And then the second phase, just hit him up. Or should I be using that stuff to get through the first phase? Maybe a balance. Or should I? Some bosses, like, you want to hit them with everything in the beginning. Some you want to hold off.
Brandon, tell me if I'm by your
If you
death
can, hold off until the second.
I'm already back at it.
Okay, that's what I'm going to try to do. Is
Yeah, my markers are glitched.
But yes, I need to remember this when he starts shooting the projectiles.
This is right,
And then right trigger L. Okay. We're doing this we're trying to do this with no pills.
No health.
A balance of it?
No
Okay.
spooks.
Okay. So I'm going to use immobilize when I can.
You guys
That was way too early.
I am. Yeah, I told you I was going to make a penalty box over here.
No, I'm just checking my markers, see if they're upgraded.
Like, that was a wasted immobilize.
I wasn't kidding.
His
No, I'm
hitbox.
trying to check see how much is right.
His hitbox is weird.
Hitbox.
Trying to go find some cementing paste.
There should be a bunch of I made.
You need to get a snail.
What do they produce? Cementing paste?
They produce achatina paste, which works as cementing paste.
Oh.
That's why I have one.
Where you get one of them at?
The beavers.
You got to make sweet. I think it's sweet vegetable cake or whatever. That's the food that they like to eat. But you get them from either around the volcano, but it'd be much better. It'd be much better to go get him from around. They also spawn around the redwoods and in caves, but usually in caves they're like stupid high levels that you can't do anything with. So the redwoods is your best bet.
I have
So
tried to dodge it the last
this
second. I
island
should cloud
south,
step there.
Deep southwest. Kind of a mob though.
Hey Jeremy, do we need that cryo fridge in the animal pen over here?
You mean in the barn?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you plan to freeze and release dinos, yeah.
I can make another one here in a bit.
I need to get the stuff to make one.
Stupid. You stupid.
I wasted. I fucked up.
That's not a surprise.
Sometimes I hit the stick on accident.
Hey?
Don't even. No comment necessary.
I press strong buttons all the time and die from fall damage. So welcome to the club. Last 3 days of drifting to falling to my doom.
Yeah, I mean, James died to Marshall pressing wrong buttons.
Well, no, I was actually rage spinning and shooting, so stuck in the ground.
I accidentally used.
You pressed the right button, so it was he died based on intent. That's actually worse, Marshall.
No, I didn't intend to shoot anything. I was just trying to get out of the ground because I just found a bunch of like gold stuff I got from the thing. I made it back to the base and then like sunk through, like started falling.
This is where I would use the thing, but I accidentally used the thing.
Could have been worse.
Already.
I think you used that at the beginning on the first try and like got him to that sword swallow thing.
It doesn't refill either. I can't use it again.
Alright, cementing paste. Here you go. That's actually really easy. You just need stones and horns and bring them up here to the thing. Yeah.
Okay, so we got him to the second phase fairly easily, but I accidentally hit the. Dude, the problem is if I hit R2 or I hit if I hit R2 and I'm pushing my stick to sprint, I accidentally use the thread. So that's why that happened just now. Otherwise, I think that was the run. So let's not do that. If I hit R2, let go of the stick.
What's chat talking about? There's like a book being written in chat right now. Hold on. Nice. Well,
really?
do it.
They telling you to go kill the Dust Veil?
I've already killed the Dust Veil.
Yeah, but kill him again.
I've had. Hold on. Let me read this in what's his name's voice? Damn, what's his name? Shiva. And let me read this in Shiva's voice. I've had a couple of poems published about 20 years ago in a Buddhist publication. Never thought my stories were good enough. But I think that one might appeal to a magazine editors. It's got interesting mix of philosophy, social commentary, mass hysteria, and courtroom drama. I think the premise is novel enough to appeal to literary mags.
Thanks for the exist.
No!
What are you, the guy from Planet of the Apes?
Listen, Shiva, you got to appeal to the American audience. Sex, drugs, and rock and roll, okay?
Right.
Oh, that's so hard. That was Shiva.
Oh shit! You poked the bear. You poked the bear. By Bear.
Oh,
Bear,
that is Shiva.
Yeah, you poked the bear.
Someone called the thunder.
What?
Someone called the thunder. I'm just waiting for Shiva to say something.
Yeah, it's one of that smoke. He about to get it. Nope, never mind.
Oh.
Shiva
Doesn't mean he's off the hook, though.
Shiva granted you mercy.
No, he's not off the hook. Yeah, I'm telling you, he's not off the hook.
Who are you telling?
Yeah, no. Here in a minute, he's gonna ask us if he's edible.
Am I edible?
What the fuck was that, you hick?
Well, that was. I think it was a great example of you. Is that not how you sound?
I mean, you
No.
fucking make me sound like Pip from South Park.
Pip is cool.
If there's one thing Pip is
Oh,
not,
God.
it's cool, Josh. I mean, you really see now that you've mocked us chatting in your chat, and I've joined your panel. There's not going to be any engagement in your chat now. Was that the wisest course of action for you to take?
They're engaging.
We're pretty
Kind of
engaged.
proving his point there, Shiva.
I mean, I'm pretty engaged in insulting JS every chance I get. You know, that's kind of why I'm here.
They're very engaged.
The best engaged.
The most engaged.
Champion. Not without a ring.
Fuck. Anyway, Shiva, what do you think about I don't know. I don't know where I was going with that.
He got you on your toes now. You got fucked up.
This guy.
The state the world's in today.
What do you think about the metric system? What do you think about globalization of measurements?
Are you trying to prep him or get him to prep you for VK topics, JS?
I'm just saying I don't think measurements should be globalized.
I think they should be standard.
No, we ought to all measure things based off of our own nation's standards and
Why?
principles.
Why?
Because different cultures and different ideas and stuff are going to conflict. So if we make one world measurement, then
I don't gotta go grab a 10 millimeter when I'm trying to change a part.
Now this doesn't this doesn't defeat the idea that there is an objective right or wrong. So there is an objectively correct measurement, but we should let the people who use the wrong measurement use the wrong measurement. So like if you want to use centimeters and Celsius, you should be allowed
which is the right measurement.
No, you should be allowed to use the wrong measurement, and I should not use my authority to correct you even though you're wrong.
Right. What makes it so okay? I mean, I think I disagree. I think that America should be forced to use the correct measurement standards.
We are when you have to work on a car.
You're an imperialist. You're a globalist imperialist.
I mean, I don't think it's interesting that you're talking about force. Like, I think it would be better if people collaboratively came together and decided these are the standards that we're going to use.
If the collaboration,
I wasn't aware that
I
wasn't. Yeah, well, I'm a beautiful man.
If
Marshall.
the
I
collaboration
wasn't aware
of
that
people said that we should have slaves, then I guess we should have slaves.
No, slavery isn't collaborative. It's like the opposite of collaborative.
It's
What are you
majority. The majority opinion is, this certain group of people is better
saying?
as
You're pro-slavery anyway.
well. That's neither here nor there. But
it sounds pretty here and there.
I'm doing an
Oh my God.
I'm doing an internal critique.
I think you were just internally critiqued.
Well, from my perspective, yeah, it makes sense, but shit.
But
Right, okay. How about this? I don't really care about whether measurements are standardized. I think it's probably a good thing in the same way that computer parts are standardized, right? And now, if you want to build a PC, you don't really need to worry about whether the brand of parts that you're buying means it's not going to be compatible.
But
with
if
the
I
other
make,
parts that you bought,
but if I make the best parts,
universal.
If I make the best parts,
right?
Why should I make my parts universal? Because I want
Because
you to buy
people won't
my.
buy them if they're not.
Well, if they're the best, they will.
No, they won't.
Yeah, We saw Steve
No.
Jobs. We saw Steve Jobs.
No, they won't.
We saw Steve Jobs
Look.
do this with Apple, with the iPod, with the iPhone.
Right.
They made it so you couldn't
look
go
what
into
happens
it. You
is-
couldn't open it
right.
up.
I mean, yeah. If you're wanting to be a corporate cocksucker, right? Then yes, you can buy into that corporate kind of ecology where the only thing that you can use with your hardware is other hardware by the same
If I
manufacturer.
make the best computer,
But people who build PCs,
if
they're
I make,
not interested in that.
if I make the best PC, and it's better, it's easier and better for people to just buy my PC because it's better. I don't want you.
No,
Putting,
PC parts.
Yeah, I don't want you putting all these extra parts into my PC.
No, there's some validity to what she was saying, because that was one of the big gripes that that Dell actually people had about Dell was they used to make their hardware proprietary,
Only compatible. Yeah.
and
A better
yeah,
example
so it's
is
a big
Apple.
thing
But how has
that Dell
Apple
had to
done?
continue.
Is Apple successful?
I don't
Yeah.
use Apple parts in my PC, and no one who builds a PC.
Because you can't. Because you don't.
Well,
have an
no,
Apple
actually,
PC.
Apple does have to contend with this a little bit too, because
yeah,
well, the Macs, yes, but they're still using standard hardware within that, and that's one of the biggest gripes that people have on them is that they can't go in and
people
change
are gonna
the.
complain. I get it.
They do
People-
complain that they can't go in and
I know.
and use upgrade the memory or the storage or any of those things
but
because
they'll
they
still
solder them
buy
on.
an iPhone. They'll still buy an iMac. They'll still
Yeah,
buy an
but-
iPad.
Phones are a bad argument.
Stop. We are not talking about phones. Like my point, the area
Who
that
made
I
more
brought up-
money? Who made more
Wait,
money?
Josh,
Apple or
Josh,
Dell? Who
Josh,
makes more money?
Josh,
Only
listen,
because of the music
listen.
industry.
Listen, Josh, listen. the point that I was making wasn't about mobile phones. It was about building your own PC. And Apple, like I don't think that Apple's market share that is only related to computers is larger than the PC market share.
But when I was building my PC, I was looking for the best stuff. So I had to go to all these different companies. Wouldn't it be better if all of the best options were consolidated into one company, and then I just go to that website and I pick the pieces and it's
that's
guaranteed to
great.
work together.
You know, we don't like
that wouldn't happen. Like you might have a company that makes the best GPUs.
Just so you guys
but
know,
they're not all-
I'm like halfway playing devil's advocate here, but also this does make sense. But
well, no, it doesn't, because that would require one company to make all of the components.
But you're
and
requiring
that just doesn't happen.
You're requiring that all of them. Okay, so if I make a company and I make the best PC parts, but it's not compatible with all of the motherboards,
then
why should
then
I
you're-
why should I have
Are you gonna sell your
why
product?
should I have to bend my knee to why shouldn't I just keep on this same path and make them make the motherboards
Because you're-
different to
because
fit?
that won't happen.
Can't have
Like so now you're talking about making
I mean, it does
the other
happen. We've
companies.
seen it happen with Apple. Like Apple's
Well, no,
been
that
an
hasn't
example
happened.
of this.
Because what doesn't happen is PC parts don't conform to Apple standards.
Yeah, but people still buy Apple.
Yeah, fuck Muppets.
Not for computers and not for phones.
Well, I mean, why aren't
Maybe
you on an
for you.
Apple, JS?
And that's why I say this is a little devil's advocate here, but
And also, it's not that the standardization of PC parts was enforced. It wasn't enforced. Companies got together, right? The companies who make GPUs and the companies who make motherboards and the companies who make RAM, and they're all different companies and they all specialize because it's easier to specialize than it is to generalize, right? They got together and they decided collaboratively, you know what, we should make all of our parts standardized so that they all work with each other.
Yeah, I mean, there's more to it than that, though, Shiva.
Figure.
Because, like, if you look
Yeah.
at like Louis Rossman and Right to Repair, like, there are people who are literally suing Apple for their practices of proprietary hardware.
So I think
with that, you don't even own your laptop or your whatever that you bought from Apple, because they're forcing you to go back to them to repair it, or they determine that it's irreparable and you're
it's the same
you're
with
without
cars.
it
They do
simply
that with
because
cars.
they just don't want to fix it.
Yeah, they do.
No,
that.
it's not that way with cars.
No, they do that. They do that with
I
cars.
can go buy whatever part I want for my car and fix it myself.
Not if you
I
have.
can't go
not
buy
if you
whatever
have a
part I
BMW.
want.
Not if you have a
What's that?
Volkswagen. Not if you have a Volkswagen or a BMW. You're gonna
No,
have to go.
I
to
buy the Volkswagen part, but I can put it on, or I can go to any other shop and have it put on who knows how to repair a Volkswagen. I can't do that with a MacBook. I can't take my MacBook and go to a mom and pop repair shop and he's just going to take out the SSD and put a different one in there.
You can't
He
fix your
can't do that.
Volkswagen because
Right?
you
Apple
don't
doesn't
have
allow
the
it.
tools for it. You're gonna have to order the tools from Germany.
Right,
to
that's a
fix your-
dealership that's willing to work on that.
Yeah, so you.
I can't go to a repair shop and say, "Hey, I've got this MacBook that has a bad hard drive in it. Can you fix it?" He's gonna say no because Apple doesn't allow me to.
Right. So you could either make your thing where it's compatible with all the other parts, or you could make your thing where it's only compatible with your parts, or you could make it where it's compatible with other parts, but you need specialized tools to and all this is
I think you're slightly
capitalism.
confused here, Josh. You're
Capitalism.
slightly confused. Apple isn't successful as they are because of the quality of their products. They are as successful as they are because of the success of their marketing.
Okay. Yeah, that's cool too.
I call it a monopoly.
So their marketing was so good that people would sacrifice the ability to change it over the fact that they can say, "I got an
Right,
Apple."
but that doesn't mean that having proprietary connections for your
But it did
hardware
also
is
have
better.
proprietary. It had proprietary hardware.
Right, but the proprietary nature of their hardware doesn't mean that their hardware is better.
If I pay $1,500 for a phone and drop it once and the screen
But it
gets
had
broken,
so
I don't
it's,
want that phone.
it's like the same with healthcare. It's a triangle. So it's you have proprietary hardware, good marketing, and
Brandon,
or
are you safe?
accessibility for everybody. So it's
Yeah.
a triangle. They took the two.
Can
We have good
can I bring you
marketing
over
and we
here?
have proprietary hardware.
Well, 1 second.
But we don't have
What is it?
customizability. Is that a word? Customization?
Yeah,
Customizability?
customizability. Yeah. I would much rather just like in terms of my PC, I would much rather be able to just say buy some new RAM if my RAM breaks, take the old RAM out, install the new RAM myself, than have to take my PC to a shop, pay someone to swap the RAM out. Because like for me as an end user consumer, that's going to be way more expensive, right? Because I have to pay for transporting the computer. I then have to pay for the parts and then also pay for the work hours.
That's what they get you.
Like that's like from my perspective, that's just a bad deal.
Not if I'm employing all the workers who are going to work on it. Like
Yeah, no, it's a good deal for
It's-
the manufacturer.
right.
It's not
For
a
the
good
guy
deal
making the
for
money.
me.
Yeah, it's a bad
the end
deal for the
consumer.
customer. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, fuck the customer. You know?
That's what they say.
Now you're
$1,800
getting it,
I
people.
should be able to have a fucking unbreakable screen.
I think, look,
Nobody's gonna give a
in
shit
terms of
about you.
things like measuring things, right? I think standardization globally is highly unlikely because people get attached to doing things in a certain way, right? But I think for that there are certain areas and perhaps like in areas of industry where standardization is not a bad thing and is probably going to benefit the human race as a whole because it will just make life easier.
But there's so many conflicting ideologies. So like globalized politics.
I'm not interested in no that doesn't interest me.
Well, what doesn't interest me is your standardized system because guess what? 10
Because
doesn't
you're an ideologue.
and we all are. And 10 divides better than 12. Or I mean,
Agreed.
I'm sorry, 12
Easier.
12 divides easier than 10. So
No, it doesn't.
yeah, it does. I can
That's,
do
Depends on who you are.
That's demonstrably false.
If
we
a
have 10 fingers.
I like odd
No,
numbers.
if a foot is 12 inches, I can tell you what's a quarter of a foot, what's a third of a foot, and you could.
Yeah,
I
what's
say,
What's a yard?
45 feet?
What's a yard? What's
What's 45
what's a
feet,
third
Josh?
of a
Come on,
foot? 4
tell me.
inches. What's a
No,
quarter of a
no.
foot?
Tell me what's 45 feet. Come on.
What is 45 feet?
Fuck knows, because multiplying in 10s is easier than multiplying in 12s.
Yeah, when I'm shooting down
Wait,
a
what?
range, I like.
What
to
would
use,
you
I
say?
actually
What
like
is
to-
45
I actually
feet?
like
If I
to
ask
use
you,
the metric
hold
system.
on. If I ask you what is 45 feet, what are you gonna tell me? Well, hold on. If I ask you what is
I mean,
45
I'll work
feet,
it
are
out
you
in
gonna
my.
say
It's
4,500
What's 45 kilometers to a mile?
centimeters?
no. I'm not going to convert it from feet to centimeters.
Well, no.
But if you were to ask me what's
If I asked you,
450 what's 450 centimeters in meters,
No.
I'll be able to tell you straight away it's 4.5 meters.
but if
right?
I asked you what is a third,
Because-
what is a third of a meter
3.33
with a Repton bar?
centimeters.
So what's the word? An impossible number. It's not a real number.
Recursive.
You can't give me a real number. Because if we take 3.3,
Well, wait.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. If we have a meter and
Well,
I say what's 4
1/3?
You know,
Well, did you think that? No, because you don't escape this problem. There are fractions.
You know you're walking
there are
into a corner
fractions.
right now.
No, there are
If I-
fractions of
hold on.
inches, you know.
If I say what's a third of a meter, and you say
Three-
3.3
3.33 centimeters.
3.33 centimeters, and I say
Right.
what's 3.33 centimeters times 3?
9.99 centimeters.
That's not a meter. So you just gave me a wrong answer.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
But you have the same. Wait,
so
wait.
we're
You have the
leaving
same
out,
issue.
We're leaving out. No,
You
I
have
don't.
what-
I don't
you
have
have
the
the same issue.
I don't have the same issue. If you ask me what's a third of a foot, I'm gonna say 4 inches. If you ask me what's a quarter of a foot, I'm gonna say 3 inches. And if you multiply 3 inches by 4, you get a foot. If you multiply 4 inches by 3, you get a foot. But yours leaves an area of confusion. So,
I mean, I'm going to be honest. When we're talking like for the sort of stuff that I'm going to be measuring, if we're talking a millimeter, it really doesn't matter.
3.33 times 3 is 9.99. It's not.
Right, so that's a
it's not a
millimeter
whole
difference.
number. It's not a whole number. Well,
Yeah, so that's a millimeter. Wait.
Well,
That's a millimeter difference.
That millimeter. Don't be leaving that millimeter out. That
Well,
millimeter.
yeah,
important.
but for the sort of stuff, the sort of stuff that I'm going to be measuring, it really doesn't matter. If I need precision, then I'll use some kind of electronic calculator to work out the mathematics.
Huh.
Okay, but how do we build things without electronic calculators? How do we we don't always have an electronic calculator. We should just be able to say a third of a foot.
Wait. For the sort of stuff that you're talking about where you need that degree of precision, I can guarantee you will have some advanced method of calculation, like some technological method of calculation. I guarantee it.
Well, yeah, cooking takes like fractions. Not very many Americans are like the top.
What is
cooks
this?
in the world?
This is a appeal to technology fallacy.
Is that a real fallacy? Is it?
I just made it up, but
no.
But it's real in my mind.
Anyway, in any event, you haven't actually rebutted the point I actually made, which was that doing mathematics using a base 10 is easier than doing it in base 12. Because at some point you are going to run up against the same issue where you have a fraction of a whole number, and then you're still just as fucked. Right?
I don't know why we don't just do everything in binary. It's real easy. Nothing's easier than doing it in twos.
Shut up, Jeremy.
Am I wrong?
I'm saying
if you need to write the number down, Jeremy, we'd probably run out of
if you
paper
work
quite
in
quickly,
construction, it's so much easier to have 12 inches. And also, it's more practical, too, because what is a foot? Well, it's the average size of a guy's foot.
The average size of a guy's foot. Do you mean why? No. A foot is just 12 inches, Josh. It's not.
That's why we call it a foot.
I thought a foot was the thing attached to the end of your leg.
Nowadays, we got smaller guys, but that used to be the average size of a foot, or an acre. What's an acre? An acre is how much land an ox can plow in a day.
Depending on the ox.
We don't use oxes to plow.
Why don't we go back to cubits? A cubit is the length from my elbow to my finger.
The length from your elbow to your finger.
Yeah.
Wait. So we need to cut your arm off in order to have a standardized measurement.
There's a problem here.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to lose my arm, but
then let's not go back to the cubit, eh?
We could go back to cubits, pinches, what is it? A barrel and a heap. a barrel in a heap instead of a liter.
There are quite a lot of measurements in the Bible, aren't there?
Yep.
I actually have a Bible on my desk. Let's look some up.
A bushel and a peck, a cubit, a talent.
Measurements.
Tell us the measurements.
2316.
Tell-
Right. It's right at
Tell
the
me
back
what a
of the
cunt
Bible.
hair is.
The cunt hair is on the cunt.
You ever, you just take a cunt hair off, like that's how much off you're just.
I've done this before, stream for 10 hours and drink. Oh, I do this every weekend. This is just another day for me, and that's not even my streaming days.
You have a
Are you drinking today?
Yeah, it
He
makes
drinks every day.
I don't well
No, he
yeah, I
doesn't.
do. But
He just said he did it every day. Like I'm literally requoting him.
Right, okay. Measures of length. A
You
cubit
actually read the
is, oh, you're going to love this, Josh, 17.49 inches.
well,
I would just round that to 17 and a half. Like
that's like a foot and a half.
Need that precision.
What about
No, you round up.
a zeret, which is a span, 3 hand breadths, or 8.745 inches? These will be really easy to work with, won't they?
A bushel and a peck is
Three,
weight.
four,
Those are
4,
weights.
5, 9.
I bet
Those
you.
are weights. Okay. All right. We don't have bushels or pecks. So what we've got are.
Could you imagine if we were selling drugs and it was just like
a peck,
a pinch, a pinch and a pinch and a grab, like.
Right. Okay. Wait. Okay. So we've got two things.
What
We've
is this
got
stone bullshit you guys have? Like, what is this shit?
we've got
stone's
Hebrew
weight.
weights and Hebrew measures of capacity, and the measures of capacity go into bushels.
But I don't think
Right.
those should be globalized measurements. You do.
Well, I don't think the biblical one should.
Well, you think yours should, so it's subjective. You say this. We have the ultimate measuring system, and we should make this global.
Well, no, you don't. Ultimate means final.
I think America's measuring system is better than.
That's not what ultimate means, though.
Marshall, come here, follow me.
Ultimate, whatever.
Okay.
Ultimate, the
Look
last,
over my chair.
the best. I think America has the best measuring system. You think that?
Yeah, but
you think the rest of the world has a better measuring system?
Josh, be fair. You are American, and Americans are intellectually deficient.
What are you gonna do about it? You gonna take our measuring system?
Hey, we
from us?
got to the moon before you did, so
You're intellectually deficient, Shiva.
Yeah, that's right.
yeah, we got to the moon way before you did.
That's right, and we got there with our measuring system.
I mean, the fact that you're reacting to that comment in the way that you are demonstrates your intellectual deficiency.
I'm saying we shouldn't globalize. If you want to use some dang commie measurement system, you can go ahead and use it. But in America, we're going to use our measuring system.
What do you think of this, Marshall?
I'm not a
I mean,
globalist.
if we are going to use the commie system, we should use the commie money as well, right? Go back to rubles.
You can.
No, you as well.
No, I'm not pro-globalism.
Look, and then you can stand out here right on this.
What about when
can't
we
even
eventually
stand up there?
colonize space, Josh? Or
Because
are you
it's
one of those
smaller?
fuck muppets that doesn't believe space exists?
Oh, I love space.
Right. So eventually we're gonna we are gonna start moving out, right?
No.
Did you fall?
You don't think so?
Nah. I think we're gonna try, but it's gonna fail. Like
Go for it.
in Amos,
You don't.
it says
You don't think that we're gonna like go to the asteroid belt to mine it for resources?
What the?
Maybe someday. Maybe someday
sugar it from
we
in
might
here.
do that, but
Hey, Jeremy,
Alright,
you want to
mass
throw a
camp.
quick
Hang on.
timing pin?
Nope.
no,
I'm not doing no more taming pins.
no space travel.
The last time I did
can
one,
make you
somebody
one.
decided to build a hut literally at the door to it. So,
Well, we got to learn to
Yeah, thanks.
control low
Speaking
Earth
of
orbit
theories and everything.
because China is building satellites and they got lasers on them, and we gotta deal with these satellites.
Place you can build one.
So you better do
You
some Star
use
Wars. definitely.
billboards.
Ronald Reagan was right. Star Wars.
Yeah, he was. The Star Wars are coming.
Eventually. Not in our lifetime.
Why do you think
that's
Trump
for
is trying to buy Greenland? Why do you think they're putting so
Because
much
he wants the
money?
minerals there. Greenland is rich in mineral resources that he
No.
wants. That's why.
No, it's
He's
because
gotta
the
upgrade my
space
health.
war is coming. Why do
The
you think
same reason that he wants Gaza, because there's loads of natural gas off of the coast.
there's a lot of stuff in the big beautiful bill that talks about space? We're trying to
And probably a lot of stuff you don't know
there
about.
we're currently working on a Texas sized solar array in space to beam down solar energy from space. And we're not the only ones doing
Is
this.
that just a big mirror?
It's a big solar panel that floats
Texas
around.
passed so we could burn flags for freedom of speech.
Wait.
Fuck
How
Texas.
do you beam the energy down?
You think I'm crazy? You think I'm just messing around? You think
No,
I
I believe we
think
have
Trump
orbital
might
strikes
be
already.
crazy.
No, it's a thing. It's a thing, and they've
Beaming
already
We already have
energy.
orbital strikes.
yes,
So come on now.
beaming solar energy down to Earth from solar panels that are in space. Yes, it's a thing, and I would argue that's why
Super
the Hawaii fires were started. They overloaded the generators because they didn't know how strong it was yet, and the LA fires. They're putting solar panels in space to gather sunlight, and they beam them down. I did a whole thing about this a long time
So we
ago.
all
but-
get more cancer.
No,
I
that's
love cancer. I want some. No, I'm just kidding.
I mean, don't you get that from UV rays? UV
you
rays?
can laugh it off, but look up solar panels in
So
space.
it's a thing. Yeah. Right. So you convert it into microwaves, although it doesn't seem that it's very safe.
Oh yeah.
No, it's not. That's why Hawaii caught on fire. That's why LA caught on fire.
Why I said it.
Because they're testing it. But
Right.
yeah. And then the conspiracy theorists will be like small hat space lasers. I'll just say it. They call
I
it
mean, orbital strikes exist. We just haven't used them yet.
no, they're doing it. And the Star Wars are coming. So we gotta manage space.
We leave the moon again.
I don't know where we're going with
Yeah,
this.
saddles.
My only point is
Well, mathematics.
my only point is American measuring is better than this
I mean,
global.
it's subjective. Like we think that because that's what we've known and used. I'm not going to say it's superior, but it's what we're familiar with. And
It's not subjective.
I like it when I'm
If
working
you
on
worked in
appliances or
construction,
cars, but
if you ever worked in construction, the centimeter and meter is garbage.
what about doing blueprints for a house and stuff and drawing up blueprints?
Well,
So
I mean,
Yeah,
I
I'm
think
gonna
you
use
have a
feet
point
and
there.
inches.
like I can
Mm.
almost agree with you, JS, except for the simple fact that that like even in the automotive industry, right? You can encounter either one. You can encounter using the imperial, or you can encounter the metric system. But you come across that in many things, not just in not just in that, but even still, they're building things in other countries using their measurement systems. So like
When you go to
just
the
saying that
firing
we
range,
can't
we
do it
use
here,
measurements.
we could, but we're taught this way. It's how we've always been doing it, so it's how we will pretty much always do it.
But
Because
we're taught that way because it's better.
No, it's
We
not
use
that it's
metric
not that it's
actually
better.
at
It's that
firing
this is what
ranges.
we're
Better,
used
that's
to.
why-
And
that's why-
I'm admittedly, just like a lot of the majority of people, resistant to change.
Well, America has done better. So obviously,
What about our military? I think our military uses metric too.
But I mean, I'll agree with you. America's better, but that doesn't mean that the measurement systems that we
They
make
don't
use
say
of are
1
superior.
foot, 2 foot, 3 foot. 4. They don't say 1 meter, 2 meter, 3 meter, 4.
No, when you go to a firing range, or you do.
You know they
I
count,
mean,
but they
yeah,
count the
you do.
same. They count the same numbers everywhere, right?
Well, they're
So they're not
slacking.
they're not counting measurements when they're saying 1 foot, 2 foot. They're literally counting their feet.
That's what a foot
Left,
is.
The thing at the end of their
left,
legs.
right,
You dumb
left.
shit.
That's
My
what a
boots
foot
are
is.
tight. My belt is tight. My
No,
nuts are
it's not a
swinging
foot.
left or right.
Yeah, a foot is a foot.
The foot you're referring to is a
foot is
foot
not a
as in a
foot.
term of measurement, 12
Not
inches.
12
My
inches.
foot,
Most people's feet are not exactly 12
Well, then
inches.
that's
but
12
it's close
inches.
enough. My foot is about 12 inches.
About.
Are you
Which
sure?
is not
Get a
12
ruler.
inches.
If
Definitely
I
want to
need to measure something, I can go 1, 2, 3, and I can put my feet.
Yeah,
me,
and the
Josh,
more of those
Josh,
you
how
do,
often-
the more of those you do, the more off you're actually going to be in terms of accuracy.
Meters.
Josh,
what
can I ask you, Josh, how often do you use your feet to measure things?
okay. Sometimes.
Never.
Yes, sometimes. Yes, sometimes.
Never.
When I was trying to figure out like what kind of desk I should get, I used my feet to measure my room.
Yeah,
And
well,
how-
but again,
how
you didn't
accurate
need a
is
level of
that?
precision for that. You needed an approximation, which was fine.
It was
But if
pretty
you actually
accurate.
need precision, you're not going to fucking use your feet for that measurement because you're going to be way the fuck off.
No, he'll use cubits, Jeremy. He'll use from his elbow to his finger.
I say that's about
What?
That's about 8 cubits.
Plus a counter.
I'm not gonna use meters.
Wait. Have you forgotten what a cubit is already? Do you want me to look it up again?
To fingertip. It's
Well, if you have to look it up again, you forgot too.
inches.
This is a cubit. Elbow to
You're a
fingertip.
A cubit is 17.49 inches.
You can't refer to another measurement to explain to me how a measurement works. What is a cubit?
Wow, they both work together.
Wait.
No,
So what are you using to define a cubit?
What a cubit is? My elbow to my fingertip?
That's not what it is in the
That's what a
Bible. It's not
cubit-
defined
Yes,
in the
it is.
Bible as the measurement
Yes,
from
it is.
Josh's elbow to his finger.
Wait. You think in the Bible when they said 1 cubit, they meant 14.98 inches?
No, they meant what they meant in the Bible, which
No, they
wasn't
meant an elbow.
Wait,
to a
which
fingertip.
wasn't.
That's what a
Which
cubit
wasn't
is.
from Josh's elbow to Josh's finger.
No. A cubit.
I think the problem is
cubit
English.
is a man's elbow to the
A
tip of
man's
his long
elbow?
finger.
Which man?
This is
Which
a cubit.
man, Josh?
This is what a cubit
Which
is.
man?
It's on my screen.
What do
Some men are
men
huge,
all
some
have the
men are
same length
small.
arms?
Oh shit.
No, but it's also men didn't have inches back then. So how are you gonna say the definition of a cubit
What do you mean?
is 14 point blah 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 inches or whatever inches or meters or
Well, the
you can't-
Mayans were
none of
measuring
those things were
stars.
made up yet. So what is a cubit? A cubit is the length from your elbow to your fingertip.
You said it was the length from your elbow to your fingertip. Now it's the length from my elbow to my fingertip.
It's
I thought a
elbow
cubit
to
was that-
fingertip.
If you're
Well,
traveling on a
they're
boat,
probably
you
about
definitely
the
have
same.
measurements.
Wait, I always thought a cubit was that thing in the like an old video game from the 80s or 90s.
My God.
My gosh.
Someone kicked Jeremy in the nuts.
I don't think he has any left.
Oh my God, Marshall, that was savage.
I think Marshall needs to die in the video game now. Where is he
I
at?
already did.
No, it's happening again, bro.
A cubert.
Oh.
You're gonna go join Dipface, who just died in the
Hey,
game.
this is your fault. I am your creation.
You guys keep saying dip face, and it sounds like dick face. Dip face.
He named himself, isn't it? We didn't do it.
Dip face.
Oh yeah,
I mean-
mango.
I mean, at least he's not the one who's got the transgender flag above their
Did you
head.
kick me?
Because that'd be
Jeremy
Marshall.
kicked me. Oh no, my game just crashed.
Shiva, when you getting your YouTube channel back? What's going on?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I wanted to know about that.
I'm not getting it back.
That's some
Sounds
bull-
like good
Shit.
deal.
That's some bullshit. Start a petition. We need to rally.
Yeah, dude, I'll sign it. I'll get my family to sign it.
Some bullshit. Hey,
Let's write a
YouTube.
letter to Trump.
Fuck you, YouTube. You know what it is? It's because you're not in America.
Do you think?
No, it's not. It's
Your
because
country didn't pay tariff.
America's not in here.
Do you think it's because
This
I'm an
country
atheist?
worked to get.
Well,
No, probably the opposite.
I don't know. I think it might have something to do with the country you're in, because like I've said way crazier stuff than.
Well, it's not because of what I've said. Otherwise, they'd have hit me for, being against terms of service.
Did you ever get any clarification to it, or is it still
No.
just a very vague?
Still very vague. So I reckon it's either because my link was published in my Substack, which is part of that term and condition, or somebody mentioned it could have been because I was using that Dance to Slurp song, and so
that was me.
They might have ironically thought that I was
like you were
impersonating 7-Eleven.
Yeah, like you were trying to advertise for 7-Eleven.
Yeah.
Instead of cancel you.
That's the only thing I can think of. Is that you?
Well, dude, Russian company or
you were using that song as
Russian
an opening in
Russian.
every show, and that was like a 7-Eleven. What? Where did you say you got that from?
Originally, I came across it in a DJ Shadow mix. So he used it as I think it was in a CD he put out called Brain Freeze.
But did he sample that from 7-Eleven? Like it sounds like.
Yeah, it was like I think it was like.
Did you change it at all?
It was some kind of promotional campaign that they ran.
Yeah, because when I listened,
Did you change it at all?
Hold on, Marshall. When I listened to your stream, I would be like, "What is this? A 7-Eleven ad?" Like, how did? And then the first couple times, I would try to skip the ad, and then I'm like, "Oh no, this is the opening," and it was like a 7-Eleven
But it's on
ad.
YouTube. Like I got that song from YouTube.
Huh.
I'm like,
yeah, it's
and not from 7-Eleven's YouTube channel if they have one.
That's all I can think of. It was the Slurp song.
Well, if you would have just changed it a little bit, it wouldn't have mattered. Like a dubstep thing.
Yeah, but even that, like.
No, I think it's some asshole, Shiva. He's got it out for you, man.
Well, I do know quite a lot of psychopaths.
Take like 900 of them.
Because I played pay-per-view UFC fights kind of on my stream. Like we would show the fight in the Discord, but I would have the Discord on the screen. So
yeah, let's announce that over a live stream right now, JS. That sounds real smart.
It's already known. I got a 90-day ban for it, but they didn't. They didn't like wipe out my channel. They banned me for 90 days.
No, I think somebody like went out of their way to like mass report or something to cause it.
I think AI.
How could
AI? I thought he was
no offense to Shiva, but he's not that big that he's.
Well, I'm not that big. To be fair, Josh, I am or was associated with a community in which that could very well have happened because it's filled with complete nut jobs who don't mind creating a whole bunch of stock accounts just so that they can mass report a channel themselves. So that's not beyond the realms of possibility. The only thing that makes me think that didn't happen is that there would have been gloating. That have gone live saying, I took Shiva's channel down, ha ha ha, and that hasn't happened
No,
yet.
I don't think they would, because the one thing that does happen is if you do get your channel back and whatnot, you can actually see who has done reporting on your channel. For example, Andrew got mass reported by the Millionaire Bachelor, which essentially through that it let
The sperm
Andrew know
donor.
who he was. It gave his identity out.
How did he know? Because like mass reporting implies different channels doing it, right? Or different email addresses.
Well, I mean, if you
Well,
any
what's the
report you do
time
on there, but
difference
if he
of
goes,
when these happen?
if you got reported by the person goes through and brags that they reported you and got you taken offline, all you got to do is go look in your report history. He's in there. Whoever it is, they're gonna have their accounts in there along with all of their sock accounts.
I think AI might be maybe they actually had real people working when that happened, and now they don't. And the AI deemed him a threat to
No, I don't think
society.
it's the AI because I think if it's the AI, that YouTube might be more willing to cooperate with them than if they're.
The AI wanted nothing to do with helping me on my accounts.
Well, unless
I
you're
can tell you.
actually guilty of the thing, or they
I
deem that
mean,
you're guilty
believe it
of
or
the
not, I
thing.
was not. Yeah, they wouldn't even give you a chance.
Yeah, I don't know.
Run it through a database and just
I
deem
still think
you.
I still think it was a person.
I think it was a computer. And the person overlooked it was just like, computer's right. What's going on out here?
Out where?
I don't know. I've never seen a family of 3 horns just come walking through the camp.
Those dude, Triceratops. Triceratops. That's their name.
I'm going land before time.
Josh,
That's also the name.
Josh, you believe in divine command theory, don't you?
Sure, yeah.
Do you also believe in divine mystery?
What is that?
Meaning?
That you can't know, like, that we can't, for instance, criticize God for the problem from evil because he's kind of so far beyond us that we can't know what's in his mind.
Yeah, I don't think it's our place to decide what's right and wrong. God decides what's good and evil.
Right. Is it our place to judge God, though? Can we judge God?
No.
Why not?
If we're judging God, we're playing God, so we're making ourselves to be like God, but we're not God.
No, but I mean, I'm not you, but I can still judge your actions, though, right?
Yeah, but I'm not God.
No, but like
Are you sure?
The argument that we're not the individual that's being judged means that we can't judge them doesn't seem particularly cogent.
We can judge each other based off of what God said. So
right, but why can't we judge God?
Why shouldn't we question him?
Why can't we judge God?
Yeah.
Because
like, for example,
so it's like
can we look at Exodus and say that killing all of the firstborn in Exodus was an evil act?
No, so if a parent tells a child, I have beers in the fridge, don't touch my beers, you can't drink my beers, and the kid can't judge the parent and say, well, why are they drinking beers? I want to drink beers.
Right.
We're not on the same.
But when the kid grows up, he can look at his his parents' behavior and say, that was shitty, right?
Why is that shitty?
Well, so what I'm asking is,
the kid would grow up, so we're still children, and we can't judge what our father tells us to do as wrong until we're at the level of our father, but we're never going to be at the level of our father. So it's the same way you couldn't judge. You couldn't say.
So yeah, no, that's good. That's good. That's kind of what I wanted you to say. So so that means then.
What you wanted me to say.
Thank you for walking into my trap so beautifully.
I'll flip over my trap card.
So okay. So if we can't look at actions in the Bible and and judge those actions due to some sort of epistemic separation, right? So I can't look at the Exodus, like the plagues, and say that is immoral, right? Then doesn't it also follow that you can't say that God is moral, because that same epistemic separation applies?
No, because you're relying on subjectivity or relativity. I
Right.
look at the Exodus and I say that's based.
Right, but what's your epistemic justification for that?
God.
No, that's right. But, like, I'm not. Maybe you're a bit drunk.
No,
Like,
no,
That
that's
isn't a good
I'll
reason,
answer
right?
I'll answer that.
He's more than a bit drunk.
I'll answer that. No, I'm not. I'm not even that.
Actually, he's talking pretty good.
I'm not that drunk.
right.
I'm not that
But,
drunk.
but do you understand the argument that I'm making? If I can't judge,
I look at the Exodus and everything that I read in Deuteronomy and Exodus, Leviticus,
right,
Numbers, I read it and I say based. Let's go.
right.
And
Okay.
you look
so
at it
what?
and you say, "Oh, that sounds
A
really
murderer
bad.
looks
Oh,
at
that's
killing
Right.
people
not
and
very
then
nice."
yeah.
And so
Okay. So right, but
and what it
the
comes down
same.
to is
Yeah, but Josh,
Illegal
wait, Josh,
view.
Okay, go ahead.
Marshall, for fuck's sake. So Josh, the problem is
I
that
love it when he does
the
this.
same. Is that a hot mic, Marshall?
He's always got a hot
the,
mic.
There it was.
the same subjective processes that I'm using to look at God's actions, well, you're using those same subjective processes, right? So the epistemic separation, that means that I can't read the Bible and say the killing of all the firstborn in Egypt is an immoral act. That same epistemic separation applies to you. So you also can't look at God's actions and say those actions are moral, right?
I can
Not meant to
because
be
of
joy.
divine
No, it's
command
not meant
theory.
to be judged.
Because of divine command theory.
Yeah, because of
So
divine theory.
okay,
So if
so
God
if
commands it to happen, if God
then
commands
it's
tomorrow that all the
right,
firstborn get wiped out on the earth, and we know that God
right,
commanded this, I would be
yes,
like based.
right, yeah. Okay, but this isn't about what God commanded. Like the
It
firstborn of
is.
Egypt is no, because God didn't command that the firstborn of Egypt were killed. He did it, right?
Well, he commanded it because like the Pharaoh didn't even want that to happen.
Well, no,
Yo,
but he did it. He didn't just command it. He didn't command his followers to kill the firstborn. He killed them.
Yeah.
Right. So this isn't about what God commanded. This is about what God did.
Yeah.
And right. So okay. So if
And that was
God
right.
is,
That was the right thing
and that was right
needed.
because God is good. Yeah.
Yeah.
So is God good due to necessity or choice?
Necessity or choice.
Mm-hmm.
It's in his nature, so but necessity implies that he like yeah, I would say necessity, but
Necessity. Great. Fantastic. Thank you for walking into yet another trap. So
I don't think you're trapping me the way you think you do. You're
well,
trapping
no,
me.
I think I am,
You're
because
trapping me from a
if it's
subjectivist.
well, hang on.
You're trapping me
Hang
from
on.
a
If it's
subjectivist
but so are
stance.
you. You're just as subjective. You can't like the
Well, I'm
same
a subject to
criticisms.
God. I am subject.
Right.
I am a
Yeah, but
subject to
the
God.
same
But he is
cognitive.
but he is the object that makes it objective.
What the fuck?
Yeah, but the same cognitive processes that I'm using, you're also bound by, right? So the criticisms
No,
that you're leveling
we don't have the same mind.
at no, I'm saying the same processes. I'm not saying that we have the same minds.
Yeah, but
we
I'm not.
use the
I'm not
same.
subject to the same worldviews or.
No, that's not what
principles
I'm. No,
that you are.
processes, Josh. Processes.
Satan is your daddy. God is my daddy. And if my daddy says this is the right way, then it is the right way.
Okay, so if God is moral due to necessity, that means that he's bound by something. He's bound by morality, It's not something that he's dictated.
No,
right?
morality is bound by him.
Then it's due to choice. It's God's choice.
Sure.
Right. So if it's God's
Yeah,
choice,
I'm not going to argue that God. I believe God has
so
free,
right,
God
so
has free
so
will.
so
God can do
so
whatever he wants.
either way, right? If God's morality is a matter of necessity, then it's ontologically consistent, ontologically contingent, right? But if it's due to God's choice, then it's modally contingent. Either way, there is something about God that is contingent.
Somebody change the spawns.
No. You're using a lot of
Yes.
you're using a lot of big words.
Well, which one didn't you understand?
I know about I understand all of them. I'm just saying you're using a lot of big words to kind of obfuscate, like
No, I'm using a lot of big words to provide clarification.
Modality, necessitation,
Yeah.
all these things. If there's one source of all of this, what he says goes. If that's the
Right, but if it's necessary, then it's external to him.
Well, God.
But if it's choice,
God is
choice. Well, hang on.
What?
If it's choice, then it could have been otherwise, right?
Yeah, sure.
Right. So and that's what makes it modal contingency.
But
because it.
But
like,
the necessity,
it's,
the necessity of what's right and what's wrong, relies on the
right.
On the contingency of God. So if God is the ultimate necessary being, then what God says is necessarily true, and what happens is necessarily what happens.
How do you know that's the case? Because the same epistemic separation.
I don't know that's the case any more than I know that we're not a brain in a vat.
Therefore, we can wait. So if you don't know it's the case, then actually we can judge God. It could be the case that we are in a position to judge God's actions.
Yeah, but you could be wrong.
Well, yeah, but so could you.
Yeah, I agree.
Because you have the same epistemic separation that I do, and I think that this epistemic separation is much more deadly for your position than it is mine. Here's why. Because your position is I think what's called.
So why do you explain why bad stuff happens?
We're not supposed to judge
Wait.
God.
So your position.
I have an explanation for
why bad stuff happens.
I have an explanation for why babies die of cancer. You don't.
Well, because they get cancer. But what's your explanation?
Because it's part of the plan.
Because it's part of the plan that we can't.
There's a story.
See.
There's a story that's been written.
Yeah. Okay, no, that's fine. So the same epistemic separation,
and that story is contingent on God.
Okay, so the same epistemic separation, that means that I can't judge God, and that also means that you can't say that He's good, is actually far more deadly to your view than
I can't say
mine.
He's good.
Here's why.
I do say He's good.
Good. Yeah, but that's just
good. Just means
Josh.
No,
come on.
you don't get to throw out claims and say, well, you don't get to say why God's good.
You're the one throwing out claims.
No, my claim is that what is good is what God deems.
Right. Okay. And is that a matter of necessity or choice? You either fall on the horns of that dilemma, or
necessity.
you walk into this. If it's necessity, then then that means that there's something
no other
external
way.
to
There's
God.
no other way it could have happened, or no, it's contingent on God. It's so
it's choice.
Yeah, we could go through the if a child dies of cancer,
right?
That was contingent on the child being born. Well, that was contingent on the parents having sex. Every contingent thing borrows energy from what it is contingent on. So, and it's going to keep going back, and we're going to get to, what am I talking about? Infinite regress.
You're going to get to, Yeah, but
Right.
in terms of in terms of ontology, that's not a problem.
But the thing is, I don't have a there is no infinite regress for me because there's an end, which is the
No,
beginning.
well, I mean, no,
the end is
you-
the
no, you-
beginning. The beginning is the
you-
end.
Yeah, but again, that's just an assertion without justification.
Well,
let me get to why.
But my assertion has a solution. Your assertion has
No, it
no
doesn't.
solution.
No, it doesn't.
Your
My
assertion,
solution.
if everything's
My
contingent,
solution.
if everything's contingent and it borrows energy
Right.
to be, in order for
Free will.
for me to drink a cup of water, that's contingent
Right.
on me being thirsty. Why am
Yeah,
I thirsty?
you-
Well, eventually we're gonna get it back to
You
why
don't
was
need
I
to
born?
explain contingency.
Well, because my parents had sex. Well, why did my parents have
Right.
sex? Because they were born. Well, why were my parents born? Because their grandparents had
Okay.
sex. And we're gonna go and we're gonna get into infinite
I thought it was
regress.
'cause God.
But the
And
problem
why is that a problem?
it's a problem for you because you don't have
No, it's
an
not.
end to the beginning. I have a
Yeah,
beginning.
but why is that a problem?
It's a problem because if there's infinite regress
Right.
and you don't have a beginning,
Right.
then you can't have an end. You can't explain how any
Agreed.
of this stuff happens. But I have
Why is that? Wait.
beginning.
Why is that a problem? It's only a problem if
Your-
you
what-
assert that.
what is your source
Wait,
gonna
Josh.
be?
Josh. Oh my God, Marshall, can you mute your mic, please?
Oh shit.
Bro, Marshall's out here making noises and shit.
Sorry, I busted this headset and the thing like falls down. I turned on overlay. My bad.
Is it like I kind of want to get to why I think that the epistemic separation is far more deadlier for your view than mine, right? Which is kind of why I raised this
Epistemic
conversation.
separation, a separation from being able to know things.
From being able to know the mind of God. Right? Like, so the thing that you say means that I can't look at God's actions and judge them as being immoral.
You hold on. Say wait. So hold on. I'm getting a little confused.
Right. Okay. Well, yeah, that's because we kind of got lost in the weeds
Yeah,
about
it
contingency.
It threw me off.
let's so if your position is that like some version of divine mystery, right, where our cognitive functions aren't up to the task of judging the morality of God's actions in some fashion because like he's God and we're not.
Yeah,
Like,
when you said divine commandment and I said yes, and then when you said divine mystery, I've never heard this term, but I would probably disagree with that.
So you don't agree with divine mystery?
No. It's not a mystery.
So we can judge the actions of God.
No. If that's
Why
what
not?
Because it's not our place. It'd be like
No. Okay, no. I'm not talking about whether you think we have the authority to. Just do we have the ability to?
no. Because
Why
you
not?
need authority to judge.
No, I don't. I don't need authority to be able
You
to
have
do
to-
something.
You have to
'Cause-
judge
'cause I could
righteously.
do something.
If you're an unrighteous person, then you don't have the authority to judge anybody because you would be judging unrighteously. It would be hypocritical judgment. So it'd be like, and this is in the Bible, it'd be like you saying, take the stick out of your eye, but I have a plank in my eye. That would be unrighteous judgment. That would be
Let's assume
hypocritical.
Let's assume that I'm righteous. Hypothetically.
Okay,
Would I be able to
hypothetically,
judge
you're
God then?
righteous.
Yeah, because righteous people exist in the Bible, right?
Yes.
Right. So would a righteous person be able to be in a position to judge God?
Would a righteous person be in a position to
Yeah.
judge God?
Yeah.
Like, I think the answer is no, but let's say it's yes.
I mean, if it's yes, then that's not a problem because we can say either God is good or God is evil.
But
if it's no,
but if I'm a righteous
then
person,
I want to know why.
If I'm a righteous person and I righteously judge that when God did the flood, that was a righteous thing to do. That's what I would say. So if I'm a righteous man, then
It means agreeing
then
with
when
God,
I
then
see
you're rendering
when I see God God kills all
you're
the
re-
firstborn children of Israel
right,
of Egypt, then as a righteous
right.
man, I would be like, yeah, that's good. Yeah.
That's good. So it's good to punish people for the crimes of other people. Because it was Pharaoh that sinned, right? It wasn't the firstborn.
It's yeah, and now we get into the whole thing of omnipotence. So we don't know what those kids would have done.
Oh, right. So you are invoking divine mystery.
If that's what that is.
If you're making any sort of argument that says that God is so far kind of beyond our comprehension that we're not in a position to be able to form an opinion.
What I'm saying is,
actions.
if God says it's right, it's right.
Yeah, but why?
Because he is the arbiter of morality. We wouldn't
Well,
have
no, that's just
morality if
circular.
it weren't for God.
That's just circular. Like what I want to know is what is the, if you like, the other than you just invoking some sort of brute fact.
Yeah, every claim is going to get circular, or you're going to get into infinite regress. So, and this is the what's it called, trilemma. And
the Munchausen trilemma. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're invoking dogmatism right now, right? But what I want to know is, like, I have cognitive faculties.
Yes, but I am invoking dogmatism, but I'm saying that some dogmas could be wrong and some dogmas could be right. They can't both be, if they're contradictory, they can't be both right at the same time. So one is right and it is going to come down to dogma.
So how do I know which dogma is wrong and which dogma is right?
By looking at the fruit. By looking at
so if we look at so if we look at the fruit, say for example, all of the firstborn of ancient Egypt being killed, how am I supposed to look at the action? And the fruit of that action was that those firstborn were killed.
Seems like the Egyptian dogma led to destruction.
Marshall.
Right.
So even if if you don't believe in God, shut up. Even if you don't believe in God, you can see how's Egypt doing today? Where's the kingdom of Egypt? Where's the what have they done to benefit
where's the kingdom
world?
of Israel?
Oh, they made a stack of rocks.
Well, that was prior, wasn't
but what have Christian nations done to benefit the world? Everything.
Right. Okay.
Everything.
Right. But that's like, it seems like we're kind of skirting around the issue of epistemic separation, and it's the epistemic separation that I want to kind of focus on, because I think that this epistemic separation is far more deadly to your view than mine. And I kind of want to explain why, right? If my cognitive faculties aren't up to the task of judging whether God's actions are moral or immoral, then there's no reason for me to assume that they're up to the task of judging whether anything is moral or immoral, because it's the same epistemic faculties.
Yeah, I don't think
and
you
if
should.
That there's no so I shouldn't judge, for example, whether the actions of a rapist are moral or immoral.
Shiva, like, and I'm saying this in as good faith as possible, but you're gay, like, so
that's not relevant.
Well, it is relevant because, like, if you can't see, it's not an ad hom, Marshall. Shut the fuck up.
Oh.
What I'm saying is, your worldview and your life choices do not lead to fruit. Fruitiness, maybe, but
they don't lead to offspring. That doesn't mean that my choices don't bear fruit.
And
offspring aren't the only fruit.
Well, progression, like the continuation of human societies and building up societies. To do that, you're going to need to make children, and you're gonna need to
No. I
Yeah,
can just build houses
it's
or work in a hospital.
anti-progression, and the progressives who claim to be progressive should love this. It's anti-progression. It's degression. Yeah. Yeah.
No, look.
So-
There
so-
are any
so what
number
you
of wait. No,
think-
Josh. No,
Right.
Josh. There are any number of ways that I can contribute towards a progressing society. One of them is having children. But surely you're not claiming that's the only way that you can contribute to a progressing society.
That's an important piece.
Because your view would necessarily mean
I'm not
that,
having the children.
People who are infertile or who choose not to procreate, they don't contribute towards a progressing society.
Yeah, but
because they're not bearing fruit. Right?
Okay, so let's say, and this may not be crazy. I don't know because I never got tested. But let's say I'm infertile. I very
Right.
likely may be infertile. I've had a lot of
Right.
unprotected sex and I never made no babies. So let's say
Right.
I'm infertile, but I'm not pushing an idea that as let's say I'm totally infertile. I can't have any kids. But I'm not pushing
Okay.
an idea that I should just start having sex with men because of that. So
Why is that relevant?
well, it's relevant because you live and push forth ideas that degrade society.
Wait. When have you ever heard me, in good faith, advocate for homosexuality as a practice?
You may not talk about it online, but it's through.
What do you
your
think
lifestyle.
I talk about it in real life?
See, this is hard to get. 'Cause I'm not trying to attack you, Shiva. I'm not like.
No, I know. I'm not feeling attacked. I just think you're making a really bad argument.
I think it's a really good argument.
And it doesn't actually
your
speak to what I'm saying.
lifestyle and your worldview leads to the end of the earth.
My worldview leads to the end of the earth.
If we were all to follow Shiva's lifestyle,
When have you ever heard me make any sort of argument that claims that other people should not procreate?
You're asking me, how do we judge these things, and how do we know what's right and wrong? And I say you judge by the
Right.
fruit. If the fruit is
The fruit of the action.
If there's no fruit, which
Right.
is men laying with men as if they were women, then
Right.
that's the end. It's over. The fruit
Right.
is
I
the
don't see
the
what-
fruit
what-
is the
what any of
destruction of
this-
the earth.
Right, I don't see what any of this has to do with God killing the firstborn of Egypt.
It has to do with you talking about, can we judge God? I say I can't judge God because he's in charge. What he says is right is what's right. And then you say, but what if God says this thing? And I say, but you don't even have any place to question this because you don't first.
Well, of course I do.
You don't even believe in God. And second,
That's not the point.
we can judge the fruit. So
Right, so what? So the fruit of
not
God
the
killing
fruit of how
firstborn-
you live your life, but the fruit of
Yeah. So
what
the
you
the
believe
fruit
in,
of
where it leads to.
so the fruit of
You bring
God
up
killing the
Egypt
first-
and the children of Egypt. Well, do you think if God had done what he did in the Passover, that Egypt would be some great kingdom that's like running the world and that's building?
Well, I've no idea, but my question is,
No,
was killing
because
was
we've
killing
seen it thousands of years afterwards, and they're not doing nothing.
right? But my question is about the morality of God's actions. You understand this, right?
Yeah.
Right, and you're saying that we can't judge God because he's in charge, which seems to me to be a spurious argument, and 2, because we don't have the cognitive faculties.
Well, the jury
to
doesn't get
be
to
able
judge the
to...
judge.
No, but society gets to judge the judge. We judge judges.
Yeah, and if the judge were to go
in
out
fact,
and
the accused can, I don't know what it's called in America, but in England, if you feel that a judge has acted outside of his bounds, you can bring a motion called a judicial review, where you ask for the judge's actions to be reviewed. So actually, like, and I think you have a similar mechanism in the States, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, it would just be an appeal, part of the appeals process.
right. And
No, this is different. It's not an appeal.
Well, no, when it would still do this because you file the appeal and they go and bring it forth upon judicial review, and if the judicial review deems that it wasn't up there, then you're granted your appeal.
But this would be like, say, like with a view to some kind of punitive or disciplinary measure against the judge.
Oh, so you're like reporting for like misconduct, or like
Yeah.
Right. There's a process for that too. I don't know what it's called, but
Chris Terry, I see you in chat. Hey, Chris Terry, I'm challenging you to a formal debate. Black Hebrew Israelite versus Christian debate. If you will accept the challenge, sorry, I'm. This is I like Shiva because he always gets me thinking, but Chris Terry's in the chat. He's the Hebrew Israelite guy, and it would be cool to have a formal debate about that. And also, I know why you told me look at Exodus 28. Specifically, you wanted me to look at where you'll be taken out of your land into a strange land and be made slaves. Yeah, I figured it out. But anyway.
Right, so let me just lay this argument out, because I think it's quite a strong argument, philosophically speaking. If there's an epistemic separation,
I'm not trying to be I'm not trying to be like flippant or an asshole. I'm just trying to answer off the cuff what the first thing that comes to my mind.
So let me just lay.
You're asking me some tough
out,
questions, but
and I kind of want to spell out why I think it's fatal for the theistic view. So if there's an epistemic separation from us and God, such that I can't look at God's actions and say those actions are immoral, that has a number of implications. It commits you to what's called skeptic theism, right? That's what the view is called, where you're saying that we don't have the cognitive faculties to be able to form an opinion on the morality of God's actions, right? So if you're saying like God's reasons are inscrutable or unknowable in some way, which appears to be what you are saying, so if I don't
think they're unknowable. When I read the most horrible things in the Old Testament,
no, the reasons for them,
and I can't explain to you how I know it, but when I read these things, when I read it, I'll just read it.
Oh, right.
You've seen it in streams when I'm reading, and I read it, and I'm like, based.
Right. So similarly,
and it's
Josh,
things that most people would read that and be like, "Whoa, why would God do that? Oh my God, that's horrible." And I read it, and I'm like, based. You know.
So similarly, Josh,
but I can't tell you why. I don't know why. I can't tell you why I'm like that.
All right. So similarly, Josh, I can't tell you why I look at things like the slaughter of the Amalekites or the killing of the firstborn in Egypt or God issuing commands that says you can kidnap and rape women. And I think to myself, that's immoral. I just know it in
Not
the
sure
same way.
Where he says you can kidnap and rape women, but...
let me look that up. It's in Deuteronomy. Hang on a second. Let me open up Obsidian. I've got a whole bunch of fucking notes.
This guy's shout out Obsidian. Every time Shiva comes on, I need to get paid by Obsidian, but you don't have a notebook, dude.
I don't write notes down with a pen.
This is
Fuck that shit.
This is my obsidian right here. It's called a composition book.
Right, but the thing, one of the great things about Obsidian is that you can write a note and then link to that note within another note. Okay, yeah, Deuteronomy chapter 21, verses 10 to 14. Now, if you go out to war against your enemies and the Lord your God delivers them in your hands and you take them captive, so you've kidnapped the women, and you see among the captives a beautiful woman and desire her and would take her for your wife.
That's right.
Then you should bring her home to your house. You shall shave her head.
Oh
and
yeah,
trim her
yeah,
nails.
yeah. I know about this. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So obviously a captive can't consent, right?
Well, would you rather? Well, no. If you keep reading, they give her a chance to leave.
No. Well, no. They don't say to her, "You can leave if you want." Okay, I will keep on reading. Then you shall bring her home to your house, and you shall shave her head and trim her nails. You shall take the clothes of her captivity from her, and she shall remain in your house and mourn her father and mother a full month.
Yep.
After that, you may
Don't
go
touch
into
her.
her.
Don't touch her
Right,
for
but
a
after
month.
that, yeah, okay. But after that, you may go into her, which is a euphemism for doing the dirty monkey
I know what
dance.
going in onto her means.
and dwell with her, and she shall be your wife. But it shall be, if you do not want her, then you should send her away free, but you certainly shall not sell her for money. You shall not treat her brutally because you humbled her. Now, okay, so what's this saying? You can take women captive.
It's
right?
saying,
if you've invaded the city.
It's saying we just conquered your village and we could have cut your head off, but instead, what we're gonna do is we're gonna bring you into
We're
our
gonna
land.
kidnap you.
We're gonna give you. Well, no. It's
Yes.
Is it kidnapping if I conquer?
What's taking someone captive mean?
Okay, so what is the alternative? That we just cut their head off?
Or let them go.
Why? Because
which
they're
is an
women?
option, right? Well, once you've taken her captive.
Wait,
But because once you've taken them captive, and you forcibly shaved her head, cut her nails, and stripped her naked, kept her prisoner for a month,
You're giving
then
her a
raped
chance.
her,
That's called mercy.
Then raped her and forced her to marry
No.
you. If after all that you decide that you don't,
you're adding in this rape part.
How does a captive consent?
How does a captive survive if we could have wiped them off the face of the earth? We're giving them mercy.
By taking them captive, raping them, and forcing them to marry you.
And I'm pretty sure it does go on later and say, a lot of people, if they break, what we're doing is, we have a good civilization here, and this civilization is horrible. Well, I'm doing a little.
You're doing a little
I'm doing a little
eisegesis.
exegesis here.
Eisegesis.
No, exegesis. I'm exegeting from the scriptures. But
and what?
We gotta wipe this place off the face of the earth. We could just kill all the women.
Oh Lord.
We could just kill all of them. But instead what we do is we take the women, we bring them in, and then the shaving of the head is so that they forget their traditions and their things of their
it's
land.
a psychological, so it's a form of right. So it's kind of like dehumanizing them, right? You strip them naked.
Well, they were
forcibly cut
they
their hair.
weren't humanized beforehand. They were passing babies through flames. Like,
really?
Yeah.
That was only the Canaanites. You can't apply that to every
that wasn't
fucking tribe.
only the Canaanites. A lot.
They're the only ones in the Bible that are mentioned doing that.
No, it's not. Lots of them passed the child through the flames. That was a
Right.
common thing.
I mean, God ordered that though, didn't he?
God ordered that?
Yeah.
No, God forbid that.
Exodus chapter 22, verses 28 to 29.
Are you going to this child sacrifice thing? God forbid children from being sacrificed.
Exodus chapter 22, verses 28 to 29. And then I think there's a prophet later.
This is the one when I came on the incongruous sofa. You brought this one up. But
Yeah, and no. That
That's
was
Old
Leviticus,
Testament, bro.
That was Leviticus that I was referencing then.
Okay.
This is a different passage, and then I think there's
how about in 2
I
Kings
don't
20 where God punishes people who pass their children through the flames? How about in repeatedly, if you pass your child through the flames, that's condemned. So even when it's talking about the stranger or the sojourner coming into Israel, if they pass their child through the flames, they should be stoned to death. God forbids that constantly. So these nations, where women are aborting their children.
No, get it right, Josh. What he forbids is sacrificing to other gods.
No, it specifically says if they pass their child through the flames.
And what about Ezekiel 20:26?
Repeatedly.
What's that?
It multiple times in the Old Testament, it forbids passing your child through the flames, which means sacrificing your child to Moloch or to Baal or to whatever god that you're worshiping. If you're sacrificing children, that is forbidden. God condemns that
unless
repeatedly.
unless you're sacrificing it to God, because don't forget that what has been devoted for destruction is most holy to the Lord, according to Leviticus.
I know.
Which
now
is
you're
why
jumping back to Leviticus,
all of those slaughtered cities are most holy to the Lord. But I want to get back to the epistemic separation issue. Like, I don't want to be sidetracked.
I'm saying that that when they would conquer these lands, that we could have just killed every, and I say we,
yeah,
because those are my brothers.
Right.
We could have wiped out every man, woman, and child, but instead we left the women alive.
The virgin women.
And we gave them a chance. Yeah, and they were young too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Right. So
I know. It sounds bad, but the young women who were pure, we kept them alive, and we shaved their heads so they could forget their traditions and so that they could assimilate into a better life. And then we give them a chance. We give them a chance at a better life. That's mercy.
That's not mercy.
That's
raping
mercy.
women.
That's mercy.
Raping women. Raping women is.
It's not great.
Oh God!
It's not
Wait! Can you guys playing the video game go into a different voice channel so we can have this conversation without you fucking interrupting? Jesus Christ!
No, I think
okay.
That's my fucking entrance.
See, but to be fair, I'm working and I'm on the game and I'm not interrupting.
Oh my fucking God, Marshall!
Yeah,
I'm gonna stay here on mute and listen.
I did talk about this
Dude,
before.
What happened is that I end up deleting my fucking thing that I built fucking weapons and shit.
Yeah, we're talking about conquering nations.
Dude,
and
it's not
women.
funny.
Yeah.
I'm fucking pissed.
Nobody cares.
Okay, so this is the problem, and I want to get to this fucking problem. It seems like every time I try, I get derailed, right? So if because God's like the reasons for God's actions are inscrutable in some way, then and that means that I can't say that I know that a given action is evil, then that same epistemic separation means that you can't say that you know that they're good, right? But that's not the main problem for you. Skeptic theism commits you to the view of global skepticism, right? Because if our cognitive faculties aren't reliable for moral evaluation, like if I can't evaluate the morality of God's actions, right, then there's no reason for me to assume that my cognitive faculties are suitable for any sort of evaluation, including mundane things like whether I know it's sunny outside or whether I know that I have milk in the fridge. Because it's the same process that I am using. The same process that I am using
through observation. So, like, and this is where I would kind of agree with you on some of your Buddhist ideas. idea is that we really don't know anything. Like I can almost agree with you on that stuff. Like, so I don't know things,
Then you
but
don't know that God is good.
well, okay, you could say I don't know that God is good, but that was what I was about to say. Is all I can know is what God allows me to know.
Right. So you can't. So
what I do
like
is I
because
study to show myself approved, and the study, like I can't find any examples of God saying that certain things are acceptable.
like kidnapping and raping women,
I can find
or owning people as slaves.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, and that's why I say, well, I've never said kidnapping, raping is inherently not bad, but I've said before slavery is not inherently bad. Now now you're gonna convert me to say that the kidnapping and raping is not
I mean,
inherently
that's
bad.
what your book says, man. I mean, that's what the book advocates.
Yeah, I think you're twisting it. I think why
I don't
what if
think
I
I
said
am.
what if I said
What does it mean to take someone captive?
hold on. What if I said saving and giving a chance at a better life to that's so all you're doing is using emotionally charged words, kidnapping and raping. I'm saying saving. I say they saved those women and they gave those women and they gave them a chance at a better life.
Okay, let's break this down.
That's mercy. To me, that's mercy.
Can someone?
Because guess what? We could have walked up in there and cut their heads off.
Can someone?
And that would have been right. But you know what mercy is? Mercy is going in there and saying, let's give these people a chance at proliferating their genealogy. We're gonna take the women and we're gonna give them a chance at a better life. And if you come here, we're gonna shave your head. Forget about your traditions. Your traditions are wrong. So what they did is they saved them, and they gave them a chance at a better life and to have children that would live a better life.
Okay, right. Can someone who has been forcibly kidnapped, because that's what taken captive means, right? Can that woman withhold consent for sexual congress? Is she in a position to say no?
No.
No, right. What do we call it when a woman is not in a position to say no to sex and the man has sex with her? What do we call that?
A woman is never in a position to say no. All the men in the world could easily just rise up and grape all the women if we wanted.
Right, but what do we call it when a woman can't refuse sex? What do we call that? And a man has sex with her. What's that act called?
Normal?
No, what's that act called? We have a word for it, Josh.
Yes.
You know what the word is.
Because you made up a word that sounds really bad, but guess what? Women have never had the ability to say no if we really wanted to stop them.
Are you saying that rape doesn't exist?
I'm saying if men wanted to. God, this sounds bad.
Bro,
Come on.
I can't help it.
I know this sounds bad, but
it does sound bad. Yeah. Could that be because it's bad, Josh?
Women should. Oh damn! I can't. I can't say what I want to say without people totally losing their minds, and this is gonna sound so horrible. But women were like all throughout history, women were never really able to say no. Like there would be no.
Would they be able to?
should
who
they?
loves that too?
Well,
is
they
like
should be
Islam.
able to
They
if
love the
men
idea that women can't
if
say
men
no.
if men are doing the right
Could be
thing,
one thing.
then they should be able to. But guess what?
Wait. So those men.
If your
in
nation
taking
is
those,
filled with a bunch
if
of
the, wait,
women,
no. I'm not going to let you gloss over that.
I'm not
If the
glossing over
men,
it.
if the men are doing the right thing,
If the
then
men
the
are
women
doing the
should
right
be able to
thing,
say no.
then the
What
woman.
that implies is that God gave a law that instructed the
Why do
Israelite
you
men
think? Why
that
do you
they
think
were allowed to do the wrong thing.
Yeah, and you didn't read enough because what it says is in the 30 days that you keep the woman sequestered from the society, what you're doing is you're trying to break her from her habits of her harmful society. So
yeah, just you're trying to break her.
Yeah, you
Bro, stop.
you live in this evil society, and we're going in there to wipe this society off the face of the earth. But what we do is we show you mercy. We keep you alive, and we say, if you want a chance to proliferate your generations and to have more children in the future and stuff like that, we're going to shave your head. You need to drop all that shit. But in that 30 days, if you can't step away from, like, you mourn, there's a time of mourning, you're gonna mourn your mom and your dad who died, but over those 30 days, ideally you would come to realize that you were living in a screwed up society, and this is way better here. You're gonna look around and you're gonna be like, man, this is a better way to live. Seeking God is a better way to live. And then
when the text says, because you humbled her, what does that mean?
What I just said. It's you.
No,
you broke
that's
her.
another euphemism. It's a euphemism for rape.
No, humbled.
Yes.
No, humbled her.
Yes.
No, no. Going in unto her is your euphemism for rape. You don't get to call everything.
No, that's a euphemism for sex.
No, humbled her. You humbled her means you made her realize that the ways that she was living in that world was wrong, and so she looks around and she sees all these things, and it humbles her, and she says, you know what? This is a better way. I want to live. I want to have children. So why don't I let this man go in unto me? And then that's what it is. That's mercy.
I'm going
it's not just biblical. It's not just biblical times. It's all throughout history. If there's a tribe that is Pocahontas, it's Pocahontas. That's Pocahontas. What you're talking about right now is Pocahontas. It's my tribe is full of savages. My tribe is full of savages who eat children. But then the white man comes along and he takes me captive. And you'll call it Stockholm Syndrome or you'll call it whatever. But you know what? Sacagawea and Pocahontas, they were brought captive by people who could have wiped out everyone. But they took them captive and they went to England and they said, you know, this is a better way to live. And then they came back and they preached Jesus.
So the Hebrew word, and this is in the New International Version because I'm looking at Bible Gateway, and when you translate it into Hebrew, it always reverts back to the New International Version. So in that version, it says, since you have dishonored her, right? And the Hebrew word is Anna, which
dishonored her from the honor of her father and her mother. You dishonored her because she's left her father and her mother.
Right. Yeah. No.
Because guess what? What happened to her father?
Let me
and her
read
mother?
out the definition.
We wiped them out because.
Let me read out the definition. Let me read out the definition, and there are quite a lot of synonyms, right? So
what's this
to
verse?
be afflicted? It's Deuteronomy 21, 10. 14. But it's 10 to 14.
This specific word humbled that you're talking about, what verse is that?
Anna, it's in 14.
Okay.
So what it's saying here is that after you've had sex with her, if you're not pleased with her,
you don't
then
just
you let her go.
No,
right?
they don't do that till after the 30 days.
Yeah. So after the 30 days.
So you're saying after they have sex with her, they have sex with her? That's what you're saying?
No. After you have sex with her, if you don't like her, then you let her go. That's what the text is saying, right? Like you can't sell her as a slave,
Right, because it does say if
because
you
you've
hate
dishonored
her,
her.
if you hate her, you let her go.
Yeah.
But then
right.
it says if you don't hate her, you go in unto her, which means if you
No,
don't hate
no,
her,
no,
you
no,
make her your
no.
wife and you have sex with her. So
No, it says if you are in the New International Version. It
nah.
says if you are
Fuck
if you
the
are
New
not
International Version. I don't care about the non inspired version.
the non-inspired version.
Yeah, the NIV.
Well, it's the only one that has the translations of the Hebrew terms.
But what
so.
you just said is that what it says is you have sex with her, and then if you like it, you have sex with her. That's what you're saying that it says. It doesn't say that. It says you humble her
That's
for
not
the 30
what I'm saying
days.
at all.
What it is to break her of her old ways. So
break her, yeah.
Yeah,
So
I know
so
that
the,
sounds like a
the,
mean word, but
Right.
basically it's
Well,
it's the same thing with Pocahontas.
Right. So in the version that you like,
You think Pocahontas had Stockholm syndrome?
We're
Rebecca?
not. No.
Rebecca?
Stop.
Rebecca Smith?
Stop
Do you know
pivoting.
about Rebecca
Stop
Smith?
pivoting.
I'm not pivoting.
Stop pivoting.
I'm not pivoting.
You are
I'm using
pivoting.
a more modern.
I'm not discussing
I'm using a more
Pocahontas.
modern example
in the version of the
No,
Bible
I'm
that you
using a
like.
more modern
In the
example
version of the Bible
same
that you like.
concept. I'm using a more
Okay,
modern
in the
example of the
version-
same concept.
Okay. In the version of the Bible that you like, what word is used in place of dishonored or humbled?
I don't know. I don't have it open right now in front of me, but
Right. I mean, would you agree that it's probably translating the same Hebrew word?
no, I don't think it says have sex with her. Then if she likes it, have sex with her. I'm going in unto her.
No. I'm asking about this one word, just this one word.
Humbled.
Right? Do you think humbled? Okay. Do you think that in the version of the Bible that
you
prefer,
think the Hebrew word for humbled means having sex with?
I'm about to read out the definition. You won't let me.
Well, go. What do you mean?
Well, I've been trying to read it out. Every time I start, you interrupt.
I haven't.
Okay.
No, I haven't. Go ahead.
Okay. So the Hebrew word, and I'm probably going to mispronounce this, Anna, it has quite a lot of synonyms, and I'm just going to read them all out, right? To be afflicted, to stoop down, to be afflicted, humbled, oppressed, to afflict, oppress, subdue, humble, mistreat, to be afflicted, deny oneself, to afflict another, oppress, to humble oneself, humbling by force implies dishonor, afflicted, deny, humble, oppress, oppressed, humbled, subdue, violated, humble yourself, mistreated, raped, afflict, be afflicted, bring affliction,
Oh,
broke, bruised.
wait.
Let me finish. Let me finish. Josh,
little-
let me fucking finish.
No, this
Let
is...
me finish, Josh. Let me finish.
Go ahead.
Be bruised, deny themselves, disgraced, dishonored, disturbed, it's got do and then do again.
It's convenient.
Okay,
It's convenient. So Hebrew had 1,400 words compared to the English like 144,000 words. It's convenient that you lean on one. You just listed off a whole list of words and you pick rape.
I still haven't finished.
So this
I
is...
still haven't finished.
Yeah, keep going.
Okay.
It's not going to make
Force,
your
humble
case any
ourselves.
better.
Made suffer, mistreat oppressors, overwhelmed, punished, raped again, respond. Oh, I think these are different. Okay, so these are like references to some sort of concordance dictionary.
You're picking
self-denial, shared hardships.
You're picking the explanation that fits your narrative of Anna.
Yeah, based on the context, because a captive cannot
that's not
deny
based
consent.
on the context. That doesn't make any sense in the context. If
Because
the context of the
Josh,
story.
No, I walked you through this, and you agreed.
No,
you agreed.
You have
no,
not,
wait. You agreed, Josh.
No,
you agreed.
No,
you agreed that a captive cannot. Hang on, wait. No, can a captive withhold consent for sex?
What you walked me through is that we take them
captive. Can a captive withhold consent for sex?
Hold on. What you walked me through is what the Bible says, that you take when you're wiping out a nation of people, you're destroying every one of them, and you take captive the women. Okay.
And can that captive
Hold on.
can she withhold consent for
Who's
sex?
interrupting who now? So
Because you're not answering the question.
I'm getting to it. So
It's
when
yes or no. It's pretty fucking simple.
what's yes or no? What yes or no question did you ask me?
Can a captive meaningfully withhold consent for sex from her captor?
No.
No. What's the word that we have for when wait, no. What is the word that we have? Because we have one for when a man has sex with a woman and she can't withhold consent. What's the word for that?
The word for that is rape, Shiva.
There we go.
But that's
Thank you.
But that's not what we're talking about.
That is what we're talking about.
No. You're talking about the word humbled. So
no,
what
that's not where I got the word raped from. Where I got the word raped from is the fact that they've been taken captive.
If you wanna argue that when they go in unto her that's rape, okay,
Yes.
that's fine. But you're saying when they humbled her that was rape.
That's just
so
a,
what
no,
you're
that's
what you're
just
arguing is that they raped her, and then a month later they raped her again. No,
that's not what I'm arguing.
Yeah,
what I'm arguing,
you got this
no,
totally wrong. You're
that's not.
You're
I've never. No, I have not.
You're
I've not
cherry
argued
picking
that.
the
What
word
I
rape out of
argued-
that definition. What happens?
No, Josh, no. Stop straw
Shiva,
manning me.
No, you stop straw manning. Because
we just walked through the context in which I'm deriving the word rape.
If my warriors
Let's no. Stop it.
into
Let's
your
walk through this
nation-
again. Can a captive withhold consent for sex?
Yeah, you can call it whatever you want to call it, Shiva. Listen.
The Bible says they're captives.
Okay, do I get a rebuttal? Do I get to
You agreed. You just agreed.
Shiva, what I'm saying is, if there's a nation, if me and my soldiers say our next door neighbors are doing this evil thing that we need to wipe off the face of the earth, and we go over there and we fight in a battle with all the men, and we wipe all the men off the face of the earth, but we keep the women alive, and we bring them into our town, and we say, look, here's what we're gonna do. You need to forget all of your traditions because all that shit was wrong. And here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna shave your head because hair was very important towards the ideas at the time.
Identity. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're gonna shave your head and
cut your nails.
Cut your
strip you
nails.
naked.
Yeah, we're gonna separate you from those ideas that you had there, and you're gonna live amongst us. And during that time, you're being humbled. And what you're doing, that humbling is not mean that a bunch of soldiers are coming in and raping you. That's
just one man.
No. During that time, nobody
Can she say no to the sex?
They can't touch them during that period.
Yeah, but after that, after the 30 days.
After the 30 days, when you go in unto them, that is
Right.
different than rape. When you
Can
go,
she say no?
She can, and if you hate her, she can leave. You can be banished.
That's not what the text says. The text says
It does. It
shall
goes
be-
on
no,
to
hang on.
it goes on and it
If
elaborates
you do
on
not
it more.
want her,
It does.
If you do not want her, then you should send her away free.
Yeah.
If you don't want her,
And why would you not?
Not if-
why would you not want
not-
free sex?
not if she refuses.
Why would you not want her?
Maybe she's a nag.
Maybe exactly. Maybe because she hasn't left her old ways and she keeps, oh, my father, and then you say, you know what? I don't
Because
want
she's a
this
fucking
shit.
captive.
She's
So
not,
if she still behaves
but
like a captive,
she hasn't been humbled.
but she has been humbled.
No, if
The
she
text
was,
says
if she
because
was
you humbled
humbled,
her.
if she was humbled, I would go in unto her. If she was humbled and she was like, you know what, like Rebecca,
aka Pocahontas, Rebecca Smith, or Rebecca Wolf, whatever. Rebecca was the Christian name of Pocahontas. She changed her name to Rebecca because she was captured and she was taken. And so what I'm doing, I'm just using a more modern example of a biblical truth that when we wipe out these tribes and we take these women, they're either going to comply or we're going to kick them out, you know? But when they comply and they say, you know what, this is a better way to live. I didn't like sacrificing my children to Moloch, and this guy seems really nice. And then you go in under her.
This captive, this person who's kidnapped me
Oh, it's
seems
called
really nice.
brainwashing.
Are you mental?
Well, you know, I'm not saying it's nice. You know, none of it's nice. But,
Are you saying it's moral?
Yeah.
What?
I love the fact that you just bite the bullet on these things.
Yeah, it was the right thing to do at the time.
It was the right thing to do.
There's
so
a time and a place for
it
everything.
was-
Sometimes what seems wrong is the right thing to do, and that's why it's not our job to. Was Melanie in here for a minute?
Yeah, I think she
Yeah.
got bored with the.
I don't know, man. What am I supposed to say? Like, how do I? I'm not gonna like cop out or make up excuses. It sounds bad. Yeah, it's rough. The world is the Old Testament. It's rough. A lot of rough stuff happens. It's bad. But I would say, if I'm a righteous man of God and I'm a soldier, and we're fighting for our kingdom, and we go out and we could just kill everybody, but we save the women, what I would do as a righteous man of God, I would see a woman and something draws me to her. I see she's beautiful and I'm like, man, there's something like stopping me, like she's hot, you know? I would lock her in a cage until she wanted to have sex with me. I mean, what? I could have killed her. I could have just cut her head off, but that's merciful, you know?
Well, yeah, you just brainwash her for her to consent, right?
I don't know how to say this so that it doesn't sound horrible.
You do.
I don't think you can, Josh.
Yeah, but people are so soft these days. You know?
Yeah, what else was soft?
Not this dick, you know?
Oh my god!
No, it's funny. I'm trying to be funny, but seriously, it's better that I save this woman and give her a better life than I kill her. We're wiping out this evil nation.
Why is that better? Because you've killed all the men, you've killed all the non-virgin women, you've killed all of the boys. Why is it better to save the virgin women?
Because our society is a more prosperous society.
So you're equating better with being more prosperous. How do you know? Wait, no. There's no reason to assume that the cities that were destroyed in the
God
Old Testament
they worship
were not prosperous.
The God they worship has them put their children
Only Moloch.
into the
only
fire.
If they worshipped Moloch.
It's not only Moloch. There were a lot of gods that we were just reading about them this morning. There's a whole list of other gods of other nations that had them pass their child through the flames. It was we were just reading it this morning. Like yeah, there's a bunch of them. It's not just Moloch. It's not just Baal. There's Shimulaya and Mimalaya and Dimalaya and Azan and Yvonne, and there's a whole list. It goes through a whole list of them. So
Well, why were these bad?
Why were they bad?
Yeah, like for example, like if we were to look at Prometheus,
Well,
why would like Prometheus be bad?
From my position, because God said don't.
Oh, so whatever God said goes.
Yeah, that's
you
that's
can't
my
determine
whole.
good from evil yourself.
Yeah, so
yes.
So Tariq, if God says you can kidnap women and then keep them prisoner for a month and then rape them, that's good.
It's not rape. They want it.
Alhamdulillah.
At the end of-
Alhamdulillah.
At the end of a month, they want it. It's been a month, you know. They about that life.
But this is what I'm saying. Like JS is like to give credit to Jed, to give the devil his due. Like JS is what like I'd call a honest Christian. Like he is literally interpreting the scriptures the logical way. But what kind of gets
It's the only way you can.
subterfuge is the.
I'm not gonna like play games and try to make it all nicey nice, you know.
But the mere concept that like that this is all God's will, but you somehow still have free choice. Like that to me is like the facade where it's like, okay, I can at least work with that. Whereas JS, as Shiva demonstrated, if it's lock them in cages, that's God's will, then that's God's will. It is what it is.
Yeah.
Josh, have you read Ezekiel?
Also, it doesn't say cages. We're not locking them in cages.
No, you mentioned cages, Josh.
No, we'll give them like these bedrooms, you know what I mean? Like, and
They
we'll
got
flip
a
up
nice-
the cushions, make it look pretty and all the shit. But if the bitch, like, they will have ankle monitors on, do you know what I mean? So if the bitch does leave, she's getting like the taser at least. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean,
have you, Josh? Have you read
she's essentially a prisoner, right? Because
essentially, you mean actually?
She is a prisoner. She's a prisoner.
Oh boy.
Yeah, she's metaphorically a prisoner. No, Josh.
No,
she's literally a fucking prisoner.
She's a prisoner, and so we conquer this land. We kill all the men and the women and the old ladies,
boys, and the boys.
All of the young.
Don't forget the boys.
Even
all
the
of
livestock's
young
getting it.
Ladies, yeah, even the livestock, and then the young ladies. We bring
That is a
into
long
our
time
town and we humble them by letting them see a better way to live.
Mhm.
And by the end of 30
was
days,
join us or not.
if they're willing to accept
No, again, you're doing eisegesis. The text doesn't say if they accept your way of life.
I'm not doing eisegesis or exegesis of the text. I'm trying to put myself in the shoes of the men at this time. And I'm saying, okay, we just wiped out this evil nation.
You're putting yourself into those shoes,
Yes.
and I would put it to you that there are people in the world,
That's
some
how-
of them who would have been Israelites, who are far more immoral than you.
I don't know about that, but
Like what you're doing, Jez, is the equivalent as if I was to say from an atheist point of view, it's like, well, Thanos was logically correct in the situation, ergo he's moral. You know what I mean? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Because like
Well-
the whole kind of point, this is what happens when you follow a quote unquote god, because that's what Thanos was. That's why Loki literally says to him before he dies, "You will never be a god." This whole concept's like you cannot worship it to that degree, where it's like you're just going to apply this universal across the universe that you're just going to wipe out half the population. Let's get to those bridges when we fucking cross them, rather than having to enact some sort of like crazy policy.
But if
Straight
Thanos
away.
were God, then that would be the right thing.
Holy shit, bro.
Full circle.
Thanos isn't God, but if God said wipe out half of the population of the earth, then that would be the right
So
thing.
wait,
Now, if
do you think
globalists
do
say
you
we need to
support-
reduce the
would-
population by 70%, then that's not good. But if God
Would you
said,
say would you say that the people who done the Salem witch trials, they didn't do nothing?
But
See what
see-
I mean? I didn't do nothing, bro.
See, I would have to ask
I was just
another
doing God's
Christian
will.
this.
They were-
I would
they were
have to
witches.
ask another Christian this. I would have to ask another Christian.
You know what I would say, Ted?
But you see
the
I would
issue
say
there?
it's for the
Hold on,
greater
hold on.
good, so we
Can
can
I-
survive.
You
Hey,
have no
Marshall,
direction.
Marshall,
You
let
know,
me finish
you're
my
saying that God is morality, but you're saying you have
Yeah,
to ask another Christian to get some sort of
I
like.
think if I
like
asked
guidance or
another
direction in
Christian,
terms of how to
was
handle
the
this.
flood right? They would have to say yes.
What did I just say?
So if I asked
So,
another,
like, you're
if
saying,
I asked
yeah.
another Christian, was the flood the right thing to happen at the time? They would have to say yes. I would say yes, and that meant wiping out 99% of the population. So
you're
then having
you're
Noah's
right.
family engage in incest.
Oh, well, it says
If
here
it
and
had to
there, you know.
happen for,
Bro.
what if it had to happen for us to even be here?
Fucking hell.
What? How
This
else?
is the same. This is the same ideology on shit. Why I go so hard against Islam and all this kind of shit. It's like this is the same ideology that like this because this is why it's dangerous. This Catholic Church talk about maybe like Muslims worship the same God and maybe Muhammad's a prophet and then all this shit gets justified and you're going back to child
First time I
marriage
met
and incest and all
Teriak,
this
he
shit.
was a Christian telling me I was a fake Christian, and now he's an atheist telling me
No,
that that I'm a fake
I actually never
Christian.
said. I actually never said I was Christian.
What?
This is the whole Jordan Peterson thing. Do you know what I mean? I actually never said I was Christian. I said I was raised in terms of Christianity, but I will admit, like I was going down that path in terms of like looking up Orthodox Church and all the shit. But then I re-engaged my
You called me a
logical
heretic. You said
logical
I'm not allowed to
faculties.
say that as
Yes,
a Christian.
the
and that's
logos.
heretical.
What does the logos mean? In the beginning was the logos. John 1:1. In the beginning was the logos. Right. Talk to me about logos, JS.
The word, the logic, the truth.
Yeah, it's not the word. It's not get that shit out of your mind. Yeah, when we're talking about logos, we're talking about like fundamental logic, rational, critical thought. And when you look at the Bible and look at the deity that's presented in front of you in terms of God, particularly in Job, that is not a deity even worth worship. That's a deity worthy of rebellion. That's the hope. That's why everybody hates the Jays.
So
Because they
Lucifer
have their
was
own
right?
sense of.
I think that's based. I think you're
What, rebellion?
debased, Teriak. I don't think you're based. I think you're
Yeah.
weak-minded and frail, and you're like a dandelion that gets blown to and fro in the wind.
Okay, so who's more weak-minded? Someone who has like being able to engage
somebody
in
who's
hypotheticals in terms of like moral outcomes.
somebody who's strong in their foundational belief
And your shit, I fixed your shit and gave you shit.
of where everything came from and who is their father.
What?
That's based.
Yeah, but
You're
what
not based.
what I'm saying is that like for example,
You're
saying that
debased.
99.9% wiping out 99.9% of
You're
humanity
the
is
debased
based,
person that
then
we
yeah,
would
I'm
wipe
debased.
off the face of the earth. Like
But Jez, you just said you're perfectly acceptable of basically wiping off the face of the planet like every single human being.
if God
You
says
just said
so.
you're okay with if God says 99 exactly if God says so or if someone the Christian tells you this is the right thing to do, you'll say yes.
No.
And you'll wipe out
No, I didn't
99.999%
say-
of the
I
population.
didn't say if some other Christian told me. I said if God says so.
Well, why can't you just work out what's best for humanity independently?
We already
critically,
have.
individually.
We already have. We already see it.
How so?
We already see the fruits of Christian nations and people who follow the ordinances and the laws and the commandments of God, how those people prosper.
Yeah,
And
so
we
I'll
see
ask you,
how
Salem witch trials. Yay or nay?
based.
Were you like, is that, yeah, that's based. Okay, so exactly. So we're not actually living in a current society
thank you,
that's based on
Marshall.
those principles. We're
No.
not living in a Salem witch trials. There aren't like these burning up women.
What do you think the
calling-
Salem
accusing them of
witch
being
trials? Those women were killing their children. Those were degenerate women who were trying to do magic.
Wait,
and communing with evil. Like
This is
wipe them
much
out.
more recent history.
The excuse, but the excuse boiled
Wipe
down
them
to
out.
bitch got demons. Let's burn them alive. Like
Yeah.
that. Like that's where you go when you take the shit literally, and you're calling that based. And I'm like, nah, man. I'd rather be debased in that society then.
You're soft.
Sorry, Shiva.
I mean, it's okay. Just say you're soft. Like
I'm soft. Yeah, but burning people alive. I'm soft boy. Yeah.
yeah.
As if we're saying that,
You're gonna let them. You're gonna let them destroy children. You're gonna let them. And what did that become? Occult feminism. That became feminism. So maybe we should have just
the Christian. Wait,
maybe we
no,
should have
Josh.
kept
The
stomping
Christian
it out
God
at the
isn't
root.
against child sacrifice. What are you saying?
Yes, it is, Shiva. I know you try to keep
No,
doing this
no,
thing with
it
this
isn't.
one verse in
What does the
Leviticus
word?
that you
What does the
miss.
What does the word harem mean?
Harem?
Yeah.
We talked about this before. I forget. I don't.
Yeah, it's a Hebrew word. It means devoted to destruction, right? In Leviticus, chapter 25, verses 26 and 27, or it might be, I might have gotten the numbering wrong, but you know the verse that I'm talking about.
Yes, and some people are devoted
it
to
explicitly
destruction.
states, right, and it says that that which has been devoted to destruction is most holy to the Lord. Entire cities are devoted to destruction. So,
Yep.
and when a city is slaughtered, there are children killed.
Yeah.
In that city. So the deaths of those children is most holy to the Lord.
If God says so.
Well, God does say so. Not
So
only
I
that.
don't. I
Yes,
don't get.
so
I don't-
that God justifies child sacrifice, killing children. That God that you're saying, if God
I
says so,
know, it
then I'm on that
sounds like
side.
he's a big
Justifies
old
things. So
meanie.
Steve is correct.
That's like
Steve
it
is
had to
correct.
happen so you could live.
He's a big
Yeah,
old
you need to
meanie.
sacrifice children.
And three people who don't believe in free
just to
will
be
are
clear,
arguing about
yeah,
this. Like, what are they
just to
gonna
be
do?
clear-
How many
They're
children would you
they're gonna go.
sacrifice to
and
save
just
the
to be,
world?
just to be clear,
They're
in
gonna go live great
Ezekiel,
lives.
in Ezekiel chapter 20, verses 25 and 26, God says that He
There's a
gave
reason.
statutes.
There's a reason they were devoted for
says-
destruction.
God says that He gave statutes that, quote, that were not good and ordinances by which they could not live. I defiled them through their very gifts in offering up all their firstborn in order that I might horrify them so that they might know that I am the Lord. Don't fucking sit there and tell me that God isn't up for child
That is-
sacrifice.
Wait a minute. Where you read that from?
Ezekiel chapter 20, verses 25
20.
and 26.
He condemns child sacrifice multiple times in the Old Testament. You're focusing on one thing about people who are devoted to destruction. Destruction is not sacrifice.
No, did you not hear what I just read out?
Yeah.
The wrath.
Yeah, I've read what you've read out. And the people who are devoted for destruction are not sacrifices made in the tabernacle. They're not sacrificing
I
babies.
didn't say they were.
Yes, you are. That's what you're implying. that
No, I'm
they're-
not.
Yes, you are. You're implying that those are sacrifices made to
No,
God.
you're inferring that. I'm not implying that.
That's your whole argument. Then what are you arguing? I'm saying those aren't sacrifices.
I never once mentioned ritual sacrifice.
What?
Although you could make, although it like reading this.
Now you're stumbling
reading
because now you're realizing. I just fucked up.
No. Reading Ezekiel in light of the Exodus passage, that does seem to imply that God commanded ritual sacrifice.
God commanded people to be devoted to destruction, and that is holy
No,
to
yeah,
God.
no, Exodus. He commanded that their firstborn were offered up to him, and then in Ezekiel, because Ezekiel apparently read Exodus and
the
got what the
Passover
implication was.
The Passover, when the firstborn child was
I'm
killed.
not talking about the Passover.
I'm talking about whenever, multiple times throughout the Old Testament, the firstborn were condemned to death.
No, I'm not talking about that.
But
I'm
that
talking
wasn't a
about
sacrifice. That wasn't a sacrifice to God. But it was holy to God.
Wait. No. I'm talking about in Exodus in the section where let me look it up. Exodus chapter 22 verses 28 to 29, right? This entire section is about sacrifices to God. Chapter 28 says, "You shall not delay to offer the first of your threshing floor and fruit press."
That's talking about the first. That's talking about the
Let me
firstborn of the
finish.
lamb and the cow.
Let me finish. "The firstborn of your sons you shall give to me. Likewise you shall do with your calf and sheep and donkey.
That's
It shall
talking
be with
about
its
the
mother 7
Levites.
days."
Oh my God.
No, these
you
are
take
instructions to the
You're taking
Israelites.
things out of context. That was the Levites. The firstborn of the Levites were to be dedicated to God. They were to be priests.
Ezekiel chapter 20 verses 25 and 26.
Keep jumping around.
Moreover, I gave them statutes that were not good, and ordinances by which they could not live. I defiled them through their very gifts, in offering up all their firstborn, in order that I might horrify them, so that they might know that I am the Lord. What's that referring to?
He's talking about the pagans when they.
God didn't offer command ordinances to the pagans. He commanded them to
Yes,
the Israelites.
God commands ordinances to everyone.
No, not in the Old Testament. He doesn't.
Yes, he does. God controls everything always. So in the Old Testament, I commanded them so that they would be defiled. He's talking about the pagans who were offering up their firstborns.
If we read, Josh.
You got this all twisted.
If we read backwards a few verses in Ezekiel.
You got this all
Moreover,
twisted.
I swore to them in the wilderness that I would scatter them among the nations and disperse them through the countries. Who is he talking about there?
The Israelites.
The Israelites.
Yeah.
Right. Because they had not executed my ordinances, but had rejected my statutes and profaned my Sabbaths, and their eyes were set on their ancestors' idols. Who is talking about there? The Israelites, right?
Yeah, and when they
very next
followed
verse. The very next
Jeroboam
verse.
and when they followed
No, hang on. No.
Go ahead.
The very next verse. Moreover, I gave them statutes. Who did he give the statutes to? Moses, right?
this is where you're going to start twisting it, because
I'm not twisting it. Who did he give the statutes to?
he gave the statutes to Israel.
Right, okay. I gave them
against-
statutes that were not good and ordinances by which they could not live. I defiled them through their very gifts, in their offering up all their firstborn, in order that I might horrify them, so that they might know that I am the Lord.
Yes.
Who is he talking about?
He gave them laws and he gave them orders.
Who?
He gave the Israelites laws and orders, and when they defiled their firstborn, they went against his statutes, and then because of that, they fell.
Made an example.
You have a crazy reading of this passage.
It's not a crazy reading.
Because it seems to me that if we read it in the context of the few verses that come before, it seems pretty clear that he's talking about his relationship with the Israelites.
And it was a bad thing. It was...
And he's saying that he gave them statutes that were not good.
You're about to convince me to believe in free will, but what? But
exactly, baby. Exactly.
He gave
the
them
cognitive dissonance can't withstand logic.
He gave them
logos always
laws,
prevails.
and he knew that they were going to violate them. So he gave them laws that they could not stand up to, and so they defiled themselves by doing what their neighbors did and sacrificing the children.
What does it mean when he says,
And
I gave them statutes?
Say, well, you're just doing a bad exegesis of these three verses
You are.
that I gave you. No.
Who is I?
No.
Who is I in that sentence?
No.
Who is
Okay,
I in
Josh,
that
Josh,
sentence?
No.
Josh,
I'm
what does
reading
this?
it-
Wait. What
I'm
does
reading
this
the
statement
whole
mean?
thing in context.
What does this mean? What does this mean when he says, "I gave them statutes that were not good"? What does that mean?
Statutes that were not good. Statutes that he knew that they wouldn't be able to uphold.
Because they were not good, right?
Yes.
So he commanded immoral acts.
No.
Such as
it's saying, so if I have a band of murderers and I say don't murder, I'm giving you a statute that's not good because lowercase g, because you're not going to be able to uphold the statute. I know you're not going to be able to uphold the statute.
Okay, let me explain the problem.
I know
here.
you're going to
Let me explain
murder.
the problem
You're a
here,
bunch of
Josh.
murderers.
Yeah, let me explain the problem. What she was trying to highlight here is that basically there's two possibilities of these Israelites. There's only two possibilities they can do. They can either do what God's command them, which is to take on these false idols and again end in destruction, or they could disobey God. But you are in the court where it's like you're saying, no, you always have to obey God.
Yeah.
Do you see the problem?
No.
Okay,
Because
so
God-
it's based. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, because God commands the offering of your firstborn to him.
No,
and then later when he's talking to Ezekiel,
that doesn't mean
clear.
to pass them through the flames. He condemns passing
Well,
them through
hang
the
on.
flames.
What is it
Offering your
when you
firstborn
offer
to
your...
God is the same way that Rebecca offered her firstborn to God. Is the same way that Sarah offered her firstborn to God.
Yeah, I'd be inclined. I might be inclined to interpret the Exodus passage that charitably if it weren't for this passage in Ezekiel.
What, you're jumping to Ezekiel?
Hey, I keep being told by fucking Christians that you have to take the entirety of the Bible together, all of it.
Yeah. And
So,
you're not.
So I don't think
you're
it's.
not.
I don't think it's.
You're
I don't
not,
think it's
you're not taking
inappropriate.
it. You're not taking it in its entirety. It repeats constantly. We don't pass our children through the flames. We don't sacrifice our children to God, but we dedicate. We can dedicate our children, our firstborn child, to God. Your firstborn child is a blessing from God, and you dedicate him to God. The
And what
same
does
way
dedicate
the
entail?
same way Rebecca did, the same way Sarah did, the same way.
And what happens when they dedicate to God?
It means they're going to serve God. And so this is why Rebecca and Sarah, who were considered doctors nowadays, would have said they were infertile, were able to have children because these children were dedicated to God. Now, dedicated
like
for
you're just replacing the word
destruction.
sacrifice with dedicate.
It's not, the word is not sacrifice. He's saying sacrifice. It doesn't say sacrifice your firstborn to God.
But
right?
he's giving
Am
them
I right?
false idols.
Am I right, Shiva?
And these false idols do sacrificial rituals.
I'm just looking
I am
up.
right.
I'm just looking up.
No, you're not.
You dedicate.
So, dedicate, right? And in the context of the Exodus passage, when you dedicate your calf or your sheep or your donkey, what happens to those?
Those are sacrifices. Those are blood sacrifices. But there's a difference. Just because.
And when you offer the no, when you offer the first
if there's a clear delineation drawn between how we dedicate things. If we dedicate our firstborn to God, and it means in this use of the word, we're saying we're dedicating them to, they're going to serve God for their whole life. And that's why Rebecca and Sarah are able to have kids while they're infertile, because they dedicate their firstborn to God. But we dedicate our firstborn sheep to the sacrifice. Those are two different.
About the grain?
So this is word concept fallacy.
What about the grain?
Grain.
What happens to the grain?
You're comparing a child to a grain.
It's in the same verse.
Yes, there's a difference. There's a difference between dedicating your firstborn to God and dedicating your grain to God.
Hang on. Wait. Yeah, but just answer the question.
What do you think?
Wait. Stop. No, Josh. No,
you stop. No, you stop.
So when you offer your grain, what do you do with it? What do you do with the grain?
Exactly. You think we slit the grain's throat?
What do you do with it? You burn it.
No, that's fucking stupid. You think
what do you do with the grain? You burn it.
Oh, we take the grain up and we cut its throat and drip its blood.
No, you burn it. You put it in the fire.
Okay. So because we burn the grain, that means we burn the children, even though it repeats.
So hang on.
So we have
the offering of the children in between a sentence about grain and a sentence about livestock.
He's cherry picking one.
It's in between them.
No, you're cherry picking, Shiva. This is what atheists do. They'll pick one verse, and you'll say, well, it says that you're dedicating the child, and then it says you're dedicating the grain, and you're dedicating the child to God. The grain you burn, that means you burn the child. Well, how come it says repeatedly, ad nauseum, do not pass your child through the flames?
Then what did God mean when he said to Ezekiel, I defiled them through their gifts?
Do not pass your child through the flames.
To whom?
It's all throughout the Old Testament.
Yeah, but pass your child.
We just read it this morning. And I talked about it
through
this
the
morning.
Flames as an offering to whom?
The the Assyrians were passing their children through the flames, and because I don't know, pick a random Old Testament name. He did what was evil in the sight of the Lord, and he passed children through the flames. So why is that called evil? Why is it called evil to pass children through the flames in the Old Testament multiple times, repeatedly?
It's considered
It's almost
evil
like
to
it's
pass them
almost
through
like
the flames to other gods.
No, it's almost like there's a different type of dedication for children than there is for grains.
Really?
Your argument is
Then explain the
same,
Ezekiel passage to me.
Your argument is the same dedication that we do for the grain offering is the same dedication that we do for the firstborn child. That's
then
stupid.
Explain the Ezekiel
That's stupid,
passage
and that
to
is
me.
not biblical, Shiva.
But then God was lying when he spoke to Ezekiel. Is that what I'm supposed to understand?
You pulled a verse out of Ezekiel.
Which is God speaking
Yes,
to Ezekiel.
You dedicate your
Is that passage wrong?
You dedicate your firstborn child to God. Yes.
Right. So when he says, "I gave them other statutes that were not good and laws through which they could not live,"
when the firstborn,
I defiled them through their gifts. The sacrifice of every firstborn.
This
And
ties
that's
back.
the New
This ties
International.
back to Exodus and Leviticus and Genesis.
Right.
What do they do with the firstborn child? They dedicate him to God. What does that mean?
Hey, see you guys later, okay?
It says sacrifice.
Yeah,
Yeah, take it easy, bro. It says sacrifice,
I'll follow
bro.
this conversation.
Where?
Yep.
But yeah, JS, if you click on my
where does
screen
it
share
say?
there, right? If you click on the screen share, there's only two options here. We either obey God or we disobey God. You're the one who's saying that we can never disobey God. We always have to follow God, right? Which would mean that, like, the whole kind of fact that it's like we don't sacrifice children would show that we don't follow God. But even in the situation of obeying God, taking on the false idols will lead to sacrificing children. This is the main contention here.
Yeah.
But you're saying that no, they shouldn't
condemned.
sacrifice children, which means
it's condemned repeatedly. You don't pass your child through the flames. That's a bad thing.
Yes, which means you're disobeying God.
No. What are you talking
Yes.
about? How do you make that
Because
jump?
God,
How do you make that jump?
Because God wants you.
If God
God wants you
repeatedly
to take on.
says,
Yeah, God wants them. Well, listen. God wants them to take on false idols, and the false idols are telling them to sacrifice children.
God wants them to take on false idols, and the false idols are
Yes.
sacrificing children.
Read the passage again, Shiva.
What do you mean God wants?
So in Ezekiel it says, "So I gave them other statutes."
God
that
doesn't
were
want
not
for
good,
anything.
and laws through which they could not live. I defiled them through their gifts, the sacrifice of every firstborn, that I might fill them with horror, so they would know that I am the Lord.
Seems like that's a bad thing.
So God issued an immoral commandment.
Like, what are you talking about?
So God issued- God
I
commanded-
defiled them through the sacrifice of their children. That's a bad thing. You don't do that.
Yes, through the
You're
statute
defiled
that
if
he
you do
ordered.
that. What do you mean?
Through the statute that he commanded.
Dude, I love how you, Shiva, I love how you, like, you pick little verses and you try to twist it to make it seem like, oh, God said sacrifice your children. That's not what it says.
When
It
he
said-
says, "So I gave them other statutes that were not good," what does that mean?
It means there were other laws in the land that weren't good, and they followed
That
those.
he gave them.
God gave everything.
So would you say in that situation for the Israelites, it would have been more moral for them to disobey God and not take on these false idols and do the child sacrifice? You're saying
God-
it's more moral for them not
God
disobey
appoints the authorities. God does everything. God controls everything.
Answer the question.
So
Answer the question. Should the Israelis?
I'm
should the
answering.
Israelis
I'm
have
talking to
disobeyed
Shiva
God?
right now, Teriak. So don't throw another
yes or no?
question in while I'm in the middle of responding to what Shiva
It's just
said.
it's a quick yes or no question.
No, I don't care about your yes or no question. I'm responding to what Shiva said right now. So wait till I'm done,
Fair enough,
and
go ahead.
then
2v1.
and then give me your question. God gave statutes that would defile them, that they did by sacrificing their children. That was a bad thing. That
They
defiled
followed
them.
if they followed the statute.
God God set all the laws in the governance. So that means the pagan gods, the Israel. That means all the lower gods, all of these worldly statutes and laws, and he knew that some of them are going to follow these ordinances, which are pass your child through the flames, sacrifice your child
Wait,
to
so
Moloch.
wait.
And what would that
Are you
do?
claiming? Wait.
What would that
Are you
do?
claiming? Are you claiming that God is claiming to be all these other lesser gods?
I'm saying that God appoints the powers and the principalities.
Right, but
I'm saying
it
God
seems
is in control of
maybe I'm
everything.
misunderstanding you.
So when
And
bad
I
things,
don't
when
want to
bad
straw
stuff
man you.
happens, when bad stuff happens, like when you follow these false gods and you sacrifice your children, then yeah, God did make those things. But guess what happens when you do those things? What does it say?
Man, God's a tricky fuck.
They were
It is.
defiled.
So God
Yeah,
issued. God issued
Can I
the
get my
bad
question
commandment.
answered real quick? Can I just get my question answered real quick? So, like, should the Israelis have disobeyed God? Yes or no, JS?
Should they have? No.
It wasn't there.
Yeah. So you're saying they should have sacrificed the children?
No, you're clinging to what Shiva said, and it's stupid.
You're saying in
No,
terms
taking,
of
taking your argument,
ahead.
if God created all the lesser gods, and God, through these lesser gods, gave these bad commands, then by disobeying the lesser gods, they are disobeying God, right? It's just logic.
No, if I tell
Yeah.
you if
Holy
if there's two paths, and I know you're gonna take the wrong path. This is getting into a free will thing, but
Are
God
you
gave.
admitting God is creative?
Hold on, Mel. The verse Shiva read says they were defiled for following these false gods. Yes,
That's
God.
not what the verse says.
That is what the. Read it again.
Okay, so I gave them other statutes that were not good and laws through which they could not live. I defiled them through their gifts, the sacrifice of every firstborn, that I might fill them with horror, so they would know that I am the Lord.
Yeah, those were children of Satan.
The Israelites.
No, those individuals who were defiled by following those false gods, and they made an example. They made an example for the rest of us.
I didn't know the Bible was written from the perspective of Satan. That's wild, bro. First person.
Israeli means God's chosen. Yeah, we wrestle with God. God's chosen to wrestle. That's why
So,
it's the main theme you see in all these stories is that it's like, no, you need to disobey this deity. You need to learn how to rebel, to develop your morals.
What if
the moral
Jesus
compass.
was these misdirections God does?
What'd you say?
What if Jesus was also one of these misdirection, these clever little punishments God does?
What if?
Well, maybe we shouldn't follow Jesus.
Maybe you shouldn't. Maybe you can't.
Well, according to your logic, it might make sense to see it as a trick.
According to my logic, you couldn't if you wanted to.
That's irrelevant. I'm talking about the discussion you just had with Shiva.
Because Satan is your daddy, so you couldn't if you wanted to.
You made God out to be like a trust me bro kind of moral source, but then also he tricks people into following the wrong path.
No, he already knows they're going to follow the wrong path, and he makes an example out of them for future people who don't know what the future is. So it's
well, seem very fair. That doesn't seem fair. They don't have free will.
Life's
but
not
he
fair.
makes an example out
Life's
of them.
not fair. Life's not fair.
But God is meant to be fair. He's meant to be just and merciful, isn't he?
But he made them.
Mm-hmm.
So it is fair.
Just like you can do whatever you want to your kids if you make them.
You didn't make your kids. And you can't make any kids. But anyway. But
you don't know that.
We don't create our kids.
Yeah,
I can make kids.
No, you can't.
I can. I just need to fuck a woman. and get her pregnant.
Yep.
No, you
Yes,
can.
and there's plenty of patriarchal
And that's
hate and
the
feminists
difference. You
that are
think
lesbians will more than willing to take that sacrifice.
if
Fundamentally, ladies,
if
what
you were
is the
ever gonna
difference
make
between
a
a dildo
kid,
and a cock?
if you were ever gonna make a kid,
Nice.
God
Jayak.
already knew
And
that
the
kid
difference is
before
a
it was
cock pays
born.
for dinner.
Dun dun dun.
God,
JS, just to be clear,
God
we should
chose
look
God
as a
chose the people who would follow him before the formations of the earth. So, yeah, there's children of Satan who he gave over to
yeah.
to be defiled, and that's just an example. It's part of the story.
Yeah, so, how do we
So
know that like this whole Jesus stuff is just not a way to a false message? That Christianity is actually just a false message, and it should be no. We should all follow James and become Jews.
Is James a Jew now?
Apparently,
No.
he's also Irish too now.
no, he's just trying to be a bit of a theist scholar, so he's learning about the different religions. And
I think he's an undercover globalist Fed, to be honest. Like the
Kudos
fact
to
that
him
he's
for-
trying to morph into all this shit. But hey,
You wouldn't
that's a conspiracy
understand
theory, however.
if your
But
life
Yeah, he
No, I
mentioned
mean,
it.
yes, back to that
if
point.
you
How do you know that
Instead
instead of
Jesus
I
Christ
speaking for
is
James,
just
why don't you go with what James will tell you? James will tell you he's Messianic.
Good job.
thick? Yo, I want to be Messianic.
Thank you for the fact check. But back to the question: how do you know that Jesus is not just a false message?
How do you know that it's
How do I
not?
know? Because God told me so.
And
Full
that's where we
circle.
get the danger shit. We start hearing voices in our head, and like that's what I'm saying. Where it's like
He didn't
it's
talk
where cognitive
to
dissonance
me.
just erodes all
He didn't talk
logic
to
you
me.
haven't
because
heard
like I
the
said, it's
voices
on
yet?
screen. The logic
Hey,
is on
Terry, you haven't
screen,
heard the
JS.
voices
No,
yet?
he didn't
No,
talk
it's
to me
not.
and tell me
That-
this. He just
How do you
told
know
me
God
that
is good?
he just told me that everything that you guys are saying sounds
wrong,
like
yeah.
some disgusting
Tommy
bullshit.
Gobbledygook.
Like,
Yeah.
so
Whereas
yeah.
whereas
Well,
kidnapping
Terry,
women and
you
raping
never
them
had
isn't
the devil
disgusting
and the angel on
bullshit.
your shoulder.
That's completely fine.
Yeah.
So just to be clear, God didn't tell the Israelites that they were the chosen ones and they were actually on the right path. They knew that they should have obeyed God.
No, God said the Israelites were gonna fall. I mean, he knew they were gonna fall before they fell. Like,
But he told them that. He said, "Don't actually follow me, but also follow me."
no, he said
Everything
you're
happens for a
going
reason.
to fall.
Yeah, he's like one of those posh girls. Do you know what I mean? That whole like Jersey Shore where it's like I want you to chase me. I'm kind
No.
of interested. Like I close the door, but I leave it like a bit ajar just for you to chase. Do you know what I mean? That's what God's
Oh,
like a
you ain't
16-year-old
signal?
girl essentially. That's what you're telling me.
Wait,
Yeah.
there's 16-year-olds on Jersey Shore? Whoa, we need to have an intervention with that.
Yes, what do you think about the second coming? Do you think it'll just happen when God's ready, or do you think we have to like make it happen, or do you even believe in the second coming?
I think the second coming's kind of already happened. It's
Saved us from Yellowstone or something.
Is it Donald Trump?
I think one day the whole world's gonna get destroyed.
Oh, so you could
Hi,
very
man.
wait. You could very much, if the world's going to be destroyed, you could very much be a part of the group that God needs to use to set an example for the group that comes after.
No, it's semi-preterism. It's not full preterism. It's
That doesn't use people.
basically.
I don't think that you've ever addressed my point that your position necessarily commits you to global skepticism.
What's global skepticism?
So the idea that if we can't trust, like if my cognitive faculties aren't enough to judge God's actions, right? Then and we have to rely on some kind of version of divine mystery. Then it means that there's no reason for me to assume that my cognitive faculties are adequate for making any kind of epistemic claim. Like,
Yeah,
I
your
know that it's
cognitive
raining.
faculties aren't adequate for much. So, yeah, I would.
Yeah,
But
dude, follow the Ten
neither are
Commandments
yours.
without question.
This is your worldview. So
Yeah,
it means that
but I don't think mine
cognitive
are.
faculties.
Yeah, like,
so
an
that
literally does
means-
not work in this position because it's
Yeah.
literally just an internal critique of your argument. So just calling him an idiot, like, it's not an argument, JS.
Wait,
But-
wait,
but-
I have
but
a
what-
One
question.
atheist doesn't believe in God. so why
No,
speak
my
about
argument is we're all idiots.
I have a
Right,
line
but
of
what
I agree.
We're not speaking
I
about
don't-
God.
I
We're
don't-
speaking about the philosophy behind the story.
So what this means, Josh?
I know.
What this means,
Good
Josh, is
correction.
that what this means, Josh, is that you can't say that you know that you have beer in the fridge.
Terry,
right?
you're a dick rider, so
There's
come
no
on now.
meaning behind that.
You'll change up in 2 seconds if he gets you on an X space to dick ride Andrew.
That means
so-
he's smart
so
if he
come on.
learns the right.
No, like the reason why I respect Andrew so much is because he uses like the actual logos. He uses logic. He doesn't do this whole thing that you're doing where it's like, well, if God tells me to do it, then it's okay. That tells me nothing. Whereas like actually providing out the logic, like on screen where I put the logic here, like the moral thing is for these people to disobey God, but then that goes against your worldview of obeying God. Like and Shiva done the same thing in terms of the whole dynamic here. It's an internal critique of your position. You know what I mean? So like this whole thing of like I'm not actually stating a position.
And you'll
one way or another.
ignore
I'm just
blatant
I'm just giving you the logic.
contradictions as long as it
Yeah.
works for the dick riding. but
Yes. Do you think God is
In
ineffable?
terms of like I said, the story Prometheus, it's like Prometheus sides with Zeus, yes. But like I said, there's the logos in which like like many Christians think it is compared to like what the logos actually is in terms of the ancient Greeks are like fundamentally different. Like the logos is not some sort of sky daddy, some sort of like second figurehead of some sort of trinity or whatever the fuck. One is three is one, all that bollocks. What we're talking about in terms of logos is literally critical rational thought logic. And that's what Andrew uses. So that's why I respect Andrew. So I'm just being logically consistent in my worldview.
Yes.
Whereas, as Shiva has demonstrated, you have a logical contradiction right staring you right in front of you, but you're
What is it?
refusing to engage in it.
what is it?
For
The
example,
fact that
I have an example. if
you
I
would
can-
say that it would have been moral for them to disobey God, but your morals are to say that you always obey God. That is a logical contradiction.
I never said
Yeah,
it
for
was moral
example-
to disobey God. What are you talking about?
Okay, JS.
You say if God tells you to do X, you do X.
No, I'm actually
That's your
being
worldview.
I'm actually being thoroughly consistent. I'm saying if what you think is bad is what God said to do, we should still do it, and that would be moral. So what you just said is the opposite of everything I've ever said. So you're retarded.
Yeah, divine and
no.
free will
Yeah.
absolutism. It's actually being consistent along those lines. But JS, would you say God is ineffable?
Ineffable?
Too extreme to be described with words. It's something that's too complex, too.
Yeah,
you
maybe.
can't comprehend.
Yeah.
So how can we understand the morality of something that is ineffable?
We can't.
That's supposed to.
So then how are you possibly operating along the lines of God's morality? You
I'm
can't
not
possibly-
the moral arbiter. I don't say what's right and what's wrong. So
But neither can God.
when I say if God says that it's right for me to capture this woman and put her in a cage and one day make babies with her, that may be the right thing to do.
How does God say that?
In my safe humanity.
When did God
It's not
ever
my
actually...
it's not my job to figure out that.
Who is it?
Analogy.
Or is it the average Bible reader?
So see, I'm actually being very consistent.
Deuteronomy,
When
it says that.
Teriak says that
No.
there's a blatant contradiction in what to say, he's just being retarded, and he's just trying to get a W, but there's no W to be found.
Right, hang on, Mel.
The only W here
hang
is
on,
just
Marshall.
actually went to church regularly.
Mel, your
I'm
audio is really
I'm just
bad.
trying to walk.
Can you-
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Do you
Mel, you
agree
need to fix your
the
mic.
average Bible reader should be the one who interprets the Bible?
Audio.
Do I think the average
Mel, you need to
Bible
fix your mic.
reader should be the one who interprets the Bible?
But who determines what God's morality is through the Bible? Do you think it's up to
Sola
the average?
Scriptura.
Yeah, see, and this is how I know he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about, because he just brings up this is Sola Scriptura. Like,
No, I'm saying what Mel is talking about is Sola Scriptura.
no,
Mel's mic
no.
is fucked. I'm just trying to reduce the conversation down.
Oh,
You don't
sorry,
believe in Sola
I'm not
Scriptura.
close to it.
So what church authority did you get your essence
I
from?
already said that.
I don't get my interpretations from a church authority.
So you do believe in Sola Scriptura then?
No, I don't get my I don't get
But
it
he
from
doesn't-
the words in a book. No.
Sola Scriptura is Latin for scripture alone.
I know what it means. We talked about this
Yeah,
earlier.
and you're saying that you
weren't
don't
here.
get it from a church authority, ergo you get it from the book.
What do you
correct?
think? What do you think sola scriptura mean? How many solas are there, Teriak? What are the?
Yeah,
what
I
are-
just translated it for you. It means scriptures alone, which means
Really?
all you need is the scripture to interpret.
Oh, really? And so, what are the other solas?
Oh my god.
So you don't know what the
think all
fuck
you
you're
need is
talking
love.
about, you retard. Shut up.
Let's divert the conversation into Latin. No, what I'm saying is basically scripture alone. That's what sola scriptura means.
Is that-
It's
is
one
that
of
what
like
it
a
means?
Protestant. Yeah, it's a
Is
main
it? Yeah.
Protestant.
Yeah, and
tenet,
how
where
many
it's-
how many
where it's
solas
asking
of the
for
how many solas
Yeah.
of the Reformation are there?
Yeah, what I'm saying is that it's
answer
the main premise is
question.
that
How
all I
many-
need
not a
all I
answer
need
the
is the
question.
Bible.
Answer the question. How many solas?
All I need is the Bible. Like the main point, you're trying to deflect
you don't know
into
what you're
all this
talking
kind of
about.
shit.
And this is
The
what I was
main
talking
point-
about
the-
earlier when I said
the
these
main-
people will bring up
Mormon.
sola scriptura and they don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah.
How many
Okay.
solas are there of the Reformation?
So
Teriak?
where'd you get your interpretation from,
Teriak,
Jay?
how many solas of the Reformation are
Where'd
there?
you get?
It's just a number.
Where'd
just
you get
pick
your?
a number.
I don't know. I don't know.
Oh,
I don't
okay,
know.
so you don't know what the fuck you're
7.
talking
We'll go with
about.
7.
So shut up.
Yeah, great. Now can you answer my question? Can you answer my question, JS?
No,
Can you answer
I'm
my
not going to
question?
answer
Where'd
your
you get your
question 'cause
interpretation?
You don't know what you're talking about.
Exactly. Who's running then?
You just say sola scriptura because you heard somebody
Exactly.
say
I
it.
answered your question. Yeah, I answered your
You're
question.
not
I'm
even,
just saying, where'd you
you're
get your
not even
interpretation
orthodox,
from?
but you just repeat what Ortho
Yeah,
Bros
but
said.
where'd you get your interpretation from then, JS?
Huh? God.
He pulls it out
Where'd
of
you
his
get your
ass.
interpretation from?
Pulls it out of his ass to justify whatever political rhetoric he's trying to justify at the moment.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, Christianity does involve.
JS, can you answer the question? Where'd you get your interpretation
If you're
from?
gonna bring up sola scriptura, how many solas of the Reformation are there?
I don't know. I don't know. I answered the
Okay,
question.
so
I
you don't know
know
what you're
Yes.
talking about. So
Yes,
shut
so-
up.
Yeah, but I'm asking you a question. Where'd you get your interpretation
This is
from?
exactly what I was talking about earlier.
Why can't you answer
before
the
you were
question?
here.
16th century.